Chapter 1. First arrival in Marvel, I want to go to outer space. I hereby announce the closure of Stark Industries' Weapons Development Department. In the hall of Tony's villa, the television was replaying news from a few days ago. Lin Feng sat on the sofa watching the replay, unable to help but chuckle while also feeling a sense of relief. It seemed that after rescuing Tony from the cave, he hadn't caused any irreversible changes to the main storyline. Tony Stark was still, as in the original story, shutting down the weapons development department. Not long ago, Lin Feng was just an ordinary person from Blue Star. While scrolling through short videos, he accidentally fell asleep, and the screen continued playing the Avengers movie. The sound of Tony Stark hammering metal echoed in the background, waking him up again to find himself in the cave where Tony had been trapped. And he had activated a system. For Lin Feng, who had always complained about the dullness of life, this was both magical and exhilarating. The first task the system issued was to help Tony Stark build the Iron Man armor, and it even advanced the task reward, 10 of Superman's abilities from the Iron Man suit. With this 10 of superhuman strength, Lin Feng naturally helped Tony escape the cave where he was being held captive. Having saved Tony Stark, Lin Feng also gained his friendship. Since he was essentially a ghost with no identification or place to stay, Lin Feng had to temporarily reside in Tony Stark's seaside villa. Lin Feng turned off the television and stroked his chin, realizing that some time had passed since he rescued Tony. It was time for him to move on to the second task of his beginner's missions. With that thought, he couldn't help but check the system's task list again. Just seeing the word superhuman next to the rewards was enough to get his blood pumping with excitement. Beginner Task 1. Rescue Tony Stark. Task Reward. 10 superhuman Iron Man's physical attributes completed. Beginner Task 2. Fly into outer space to receive radiation from a yellow star. Method is flexible. Task Reward. Complete abilities of Superman Iron Man version. Reminder. The system will only fully bind to the host after completing both beginner tasks. Please complete the tasks within 1 month, or the system will automatically unbind. How many men's and boys' dreams are there? Super speed, super endurance, super strength. Not to mention the cool and practical heat vision, freezing breath, and more. Superman's abilities. Lin Feng was thrilled just thinking about it. The 10 of superhuman abilities had already given him a taste of the sweetness, and now he was eager to complete the second beginner task to experience what being a full-fledged Superman would be like. As for the second beginner task, flying into outer space, while it might seem difficult, it was actually quite simple. In his previous life, Lin Feng would have had no chance to fly into outer space. Not only was the technology of the time not allowing ordinary citizens to board rockets, even if it did, he wouldn't have the money. However, Lin Feng was now in the Marvel Universe, surrounded by all sorts of advanced technology. Since he had rescued Tony Stark, who was a billionaire, flying into outer space shouldn't be too difficult. With only a month to complete the beginner task, Lin Feng was unsure what would happen if he failed. Perhaps the system would unbind, and he would still be in the Marvel world, just without superhuman powers. Or worse, he might die and lose his chance to return. Neither outcome was what Lin Feng wanted to see. In this situation, he knew he had to seek Tony Stark's help, as that was the most convenient and reliable way to get to space. Once he had that, he could gain the complete abilities of Superman. Although it would be the Iron Man version, it would still be enough to take down characters like the Hulk with a single punch, allowing him to navigate the early Marvel storylines with ease. Yes, the plan was feasible. Lin Feng continued to envision a bright future, getting so excited that he jumped up from the sofa and started shadowboxing, looking like a silly deer. Just then, Tony Stark, having dealt with reporters all day, returned to the villa and was greeted by the sight of Lin Feng going wild on the sofa. "Hey buddy, are you on drugs? Do you know how much that sofa is worth?" Lin Feng, caught up in his own excitement, was startled by Tony's sudden voice. He quickly jumped off the sofa, brushing off the spot where he had been sitting. "Oh, Tony, welcome back." Ugh. Tony grunted, sitting down on the sofa. "So, how are you finding living here?" Lin Feng stroked his chin, pretending to think before responding, "It's okay, I guess." "Okay. Do you know how much the sofa you just stepped on is worth?" 30,000. Tony rolled his eyes. "Oh, buddy, that's not important. We're friends, right? It'll allow you to step on my sofa once I have my own house." Lin Feng waved his hand grandly, making empty promises. After all, he was currently broke, so it was best to brush this off for now. "I don't care for that. Tony scoffed, but he didn't refute Lin Feng's claim of friendship. Although he was a sharp-tongued person, he begrudgingly accepted Lin Feng as a friend, especially after they had been through so much together. In the days to come, Tony would often be grateful for having such a friend, but that was a story for later. Speaking of houses, you actually have one now. Tony tossed a pile of documents at Lin Feng. Here are your identification papers, driver's license, and a villa in New York. This was personally selected by Pepper. Tony pointed to the villa's property deed, raising an eyebrow. I believe you'll like it. Now you can express your happiness and thank the wealthy Tony Stark. Tony said with a smug look, showcasing his authority as a rich man. Lin Feng accepted the documents, opening them to take a look. There was an identification card, a property deed for a villa in the Upper West Side, 600 square meters. In addition, there was a check for $5 million. Oh? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, clearly satisfied. Thank you very much, wealthy Tony Stark. I'm very pleased with this gift. Lin Feng smiled broadly, nodding appreciatively at Tony. It had to be said that while Tony was sharp-tongued, he was very thoughtful and sincere in his actions. Wow. He now had his first property as a young man? No, it was his first villa. Not wanting to be polite, after some casual chatting, Lin Feng decided to discuss his desire to go to outer space with Tony. By the way, Tony, Lin Feng sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor. There's actually something very important I need your help with. Oh, what is it? Seeing Lin Feng become serious, Tony raised an eyebrow and went to the bar to grab a bottle of whiskey. He poured himself a glass and offered Lin Feng an empty glass, gesturing for him to pour some if he wanted. Lin Feng declined, as he wasn't used to the taste of whiskey. He pointed upwards and continued, Tony, I want to go to outer space. You know, the kind that flies out of Earth's atmosphere. I don't need to go too far, just somewhere near the satellites would be fine. Tony paused, surprised. He held his drink in midair. Outer space? The kind that leaves Earth? Did I hear you right? Yes, Tony, the kind that leaves Earth. Lin Feng nodded. Tony leaned forward, buddy, are you really on drugs? Lin Feng was at a loss for words. I'm serious, Tony. Seeing Lin Feng's earnestness, Tony stroked his chin. All right, you're serious. I'm just curious why you suddenly want to go to outer space. Do you want to go sightseeing? With Stark Industries' current technology, flying to outer space was entirely feasible, and the cost was just a small matter for Tony, who had his own commercial satellites. It's not sightseeing, Tony. I can only tell you that it has to do with my abilities. To successfully complete the second beginner task, Lin Feng decided to tell Tony part of the truth. He knew very well that without a good reason, Tony Stark wouldn't easily agree to such a seemingly crazy request. After all, at this point in time, sending someone into outer space was still quite risky, unlike later when Star-Lord appeared and flying out of Earth became commonplace. My abilities come from solar radiation, Lin Feng continued. In outer space, without the atmosphere blocking it, I can absorb radiation to enhance myself to the maximum extent, and my abilities will greatly improve. Got it? Lin Feng made a fist gesture, raising an eyebrow at Tony. In the cave, he had punched a hole in the mountain with that very motion, buying precious time for Tony's armor to charge. All right, Lin, that's quite an unusual training method. I've never heard of it before. Tony shook his head in disbelief while swirling his drink. He recalled Lin Feng's punch, which was incredibly powerful. No world champion could match that strength. Actually, I've always had a question. Tony shifted the topic. I'm curious if you're a mutant, considering what you did back then. Tony mimicked Lin Feng's fist motion. That doesn't seem like something an ordinary person could do. In Tony's mind, only mutants had abilities that surpassed those of normal humans. I'm not a mutant, Tony. Lin Feng clarified. It was true that his punch might lead people to think he was a mutant, but mutants? They can't compare to Superman. To be precise, my superpower comes from a bloodline inheritance. Lin Feng gestured vaguely in the air. Ah, I can't explain it too well, as I haven't awakened for long, and am quite confused myself. Lin Feng told a half-truth, as half-truths are the hardest to discern. In the days since arriving, he had thoroughly researched the world, confirming that it was indeed a pure Marvel universe. The people here had no knowledge of Superman. He couldn't find any comics, videos, movies, or discussions related to Superman. All right, Tony shrugged, accepting the explanation. So, will you take me to outer space? Lin Feng asked. Oh, that's easy for me, buddy. Since you want to go, we'll take you along. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. If Lin Feng wanted to go, then he would take him. Otherwise, people might say he was stingy. Hearing Tony agree, Lin Feng felt relieved. He knew Tony would likely not refuse. A week from now, Stark Industries will launch a satellite, and you can go to space with it. Tony stood up, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder as he made arrangements. Now, you can go check out your new place. Well, my villa isn't really welcoming to men other than me, unless you're a woman. Tony half-joked, half-serious as he began to usher Lin Feng out. His villa had always been frequented only by cover models from magazines, and he wasn't lying about that. Go pick a vehicle from the garage, consider it a gift from me. It's not easy to get a taxi around here. Before Lin Feng could respond, Tony continued, all right. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing to Tony's arrangements. He had achieved his goal, and now with his own house, he wanted to see what his first villa looked like. Lin Feng quickly left Tony's villa, and before he left, he cheekily drove off in Tony's R8 sports car. He remembered that this was Tony Stark's favorite car, at least for now. Well, Tony said to pick whatever I wanted, so no problem. Chapter 2. Space First Class. Ready for takeoff. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Feng sped towards the villa marked on his GPS in Tony's R8 sports car, arriving just before twilight. Parking the vehicle, he strode towards what would be his first home. Before him lay a charming two-story villa, nestled at the heart of a sprawling lawn, reminiscent of a quaint estate. Its minimalist architectural style was accentuated by a modest fountain at the entrance, continuously spraying crystal-clear water. What pleased Lin Feng the most was the sizable swimming pool located in the backyard. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng's imagination began to wander, envisioning playful moments splashing about with his future partner. A flutter of excitement surged within him as he pondered whom to choose as his wife. After all, Marvel was replete with stunning women. Hela? Perhaps not. He wasn't fond of dark circles, which somewhat detracted from her allure. Natasha? Well, she was indeed more in line with Lin Feng's taste. Yet, he felt that Wanda's formidable presence might be more appealing. Would he be able to handle both of them? Lost in these musings, he thoroughly explored the villa, feeling immensely satisfied. The place was impeccably clean, maintained by dedicated housekeeping staff, sparing Lin Feng the need to lift a finger. Opening the refrigerator, he discovered an array of expensive ingredients, likely arranged by Pei-Bo, ensuring dinner was sorted. Lin Feng retrieved a steak and a bottle of beer. He had dabbled in simple cooking before his journey, so preparing a steak was no monumental task, albeit his skills paled in comparison to a chef's. The steak was soon sizzling to perfection, cooked to a delightful medium rare, Lin Feng's preferred texture. Sitting at the dining table, he savored his meal while contemplating the path that lay ahead. He had traversed into the timeline of Iron Man 1, just as the Marvel saga was poised for significant expansion. A sense of impending danger loomed, and Lin Feng, with clarity of mind, understood the necessity of early preparations. In the main storyline, the greatest adversary, the Purple Potato Essence, was likely still traversing the cosmos in search of the Infinity Stones. Captain America lay entombed beneath the ice, though he would soon be on Earth. Thor's dim-witted eldest son was probably on the brink of being cast down to Earth. While the Hulk's timeline eluded him, he couldn't recall if it was before or after Thor's arrival on Earth. And then there was Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and others. As Lin Feng mused, he took a bite of his steak, savoring its exquisite flavor. A life of wealth was indeed splendid. At present, Peter Parker was still a mere boy, and Doctor Strange was just a surgeon. Lin Feng had ample time to evolve. The thought of Strange led him to ponder the enigmatic Ancient One, who seemed omniscient. He wondered whether this traveler had caught her attention. Yet, he wasn't overly concerned about her. She was not one to resort to violence against outsiders. After all, numerous extraterrestrials now inhabited Blue Star, and she had never shown a propensity to expel them. However, Lin Feng recalled that Superman's magical resistance appeared to be rather low. It was difficult to gauge precisely how low, as he had yet to test it. Nevertheless, such a vulnerability could potentially become his most significant and perilous weakness. A solution must be devised. Of course, the primary task at hand was to complete the novice mission. Acquiring the full array of Superman's powers was paramount. Everything else could be addressed later. Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Feng ceased his contemplations. After a simple wash-up, he reclined on the plush bed, slowly drifting into slumber. Time passed, almost as if Lin Feng were counting the stars and waiting for the moon, and soon a week had elapsed. One morning, he received a phone call. Glancing at the screen displaying Tony Stark's name, he raised an eyebrow, inwardly acknowledging the anticipated moment. Upon answering, Tony's voice came through, Hey, Lin, your journey into space is about to commence. Are you ready? JRVIS should have sent the address to your device. Hurry up, buddy, or you'll miss the last shuttle. Understood. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, a smile crept across Lin Feng's face, excitement bubbling within him. Today, he would truly become Superman. Skipping breakfast, he leaped into the R8, flooring it. The poor vehicle emitted a disgruntled roar as it sped towards the rocket launch site. An hour later, having nearly run the car into the ground, Lin Feng finally arrived. Tony was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Tony greeted him, and they both boarded the elevator leading to the rocket's head, where the return capsule awaited Lin Feng's presence. Inside the elevator, Tony tossed Lin Feng a black wristband. Lin Feng caught it and glanced down. What is this? A circular, metallic device adorned with an electronic display. It appeared to have an earpiece on the side. This is your ticket. Lin. Tony snapped his fingers flamboyantly. Let us be serious. Lin Feng frowned, fixing Tony with a penetrating gaze. All right, you really lack a sense of humor, Tony grumbled, then proceeded to explain. This is a body monitor with communication capabilities. It can track your physiological data in real time, and if any issues arise, you can contact JRVIS or me directly. In simpler terms, it's a communication device. Lin Feng understood and nodded, fastening the wristband around his arm. Put on the earpiece. J.A. or .V.I.S. will alert you to important matters upon entering space. You need to board now, buddy. I'm eagerly anticipating just how strong you'll become, Tony added with a wink. Tony's remark elicited laughter from Lin Feng, who quipped, strong enough to obliterate your Iron Man armor with a mere punch. Is that powerful enough? I'm not nearsighted. I just prefer sunglasses. Tony rolled his eyes, but a smile soon returned to his face. The two shared a laugh, their camaraderie deepening into friendship. While they conversed, the elevator reached the rocket's apex, where the return capsule was located. Tony stepped out first, pressing a few buttons on the rocket, causing a hatch to slowly open. Step aboard, buddy. Tony gestured. Your seat is right here. When you need to return, simply inform JRVIS through the earpiece, and he will guide you back, Tony indicated, pointing towards the return capsule. If you encounter any issues, contact JRVIS or me immediately. Got it. Lin Feng replied, stepping into the return capsule. Curiously, he surveyed the interior. This was his inaugural journey into space. The white-themed capsule felt somewhat confined, barely accommodating Lin Feng. It had been hastily modified, as the original launch had not intended to carry a passenger. Yet, Tony had made the adjustments based on Lin Feng's request. Closing the hatch, Tony took the elevator back to the ground. The rocket's fuel was soon replenished, and they approached the countdown stage. Personnel swiftly cleared the area, disconnecting the launch pad from the rocket's body. With everything in place, the colossal rocket bearing Lin Feng was poised for ignition and ascension. In the rocket launch control room, Tony scrutinized various data displays. He instructed JRVIS to connect and meticulously search for any potential hazards. Although his presence was not necessary for the launch, Tony had come in person to ensure Lin Feng's safety. The staff remained tense, double-checking every metric. Under the watchful eye of the boss, even a minor error could lead to dire consequences. Lin Feng spent a considerable time examining the return capsule but found little of interest. He settled into the aviation seat, fastening himself securely, taking a deep breath as he awaited the rocket's ascent. The moment of transformation into Superman drew near, intertwining feelings of anxiety and anticipation, rendering Lin Feng exhilarated. In this state of excitement, 10 minutes swiftly passed, at last. The countdown for the rocket launch echoed in Lin Feng's earpiece. Gripping the armrests of the seat tightly, he acknowledged that feeling nervous during his first rocket ride was entirely normal. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown echoed in his ears, Lin Feng swallowed hard. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. With a resounding roar, the rocket's tail belched forth a tremendous flame, and the entire structure trembled as fully combusted fuel enveloped half the rocket in a cloud of white smoke. The powerful thrust accompanied by vibrations surged forth as the massive rocket ascended skyward, gaining speed with each passing second. The sensation of being pushed back into the seat was exhilarating, far superior to Tony's humble R8. Inside the rocket, Lin Feng was not clad in a spacesuit. After all, He possessed 10 of Superman's physical prowess. He easily withstood the G-forces exerted during the launch. With rapid ascent, the booster rockets detached, and the main body swiftly pierced through the atmosphere, reaching its designated orbit. A unique sensation of weightlessness enveloped Lin Feng, filling him with an unprecedented sense of novelty. He realized the rocket had exited Earth's atmosphere. Unbuckling his restraints, Lin Feng floated gently into the cabin's interior. Grasping the walls of the return capsule, he made his way to the single glass window, peering outside. Before him lay an expanse of infinite darkness punctuated by twinkling stars. In close proximity, a colossal blue and white planet dominated his field of view. That was Blue Star, the very world he called home. Unlike photographs, Lin Feng was witnessing his nurturing planet with his own eyes for the first time. It was breathtaking. He pulled out his phone, switched to camera mode, and snapped several shots, choosing the one he deemed best to set as his lock screen wallpaper. A photo of Blue Star taken by his own hand held profound sentimental value. Turning back, he thought to post on social media. Few could claim such an experience. Ding! The familiar voice of the system rang in his ears. Host detected in outer space. Please exit the capsule and face the sun to commence evolution. The long-awaited system prompt caused Lin Feng to pause mid-snap, checking his ears as if to confirm he hadn't misheard. Did I mishear, or did you misspeak? You want me to step outside? If memory serves, isn't outer space around -270 degrees? Indeed, host. Please proceed outside. Lin Feng's forehead furrowed in confusion, a myriad of questions flooding his mind. System, are you certain you want me to go out? I'm not even the full version of Superman yet. Will I survive stepping outside? Rest assured, host. Trust the system. Just step outside. Everything will be fine with the system. The system's voice echoed again, leaving Lin Feng no room for retreat. His eyelids twitched, and he took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, even as his hands trembled. Well, he had come this far. Since the system proclaimed it would be fine, he decided to trust it. After all, there was no reason for it to lead him astray. If he couldn't overcome this challenge, how could he face the impending threat of the purple potato essence? Lin Feng refused to hide. The opportunity to grow stronger awaited him just outside the capsule. No risk, no reward. This mission must be accomplished with determination. Lin Feng pressed the button to open the return capsule door. As the hatch swung open, a powerful suction drew Lin Feng out into the void of space. He floated there, suspended in the cosmos. To his surprise, the frigid chill and suffocating sensation he had envisioned did not greet him. Instead, he drifted a short distance and felt no discomfort. It wasn't nearly as unbearable as he had imagined. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he oriented himself towards the sun's rays. In the distance, a colossal yellow star radiating brilliant light awaited him. The sun. He was finally confronting this blazing yellow dwarf star in the vastness of the universe. As sunlight bathed Lin Feng, the blinding yellow glow caused him to close his eyes. An indescribable sense of comfort enveloped him, as if every cell within his body rejoiced like fish meeting water. Unprecedented comfort. Lin Feng spread his arms wide, reveling in the sensation as he floated serenely in the expanse of outer space. However, while he basked in this bliss, Tony, witnessing the scene from Earth, was utterly alarmed. What the hell? Seeing Lin Feng fling open the return capsule and drift outside, a stunned Tony exclaimed his signature phrase. He quickly pulled out an electronic screen from his pocket and pressed a button. JRVIS. Tony called out urgently. Why is Lin Feng outside the capsule? Is there a malfunction, or has he lost his mind? His questions tumbled out in rapid succession. Was Lin Feng truly opting for a unique form of self-destruction in outer space? If so, tomorrow's headlines would surely feature him. Breaking news. Tony Stark presents his friend with an unconventional method of self-destruction. Tony's mind raced with questions and concerns. It wasn't until the next moment that JRVIS's response provided him with some comfort. Remarkably, sir, I have never encountered an entity like Mr. Lin Feng. Your concerns are unfounded. Mr. Lin Feng exited the capsule of his own volition. Moreover, my readings indicate that Mr. Lin Feng's physiological data is entirely normal, aside from a slightly elevated heart rate. As JRVIS relayed this information, the electronic screen in Tony's hand illuminated with Lin Feng's current bodily metrics. Though Lin Feng's heart rate was indeed elevated, It remained within acceptable limits. With that, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his anxiety gradually subsided. "Buddy, I'm genuinely taken aback," Tony murmured to himself. "This is simply incredible. ARVIS. Could it be? Is Lin Feng perhaps an extraterrestrial?" Tony's voice trailed off, tinged with disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, suspended in the cosmos, slowly succumbed to slumber as another system prompt echoed in his ears. Evolution had begun. Chapter 3. The steel body, under the watch of the black egg. Time flies swiftly. It has been 2 or 3 months since Lin Feng arrived in outer space. During this period, Lin Feng, under the influence of the system, has remained in a dormant state. The refined Kryptonian bloodline continuously transforms Lin Feng's physique. Coupled with the radiation from the yellow sun, Lin Feng's body grows increasingly formidable. On Earth, Tony Stark finds himself checking on Lin Feng's condition almost every few days to ensure that this peculiar friend of his is still alive. However, each time, Lin Feng's bodily data indicates that everything is normal. The status of being alive astonishes both Tony and Jarvis. Floating in outer space without sustenance, Lin Feng's strength is already a source of disbelief for Tony. Given that Lin Feng is unharmed, Tony is relieved and shifts his focus away from the drifting figure of Lin Feng. He has recently developed a new toy, an extension of his creations from the cave, which he has named Mark II. Tony's scientific prowess is unquestionable. Within a few days, he joyfully takes to the skies in the Mark II, resembling a giddy fool. Even an incident during testing where he nearly met his demise due to icing fails to extinguish the flames of excitement within him. Meanwhile, on Earth, aside from Tony Stark occasionally monitoring Lin Feng, a certain black egg has also taken notice of this extraordinary individual. At this moment, Nick Fury sits in his office, with Coulson standing before his desk. Coulson hands Nick Fury a tablet, displaying an image of Lin Feng floating in space. Nick Fury stares at the screen for a prolonged moment before turning to Coulson. The two share an awkward glance, seemingly at a loss for words. Unable to endure the strange atmosphere, the black egg finally speaks. "He has been floating in space for over 2 months?" "Yes, Director." "His position hasn't he changed?" "Indeed, Director." "And he is still alive?" "Yes, Director." "What the hell?" "Yes, Director." Coulson unwittingly agrees. The black egg fixes his remaining eye upon him. Director, should we contact Tony Stark?" The records indicate that it was Tony Stark who sent this individual into outer space. The black egg taps his fingers on the desk, pondering for a moment before dismissing the suggestion. "No need. For now, let us keep our focus on Tony Stark and his toys. As for Lin Feng, instruct the monitoring team to keep a close watch and inform me immediately of any anomalies." The black egg issues his command. "Understood, Director." After Coulson departs, the vast office is left with the black egg alone. He opens the drawer of his desk and retrieves a document. The cover bears a large, bold red inscription, "The Avengers Initiative." At this point in the timeline, we approach the climax of Iron Man 1. In space, Lin Feng, long in slumber, hears the familiar voice of the system once more. "Ding! Evolution complete. Kryptonian bloodline successfully integrated. Congratulations, host, on completing all beginner tasks. The system is now officially binding." Lin Feng suddenly opens his eyes, a crimson light seemingly emanating from within. Binding in progress. 1, 15, 37, 59, 98, 100. Binding successful. The evolution system is at your service, specifically designed for Kryptonian bloodline evolution. You will become the strongest Superman with the system's assistance. As the system's voice fades, Lin Feng finally completes his beginner tasks. He clenches his fist, feeling an unprecedented strength and vitality coursing through his body. It is as if every cell within him is brimming with immense energy, eager to be unleashed. "Goodness, is this the power of the steel body?" Lin Feng exclaims in awe as he thoroughly examines his enhanced physique. "System, open the personal panel," Lin Feng commands. Before him appears a translucent screen visible only to Lin Feng. Evolution system, host, Lin Feng, reputation points. 10. Reputation points can be exchanged for various items in the system store. Abilities. Superman, steel body, upgradable, current tasks, none system store. Level 1. The panel is remarkably succinct and easy to comprehend. Lin Feng keenly notices the prominent upgradable next to his ability. He inquires, "System, what does upgradable mean?" The system responds promptly, "Upgradable means that your ability can be enhanced." The host can use reputation points to upgrade the Superman steel body ability or exchange it for a more powerful Superman template, such as the Silver Superman. The host may review the system store. The options available for exchange have been populated. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng opens the system store and indeed discovers various Superman abilities available for exchange. The Silver Superman template is also present in the store, but requires level 2 store access and 100 million reputation points. Currently, Lin Feng possesses level 1 exchange privileges, and to upgrade to level 2, he must accumulate a total of 50 million reputation points. Level 3 access demands 200 million reputation points. With level 1 privileges, only minor items from various universes are available for exchange, such as Superman's glasses, replicas of Aquaman's trident, and discarded arc reactors from Tony Stark. Lin Feng spots a pair of black triangle briefs and is left utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? And their Black Widow's original flavor undergarment? Moreover, it only costs 10 reputation points. Is this some sort of poison? Lin Feng cannot help but scoff, glancing at his reputation points. Goodness, just enough to exchange for one item. System, how can I acquire reputation points? Lin Feng asks, feeling somewhat defeated. There are 3 channels for obtaining reputation points, the system explains. First, complete tasks assigned by the system to the host. Second, the host will earn reputation points based on the impact created by resolving each crisis under the Superman identity. Third, the positive image of the host in the public eye, along with the acknowledgement and admiration from the populace, will continuously provide the host with reputation points. To put it simply, if the host saves someone, the gratitude and admiration from that individual will generate reputation points. Additionally, the more people who pay attention to the host, the more reputation points the host will receive. Got it. So, I need to become a celebrity. Lin Feng exclaims, suddenly enlightened. He recalls how the Superman in the movie was renowned in Metropolis, with citizens even spontaneously erecting colossal statues in his honor and some streets displaying the Superman emblem. It seems that acquiring reputation points isn't overly challenging. As long as Lin Feng engages in the narrative and learns to rescue the public from perilous Superman, the gratitude of the masses will eventually translate into his reputation points. Just like an unending harvest of chives. After grasping the system's functionality, Lin Feng feels a surge of restlessness. Having just acquired the Superman steel body ability, he is eager to test just how strong he has become. Resisting the impulse to punch the moon, Lin Feng decides to inquire about any available tasks from the system. Ding! Narrative task detected. Assist Tony Stark in defeating Obadiah. The system proves to be quite efficient. System task. Assist Tony Stark in defeating Obadiah. Task reward. 1 million reputation points. 1 black Superman battlesuit. Task deadline. 3 hours. Goodness, Lin Feng is somewhat astonished. Has it really been so long since he enhanced his Superman physique? Has Tony already constructed his armor? Host, your original physique was that of an ordinary human, so the activation of the Kryptonian bloodline required a bit more time. The system answers Lin Feng's unspoken question. Lin Feng nods. 3 months hold no significance for him as he is currently unemployed. He simply hadn't anticipated the passage of time to be so extensive. With only 3 hours to complete the task, he resolves to tackle it first before considering anything else. Immediately, Lin Feng employs his newly acquired supervision. The formerly blue and white planet swiftly magnifies in his sight as his eyes scan the Earth like a satellite. Lin Feng has a general idea of where Tony's company is located, and soon enough, he locates Tony, who is engaged in a rather hostile exchange with Obadiah. With a swift dive, Lin Feng propels himself toward Tony's position, simultaneously activating his super hearing. Is that all you've got? Tony taunts while searching for Obadiah's weaknesses. At that moment, Tony is clad in the upgraded Mark III, which has been battered by Obadiah's blows, leaving it pockmarked and dented. Hearing Tony's mockery directed at Obadiah, Lin Feng smirks. It appears Tony is at it again, on the ground. Obadiah maneuvers his mech, stepping forward. He swings a massive hammer towards Tony's chest, sending the Mark III flying and leaving him struggling to rise. I love this suit. Obadiah cackles as he rushes in for another kick, feeling that he, clad in armor, is the sole authority of Stark Industries. Tony's Mark III is struck, sparks flying, and with another kick, Iron Man Tony performs an aerial pirouette. As Lin Feng flies and watches, he can't help but wince at the apparent pain. Barely stabilizing himself in midair, Tony Stark gasps for breath, the reactor on his chest flickering erratically. "Sir, energy remaining at 7. Jarvis dutifully informs him. A shell comes hurtling toward him. With so little energy left, Tony cannot fully evade it and is struck in the right arm. The shell detonates, sending Tony plummeting in an instant. The visor of his helmet flashes a frantic red. Impact systems offline. Missiles offline. Multiple soft tissue contusions. Damn it, I felt that without you saying. Pain radiates from multiple points in Tony's body, causing him to grimace. Jarvis, if you have any viable plans left, now would be the time to present them. Otherwise, you might as well arrange your own funeral. Tony curses while using the dwindling energy to delay Obadiah. Sir, perhaps Mr. Lin Feng could assist you. Jarvis suddenly suggests. Lin? Isn't he that kid floating in outer space? Tony gasps, perplexed. Sir, look above. The display in Tony's helmet suddenly highlights a brightly flying object. Confused, Tony gazes upward, causing Obadiah to do the same. The next moment, a humanoid figure descends at breakneck speed, crashing into the ground between the two and creating a crater that envelopes the area in a massive cloud of dust. Chapter 4. You haven't even exerted yourself, and yet you have already fallen? Sir, look above. Suddenly, a bright red symbol appeared within Tony's visor, descending from the heavens. Crash! The symbol landed heavily between the two combatants, creating a gaping hole in the asphalt and raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the scene. Amidst the dust, a figure could be faintly discerned, seemingly kneeling on one knee in an unusual posture. Lin, is that you? Tony Stark ventured cautiously. Cough, cough. Hi, Tony. Lin Feng waved his hand, dispersing the dust as he emerged from the crater. He awkwardly greeted Tony Stark, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was his first flight, and in his eagerness to rescue Tony, he had flown a bit too swiftly. He had intended to make a grand entrance akin to Tony's armored landings, but his landing was less than graceful. What the? Tony stammered, his voice laced with astonishment and confusion as he glanced between Lin Feng and the sky, finally settling his gaze on the massive crater. Buddy, did you fall from space? No. Lin Feng quickly shook his head in denial, mortified by the implication. To be precise, I should say I flew down. It's just that this is my first time flying, so I'm still a bit unpracticed. Lin Feng chuckled sheepishly, attempting to justify himself. Noticing Tony's continued fixation on the crater, Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. Stop staring at that hole. It was merely an accident, believe me. His words successfully redirected Tony's attention. Oh, buddy, I hardly know what to say, Tony exclaimed, pointing at Lin Feng. You are definitely an extraterrestrial. No, I'm an Earthling. Lin Feng retorted. Which Earthling can fly? Tony countered. Lin Feng was rendered speechless. I can explain. Before Lin Feng could elaborate, Obadiah, seething at the sight of their casual banter, interjected with rising anger. Buzz! A mechanical roar echoed as Obadiah raised his mechanical arm, targeting Lin Feng. Hey! You with the black hair! Obadiah called out. Lin Feng turned to look. Are you talking to me? Obadiah lifted his visor and nodded. I don't care what relationship you have with Tony Stark. I am giving you 1 minute to vacate this place. As he spoke, the massive mechanical arm emitted a series of transformation sounds, revealing a small rocket launcher. You wouldn't want to sacrifice yourself for this playboy, would you? Obadiah refrained from firing the rocket, as Lin Feng's crater had instilled a degree of caution in him. His sole target was Tony Stark, and he was reluctant to provoke an unknown entity like Lin Feng further. It would be best if Lin Feng left. Otherwise, Obadiah would test whether Lin Feng could withstand a rocket barrage. Oh, I can't agree to that. Tony has given me a villa as payment. Lin Feng feigned contemplation as he stroked his chin, and no sooner had he spoken than a loud explosion resounded. Obadiah's rocket, trailing smoke, struck Lin Feng directly. Seizing the initiative, the cunning Obadiah unleashed a shot without hesitation, resulting in a massive firework explosion. Lin! Tony called out in concern. Lin Feng lacked the Mark III armor, and if something happened to him, Tony feared he would be consumed by guilt for a long time. Oh, I'm fine, Tony, Lin Feng emerged slowly from the dust. Truth be told, he was startled himself after being hit by a rocket. Yet, the impact felt like a mere tickle. Its power was lacking. A grin spread across Lin Feng's face, reveling in his invulnerable physique. As Lin Feng stood unscathed, both Tony and Obadiah stared in disbelief. Not only was his skin intact, but under the protection of the biofield, even Lin Feng's clothing showed no signs of damage. What kind of monster? Obadiah exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury in his voice. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rockets struck Lin Feng again, one after another, yet still failed to inflict even the slightest harm. Are you tickling me? Lin Feng scoffed, finding the situation rather dull. Under the capabilities of his superhuman physique, Obadiah's attacks seemed trivial and juvenile. This was hardly Obadiah's fault. Facing Lin Feng's powers felt entirely unreasonable. In the presence of Lin Feng, Obadiah had no chance of victory. Lin Feng crouched slightly and spoke, "In my hometown, there's an old saying, a gift should be reciprocated. You can take a shot at me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng accelerated, delivering a powerful punch to the unsuspecting Obadiah's chest. Thud! The sound of the colossal impact resonated as Obadiah's massive mechanical form was sent flying. Lin Feng's punch produced a sonic boom, propelling Obadiah several dozen meters away, embedding him within the rubble. Poor Obadiah hadn't even had time to utter another threat before he met his demise. The power of a superhuman's fist was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng nonchalantly blew on his fist. Is that it? How boring. At this stage, the Iron Man armor was no match for Lin Feng's might. Perhaps only the later Mark 50 series could withstand a few more seconds under Lin Feng's assault. Arvis, did you witness that? Tony inquired, astonished by the sheer force of Lin Feng's punch, which had surpassed his understanding of human capabilities. I did, sir. Jarvis responded. Mr. Lin Feng's punch has already exceeded the speed of sound. It's simply unimaginable. Furthermore, Obadiah is deceased, sir. Arvis displayed the data from Lin Feng's strike, revealing that the punch had indeed broken the sound barrier, resulting in Obadiah's immediate demise. The armor on Obadiah's chest was caved in, effectively crushing him. Phew. Tony exhaled deeply, instructing, "Contact the logistics team to manage the scene, Arvis. The events of the past few days had been utterly absurd, from Obadiah's betrayal to Lin Feng's formidable return. Tony felt he needed a moment of solitude. Is my reactor still operational? I mean that. Tony gestured toward Obadiah's dismantled armor lying nearby. It is damaged, sir. Mr. Lin Feng's punch struck precisely at the reactor's location. Very well, Tony replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing he would need to create another reactor. Hey, Tony, what do you think of that punch I just threw? Lin Feng, having concluded the battle, approached Tony, brimming with enthusiasm. You are a monster, Lin. Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't deny it. Even if you claim to be an alien, no one would doubt it. But now is not the time for such discussions. We should leave. Why people will handle the aftermath, Tony stated. If we linger any longer, those pesky reporters will be swarming us. Lin Feng nodded, inquiring, All right, Tony, shall I come by tomorrow to see you? Aware that Tony had just endured a fierce battle and required rest, Lin Feng chose not to linger and prepared to fly back to his villa. Wait. Lin, take me back to the villa. I have some questions for you. Tony called out, halting Lin Feng's ascent. Lin Feng nodded again, stepping forward to clasp Tony's shoulder, saying, Hold on tight. In the next instant, both man and armored figure soared into the sky, swiftly heading toward Tony's villa, where Pepper Potts was already en route. Upon returning to the villa, Tony, with Jarvis's assistance, removed his armor and applied a pack of ice to his forehead to reduce swelling. Pouring himself a glass of whiskey, he sat opposite Lin Feng, who had been waiting patiently. During the wait, Lin Feng turned on the television, which was broadcasting live coverage of the battle that had occurred outside Stark Industries. Hey, Tony, you're famous now. Lin Feng grinned, pointing at the screen in jest. I've always been quite famous. Tony Stark rolled his eyes, also glancing at the television. The evening's confrontation had quickly become a hot topic among reporters. Although it hadn't resulted in the destruction of Stark Industries' reactor as depicted in the original narrative, the journalists, akin to cats spotting fish, eagerly reported the unfolding events, embellishing the details. It was unclear who had captured such daring footage, but the clarity and proximity were remarkable. The footage displayed Stark clad in armor, engaging in a fierce exchange with Obadiah, and the reports made it onto the evening news. The rapid dissemination of information online allowed this story to dominate major forums and video sharing sites. The television continually replayed the entire sequence of events in the video. Iron Man appeared to be at a disadvantage, as the current Tony lacked combat experience and, compounded by insufficient reactor energy, struggled against Obadiah. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Lin Feng's figure graced the screen, showcasing his peculiar landing and the punch that surpassed the speed of sound, eliciting gasps from the host and igniting a fervent discussion among the onlookers. Some speculated that Lin Feng was a superhuman, others conjectured he was an alien, while many believed he was Stark Industries' secret weapon. However, the prevailing theory was that Lin Feng was a mutant. Witnessing this spectacle, Tony couldn't help but chuckle, teasing Lin Feng, "Now you're famous too." Lin Feng, caught off guard, felt somewhat embarrassed as his clear visage filled the screen. He had been careless, forgetting to find something to conceal his face. However, it wasn't a significant issue. After all, gaining recognition was essential for building his reputation. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning 1,000,000 reputation points and a black Superman suit. The system's voice chimed in, announcing the rewards for the task. Lin Feng opened the system space to find a sleek black suit resting within black Superman suit. An extraordinary suit crafted from special materials, endowed with unique capabilities to restore stamina and heal injuries, while also possessing the ability to enhance the absorption of solar radiation. Observing the powerful suit, Lin Feng's spirit soared, but the rewards didn't end there. From this incident, the host is expected to gain over 1,000,000 reputation points. The exact amount will depend on the passage of time. The system's melodious notification resonated. Chapter 5. An inescapable glitch. Today it's my turn. When Pepper returned to the villa, Lin Feng had already departed. Tony did not inquire too much, merely familiarizing himself with Lin Feng's abilities and expressing a keen interest in conducting an ability test on him at a later date. Meanwhile, Tony had some concluding tasks to attend to, allowing Lin Feng to take his leave. At that moment, Lin Feng was soaring through the night sky with unrestrained joy, weaving in S and B shapes, utterly exhilarated. Humanity has long yearned to fly like birds, yet the experience of soaring in an aircraft starkly contrasts with the freedom of flight. Lin Feng felt privileged to possess such a gift. As he flew, Lin Feng remained unconcerned about whether he might be detected by radar. Tony's detection was due to his armored suit, resembling a flying metallic egg, while Lin Feng was different. Radar typically captures objects that reflect radar waves. Even if he were to be discovered, Lin Feng felt no trepidation. Having become something akin to a superhero, there was no way he could live cautiously, especially at such a youthful age of just over 20. His mindset mirrored that of Tony Stark's when he first ascended into the sky. As he flew, Lin Feng utilized his superhuman hearing to encompass the entire Hell's Kitchen. He recalled the novels he had read in his previous life, which were filled with tales of protagonists rescuing others, making him yearn to be the savior himself. Now endowed with sufficient power, Lin Feng desired to experience that sensation firsthand. Furthermore, having dispatched Obadiah with a mere punch, which hardly constituted a warm-up, left Lin Feng with an unsettling feeling of incompleteness. With the enhancement of his super hearing, a cacophony of sounds flooded Lin Feng's ears. Was Tony flirting with Pepper? How scandalous. How could he possibly overhear this? There were also the sounds of gunfire, presumably emanating from Hell's Kitchen, truly a land of freedom. Goodness, was there domestic violence as well? Intrigued, Lin Feng continued to eavesdrop. Oh dear. It appeared a woman was assaulting a man. How unfortunate for him, Lin Feng thought with a click of his tongue. It was inappropriate to meddle in others' affairs. Perhaps he should listen a bit longer. For the first time, Lin Feng transformed into a makeshift radio, eagerly gathering information. However, after listening for quite some time, he found no one in need of his assistance. Resigned, he decided to return home for some rest. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing scream echoed nearby. Help! Lin Feng's heart raced, and he halted mid-air. Was this the moment he had been waiting for? Following the sound, his supervision penetrated through several buildings, quickly locating the source. Approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away, on a desolate street, A group of 4 or 5 members of the Grey Street surrounded a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, who clutched a camera in her hands. Was he truly encountering such a scenario? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, recalling the countless videos he had seen where foreigners lamented the perils of their hometowns at night. He had been skeptical, yet the reality proved them right. With a swift dive, Lin Feng flew towards the group, calling upon his system to don a black superhero suit, a color he favored. The distance of 3 kilometers was traversed in the blink of an eye. Rather than descending immediately, he halted in midair to observe. "Please let me go," the young woman pleaded softly, her voice laced with panic as her gaze darted desperately in search of an escape. Heaven knows how she had recklessly ventured into Hell's Kitchen to gather evidence of the Grey Street's dealings. "You little girl, you've captured something you shouldn't have. Do you still wish to see the sun tomorrow?" How naive. It's my first time witnessing a reporter daring to enter Hell's Kitchen after all these years in New York. "Regrettably, miss, the boss has decreed that you shall not see tomorrow's sun. But fret not, before we dispose of you, you will ascend to heaven in another manner, trust me." The Grey Street members sneered as they slowly advanced towards the young woman, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Pressured into retreat, she gritted her teeth and raised her camera, seemingly attempting to wield it as a weapon. This action elicited a chorus of laughter from the Grey Street members, who regarded it as a futile struggle. As the audacious gang members closed in, the young woman sensed her imminent demise. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above. "What's so amusing at this late hour? Mind if I join in?" Huh. The gang members looked up in confusion, their pupils dilating in shock. Suspended in midair was a man clad in a black, form-fitting suit, a prominent S emblem emblazoned across his chest. As their gazes fixated on him, Lin Feng executed a dramatic dive, performing a Tony-style landing before positioning himself protectively in front of the young woman. Excellent, he had managed not to damage the ground this time, greatly satisfying his vanity. "Speak up. What is the party about tonight? Count me in." Upon witnessing Lin Feng's descent, the gang members appeared intimidated, mistaking him for a mutant. "Brother, mutants don't meddle in Hell's Kitchen. You best skedaddle." The leader of the gang brandished a handgun, aiming it at Lin Feng with a hollow threat. "I am no mutant," Lin Feng scoffed derisively at the gun in the thug's hand, tauntingly provoking, "Is that it? A mere little pistol?" He leaned forward, pointing to his forehead. "Come on, shoot here." Rocket launchers were reserved for his own amusement. What kind of insult was this little fire stick? "You've brought this upon yourself. Next time, keep your eyes peeled," the leader of the gang shouted. Bang! The gun fired, and the bullet struck Lin Feng's forehead, transforming into a metallic pellet that clattered to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene, save for the sound of the bullet hitting the floor. "Impressive marksmanship," Lin Feng remarked with a smirk. Bang, bang, bang. The defiant gang members fired several more shots, but predictably, they had no effect. "Damn it, you're a monster." The gang members, realizing their peril, turned to flee. But could they outrun Lin Feng? He charged forward, delivering a swift blow to each of them, sending them sprawling to the ground, unconscious. "How pitifully weak," Lin Feng lamented. Ordinary people stood no chance against a superhero. After dispatching the Grey Street members, Lin Feng turned to the young woman, who seemed still dazed from the encounter. He took a few steps closer, prompting her to instinctively retreat. Lin Feng halted, donning a smile to appear more amiable. "Hello, miss. Are you all right?" I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, sir," the young woman finally responded, her gratitude spilling forth as she patted her chest to calm her racing heart. She exhaled deeply, her mind still a whirlwind of confusion, and instinctively raised her phone to snap a picture of Lin Feng, a young female reporter threatened by the Grey Street members, and a dashing passerby coming to her rescue. This was the kind of news that captivated young girls. She needed to add some flair. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sensational enough. Had Lin Feng known her thoughts, he would have surely teased her about being a workaholic, one moment facing death, the next lost in thought. Noticing her prolonged silence, Lin Feng assumed she was still recovering and waved his hand. "Since you're all right, you should head home. It's not safe for a beautiful woman to be out on the streets at this hour." With that, he prepared to take flight. Although endowed with super stamina, he felt it inappropriate to abandon his previous routine. He was eager to return home for a delicious meal and a restful sleep. After all, eating, and sleeping were not merely about rest for Lin Feng. They were a form of enjoyment. "Oh, wait, sir," the young woman called out to him. "Is there something else?" May I stay at your place for a night?" she asked, her cheeks flushing as she realized the implications of her words. Lin Feng assumed a slightly crouched position, poised to fly, tilting his head in confusion at the young woman, his posture appearing rather peculiar. "No, it's not what you think. I captured evidence of their dealings, but they discovered me, and my current residence is undoubtedly unsafe, so I was hoping." As Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly bewildered, the young woman pointed to the camera hanging from her neck, hastily explaining. The photographs contained crucial information, and if she returned home, she would undoubtedly meet her in tonight. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat speechless, suddenly sensing the weight of becoming a caretaker. Quite troublesome. However, he figured since fate had intertwined their paths, he might as well help out. It would be a pity for such a beautiful reporter to fall prey to the gray street. "For the sake of her beauty, I shall grant your request." "Very well, you may stay for one night." As the young woman's eyes sparkled with anticipation, Lin Feng acquiesced, and with another exclamation from her, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist and soared into the sky. As for why they didn't simply take a cab, Lin Feng felt it was far too slow, and besides, it afforded him the opportunity to hold a beautiful woman without any pretense. Chapter 6. Causes and Consequences. The plans of the Black Egg having brought the young woman back to the villa, Lin Feng attentively poured a cup of hot cocoa and handed it to her. The werewolf professor, Lupin, once remarked that consuming chocolate could alleviate fear and tension. Yet, the truth of that claim remained uncertain. "My name is Lin Feng, and what about you?" Lin Feng inquired, taking a moment to properly scrutinize the young woman before him. To his surprise, she bore a striking resemblance to a character from a film he had seen long ago, perhaps called the Fantastic Four, specifically the Invisible Woman named Susan. However, the woman before him appeared even more enchanting than the cinematic character. "Ah, I am Susan. Susan Carter, I am a journalist." The young woman accepted the hot cocoa with a grateful nod, still recovering from her recent aerial escapade. Upon hearing the name Susan, Lin Feng momentarily froze, gazing at her in confusion as he questioned, "You wouldn't happen to have a brother named Reed, would you?" "Who is that?" Susan replied, puzzled. "I don't have a brother, but I do have a younger sister who is 5 years old." As Susan sipped her cocoa, she answered Lin Feng's inquiries while occasionally glancing at him before lowering her gaze. The dim lighting had obscured her initial view, and now she realized that her rescuer was an exceptionally sunny young man. His soft yet muscular physique, coupled with deep black eyes, evoked a sense of both profundity and brightness. He appeared to be younger than herself. "What are you staring at?" Lin Feng asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed Susan pecking at her drink like a chick at grain. "Ah, I'm sorry." Caught in the act, Susan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "I was simply curious. I've never encountered someone who can fly before. Are you a mutant?" Lin Feng, somewhat at a loss for words, pondered why everyone assumed he was a mutant. "I am not a mutant. Having superpowers does not solely belong to mutants." "Then are you from the summer country?" Having regained her composure after sipping the hot cocoa, Susan was reminded of the ancient and mysterious Eastern nation by Lin Feng's black hair and dark eyes. In her recollection, only a few Eastern countries possessed such pure black hair and eyes. "Is it not obvious?" Lin Feng teased, playfully tugging at his bangs. His black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin unequivocally marked his identity. Well, the beauty was momentarily at a loss for words. Her savior lacked conversational prowess. What was the term her friends had recently used? Straight man. This formidable Eastern gentleman was undoubtedly fitting that description, Susan mused in her heart. As she fumbled for words, Lin Feng chuckled. He poured himself a cup of hot cocoa as well, confident in his extraordinary physique. Unperturbed by the prospect of gaining weight, he could indulge in whatever he desired. "Now, let us discuss you, little journalist." To avoid an awkward silence, Lin Feng decided to delve into the young reporter's endeavors. "I am quite curious about what you have been filming." "I am not a little journalist." Upon hearing Lin Feng's playful jab, Susan rolled her eyes in mock annoyance. She then slowly recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that Susan was a recent college graduate, influenced by her journalist parents, and she aspired to achieve the position of the leading reporter at CBB television. 3 months prior, Stark Industries announced a ban on weapon sales, igniting a storm of underground trading. Through her investigation, Susan discovered that certain members of the Grey Street were preparing a substantial stockpile of Stark Industries weaponry for sale, including devastating missiles. This revelation tantalized her with the scent of a significant scoop. In a fit of impulsiveness, eager to make a mark, Susan secretly ventured to film a transaction involving Grey Street members, concealing her intentions from the television station. However, she overestimated her own tracking abilities and underestimated the opposing party's counter-surveillance skills. Any member of the Grey Street was far beyond the reach of a mere journalist. The rats of Hell's Kitchen could hardly fathom that such a fearless reporter would dare to gather evidence in their territory, and they promptly ordered her immediate disposal. Yet, Susan seemed to possess an innate talent for evasion, slipping through their grasp like an elusive eel, despite several attempts to capture her. The enraged transaction party placed a bounty of $20,000 on her head. This development provided the Grey Street thugs with a task. Whoever managed to claim her life would earn the handsome reward. Clever Susan evaded capture for 3 days, but her fatigue from fleeing diminished her vigilance, and ultimately, she was surrounded by a group of rats. Had Lin Feng not intervened today, Susan's life would likely have transformed into a mere $20,000. After hearing Susan's account, Lin Feng couldn't help but regard her with newfound admiration. Goodness, this journalist was incredibly brave. I shall honor you with the title of a heroine. You are truly courageous, Lin Feng exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up in praise. Please, no joking, Mr. Lin, Susan replied, her expression tinged with despair. I have no idea what to do next. You have no idea how much I regret this. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke of her sorrow. She was still young, with a bright future ahead of her. The thought of an untimely demise weighed heavily on her heart. Her mother would surely be devastated. Just call me Lin, he replied nonchalantly. Since this is related to Stark Industries weaponry, perhaps I can offer some assistance. Lin Feng's words ignited a glimmer of hope within Susan, for she believed that someone like him could surely help her. Even if he couldn't persuade the Hell's Kitchen to lift the bounty on her head, he might be able to safeguard her life. In that moment, she felt like a drowning person clinging desperately to a lifeline. Really? Truly? You can help me? Susan exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency as she clasped Lin Feng's arm, her reddened eyes fixed on him. Lin Feng, taken aback by the sudden contact, exclaimed, "Wow! This reporter is quite something. What has she been eating?" Even Superman would struggle against such fervent enthusiasm. Sorry. Susan blushed, realizing her impropriety, and released her grip, her previous action having been an instinctive grasp for salvation. Seeing her let go, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and continued, I have a decent relationship with Tony Stark. There is a press conference tomorrow. Afterward, I will discuss this matter with him. For now, you can stay here. Feel free to choose any guest room on the first floor. There is food in the refrigerator, so if you're hungry, you can cook something for yourself. By the way, can you cook? If not, perhaps order takeout, Lin Feng inquired. I can. Susan nodded eagerly. Her home economics class had earned her top marks. Then that is settled. Now, go select a room, wash up, and get some rest, little journalist. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, for he too needed to retire for the evening. Initially, he had planned to prepare something to eat, but after listening to her story, he felt as though he had feasted on gossip and had little appetite left. In the future, refrain from attempting to capture evidence of Grey Street transactions. That is beyond your capabilities. After issuing his warning, Lin Feng adopted a more serious tone. While he could save her this once, and perhaps even a second time, there would come a day when he might not be able to keep a watchful eye. A single lapse could lead to dire consequences. I understand, and I've said it before, I am not a little journalist. Susan retorted. Just graduated. You are still a little journalist. Lin Feng scoffed, causing Susan's face to flush crimson with embarrassment. Straight man. Susan huffed, stamping her foot in frustration before heading off to select her room. Lin Feng dismissed her with a wave, tidying up the cups on the table, amused by the notion of a little journalist. Lin, Susan called out. Lin Feng turned to see her peering at him from behind a partially closed door. What is it now? Thank you. With that, she swiftly shut the door. Lin Feng shook his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. His first act of saving someone, aside from Tony, had felt rather gratifying. After tidying up and taking a shower, Lin Feng retired to bed, for he needed to rise early to witness a significant event. Meanwhile, the black egg, sporting dark circles under his eyes, toiled away. Staring at the reports and the videos displayed on the meeting screen, his expression grew even more somber. Standing beside him was Coulson, who also bore the weight of fatigue, silently observing the screen. The footage showcased Lin Feng delivering a powerful punch that sent Obadiah flying. That was at least 10 tons of force, possibly even more, Coulson remarked. Even Captain America doesn't possess such strength. And he can fly. I can see that, Coulson. Black Egg. Lin Feng's emergence was entirely unexpected for Black Egg in recent days. The situation with Tony Stark had already been immensely troubling, and now, another variable had materialized in the form of Lin Feng, seemingly a friend of Stark. He hoped that this dark-haired young man would not prove to be overly difficult to handle, Black Egg mused. Isn't there a press conference for Tony Stark tomorrow morning? Will he attend? Black Egg queried Coulson. According to intercepted communications, Lin Feng has received a call from Jarvis and is highly likely to attend. Upon hearing this, Black Egg nodded and instructed, "Tomorrow, take 2 people with you to make contact with Lin Feng after the conference. Test the waters. I need to ascertain whether he can become a part of our plans. And also, raise Lin Feng's security clearance. That will be all for now." Chapter 7. Am Iron Man. The young reporter's request for him to bring her along to the press conference was met with refusal by Tony Stark. Lin Feng drove his R8 alone to the event. During the daylight, he dared not fly recklessly. The multitude of onlookers made it unlike the cover of night, where donning black attire would render him inconspicuous. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts was busy attending to Tony's face, meticulously applying concealer to mask every injury until no trace remained. Agent Coulson was incessantly briefing him on various details. On the television screen behind them, James Rhodes was fabricating an explanation about the explosion that had occurred the previous night to the gathered journalists. "This serves as your alibi." Coulson handed Tony 2 sheets of paper. "You were on your yacht all night. And we have sworn testimonies from your 50 guests. There is evidence at the port confirming that you remained in Avalon and did not leave," he insisted. Tony accepted the papers, raising an eyebrow. "Excellent, but I would prefer to be alone with Pepper. On the island?" As he spoke, Tony glanced at Pepper, who was still working on his face, and winked. "And what about Lin Feng?" "I mean that dark-haired fellow. He is your bodyguard. It seems quite reasonable, does it not? Are you jesting? Do you think those reporters will buy that? It simply does not hold water." Tony exclaimed, confusion written all over his face. "Do not worry, we have handled such matters numerous times." Coulson replied with a confident smile. "There are no better explanations. Just read the script I provided, and this will all blow over in no time. You have 90 seconds. All right, let us hope Lin does not take offense and punch me." Tony shrugged, uncertain if Lin Feng would be that petty. Coulson stepped away temporarily, and Pepper helped Tony into his jacket, the injuries on his face now completely concealed by her diligent efforts. Adjusting his collar, Tony strode purposefully towards the main hall. As soon as he made his appearance, a barrage of cameras and microphones aimed at Tony Stark ensued. Yet, he did not flinch. He was long accustomed to such spectacles. Upon reaching the podium, he adjusted the microphone and pulled out his notes, diving straight into the subject. "There are speculations that I was involved in the events that transpired on the highway and the rooftop." Before he could complete his statement, an unharmonious voice disrupted the proceedings, showing no regard. "For Stark Industries. I beg your pardon, Mr. Stark." A blonde reporter seated in the front row boldly interrupted. "Do you truly believe we would accept that a bodyguard clad in an iron suit appeared just in time?" Furrowing his brow, Tony directed his gaze towards the reporter, remaining silent. Undeterred, she pressed on. "And that punch had to possess at least several tons of force, from that human? Or perhaps a mutant? As far as I know, he seems to be the one you brought back from that cave where you were stranded. How do you explain if he is not?" Tony waved his hand, cutting off the reporter's inquiries. "I understand your profound curiosity, but please refrain from questioning the integrity of G and making outrageous accusations. And Lin, he is my friend. He is not the mutant you presume him to be. However, I feel no obligation to explain my friends to you, correct?" Tony's demeanor was resolute. Regarding your question, I have no comment. He pointedly gestured towards the reporter, signaling her to mind her words. Tony had always been assertive. He was unfazed by the prospect of reporters unearthing scandalous stories, i.e. in the absence of evidence. They lacked the audacity to challenge Stark Industries. At that moment, Tony's commanding presence as the head of Stark Industries rendered the reporter momentarily speechless. As she fell silent, Tony rotated the microphone and continued his narrative. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng was present in the audience, wearing sunglasses and smiling as he observed the exchange between Tony Stark and the reporter from behind the throng of journalists. On stage, witnessing Tony's increasingly absurd remarks, Rhodes approached helplessly and whispered, "Stick to the script, Tony." Okay. Tony nodded in acknowledgement, reluctantly picking up the script. As for the events of last night, the fact is, he paused, scanning the room. Everyone awaited his truth, though it was likely yet another evasive statement. After a moment of contemplation, Tony inhaled deeply and uttered the unexpected words, "I am Iron Man." The uproar that followed instantly engulfed the hall, as a flurry of journalists sprang to their feet, microphones raised and flashing cameras erupting into a frenzy. The entire venue descended into chaos. What monumental news! Tony Stark had publicly acknowledged himself as Iron Man, leaving some individuals with impending headaches. This declaration propelled the press conference to its apex, ensuring that today's headlines would undoubtedly feature this revelation prominently. Having witnessed the iconic scene, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to slip away amidst the commotion. There was little else of interest to behold. He intended to stroll outside, awaiting Tony Stark and the matter he needed to discuss with him regarding the young reporter. Meanwhile, Coulson searched the venue for Lin Feng but failed to spot him right under his nose. With Tony's proclamation echoing throughout, the event had descended into utter disarray, thwarting Coulson's plans. Reluctantly, he reported back to his superior, receiving instructions to temporarily stand down, with a promise of meeting Tony personally later that evening. Coulson had no choice but to lead the team in retreat. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that all his actions had not escaped Lin Feng's keen observation. Surprisingly, they had brushed past each other several times without Coulson noticing Lin Feng at all. As he watched Coulson withdraw, Lin Feng turned his gaze away, feeling the ring he had exchanged from the system shop that morning, unable to suppress a grin. A seemingly unremarkable black ring. It diminished the wearer's presence, proving even more effective than Superman's glasses. With it, even your father would fail to recognize you. Additional skill. Complete invisibility for 10 minutes every 24 hours, a true form of invisibility, unseen by the naked eye, capable of evading heat sources, detectors, and numerous other surveillance devices. It had cost him a staggering 300,000 reputation points. Lin Feng's current reputation stood at just over 2 million, yet he deemed it a worthy investment. Having revealed his true identity, he realized the necessity of a disguise to navigate the world without attracting a throng of reporters. Moreover, the added skill alone justified the cost of 300,000 reputation points, 10 minutes of invisibility. While it may seem brief, it was genuine invisibility. Lin Feng recalled that even Superman lacked this ability in the original narrative. This power would grant Lin Feng immense convenience in whatever endeavors he pursued. It was this ring that rendered his presence so negligible that Coulson perceived him as mere air, unable to notice him. Were it not for the inability to stack skills, Lin Feng would have eagerly purchased 10 of these rings to adorn his fingers. Imagine being invisible for a total of 100 minutes each day. As evening approached, Tony finally concluded his engagements with the reporters and industry moguls. However, none had extracted any genuinely useful information. Tony had become instinctively adept at fending off their inquiries. What they gleaned was merely that Tony Stark was Iron Man, and the one who had sent a massive mech flying was Tony Stark's friend, Lin Feng. After bidding farewell to the last batch of journalists, having heard that Lin Feng sought him for a matter, Tony invited him to join for dinner at his seaside villa. The two men rode in a car towards Tony's residence. During the journey, Lin Feng produced the photographs taken by the young reporter and briefly explained the context. Tony dismissed the matter as trivial, assuring Lin Feng that he would handle it. There was no need for him to don his iron armor. He could simply send someone from his team to address the issue. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that the Grey Street faction was an unending challenge. This situation also involved a considerable amount of gray market dealings. Even if Lin Feng unleashed a heat ray, it would not eradicate all the rats. In the adult world, one often opts for the path of least resistance. There were numerous rules to follow, and maintaining balance was paramount. Thus, the life of the young reporter was preserved amidst the casual conversation between the two titans. Chapter 8. The arrival of the Black Egg, the Avengers Initiative. Once the serious matters were addressed, Tony could no longer restrain his penchant for sarcasm. "Hey Lin, do you know what those reporters are calling you now?" Tony smirked, winking at Lin Feng. With that expression, Lin Feng knew mischief was about to ensue. "They're calling you Superboy, ha 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 ha. It sounds like a juvenile little brat. How childish." Tony couldn't help but burst into laughter, playfully patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Suddenly, Pepper in the front seat turned around and delivered a ruthless retort. "Admitting your Iron Man is even more childish, Tony." "Hey, who are you siding with?" Tony retorted, visibly displeased. This time, Lin Feng chuckled aloud. "Actually, I would prefer they called me Superman," Lin Feng said, at a loss for words regarding the term Superboy. "Superman?" Tony repeated the word thoughtfully. "Not bad, but it doesn't sound as formidable as my Iron Man." "Does it? How about Iron Man taking a punch from me?" "Oh no, Lin. We are friends. Fighting is not a commendable behavior." Tony hastily declined, knowing he couldn't withstand Lin Feng's punch, as in his mind, Lin Feng had long been equated with a monster. Seeing Tony in a predicament, Lin Feng and Pepper erupted in laughter once more. The vehicle was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Before long, amidst their banter, the car returned to the villa. Pepper, sensing the moment, found an excuse to check on the dinner preparations in the kitchen, leaving the two men who clearly had serious matters to discuss alone. As Tony and Lin Feng strolled slowly towards the living room, sharing amusing anecdotes, Lin Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow, halting the conversation to gaze out the window. Noticing Lin Feng's sudden silence, Tony paused as well, following Lin Feng's line of sight towards the window. "I am Iron Man." A voice emerged from the darkness, low and disdainful. "Tony Stark, do you think you are the only superhero in the world?" A figure gradually stepped into the light, exuding an imposing presence. "Who are you?" Tony Stark asked, his expression perplexed. The appearance of a stranger in his home, and the fact that JRVIS hadn't alerted him, indicated the intruder possessed the ability to restrict JRVIS's functions. This was not promising news for Tony, as he was currently unable to don his armored suit at a moment's notice, instilling a sense of unease within him. However, he wasn't entirely alarmed, for Lin Feng was still by his side. "Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the dark figure replied, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng for a moment longer. "Tony Stark. And Lin Feng, can we sit down and talk?" Tony did not refuse, but merely walked towards the sofa with a stern expression, eager to hear what this intruder had to say. Lin Feng shrugged. He was indifferent and could probably guess what Nick Fury was about to discuss. The three settled around the sofa, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense. "I wish to discuss the Avengers Initiative with you," Nick Fury began, his demeanor serious. "What nonsense. I no longer sell Avengers missiles. You've come to the wrong person," Tony shot back, his tone dripping with sarcasm, instantly darkening Nick Fury's expression. Lin Feng turned his head away, stifling a laugh. "Be serious, Tony," Nick Fury said, his face grim. "This concerns your future." "Wow." Tony looked at Nick Fury through his nostrils. "Do I need to pay to see my future?" Lin Feng struggled to contain his laughter, fearing he might burst out at any moment. Goodness, this was classic Tony. Having been interrupted twice, Nick Fury was clearly growing frustrated. He fixated his single eye on Tony, choosing silence. Tony felt increasingly uneasy under Fury's intense gaze, ultimately yielding. All right. Tell me about that what? What plan?" "The Avengers Initiative." Nick Fury took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, emphasizing each word distinctly. As Nick Fury elaborated, Lin Feng and Tony grasped the general concept of the initiative. Simply put, it aimed to gather capable individuals to see if they could achieve a synergy greater than the sum of their parts, standing up against external threats when Earth and humanity were in need, or collectively confronting those adversaries they could not handle alone. Tony patiently feigned interest, nodding along, while Lin Feng listened with keen interest, finding the experience reminiscent of participating in a film. "That's about it. What are your thoughts?" After a lengthy explanation, Nick Fury finally concluded, swallowing hard. "Darn Tony Stark. He didn't even offer him a glass of water. Is that all? Tony, nearly dozing off, inquired, I have a question. Nick Fury stared at Tony, indicating for him to continue. In your little agency, is there anyone stronger than him? Tony gestured toward the bystander, Lin Feng. Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback. Stronger than Lin Feng, he pondered, considering those who could descend from outer space unscathed, packing several tons of strength in a single punch. Captain America wouldn't he do? What about Captain Marvel? But Carol wasn't he currently on Earth? Other individuals possessed remarkable powers, but it was unlikely they could withstand a punch from Lin Feng. Seeing Nick Fury's prolonged silence, Tony's patience began to wear thin. With a wave of his hand, he declared, all right, I get it. To be honest, I have no interest in your Superboy organization. Tony shrugged, his expression one of disinterest. Don't look at me like that, buddy. You know I'm not talking about you. Tony hastily clarified upon catching Lin Feng's gaze, then returned his attention to Nick Fury. Neither Lin Feng nor I will be joining your little organization, so please leave. Tony stood up, ushering him out. My friend and I are about to enjoy dinner, and I'm afraid there's no provision for you. Faced with Tony Stark's blunt dismissal, Nick Fury stood up expressionlessly and departed, not lingering further. Before leaving, he simply stated, we will meet again, and it won't be long. He had no intention of persuading the obstinate Tony Stark on their first encounter. It was merely a courtesy call. Tony's character was undoubtedly a tough nut to crack. Only when he revealed a weakness might it be possible to sway this stubborn fellow, or perhaps when he found himself in dire straits. Nick Fury had a keen grasp of human nature. As for Lin Feng, who possessed extraordinary abilities, he had remained silent throughout the conversation. However, Nick Fury had keenly detected the flicker of interest on Lin Feng's face and considered it prudent to find time for a private discussion with him. Seated in the technologically advanced SUV, Nick Fury pulled out a phone and dialed, Natasha. The vacation has been cut short. In the villa, Lin Feng rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat exasperated as he addressed Tony. You didn't even ask me before declining on my behalf? No way. Tony exclaimed, astonished. Are you interested in that Superboy organization? Come on, don't be ridiculous. Grow up a bit. I'll take you to a party soon, let you mature a little. Tony patted Lin Feng's shoulder teasingly. It's not that I'm interested in his organization. It's just, Lin Feng sighed, never mind, let us drop it. And about that party, when is it? Upon hearing about the party, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Having been a solo act for a full 21 years, he had never attended any party, let alone one hosted by Tony Stark. Oh buddy, it seems we share similar tastes. Don't worry, it's coming soon. Tony Stark winked at Lin Feng. I plan to throw a party in a couple of days to celebrate the birth of Iron Man. What do you think? Tony Stark wore a knowing expression. You'll be notified in due time. KID. Be prepared with your little umbrellas. Don't get me wrong, Tony. I just want to see what a party is like. Honestly, I've never been to any parties growing up. Well, that's quite sad, Lin. Tony mused. All right, let us not dwell on that any longer. Let us go eat. After dealing with reporters all day, I need to replenish my energy. Chapter 9. After sending off the female journalist, another female agent arrives after indulging in a lavish feast. Lin Feng left the villa with a sense of satisfaction. He leisurely soared through the air, making his way home. It was only then that he remembered the fair-skinned, beautiful young journalist still at his residence. He wondered if she had eaten. However, with so many ingredients in the fridge and her culinary skills, she was likely not to go hungry. As he flew, Lin Feng instinctively employed his super hearing. After a hearty meal, it was time to enjoy the gossip. Today's gossip, as usual, was nothing short of catastrophic. The members of Hell's Kitchen were still incessantly at it. Did they throw parties every day? Lin Feng felt utterly powerless to comment. Good heavens, the domestic violence from last time was beginning to replay, still featuring that woman assaulting a man. Today, that hefty woman was even wielding a weapon. The clattering of pots and pans resonated through the air, making Lin Feng wince in sympathy. As he savored the gossip, Lin Feng slowly returned home. Upon opening the door, a figure suddenly rushed towards him, startling him. The young journalist, Susan, dashed forward to block the entrance, her face alight with hope as she gazed at Lin Feng. What happened? Lin. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Could you let me in first? Susan stepped aside, allowing Lin Feng to enter the villa. He settled onto the sofa, and disregarding the propriety of gender differences, Susan sat beside him, her gaze fixed on him, brimming with anticipation and anxiety. Cough, cough, oh dear. I seem to be a bit thirsty. Lin Feng playfully avoided her eager eyes. With a quick dash, Susan hurried to the kitchen, returning with a glass of water which she handed to Lin Feng. Drink up, Lin. Lin Feng accepted the water with satisfaction, took a sip, and exaggeratedly sighed. After a day of running around, my shoulders are feeling a bit sore. He feigned a stretch, subtly hinting at his exhaustion. In the next moment, a pair of small hands climbed onto his shoulders, vigorously kneading them. The pressure felt to Lin Feng like mere ants crawling over him. After a prolonged period of silence from Lin Feng, Susan grew impatient. She stopped kneading, instead grabbing his shoulders and shaking him back and forth. Lin, you must tell me what happened. All right, stop shaking me. Seeing the young journalist on the verge of tears, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He gently patted her small hands on his shoulders and turned to offer her a reassuring glance. Don't worry. The matter has been resolved. Tonight, Tony Stark will send someone to handle it. You can go home first thing tomorrow. Really? Susan received the answer she had longed for, bursting into tears of joy, and enveloped Lin Feng in a big hug. Amid her tears, she exclaimed, Thank you, Lin. Now it was Lin Feng's turn to feel awkward. After a day's absence, he was once again enveloped in the embrace of the young journalist. The scent that wafted from her was refreshing, reminiscent of body lotion, causing Lin Feng's nose to tingle, and the softness pressing against his chest was almost overwhelming. Steady now. Lin Feng called out inwardly, desperately trying to maintain his composure. This was not the moment to react. How embarrassing. After a while, once her tears had subsided, Lin Feng took the opportunity to pat her back and gently pull away. Goodness. Her tear-streaked face resembled a delicate flower, with snot running down her nose. My word. Lin Feng quickly grabbed a tissue and handed her 2 sheets. It was hardly surprising that Susan was so emotional. The constant feeling of threat to her life had been unbearable. After days of tension, her nerves were frayed like a taut string ready to snap. Now that she was finally safe, she couldn't help but let it all out. Her life was about to return to normal, and all of it was thanks to the young man before her. Susan looked earnestly at Lin Feng, enunciating each word. I truly appreciate you, Lin. You will always be my friend. All right, go wash up and get some sleep. You can head back tomorrow. Just remember not to venture back to Hell's Kitchen again. Unable to bear Susan's emotional words any longer, Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly, replying, Next time. There might not be anyone to save you. I understand, Lin. Susan nodded, hurrying back to her room to message her parents. After the recent dangers, she had refrained from contacting them. If she delayed any longer, they might report her missing. Susan sprinted back to her room, opening the door just enough to peek out with her head, resembling how she had appeared the night before. Thank you so much, Lin. Unlike the previous night, today Susan's face was adorned with smiles and sincerity. I got it. Hurry and sleep. I need to rest too. Sensing Susan's joy and sincerity, Lin Feng returned her smile, waved goodbye, and retreated to his own room. Collapsing onto his bed, Lin Feng let out a peculiar chuckle. The sensation of being thanked was genuinely unique and an exquisite form of mental nourishment, especially when it came from a beautiful woman. It made Lin Feng feel a happiness he had never experienced before. Little did he know, did Clark from the movies ever feel such emotions? Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, the young journalist Susan departed. She was eager to return home to reassure her parents and reunite with her younger sister, who had been missing her dearly. After a few days apart, she would likely need to spend a considerable amount of time comforting her little sister. Lin Feng indulged in a leisurely sleep, not rising until noon. It seemed he had been preoccupied with others' affairs lately, so today he decided to stay home and not venture out anywhere. He planned to immerse himself in gaming all day. Checking the time, he realized it was already noon, and he felt too lazy to cook for himself. Lin Feng pulled out his phone and ordered takeout. He couldn't help but complain. Being in a place without a certain delivery app was truly inconvenient. Ordering food required a phone call to the restaurant. Choosing a random pizza place, Lin Feng set down his phone and dived into his game. His super reflexes made his gaming skills comparable to a professional player. No teammate would ever criticize his gameplay again. Lin Feng was thoroughly engaged in the game. Just as he finished a match, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Hello. Pizza delivery. Coming. Lin Feng replied, tossing aside his controller and rushing to the door. He couldn't help but wonder why delivery from abroad, which he had seen in short videos, was usually so slow, yet his order arrived so quickly. It seemed one couldn't believe everything seen online. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng opened the door. However, upon seeing the delivery person, his expression turned peculiar. Sir, that will be 12. A melodious female voice rang out. All right. Lin Feng replied with an amused smile, retrieving the 12 and accepting the pizza. Noticing that the delivery person had no intention of leaving, Lin Feng decided to play along. Is there anything else? He asked, feigning confusion. Oh, sir, I'm terribly sorry. May I borrow your restroom? The delivery person explained, somewhat shyly. You know, it's quite far from the city. No problem, feel free. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Pointing the delivery person towards the restroom, Lin Feng settled onto the sofa, choosing not to touch the pizza but instead using his X-ray vision to observe the restroom's direction. He certainly didn't believe that she genuinely needed to use the bathroom. The formidable agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow Natasha, delivering food to him? Surely, she thought him a fool? Indeed. The moment he opened the door, Lin Feng recognized the delivery person. It was none other than the illustrious Black Widow. It seemed that Natasha had not given up on him yet. Lin Feng crossed his legs, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Tony had already clearly rejected Natasha. What did she want by sending Natasha to make contact with him? Before Lin Feng could ponder further, a sudden exclamation came from the restroom. Oh, sir, my car keys fell into the toilet. Could you assist me? Lin Feng chuckled coldly. He had been using his X-ray vision to monitor Natasha all along. He watched as she dismantled the ceiling and installed a black box the size of a matchbox, then tossed a set of keys into the toilet. What a complete performance, as expected of an agent, meticulous in her craft. Lin Feng was impressed. Natasha was utterly unaware that every move she made was being scrutinized. Her expression remained neutral, yet her tone was coy. Did she think to test him? Lin Feng snickered again, thinking, if she wanted to play, he would oblige. I'm coming, little darling. Lin Feng feigned an exaggerated demeanor, striding towards the restroom. He swung open the door to find Natasha wearing a flustered expression, her delivery uniform adding an air of innocence. Lin Feng feigned concern, rushing forward to give her a bear hug, murmuring, Oh, sweetheart, don't worry. It's just car keys. If they fell, they fell. I'll buy you a new four-wheeler. As he spoke, Lin Feng quickly pressed the toilet flush lever. His toilet was high-end. A mere set of keys would be a piece of cake to flush away. Natasha, caught off guard by the bear hug, was enveloped in the scent of masculinity. Before she could react, the keys were swiftly sent down the toilet. In an instant, Natasha was left bewildered. How infuriating! Why wasn't he following the script? The embrace had left her momentarily speechless. Even after attempting to push him away twice, she found it futile. Natasha was compelled to retrieve her weapon from behind her hair, a compact, high-powered stun gun. Little brother, it's time for a nap. What the hell is this? Lin Feng swiftly seized the weapon from her grasp. Natasha's pupils constricted. His speed was astonishing. The sound of electricity crackled as Lin Feng pressed the black box. How could you possess such a dangerous item? Lin Feng exclaimed theatrically. A young lady should not carry something so perilous. Hand it over to me for safekeeping. Let me see if there's anything else. Lin Feng continued, his hands exploring Natasha's figure. Enough? Feeling Lin Feng's boldness escalate, Natasha drew a small pistol and angrily aimed it at Lin Feng's head. As an agent, she quickly grasped that she had been outsmarted. The target in front of her likely recognized her. Seeing Natasha brandish her pistol, Lin Feng ceased his movements, releasing Natasha and stepping back a few paces, his eyes filled with mockery. Did Nick Fury not inform you that a handgun is useless against me? Miss Natasha Romanoff. Natasha's expression turned grave. You truly know who I am. Lin Feng shrugged, inwardly smirking, knowing far more than she could imagine. He even knew how she would meet her demise years later. Put away your little stick. That thing can't even tickle me. With that, Lin Feng turned and strolled back into the living room, casually tossing the pizza into the garbage. No need to ask. It was undoubtedly Natasha's specially laced pizza. While sedatives and similar substances had little effect on Lin Feng, he had no intention of consuming anything suspicious. However, he couldn't help but admire Natasha's physique, his thoughts wandering. Natasha holstered her gun and sat across from Lin Feng, her silence piercing as she scrutinized the relaxed young man. "Speak up. Why go through such trouble to find me?" Lin Feng scoffed, having already seen through the windows of the villa across the way, which was packed with armed agents. Had it not been for Natasha's presence, he would have already launched a laser beam their way. "I don't understand what you're saying." Upon Natasha's denial, Lin Feng pointed towards the opposite villa, scoffing, 65 agents, all armed to the teeth. They even have thermal sensors. Do you now grasp what I'm saying? How do you know? Natasha's expression darkened again, her first instinct being the possibility of a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Feng offered no explanation, merely appraising Natasha with a suggestive gaze, remarking, "Black lace, you have quite the taste, sister." Natasha's pupils dilated. Instinctively, she shielded her body with her hands. "You can see through me?" But in the next moment, realizing the situation, Natasha dropped her hands and playfully flipped her hair. "So, little brother, do you fancy black lace?" Who was Natasha? The infamous Black Widow, who had often resorted to leveraging her allure to complete missions. Noticing Natasha's sudden flirtation, Lin Feng felt his patience wearing thin. While he appreciated attractive women, he was averse to such overtly calculative behavior. "I say, Agent Natasha, what exactly did your director send you to do?" "To investigate my personal preferences?" Lin Feng continued. "I have no time to play house with you. If you have something to say, please do so swiftly. Do not presume my patience is boundless." "Very well, it is indeed Nick Fury who sent me." With her ruse exposed, Natasha opted for honesty. The target before her was too formidable, with abilities that defied reason. Some of her tricks would likely appear trivial to him, so she decided to be forthright. S.H.I.E.L.D. requires capable individuals to join our ranks. We face many unknown enemies and must prepare promptly. Natasha endeavored to make her gaze appear sincere. "I'm not interested. Didn't Tony mention that last time?" Lin Feng shrugged. Indeed, he had little interest in the beleaguered S.H.I.E.L.D. "Like Tony, I have no desire to join your Superboy organization," Lin Feng continued. "No, you are not like Tony." Natasha stood, producing a card and tossing it to Lin Feng. "You are more dangerous than he is. I urge you to consider this proposal seriously. That card contains my contact information. I hope you make the right choice, little brother." With that, Natasha raised an eyebrow and shot him a flirtatious glance before departing. Natasha did not intend to secure her mission in one fell swoop. Talented individuals required multiple invitations. This was merely an introduction. During their next encounter, she could delve into deeper discussions. The card still bore warmth from her hand, and after a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng tucked it away. He certainly did not plan to join any Avengers Initiative, at least not at this juncture. Lin Feng cherished his freedom and disliked being constrained by others. Perhaps becoming a freelance contractor would be a suitable option. You pay and I deliver. This arrangement was something Lin Feng could accept. He mused that perhaps they could discuss further if the opportunity arose. In the original narrative, Tony ultimately chose to join the Avengers. Everyone understood the value of unity in numbers, and Lin Feng was no exception. Chapter 10. Soaring Reputation. Am I falling in love? It appears that the sudden appearance of Nick Fury has made Tony Stark acutely aware of the numerous inconveniences associated with donning and doffing the Mark armor. If malevolent individuals were to intrude upon his home once more, would he really have the luxury of time to suit up in the Mark armor? The more Tony pondered, the more he felt an unsettling lack of security. Consequently, he devoted himself to researching a portable model and ultimately devised the Mark V, which could be compacted into the size of a small suitcase. He couldn't resist flaunting his creation to Lin Feng, who was left utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was not idle. In pursuit of accumulating more reputation points, he navigated the various gray areas of the Twist Society. Wherever danger lurked, Lin Feng was sure to be present, often arriving at the scene faster than the operatives of the J Bureau. Frequently, by the time a multitude of agents had arrived, Lin Feng had already resolved the situation. This duality of admiration and exasperation left the Twist Society in a quandary, unable to intervene. In no time, A superhero clad in a black bodysuit, draped in a cape, and emblazoned with a prominent S-shaped emblem became a household name throughout the Twist society. His name was Superman. Television screens occasionally showcase Superman rescuing a chemical plant engulfed in flames or guiding a precariously tilting cargo ship to safety amidst a storm. Today, he had once again saved a child on the verge of falling from a building. His immense strength, striking appearance, and unwavering dedication to aiding the public swiftly garnered Lin Feng a legion of fervent admirers, even leading to the establishment of his very own fan forum. His reputation points surged dramatically. During this period, the young journalist Susan approached Lin Feng once more, expressing her desire to accompany him to capture photographs of his heroic rescues. The images circulating online were either exceedingly blurry or poorly angled, failing to accurately portray Lin Feng's image. Thus, she sought to document his exploits, simultaneously fulfilling her own professional ambitions. Lin Feng readily consented, recognizing that increased exposure would yield greater reputation points. He merely instructed Susan to ensure that she captured him in a flattering light. Susan did not disappoint. She had enrolled in a photography course specifically to enhance her skills as a journalist. Each photograph she took was captivating and impactful, leaving Lin Feng exceedingly pleased. Over time, the two young individuals became inseparable during the day, and as their companionship deepened, it was inevitable that other feelings would begin to stir within them, although neither had yet come to fully comprehend this development. As various incidents involving Superman gained exposure, his popularity and the accompanying discussions eclipsed that of Iron Man, stirring a sense of jealousy and admiration within Tony Stark. As for Susan, who consistently managed to capture photographs of Superman, she quickly became a prized asset at CBB television. A whirlwind of dazzling benefits and privileges came her way, with her conditions for employment being met without hesitation, for fear that she might be lured away by another network. This brought Susan considerable joy, and she began to view Lin Feng as both a dear friend and a benefactor. One day, after successfully rescuing an out-of-control school bus, Lin Feng and Susan found themselves, as usual, seated in a CAF, relishing the photos they had just taken. One image featured Lin Feng hoisting the runaway bus above his head, while another captured the joyful scene of him half-squatting amidst a crowd of ecstatic schoolchildren. There was also a majestic shot of him soaring into the sky after resolving the incident, framed against the backdrop of a brilliant blue sky, with the smiles of the rescued children and Superman's own beaming visage captured in the moment. This photograph could very well win an award. As Susan perused the images, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin, every time I see you displaying your abilities, I find it utterly astonishing. You are truly remarkable." Her gaze shimmered with admiration, as if illuminated by sparkling stars. "Well, it's not that impressive," Lin Feng replied bashfully, scratching his head in humility. Internally, however, he was jubilant, shouting, "Yes, I am the greatest." After finishing their review of the photographs, Susan took a sip of her coffee and suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, glancing at Lin Feng several times as if grappling with her words. "What's the matter, Susan?" Lin Feng inquired, noticing her discomfort. "Lin," Susan's cheeks flushed slightly as she took a deep breath, seemingly steeling herself to make a decision. "After work tomorrow, would you like to go shopping and catch a movie with me?" Having uttered her invitation, she lowered her gaze to her coffee, awaiting Lin Feng's response in silence. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Feng keenly sensed the quickening of Susan's heartbeat. What could be the matter? Was she unwell? It didn't seem so. Observing Susan's shy demeanor in conjunction with her words, Lin Feng pondered for a moment and began to grasp the situation, though he remained uncertain. Finally, he tentatively asked, "Are you asking me out on a date?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's blunt inquiry, Susan's face reddened even more. Internally, she exclaimed in disbelief at Lin Feng's straightforwardness. How could he just say that? "I need to go submit the photographs to the network. Goodbye." With that, Susan hastily departed, leaving Lin Feng alone in the CAF, lost in thought. Good grief. I'm truly at a loss for words, host. Your obliviousness is at an Iron Man level. The system's voice interrupted, laced with exasperation. Huh? What do you mean, you dog of a system? Lin Feng retorted, having noticed the system's increasing emotional complexity since his reputation points had begun to rise dramatically. That girl clearly likes you. She's too shy to admit it, and are you asking me out on a date? The system mockingly imitated Lin Feng's tone. Damn it, Lin Feng clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Can you not mimic me? I genuinely want to punch you. And it's not my fault. I've been single for nearly 22 years, with no experience at all." Lin Feng protested. "Are you proud of being single for 22 years? The system scoffed. "Do you realize why you're single? Just look at your Iron Man issues." All right. Not my bad, okay?" Lin Feng sighed, having rarely won an argument against the system. Besides, the idea of dating was utterly foreign to him. "Don't know how to date? No problem, I'll send you a guide." With a swift motion, the system thrust a book into Lin Feng's hands, the cover emblazoned with the words, "The Secrets of Dating. Only 100 reputation points. Thank you for your patronage." Damn it. Lin Feng felt utterly defeated. He hadn't even requested this item. Wasn't this supposed to be a gift? Robbery, indeed. As evening fell, street lamps began to illuminate the sidewalks, and pedestrians gradually filled the streets, lending a vibrant atmosphere to the little CAF. Lin Feng stepped outside and strolled home, his mind wandering uncontrollably through the memories of the days spent with the young journalist, Susan. Without a doubt, Susan was exceptionally beautiful, with her gently curled golden locks cascading gracefully over her shoulders, emerald green eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes, and flawless skin that bore no imperfections. Her figure was equally commendable. She had the perfect curves in all the right places. One could say she epitomized Lin Feng's aesthetic preferences. If one were to ask Lin Feng if he liked her, he could only say that Susan's smile was utterly enchanting. Upon reflection, neither had experienced a romantic relationship thus far, yet both were undeniably attractive. The boy was strong and handsome, while the girl was beautiful and vivacious. Their personalities complemented each other well. It was nearly impossible for sparks not to fly. Unbeknownst to them, the boundaries of their friendship had begun to blur after each photo shoot, as they habitually selected a CAF to enjoy coffee while admiring their newly captured images. Neither had noticed that the line between friendship and something more was becoming increasingly indistinct. In that moment, the 21-year-old Lin Feng experienced an epiphany. They say one is often oblivious to their own blessings. The participants in a dilemma are often blind to the truth that observers can easily see. From an external perspective, was it not evident that he and Susan resembled a couple? Oh dear, I might just be on the verge of stepping into a relationship. Lin Feng felt a rush of emotion. He pulled out his phone, located Susan's number, and hastily typed a message, deleting and retyping several times, ultimately composing a simple yet earnest message. "After work tomorrow. I'll come pick you up." With that, Lin Feng, filled with excitement, dashed to a secluded area, donned his armor, and soared into the sky, tracing an S-shaped path towards home. Chapter 11. Lin Feng realizes that even superheroes need dates the following day. Susan arrived at the television station, ready to commence another day of work, as was her custom. The station occupied the 31st floor, and Susan's desk was situated by the finest floor-to-ceiling windows. Gazing out, she beheld an expansive view of the bustling city below. Colleagues passing by her workstation cast envious glances in her direction. At this moment, Susan radiated the aura of a pillar of the television station. Even the reigning queen of the network felt compelled to greet her. After all, Susan was well acquainted with the city's superhero, Superman. However, Susan remained grounded, not allowing her newfound status to inflate her ego. She consistently treated her colleagues with warmth and was always willing to lend a helping hand. She even delighted in sharing snippets of gossip about Superman with them. Indeed, she had become a treasured gem in their hearts. Various small tokens of gratitude adorned her desk, gifts from those she had assisted. Opening her computer, she began her day's tasks, focusing on drafting an article for the front page of the affiliated newspaper. As she retrieved photographs from yesterday's shoot, Lin Feng's radiant smile captivated her. How could someone possess such a charming grin? Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the screen, her face aglow with infatuation. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Stealthily, she took out her phone and reread the text Lin Feng had sent the previous night. "I'll pick you up after work tomorrow." Those 8 words, devoid of substance, somehow held her captive. Meanwhile, Lin Feng lounged on his sofa at home, engrossed in a book, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As he read, he would occasionally exclaim in astonishment, as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. He murmured to himself, "So this is how it's done. Wow, I've truly broadened my horizons." Anticipation for their evening date filled him with glee. What do you think? 100 reputation points well spent, right? The system's languid voice chimed in. Not bad, I suppose. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng's smile faded, feigning indifference as he replied, It's nothing special. 10 points would suffice. Fool, I wish you a disastrous date, the system retorted, extending a virtual middle finger before falling silent. Humph, disastrous? Such words do not exist in my vocabulary, Lin Feng scoffed. Meticulously rehearsing the date's itinerary in his mind, Lin Feng felt confident about the evening's plans. First and foremost, he needed to secure a reservation at a restaurant, one that was slightly upscale, comfortable, and perfect for two. The pressing question arose. What did Susan enjoy eating? At this moment, Lin Feng's formidable memory kicked into high gear, vividly recalling moments spent with Susan. He noted the small fish charms adorning her keychain, at least 3 or 4 strung together. He recognized these charms from a budget seafood restaurant that gifted them to customers. The same emblem had adorned the fishing boat he rescued last month. The presence of multiple charms indicated that Susan had dined at this establishment more than once, confirming her fondness for seafood. In that instant, Lin Feng felt as though he had become a detective. He pulled out his phone and began searching for renowned seafood restaurants, deliberately opting for those owned by Chinese proprietors. He wished to provide Susan with a taste of how mysterious Eastern chefs prepared seafood. Memories of countless seafood dishes flooded his mind, each more delectable than the last. The unique culinary techniques of Eastern chefs would surely offer Susan a delightful experience. Hello? I'd like to make a reservation for 2. Lin Feng dialed a restaurant's number. I'm sorry, sir, but we are fully booked. You can reserve a table for tomorrow, came the apologetic response in a warm Mandarin voice. Oh. No need for that just yet. Lin Feng hung up, astonished. Truly, as expected of a restaurant run by compatriots. Was business this booming? It wasn't even lunchtime, and the dinner slots were already taken? Undeterred, he called several more seafood restaurants, only to discover that none had availability. No reservations could be made, no matter how much he was willing to pay. Lin Feng was taken aback. What was going on? Was business really this thriving? Who claimed that the path of romance was fraught with thorns? His first date was off to a rocky start. Holding the phone, he fell into contemplation, realizing that love was indeed not so simple. How could I forget him? After a prolonged moment of thought, Lin Feng suddenly slapped his thigh and dialed another number. Sir, we have a call from Mr. Lin Feng. The voice of Jarvis interrupted Tony, who was busy repairing his suit. Tony paused his work and commanded, Let him through. Hey, Tony. A virtual screen materialized in the workshop, revealing Lin Feng's beaming face. Well, if it isn't our superhero. Tony teased, What? No world saving today? Lin Feng appeared somewhat speechless. After some time apart, Tony's sharp tongue remained unchanged. Even superheroes need a break. Have you been out battling the evils you speak of lately? Lin Feng retorted. Tony dismissed the comment, raising the helmet in his hand. My suit is getting an upgrade. Let them live a little longer. He then boasted. This new suit will have faster speed, more durability, and it's more convenient to wear. Unimpressed by Tony's bragging, Lin Feng scoffed, upgrading again and again. Yet it still can't withstand my punch. Score 1 for Lin Feng. All right, buddy, what do you need? Tony, feeling slightly annoyed, expressed his desire to end the conversation. If it's not urgent, I'll hang up. I am busy. Of course it's urgent, Tony. It's about something serious. Lin Feng succinctly explained his plans for the date that evening. Tony, initially uninterested, lit up upon learning it was Lin Feng's first date, his face transforming into an expression of amusement and intrigue. Is that all? You've come to the right person. With a proud demeanor, Tony continued, When it comes to these matters, I excel. Leave it to me. I'll ensure everything is perfectly arranged, he declared with a snap of his fingers. I guarantee tonight will be unforgettable for both of you. Okay, Tony, this is my very first date. I am counting on you. Lin Feng reiterated solemnly, wary of any mischief Tony might conjure. No worries, I'll set up a special surprise for you tonight. You'll both remember this evening fondly. Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, Tony hung up the phone. Hey, Pepper, where are you? After ending the call, Tony clapped his hands and shouted upstairs, Our little superhero is in love. I need your help. Chapter 12. The first date. With Tony's assistance ding-dong, the crisp sound of a mobile notification echoed, prompting Susan to exhale a sigh as she unlocked her screen. Still not off work? Indeed, it was our little superhero, Lin Feng. Susan had long lost track of how many messages Lin Feng had sent her. Yet, there was not a trace of annoyance in her heart, only a hint of amusement. After patiently replying to the text, she glanced at the time. It was 4 p.m., with an hour left until the end of her workday. As her tasks were nearing completion, Susan decided to indulge in a cup of coffee to invigorate herself. The working conditions at the television station were quite favorable. Her office area boasted 2 coffee machines and several mini-fridges stocked with various snacks for everyone's enjoyment. Sitting for prolonged periods inevitably caused some discomfort in her lower back. As she prepared her coffee, she absent-mindedly massaged her slender waist. Her job consisted mainly of either dashing out to capture photographs or returning to write copy. One could argue that running around counted as exercise, yet the backache could only be attributed to that infernal office chair being excessively rigid. She had reported it several times, but the miserly station manager seemed oblivious to the need for a replacement. Susan grumbled inwardly. Thud thud. Susan. A lewd man appeared before her, brandishing an oversized lumbar pillow as if he were a ghost. Ah. John, what are you doing? Startled, Susan turned her head in irritation to inquire. Her exclamation drew the attention of her colleagues, who glanced over momentarily before returning to their tasks. However, the pace of their work slowed, with peripheral glances directed towards the scene. Everyone was acutely aware. Another juicy spectacle was unfolding. This lewd man was named John, the station manager's nephew. He had been pursuing Susan fervently since her first day at work, and this was not the first nor second attempt. Each time, he faced Susan's merciless rejections. John had not anticipated startling her. He had merely intended to surprise her. Now, witnessing her shock, his plump face was painted with embarrassment. Susan, I just wanted to give you this lumbar pillow. You can place it behind your back, John proclaimed, lifting the meticulously chosen green pillow with his stubby arms. This way, you won't feel any strain on your back. No. There's no need. Susan fervently waved her hands in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, but please call me Miss Carter. With that, she was disinclined to spare him another glance, grabbing her coffee and intent on leaving. She had no desire to indulge in any further interaction with this lewd man. She had heard from colleagues that there were at least 3 or 4 women in the station entangled with John. Susan. John raised his voice slightly, stepping forward to block her path, nearly causing her to collide into him. What on earth do you want? John's lack of understanding had begun to infuriate Susan, her delicate face now set in a frosty scowl. A shadow flickered in John's nearly obscured eyes as his voice deepened. I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. I know of a newly opened steakhouse nearby that is quite good. I'm sorry, but I have plans for the evening. Susan interrupted flatly, her eyes betraying her disdain. With that, she maneuvered around John and hastily departed, leaving him with only her retreating silhouette. As John watched her gracefully exit, he felt an overwhelming dryness in his throat. He made no further attempts to stop her, but his gaze was dark and foreboding. The pillow in his hand was nearly crushed by his grip. This marked the 7th time he had attempted to gift Susan something, whether flowers or jewelry, extravagant or practical. She had dismissed each without a second glance. His patience was wearing thin. This scene did not escape the notice of Susan's colleagues, each group having its own circle of gossip enthusiasts. The fervent gossipers paused their work, diving into discussions. That fatty is chasing after Susan again. I have no idea where he finds the audacity. Doesn't he know that Susan dislikes green? And yet he presents her with a green pillow? Can't he see his own appearance? Does he genuinely believe that Beauty and the Beast could play out for him? Just because he has a bit of money, he thinks every woman should fawn over him? I reckon if he weren't the boss's nephew, he would have been shown the door ages ago. How many times has he pursued Susan now? Is this the 17th time this month? The staff relished the gossip while John returned to his office, situated on the upper floor, a specially soundproofed room intended for him and his girlfriend to engage in their amorous pursuits. Of course, his girlfriend was usually swapped out monthly. Upon entering, John erupted in rage, hurling objects and shouting, "Damn that bitch!" After a prolonged bout of destruction, John slumped into his chair, panting heavily. The excesses of indulgence had left his face marred with acne and his complexion pallid. He had never encountered such an unappreciative woman. What right did she have to reject him, merely because he had taken a few extra photographs of the superhero? John cursed inwardly, his expression darkening further. After a while, having vented his frustrations, John's demeanor returned to calm. It mattered not. When dealing with a woman impervious to his charms, he typically had another strategy up his sleeve. Finally, the clock struck the end of the workday, and Susan stretched lazily before shutting down her computer. Ding! Another text message chimed. Susan, I'm downstairs at your office. Come down quickly. Upon reading the message, Susan couldn't help but smile. At 5 p.m., the big boy was indeed timely with his texts. Why did he seem so impatient today, typically so composed? On my way, she replied, pulling out a compact mirror to quickly refresh her makeup before heading towards the elevator. At just past 5, the streets were bustling with workers eager to find their evening meals. After exchanging pleasantries with a few colleagues, Susan exited the building, her beautiful eyes scanning for Lin Feng. Hey, Susan! A familiar voice called from behind her. Susan turned to find Lin Feng's large face almost touching hers. Wow, what are you doing? She instinctively stepped back, her cheeks flushing slightly as she playfully chastised him. Tada! Lin Feng did not answer. Instead, he stretched out his hands and gestured grandly in the air. With a flourish, a magnificent bouquet of roses appeared in his grasp as if by magic. Assuming the demeanor of a gentleman, Lin Feng elegantly presented the roses to the stunned Susan. For you, the beautiful Miss Susan. Oh my goodness! Is this magic? Susan exclaimed in delight, accepting the roses and inhaling their fragrance, her fatigue from the day nearly dissipating. Lin, how did you know I love roses? That's a secret. Lin Feng winked mysteriously at Susan, then slightly bowed, extending his hand as an invitation. Lovely Miss Susan, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Susan's face flushed once more, feigning calm as she reached for his hand. Of course, my big boy. Her racing heart betrayed her. Although it was a somewhat cliché dating scenario, for both of them experiencing their first date, it was filled with novelty and excitement. Lin Feng smiled softly, taking Susan's delicate hand as they strolled to the roadside. There, a Rolls-Royce awaited them, arranged by Tony as their mode of transportation, with Happy as the driver. Initially reluctant, Happy's attitude shifted dramatically upon realizing he was to chauffeur a superhero. Not everyone had the chance to serve a superhero, and the power-obsessed Happy was also a member of the Superhero Forum. Lin Feng attentively opened the car door for Susan, and they both settled inside. The luxurious vehicle glided away, en route to a seafood restaurant. Oh, did you see that? Susan just got into that luxury car. A few of Susan's colleagues witnessed the scene unfold and gasped in astonishment. Is that her boyfriend? He looks so young, and his smile is so radiant. And most importantly, he is incredibly wealthy. Did anyone capture this? Quickly share it in the group. Let us all enjoy the gossip. Not forgetting their fellow gossipers, the colleagues eagerly shared the photo in their chat group, igniting a flurry of reactions. Huh. I bet that's a rented car. How could such a young guy afford a Rolls-Royce? A jealous colleague scoffed. Come on, can't he be a rich second generation? Someone retorted. What do you all do for a living? Don't you keep up with the news? That license plate looks familiar, doesn't it? I know. That's the license plate of Stark Industries. Oh my gosh, anyone with such privileges is likely a shareholder. Or perhaps her boyfriend is Tony Stark's illegitimate son. Am I the only one laughing at the thought of John's reaction when he finds out about this? Count me in for wanting to see that one. Chapter 13. Happy, let Lin Feng go. Regardless of the spectators' thoughts, the two young individuals officially commenced their date. Happy, exclaimed Susan, surprised to see the driver once she settled into the car. Hello, Miss Susan. Happy politely greeted her, then turned his attention to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, Happy exclaimed excitedly, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he was not only a member of the Superhero Forum, but also one of its esteemed veterans. Happy had often fantasized that if he possessed superhuman abilities, Mr. Stark would never be harmed. Oh, the loyal driver and bodyguard of Tony Stark. Wait, why is he here? Susan inquired, turning to Lin Feng in confusion. Isn't Happy Tony Stark's driver? As a journalist, Susan had some knowledge of the celebrity circle. Did you forget I mentioned that Tony Stark is my friend? Lin Feng replied with a smile. So you two are that close? I thought you were merely acquaintances. Susan was genuinely taken aback. She had presumed they were just ordinary friends, not realizing that Tony had lent his personal driver to Lin Feng. That's not important, is it? Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. He then turned to Happy and said, Let's hit the road, Happy. I know you've had a long day at work, so how about we grab dinner first and then go shopping? Lin Feng said with a playful grin, winking at Susan. Can you guess what we're having tonight? It was a somewhat childish guessing game, and Happy rolled his eyes as he started the vehicle, deciding to remain silent and just drive. It wouldn't be that new steakhouse, would it? Susan asked, aware of the trendy steakhouse mentioned by that annoying John. It was quite famous, with the owner captivating a massive following through his impressive salt sprinkling technique. Flyers had even made it into Susan's hands, and she had seen it featured in short videos. However, to be honest, Susan wasn't particularly fond of steak. Yet, if Lin Feng was inviting her, she was willing to give it a try. No, I know you don't like steak, Susan, Lin Feng confidently replied. To his embarrassment, he had purchased a manual on Susan's preferences from the system, spending a total of 300 reputation points. What a cunning system. How do you know I dislike steak? Susan asked, a mix of surprise and curiosity in her voice. She glanced at Lin Feng's dark hair and tentatively inquired, Then I'm guessing it's Eastern cuisine? Well, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. That's not entirely correct. Is it seafood? Not exactly. Lin. After multiple failed guesses, Susan became a bit flustered, her tone unconsciously taking on a playful quality that made Lin Feng's heart race. This was quite overwhelming for a newcomer like him. All right, it's seafood, and it is indeed Eastern cuisine. Lin Feng laughed as he revealed the answer. Tonight, I will introduce you to seafood prepared in the Eastern culinary style. With that revelation, Susan's eyes lit up as she thought of a renowned, albeit pricey, seafood restaurant. It couldn't be the famous Eastern Palladium Cloud, could it? Seeing the anticipation in her gaze, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Oh my goodness! Susan exclaimed, I know that place. It's incredibly expensive. It ranks as the top Eastern restaurant among the most sought-after dining spots. Susan's large eyes sparkled with excitement. Heaven knows how much she longed to savor seafood there. However, the exorbitant prices made it a distant dream. Moreover, the restaurant seldom accepted reservations from ordinary patrons, typically catering to nobles, government officials, and the CEOs of top-tier corporations. Did you really manage to secure a reservation at Palladium, Lin? I recall they don't take reservations from regular people, Susan queried. Suddenly recalling something, she scrutinized Lin Feng with a skeptical gaze. Oh dear, you didn't use your superhuman identity to. Susan abruptly covered her mouth, her eyes darting to the driver's seat. She suddenly remembered there was a driver in the car, nearly letting slip her thoughts. She gestured an S shape in the air, reminiscent of the emblem on Superman's chest. If Lin Feng had made the reservation using his superhero persona, the restaurant would undoubtedly comply. Lin Feng shook his head, chuckling. What are you thinking? There's no way I'd use that identity to make a reservation. At that moment, the vehicle halted at a traffic light. Happy couldn't help but slightly turn his head to explain. Miss Susan, Mr. Lin is a shareholder in Stark Industries. Moreover, Mr. Lin is also a very good friend of Mr. Tony. I doubt any restaurant in the city would be foolish enough to turn away Mr. Lin. What? Susan gasped, her mouth agape as she turned to Lin Feng, her eyes wide with astonishment. You're a shareholder in Stark Industries? She knew Lin Feng was quite wealthy, given his residence in a 600-square-meter villa, which explained why she wasn't surprised to see a Rolls-Royce picking him up. However, she had not anticipated just how affluent he truly was. Stark Industries practically wore its wealth on its sleeve. Lin Feng nodded. He indeed possessed a few shares in Stark Industries, a gift from Tony himself. Susan fell silent, feeling as though this young man was a treasure, revealing new gems with every conversation. She began to look forward to the evening's culinary delights. Happy's driving was smooth, and soon they arrived at the seafood restaurant. Under the restaurant's warm hospitality, Susan had her first taste of Eastern seafood cuisine. The Eastern chefs, with their exceptional culinary skills, transformed seafood into an extraordinary experience. After the meal, Susan felt it was worth every penny. The array of dishes and the novel flavors she encountered reshaped her understanding of fine dining. Once they were satisfied, the city of twists and turns illuminated under the vibrant night sky. The two had spent nearly 6 figures on their meal. Susan rated the dining experience a solid 9 out of 10, not wishing to inflate Lin Feng's ego. As they sat in the car on their way back, Lin Feng shamelessly scooted closer to Susan. She noticed his subtle maneuver, shot him a disapproving glance, yet did not reject him. She selected a few carefully captured food photos to share on her personal page. Only her close friends and family followed her account, and she wished to share this experience with them. However, less than 2 minutes after posting, her phone began to buzz incessantly. Picking it up, she saw it was her best friend. K's messages bombarded her like cannon fire. Susan, did you go to that restaurant? Oh my gosh. I heard they sent a luxury car to pick you up from work, and I couldn't believe it. You haven't caught the attention of some mysterious big boss, have you? And why wasn't I invited to such a grand affair? K's questions were increasingly explosive, leaving Susan at a loss for words, wondering what on earth was happening. What are you talking about, K? Susan's slender fingers flew across the screen. It's just a friend. A friend took me out to eat. If there's a chance next time, I'll take you along. Was it your big boss who picked you up in a Rolls-Royce? K clearly wasn't about to let Susan off the hook, pressing further. If you keep talking like that, I'm not going to respond to you. Susan's cheeks flushed as she dealt with her overly inquisitive best friend. It was truly a good friend who took me out. Please stop making wild guesses. Susan sent Kay a photo taken during dinner where Lin Feng was carefully peeling a crab leg for her, wearing a pair of thin-framed glasses that complemented his striking features, reminiscent of a young CEO from a storybook. Kay's side fell silent in an instant. After a moment, the messages resumed. Oh my God, where did you find this handsome young man? Is he your boyfriend? Susan. Seeing the message, Susan shyly stole a glance at Lin Feng beside her. She undeniably harbored significant feelings for this charming, sunny, yet somewhat understated young man. Lin Feng resembled a protagonist from a fairy tale, powerful and self-assured. However, their relationship had yet to be defined. Lin Feng had never confessed, so it couldn't be considered a romantic relationship, could it? Not quite, Susan replied. Then step aside and let me take my shot. Eesh. Susan typed a flurry of question marks. I've been single for over 20 years. I think this boy is just my type. Kay's response was audacious. If you don't want him, why not let me have a chance? Get lost. Susan replied with a frown, promptly shutting her phone, deciding to ignore her exuberant friend. Chapter 14. The night of relationship confirmation, an unexpected turn at long last. The vehicle gently rolled back into the city. Lin Feng and Susan disembarked in the urban heart, and with time still on their side, they decided to wander the streets and indulge in some late-night snacks. In the world of youth, the notion of retiring early holds little weight. Without needing to voice it, they both tacitly agreed to set aside the matter of returning home. Mr. Lin, please wait. Happy, having opened the car door, called out to the departing Lin Feng. What is it, Happy? Lin Feng turned around in mild confusion. The stout Happy suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, bending down to retrieve a poster and a pin from the front passenger seat. With a hint of anticipation, he presented it to Lin Feng, the poster featuring Lin Feng clad in a superhero costume. Could you possibly sign this for me? Happy asked, his tone tinged with shyness. If it's not too much trouble, I would love to have a photo together as well. Goodness. Susan, standing by, could not suppress her laughter, having already realized that Happy was aware of Lin Feng's true identity. You've become a star, Lin? Susan teased. Lin Feng flashed a resigned smile at Susan before turning back to Happy. Of course, Happy. With that, Lin Feng removed the ring he wore to conceal his identity, and the black suit enveloped him. In an instant, his aura transformed dramatically, rendering him almost unrecognizable from the Lin Feng who had worn the ring, leaving both Happy and Susan in awe. Happy took out his phone, and Lin Feng wrapped an arm around Happy's shoulders, bending slightly as he stood taller. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Thank you, Mr. Superhero. Happy exclaimed excitedly. Oh no. It's Mr. Lin. Wishing you a splendid evening. After receiving the autograph and photo, Happy, brimming with enthusiasm, embraced Lin Feng before hopping back into his car and zooming away, leaving a trail of tire marks on the pavement. That Happy, what a character. Lin Feng remarked awkwardly as he changed out of the superhero suit and donned the ring once more, transforming back from a hero into the boy next door. Oh, Lin, even though this isn't my first time seeing it, without the costume, you hardly evoke the image of a superhero. Susan mused. You look so much like yourself, yet why do I instinctively feel you are not a superhero? That is a secret. Lin Feng replied, playfully tapping the ring with a mysterious smile. He then extended his hand and invited, So, the lovely Miss Susan, would you care to join me in exploring this enchanting city under the night sky? Susan remained silent, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she extended her delicate hand. Under the night sky, New York sparkled with lights, vehicles darting through the streets while street performers stood in clusters, passionately showcasing their talents. Lin Feng held Susan's hand as they strolled along the street, one following the other. The soft, gentle touch stirred something within the 21-year-old Lin Feng, who had been single for so long. They walked in silence, merely relishing the enchanting and ambiguous atmosphere around them. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves at a quaint little square in the distance. Street performers belted out love songs. Couples stood hand in hand throughout the square. Hey, sir, would you like to buy a flower for your girlfriend? A little girl in a red dress approached, holding a bouquet, blocking Lin Feng's path. Despite her young age, her keen gaze could pierce through the hearts of young couples, making it hard for them to refuse her sales pitch. True to form, Lin Feng did not decline and procured a bouquet of roses. The little girl happily accepted the money and scampered away. Susan quietly accepted the flowers, and for a moment, they were enveloped in silence. Feeling the atmosphere shift, Lin Feng recalled the advice from his dating manual, urging him to take the initiative. After steeling himself with a deep breath, he turned to Susan. Susan, MM? Susan looked up momentarily, only to shyly lower her gaze, fixating on the roses. Could you look at me, Susan? Lin Feng's tone softened, his words resonating with Susan's heart. She lifted her gaze once more, her eyes meeting Lin Feng's, which sparkled with a luminous glow. As Lin Feng beheld Susan's somewhat ethereal face illuminated by the lights, he was compelled to reach out and caress her cheek. Susan's pupils flickered, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet she held her ground. She did not reject him. Instead, she parted her lips, a mixture of confusion and shyness evident in her demeanor, igniting a flutter in Lin Feng's heart. Would you be my girlfriend? Lin Feng inhaled deeply, letting the words escape his lips, akin to Cupid's arrows piercing Susan's heart. Susan found herself momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden confession, hastily dropping her head, obscuring her expression from him. A whirlwind of memories featuring Lin Feng cascaded through her mind. She was acutely aware of her feelings for this boy, strong, confident, and radiant, yet often adorably absent-minded. Lin Feng had etched an indelible mark upon her heart over the past few months. Unsure of her emotions, Susan felt her heart racing, the palm holding the roses growing clammy with perspiration. Lin Feng, sensing the silence stretching between them, felt a pang of anxiety. What was he supposed to say next according to the dating manual? His mind momentarily faltered. Well, although being with me might pose some dangers, but I would risk my life to protect you. His thoughts scattered, Lin Feng instinctively began reciting lines from the dating manual. I am the seasoning in your seafood. Without me, your dish loses all flavor. No, I meant to say, I am the sun in your winter, the ice cream in your summer, the umbrella in your rainy days. A soft laugh escaped Susan's lips, dispelling the tension that had enveloped them. She lifted her gaze to meet Lin Feng's, her eyes sparkling with mirth, akin to a crescent moon, subtle yet radiant. Lin, what on earth are you saying? No, Susan, Lin Feng lamented, frustrated that his tongue had betrayed him. All right. Susan's lips parted slightly, uttering those two words, before she once again lowered her head, feeling a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Upon hearing Susan's sudden agreement, Lin Feng froze in place. His mind raced to decipher the meaning of those two words, and in an instant, a river of joy surged through him. His breathing became heavier, uncontrollably so. Yes. In the midst of Susan's startled exclamation, Lin Feng could not resist embracing her tightly in his arms, two inexperienced young lovers tumbling into the depths of love at that very moment. Applause erupted, echoing around them, celebrating the newly confirmed couple. Lin Feng looked up in astonishment, realizing that his confession had drawn a crowd of onlookers who had gathered unbeknownst to him. "Young man, well done. Best wishes to you, young couple." The gathered crowd showered the pair with their blessings, a cacophony of applause and cheers filling the air. Nearby, a busking singer began to serenade them with a tune of well wishes. Confessions had become a customary affair along this street, infused with the spirit of romance, transforming the locale into a veritable sanctuary for declarations of love. Passers-by offered their heartfelt cheers to every couple who succeeded in their confessions. Kiss her, the crowd chanted, their benevolent gazes fixed upon the two young lovers. Lin Feng lowered his head, gazing at the bashful Susan in his embrace. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness, silently inviting him to take the next step, her cheeks betraying a smile that seemed to await his move. "Be brave, young man," the onlookers encouraged, urging Lin Feng to take action. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, Lin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. It seemed the spectators were more eager than he was. Once more attempting to steady his racing heart, Lin Feng gradually leaned down towards Susan. As the distance between them diminished, the fragrant scent of flowers enveloped Lin Feng, while his unique masculine essence tantalized Susan. She gently closed her eyes, akin to awaiting a sacred ritual, anticipating that moment. In such close proximity, their hearts raced in synchrony, the crowd's cheers swelling around them as only a millimeter separated their lips. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an unforeseen twist occurred. Chapter 15. Ambush, the unprincipled abomination boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. The deafening blast echoed from a nearby block, accompanied by what resembled the roar of a wild beast. The crowd, gathered to witness the spectacle, erupted into screams and scattered in all directions. Lin Feng, taken aback, turned his head towards the source of the explosion, his vision piercing through the chaos. Just one block away, two gray-green monstrosities were locked in a fierce struggle on the street. Wherever they went, vehicles were reduced to wreckage, the ground crumbled, and the populace fled in terror. The Hulk and the Abomination? Lin Feng's expression darkened as he recognized the very creatures that had marred his first kiss, just a hair's breadth away. A surge of anger welled up within him. The two behemoths had rendered the entire street adjacent to them incapacitated, and the unsuspecting citizens caught in their path were as fragile as soap bubbles, crushed underfoot. As he ran, the earth trembled beneath him. Lin Feng's countenance grew grim. He sighed and addressed Susan. "It seems I must intervene in this quarrel, Susan." Susan gently patted Lin Feng's arm, her eyes twinkling with amusement, fully aware of the reason behind his ire. "Go on, my little superhero, and do what you must." "All right." Lin Feng nodded resolutely. "Wait for me here." With that, he dashed towards an unpopulated corner. In the next instant, a whooshing sound pierced the air as he soared skyward, heading towards the two monsters. Susan glanced around, spotting a tall building ideal for photography. She produced a small camera from seemingly nowhere and sprinted towards the structure, playfully sticking her tongue out in the direction Lin Feng had flown. "I won't be waiting here." On the street, the two titans continued their brazen brawl, heedless of the chaos they wrought, while the terrified citizens fled in a state of panic. Fear, confusion, and anxiety echoed throughout the thoroughfare. In the midst of despair, someone suddenly pointed skyward and shouted, "Superman! It's Superman! Superman has arrived!" The fleeing crowd lifted their gazes, and in the night sky, a figure approached with astounding speed. With a swift halt, he positioned himself above the two monsters. "It truly is Superman. We are saved. Superman is here. Superman! Superman!" Cheers erupted, resonating through the streets, a testament to the indelible mark Lin Feng's heroic persona had left upon the hearts of the people. At the very least, everyone recognized this valiant guardian who traversed the front lines of disaster. Where Superman stood, calamity would be averted. He was like a protective umbrella. Inside an armored vehicle, American soldiers exhaled in relief upon witnessing Superman's arrival. With him on the scene, they merely needed to maintain order, sparing themselves the folly of rushing into harm's way. Such titanic confrontations were beyond the capability of mere mortals to intervene. Only Superman possessed the strength to face such foes in midair. Aboard an armed helicopter, a soldier cast a questioning glance at Colonel Ross. "Sir," the soldier exclaimed, "it's Superman. He has appeared." Colonel Ross's expression turned grave as he decisively commanded, ceased descent. Circle overhead. The helicopter hovered high above, its lens capturing the unfolding scene below. On the ground, Hulk and Abomination glared at each other before unleashing a synchronized roar. The two monsters charged towards one another, causing the earth to tremble once more as the fractured ground continued to crack. The outcome of their clash remained undetermined. Only one of the Titans could emerge victorious. However, just as they were about to collide, a searing red beam descended from the heavens, drawing a line between the two beasts. Confused, the monsters halted their advance, gazing upwards. Roar! Hulk bellowed defiantly, while the beleaguered Bruce had no time to concern himself with notions of Superman. Thus, he remained oblivious to the identity of the newcomer. Abomination, however, narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting to one of excitement as he twisted his neck. He recognized Superman. One Hulk was not enough for him to contend with, and now another adversary had arrived. Television had boasted of Superman's might, but to Abomination, he appeared merely as a flying insect. He was eager to discover if this so-called Superman could withstand one of his punches. Lin Feng hovered in the air, his gaze icy as he surveyed the two creatures. Animals shouldn't roam the streets causing havoc. They belong in a zoo. Addressing the instigators of his interrupted first kiss, Lin Feng held nothing back. Superman! Abomination seethed at his words, his enormous eyes fixated on Lin Feng. Come down and face me. With a cold smirk, Lin Feng retorted, as you wish. No sooner had he spoken than he plunged downward, his fist propelled by fury, aimed squarely at Abomination's face. Boom! The impact resounded. Abomination scarcely registered Lin Feng's movement before he felt a searing pain in his skull, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. Shaking off the dizziness, Abomination roared in anger and charged at Lin Feng. His spiked arms swung towards Lin Feng, who effortlessly evaded the attack. Though Lin Feng, the hulking movements of his foe appeared to unfold in slow motion. Boom! The sound echoed again as Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, generating a sonic boom, the force surpassing that of his previous punch. Abomination was sent sprawling several dozen meters, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Roar! A voice erupted from behind Lin Feng. Before he could react, he felt the world spin. It was Hulk. Witnessing Lin Feng send his intended opponent flying, Hulk was incensed. Without hesitation, he executed a surprise attack, seizing Lin Feng's legs and swinging him towards the ground in a colossal throw. Crash! The hard earth yielded to create a human-shaped crater. Hulk, seemingly unsatisfied, stomped down once more, deepening the pit. One stomp, then another, until Lin Feng's form vanished entirely beneath the surface. The crowd, once jubilant, fell silent, their raised arms slowly descending as they stared in disbelief at the scene before them. If finally satisfied, Hulk ceased his assault, panting heavily, pride radiating from him as he reveled in his victory. Yet in the next moment, under the collective gaze of the onlookers, Superman erupted from the pit, delivering a punch that struck Hulk's jaw, sending him soaring into the sky. Lin Feng, ablaze with fury, soared from the crater, accelerating to pursue Hulk's ascent. He unleashed a barrage of punches upon Hulk's head, each strike generating a sonic boom. With each blow, Hulk's teeth shattered, and he found himself utterly powerless against the relentless onslaught. Only when Hulk crashed heavily into a pile of rubble, reverting to his human form, did Lin Feng cease his assault. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow. After all, Bruce was destined to be a member of the future Avengers. The implications of Hulk's absence were uncertain. Otherwise, had it not been for this sneak attack, Lin Feng would have already unleashed a searing ray upon him. As the crowd witnessed Superman send Hulk flying, they erupted into cheers once more, their awe for his prowess surpassing their wildest imaginations. Abomination, meanwhile, regained his senses and charged at Lin Feng once more, his sharp claws slicing through the air towards Lin Feng's face. Foolhardy! Lin Feng scoffed, deftly dodging Abomination's claw in a fluid motion. He delivered an uppercut akin to the one he had used against Hulk. However, unlike Hulk, Abomination was not afforded such fortune. Lin Feng had no intention of showing him mercy. Abomination was sent soaring into the sky with a single punch, and Lin Feng swiftly followed suit. Are you prepared? He inquired impulsively before unleashing a fist that surpassed the speed of sound. Abomination, just managing to halt his descent, ascended even faster. Lin Feng continued to rain down punches, and Abomination soared higher into the heavens, in a matter of seconds. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the figures of man and beast vanished into the sky. Chapter 16. A one-way ticket to space. My cat can do a backflip at this moment. Abomination had lost count of how many punches Lin Feng had delivered. The impact of each blow sent him soaring higher, reducing the buildings below to mere specks smaller than ants. The thinning atmosphere clouded his mind, making him increasingly disoriented. Noticing Abomination's diminishing response, Lin Feng ceased his onslaught. He grasped Abomination's heels and propelled them both into the vastness of space. The creature, a harbinger of destruction, would find its final resting place in the cold expanse of the cosmos. Hulk might spare his life, but Abomination's mind was riddled with malevolence. Those ignorant American ZK thought they were in control, yet they repeatedly made fools of themselves. Abomination was not something they could manage indefinitely. It had to perish. Lin Feng's speed was astonishing, and soon they pierced through the atmosphere. The friction generated intense heat, causing Abomination's skin to redden and ignite. The searing temperature and pain jolted Abomination back to consciousness. No! It despaired, gazing helplessly at Earth, struggling to grasp at Lin Feng, who held it aloft. Yet, all such efforts were in vain. Gradually, Abomination felt the burning exterior cool, only to be replaced by an agonizing chill spreading through its body. A sensation of weightlessness accompanied the encroaching suffocation, flooding Abomination's mind. The destination was reached. Outer space had arrived. Lin Feng released his grip, and Abomination spiraled aimlessly in the void. It clawed at its throat, desperately attempting to draw breath. The feeling of asphyxiation darkened its vision once more. The terrifying maw gaped wide, yet no sound emerged. Abomination's eyes were filled with fear, hatred, and rage. It could hardly fathom the overwhelming power of Superman. At that moment, Abomination regretted not fleeing at the sight of Lin Feng. Had it known of Superman's formidable strength, the sheer might of Superman bewildered and terrified it. This singular experience could very well cost it its life. Despite its robust physique, Abomination did not immediately lose consciousness. However, its struggles grew feebler. Death was merely a matter of time. Soon, as Abomination appeared to have ceased breathing, Lin Feng's eyes began to glow with a crimson light. A heat ray shot forth, piercing through Abomination's chest. How many novels and films had Lin Feng consumed? The concept of a finishing blow was fundamental knowledge. He surged forward, delivering one final punch to Abomination. Thus, the wretched creature commenced its protracted drift through the cosmos. With Abomination dealt with, Lin Feng's fury subsided considerably, and his spirits were lifted. He turned, locking onto a brightly lit sector. Lin Feng shot forth, returning to Earth. For him, traversing the void of space was no more complex than quenching one's thirst. While Abomination possessed great physicality, it was no match for Superman. Lin Feng could survive in the cosmos, but Abomination could not. Upon reaching the ground, he found that Hulk had already been taken away by General Ross. This was for the best. It spared Lin Feng from having to clean up afterward. The next time he encountered the Green Giant, it would likely be during the mischief of Odin's foolish son. That moment would coincide with the narrative of the first Avengers film, which was still some time away. Lin Feng had no intention of deliberately altering the original storyline. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the butterfly effect. Battling Abomination or Hulk posed little issue, but if confronted by beings like Odin or Ancient One, Lin Feng recognized that his chances of victory were slim. If the bald sorcerer were to trap himself in a mirrored realm with a portal, Lin Feng would be at a loss as to how to escape. As Lin Feng descended, the crowd on the ground beheld his return, unable to contain their cheers of jubilation. "I have dealt with those two monsters," Lin Feng proclaimed from the air, declaring the conclusion of this unexpected calamity. "It is safe now. Everyone should head home swiftly." After uttering this, he soared back into the sky amidst the crowd's enthusiastic acclaim. The damaged streets and injured citizens would be attended to by professionals. The devastation wrought by the two monsters instilled a sense of crisis in the unaware bystanders. Fortunately, their superhero proved to be mightier than the monsters. Disappearing from sight, Lin Feng shed his Superman guise and donned his ring once more. Instantly, he transformed back into the amiable neighbor boy, unrecognizable even as he brushed past others. Susan was no longer at her previous location. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Lin Feng scanned the block until he spotted Susan atop a tall building. Watching her descend, he couldn't help but smile in exasperation. The disobedient little reporter. Lin Feng hastened toward Susan's direction. As he descended, she caught sight of him, and now the little reporter was scanning the area, searching for Lin Feng. Unable to find him, Susan pulled out her phone, ready to make a call. At that moment, a hand gently halted her action. "Hey, Susan." Lin Feng appeared before her, beaming. "Oh, Lin." Upon seeing him, Susan felt a rush of warmth, leaping into his embrace. "Are you all right?" Her eyes were filled with concern as her small hands instinctively roamed over Lin Feng's body. She had been profoundly worried when Hulk had sent Lin Feng crashing to the ground. "It's nothing," Lin Feng reassured her, gently grasping her hands and smiling into her eyes. "Susan," he called. She lifted her gaze. "I have a cat at home that can do backflips. Would you like to see it?" "Oh, Lin, you have a cat?" The moment the words left her mouth, Susan's cheeks flushed crimson, as if she had just realized something. "How absurd," she playfully chided. "There's no such thing as a cat that can do backflips. I've stayed at your place before. How could I not know if you had a cat? Do you think I don't read the forums?" Lin Feng, unperturbed, chuckled heartily. "So, do you want to see the acrobatic Superman? What's so special about it?" "I've seen it countless times." Susan responded with a smile, unfazed. All right, it's actually Tony," Lin Feng countered with a playful jab. "Tony said he prepared a surprise for our first date. Dante, you want to check it out?" Susan merely gazed at Lin Feng with a smile, her silence encouraging him to continue. "It's a surprise for our first date, a symbol of our beginning," Lin Feng emphasized enticingly. Observing his earnestness, Susan relented with a gentle nod. "All right, I'll go take a look." This charming young man was exactly what she envisioned in a partner, and Susan understood what returning home with Lin Feng tonight would signify. Having spent several months together, Susan felt that her time with Lin Feng was undoubtedly joyful. Beside him, one always felt comforted and secure. Moreover, most Eastern boys were exceptionally devoted, which undoubtedly reassured her. Over the past few months, the dynamics between them had evolved to resemble that of a couple, merely lacking the formal acknowledgement. During this period, Susan had granted Lin Feng several opportunities, yet without a clear relationship status, he had refrained from taking action. This indicated to Susan that Lin Feng was a responsible and dedicated individual. Now, with their relationship established, spending the night together was perfectly reasonable. "Yes," Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, pumping his fist in excitement as he lifted the bashful Susan into his arms, then inquired, "Shall we head back to the villa now?" "Wait, Lin. We need to hold on for a bit longer." I need to finish writing the article tonight using the photos I took." Susan raised her camera, explaining that these images were time-sensitive. The sooner they were published, the better, as delaying would mean missing out on the initial surge of traffic. "Seriously?" Lin Feng looked dumbfounded. "How long will that take?" His astonished expression made Susan laugh. "Silly, I don't have to do this myself," she replied. "I've already notified my assistant. She's on her way." Susan explained, "She should be here in about half an hour." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour was manageable. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a CAF, a perfect place to wait. "Susan, while we wait, shall we grab a coffee?" Chapter 17. Tony's call. Be careful. The two sat languidly in the CAF, awaiting the arrival of their assistant who was to collect the evening's news materials. Only Susan and Lin Feng occupied the CAF. The streets nearby were eerily deserted following the recent calamity. People were gripped by fear, huddled in their homes with doors securely locked. The only sounds that pierced the silence were the wailing sirens of ambulances and police cars. The television blared urgent news reports. Susan was engrossed in her phone, exchanging messages with her close friend about the unfolding events of the night, while Lin Feng gazed absent-mindedly out the window. A chime echoed, signaling a new message, prompting Lin Feng to retrieve his phone from his pocket. It was a message from Tony Stark, accompanied by an image. Upon opening it, he discovered a photograph capturing the moment he delivered the final blow to the abomination in outer space, likely taken by Stark Industries' satellite. That was quick, Lin Feng pondered, a look of confusion etched on his face. Had he really returned to Earth only about 10 minutes ago? Sighing softly at the clarity of the image, he reflected on the age of ubiquitous networks and cameras, where the speed of information transmission eclipsed even his own velocity. He had no doubt that this photograph, along with the events of the night, would soon find its way to the desks of various powerful factions. Indeed, within a mere 10 minutes of the incident, Tony was already aware. Lin Feng couldn't help but question whether Tony was monitoring him. Just then, his phone rang again. It was Tony, calling directly, his voice laced with that familiar teasing tone. "Lin, have you taken your date to outer space?" One could only imagine the expression on Tony's face when he saw the photograph relayed by Jarvis. "Is this a special program you prepared for your little girlfriend? A cosmic battle of superheroes?" Tony continued to jest. "I must say, Lin, you truly are a marvel." Once again, Lin Feng's prowess had astonished him, revealing that he had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. "So you're aware of this already?" Lin Feng chuckled. "What can I say? Stark Industries' satellite happened to be right beside you," Tony replied with a hint of amusement. "Speaking of which, should I thank you for not obliterating my satellite?" Tony chuckled. "Oh, man, my aim is impeccable." Lin Feng teased back. "After all, I own a stake in Stark Industries. Why would I destroy my own satellite?" "Nevertheless, you've hit the nail on the head regarding one thing." Lin Feng's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiarity. "Tonight is indeed unforgettable," Lin Feng quipped. "I thought this hulking surprise was something you had prepared for me, Tony." Seated at home, Tony rolled his eyes. "Come on, brother. You really question my taste?" "I recall telling you, Lin. The surprise I prepared for you is at your villa," Tony asserted. "Once you bring your little girlfriend home, you will thank me." Tony's words piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. He wondered what this Iron Man had in store for them. By the way, Lin, after their playful banter, Tony's tone turned serious. "I called to warn you to be cautious of those J-faction guys. That scene wasn't captured solely by Stark Industries' satellite. Do you understand what I mean? The individuals from the J-faction were not to be trifled with, and if Stark Industries could capture the event, so could they." Lin Feng's displayed abilities had transcended comprehension, akin to that of an extraterrestrial. The U.S. government would not permit such uncontrollable power to exist. They might take action. This was precisely why Tony prioritized contacting Lin Feng after discovering the incident. He needed to alert Lin Feng to remain vigilant against potential covert threats. "Understood," Lin Feng nodded, offering Tony a reassuring response. "I will be careful, just as long as you're aware. If you require assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to me with that." Tony ended the call. The U.S. government, Lin Feng's eyes glinted with a dangerous light after hanging up. They were indeed a formidable adversary, though conventional firearms posed no threat to him. Only heavy weaponry might present a slight danger. "Dog system, come forth," Lin Feng summoned. "What is it? Disturbing my rest at this hour?" The system replied with a hint of irritation. "Do you even sleep?" Lin Feng inquired, astonished that a system could require rest. "What do you want? Hurry up and say it." The system sounded disinclined to engage. "Can I withstand a nuclear bomb at my current state?" Lin Feng asked, uncertain if the Iron Man suit in the original narrative could endure such an explosion, as it seemed unaddressed. If he could withstand it, then the threat from the U.S. government would diminish significantly. "If you're bringing this up, then I'm wide awake." The system's voice rose in excitement. "With your superhuman physique." It elongated its tone, delivering the answer Lin Feng awaited. "You cannot withstand it." "Am I unable to handle your enthusiasm?" Lin Feng retorted, exasperated. "System, you're a dog, aren't you?" "Ahem, don't rush me, host. If you wish to withstand a nuclear bomb, it's simple," the system continued. "Spend reputation points to upgrade to Silver Superman. The Silver Superman possesses extraordinary growth potential. Even at the initial stage of the upgrade, you could navigate a nuclear explosion as if it were a walk in the park." The system diligently pitched like an insurance agent. "What do you say? Care to redeem?" Indeed, the Silver Superman was formidable. A single sneeze could eject a planet from its solar system and even breach the time barrier to return to the past. However, such capabilities were typically reserved for a later stage of development. Within the Marvel Universe, it would undoubtedly be at least multiversal in scale. Before his transmigration, Lin Feng had a grasp of the various stages of Superman's abilities. To claim he was not tempted would be a lie. "How many reputation points are required for the redemption?" Lin Feng inquired. "Redeeming the initial superhuman physique requires 100 million reputation points. Is it that expensive?" Lin Feng was left speechless, thinking it must be a scam. It's not that costly, the system clarified. The single item redemption for the initial Silver Superman ability is 10 million reputation points. For instance, the initial super hearing requires 10 million reputation points and lacks growth attributes. Just how many abilities does Superman possess? I want to enumerate them for you. Do you still think it's expensive? The system concluded its earnest explanation with a sarcastic tone. Abilities aren't pricey. It's you who's impoverished, damn it. Lin Feng exhaled sharply, taking a deep breath. He resolved not to lower himself to the system's level. The more irritated he became, the more it reveled in his frustration. How many reputation points do I currently possess? You currently have 7 million reputation points. The system displayed a record of reputation sources. The points primarily stem from the positive impact you've had on citizens during this period, as well as the enthusiasm contributed by your fanbase, which has also converted into reputation points. Close to 10 million? Lin Feng mused, finding it quite satisfactory. If this trend continued, he would likely accumulate 100 million reputation points by the time the Avengers 2 storyline unfolded. What about the reputation points for my encounter with the Abomination tonight? Why haven't they increased? Lin Feng scoured through his reputation records, only to find no growth for the day. Could it be you, dog system, have scammed me? Host, you've just finished fighting. The forum and news haven yet propagated the hype, the system retorted, unable to suppress a roll of its metaphorical eyes. All right, Lin Feng clicked his tongue, choosing silence thereafter. Chapter 18. Yet another turbulent night. The diligent assistant departed with the documents in hand, returning to the office to work overtime. Meanwhile, Lin Feng escorted Susan back to the villa. Before they even crossed the threshold, the pair discovered the delightful surprise prepared by Tony Stark. Vivid red roses adorned every nook and cranny of Lin Feng's villa. Bathed in colorful lights, it resembled a vast sea of crimson, eliciting an astonished gasp from Susan. What a grand gesture! Lin Feng marveled, impressed by the extravagance that only Tony Stark could muster. Thousands of roses, the cost of which was unfathomable. Even for Lin Feng, a man generally indifferent to flowers, the spectacle was breathtaking. One could only imagine the impact it would have on a young woman like Susan. Observing Susan, who frolicked and laughed like a child amidst the floral abundance, Lin Feng couldn't help but silently express his gratitude to Tony for this unexpected assist. Hey, Susan! Lin Feng called out, waving at her with a beaming smile. What is it, Lin? Susan ran over, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Do you like it? Lin Feng playfully pinched her cheek, her face slightly flushed from her energetic movements. I love it. Of course I do. Thanks to your affluent friend, Lin, Susan chimed, her laughter infectious, having learned the term affluent from him. Let us take a photo together, Susan exclaimed, pulling Lin Feng into a heart-shaped arrangement of roses. She retrieved her phone and switched to the front-facing camera, only to discover that it captured merely half of Lin Feng's head. Lin, you're too tall. Susan pouted playfully. Could you crouch down a bit? Lin Feng, ever accommodating, took the phone from her hands. He slightly bent his knees and wrapped his right arm around her waist, drawing them closer together. Through the lens, it appeared as though Susan was cradled in his embrace. Once the photo was taken, Lin Feng reluctantly released the blushing Susan. Susan, I have a gift for you, Lin Feng announced. He then extended his right hand and performed a magical flourish. In the next moment, a delicate necklace appeared in his grasp, a silver chain adorned with a translucent gem. The jewel shimmered subtly, displaying a faint grass-green hue, as if a halo was swirling within it. Though not from an extravagant brand, it bore the hallmark of bespoke craftsmanship. This necklace was perhaps the most beautiful piece she had ever laid eyes on, even surpassing those seen in luxury boutiques with her friends. For you, my girlfriend? Lin Feng gazed into Susan's eyes, speaking earnestly. What girl could resist jewelry? Susan, possessing a certain awareness of its value, acknowledged the necklace's considerable worth. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? Susan hesitated, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Lin Feng shook his head with a warm smile, his gaze filled with sincerity. To me, nothing is more precious than you. May I help you wear it? Lin Feng mischievously interjected. His heartfelt words struck a chord in Susan's heart. Flushed with shyness, she averted her gaze from his intense stare, and no longer resisting, she slowly turned her back, delicately lifting her hair to reveal her slender, pale neck. The necklace, obtained from the system's store, was far from ordinary. The gently glowing gem was a product of the elven realm, its essence formed from the tree of life over centuries. Wearing it would improve one's constitution and promote clarity of mind. Most importantly, it would grant immunity to nearly all toxins. Lin Feng had spent a substantial 100,000 reputation points on this necklace, an expense he could easily bear. As he fastened the necklace around Susan's neck, she appeared even more ethereal, her beauty accentuated by the sea of roses, resembling a golden-haired fairy. Unconsciously, their eyes met, conveying unspoken sentiments. In that moment, the world around them faded, leaving only the two of them amidst the floral ocean. Under the shyness of the moon, which had hidden behind the clouds at some point, Lin Feng and Susan embraced, drifting into a deep slumber. While they slept soundly, many others were wide awake. For instance, Black Egg. With dark circles under his eyes, Black Egg had just concluded a video conference regarding the recent incident involving the twisting waste creatures. Lin Feng's suspicions were proven correct. His data was now being scrutinized by various factions. His display of power was deemed excessively perilous. Sending adversaries hurtling into outer space was unfathomable to many. Had Lin Feng not taken on the role of a superhero in the twisting waste realm, he might have already found himself encircled by the American government. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, analyzing Lin Feng's combat capabilities, speculated that he could surpass even the Omega mutants. During the meeting, Black Egg urged patience, believing that Lin Feng's willingness to assume a heroic role might indicate a significant opportunity to draw him into their ranks. However, others, wary of Lin Feng's strength, insisted that he must be controlled swiftly. If that proved impossible, they would resort to destruction. Despite Black Egg's attempts to reason with them, they remained obstinate, as if in collusion. With no other choice, Black Egg feigned agreement, leading to a rather unpleasant conclusion for the meeting. Returning to his office with a scowl, Black Egg slammed his palm onto the desk, producing a thunderous sound that startled Coulson. Control. How do we control this? Have these people been sitting in the office for too long, causing their brains to stagnate? Your coffee, sir. A trembling logistics officer placed a cup down before hastily retreating, intimidated by the furious director. Taking a sip of coffee, Black Egg still found it difficult to quell his frustration. The strength Lin Feng displayed surpassed even that of Captain America. Such immense power, as far as Black Egg knew, was only rivaled by Captain Marvel. To bring Captain Marvel back from the cosmos to control Lin Feng? That was preposterous. Lin Feng had committed no wrongdoing. Rather, he continually assisted in resolving issues in the twisting waste realm. His positive image as the protector of the twisting waste was well known. The consequences of attempting to harm Lin Feng were beyond contemplation. Would they dare deploy a nuclear weapon against a superhero who dedicated his life to saving others? Surely the American public wouldn't remain oblivious to such an act. After much deliberation, Black Egg turned to Coulson. Coulson, tomorrow afternoon, accompany me to Lin Feng's villa. He had no intention of acquiescing to the whims of the muddled fools. Had it not been for the necessity of funding, Black Egg would have already severed ties with them. Similar situations had arisen more than once. He had his own plans for the Avengers Initiative. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Black Egg, Pierce was also scheming to bring Lin Feng into his own fold. Instructions were dispatched, and Hydra swiftly gathered Lin Feng's information, formulating plans to recruit him. Also burning the midnight oil was Tony Stark. After concluding his call with Lin Feng, he began analyzing Lin Feng's data. The opportunity to assess Lin Feng's physical capabilities had been elusive. Falling from space was one matter, being able to fly back to Earth in a remarkably short time was another. The disparity in abilities between the two scenarios was significant. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng's data repository has been created. Shall I upload it to the data center? Jarvis inquired. Store it on my personal server. N01 is permitted to access it, Tony instructed. Various factions were now in a flurry of activity. Clearly, this was yet another restless night. Chapter 19. The Ancient One's visit. The future requires you. Early the next morning, Susan rose with the dawn, limping her way to the office. She had no choice. She needed to follow up on the events of the previous night. Left alone, Lin Feng lay in bed, lost in thought. Such a workaholic, he exclaimed. Even in this state, you can't take a day off? He felt a deep admiration for her dedication. After languishing in boredom for a while, Lin Feng finally got up and began to tidy the room filled with roses. After a considerable effort, he managed to clear only a modest amount, and in exasperation, he called in a team of housekeepers for assistance. One by one, even Superman would struggle to clean up this mess. None of his extraordinary abilities could effectively tackle the sheer volume of roses. If left unattended, they would soon wilt, and once they decayed, the task would become even more daunting. After a bustling morning, he finally restored the villa to its original state. Lin Feng collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling deeply. Even Superman could feel the weariness of household chores. How remarkable! The last time he had wished to spend an entire day gaming at home, he had been interrupted by Black Widow. Today, Lin Feng resolved to continue his unfinished gaming quest. Just as he grasped the controller, an unexpected guest arrived. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. In the vast living room, a golden portal suddenly materialized. A gleaming bald head emerged from behind the door. Lin Feng gasped, "The Supreme Sorceress?" Indeed, the visitor was none other than the Ancient One, the most formidable woman on Earth. With her powerful magic, she safeguarded the planet and governed the Time Stone among the Infinity Gems. Her presence had thwarted the invasion of the Dark Dimension. For countless ages, she had been Earth's guardian. Hearing Lin Feng's exclamation, the Ancient One turned her gaze towards him, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You know me. That is quite unexpected." Yet her tone bore little astonishment. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "You seem hardly surprised, sorceress." The Ancient One shook her head, saying, "May we have a conversation?" The invitation from the Supreme Sorceress left no room for refusal. "Of course," Lin Feng replied, having anticipated her arrival. In his current state, he could hardly afford to provoke the Ancient One. Superman's magical resistance was negligible at best. Merely being cast into the mirror dimension would leave Lin Feng gasping for breath. Moreover, he held a profound respect for this sorceress who had devoted her life to the protection of Earth. "Please, have a seat." Lin Feng gestured for the Ancient One to sit. After a moment's contemplation, he brewed a pot of life tree tea, which he had exchanged for 50,000 reputation points. "Is there something you wish to discuss, sorceress?" he inquired, sliding a cup of tea towards her. The Ancient One was about to respond, but found her gaze irresistibly drawn to the tea Lin Feng had offered. She keenly sensed the unprecedented life energy infused within it. "What is this?" For the first time, a look of surprise crossed her features. "Just a simple brew. No need to make a fuss, sorceress." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. This tea, like the necklace he had gifted to Susan, originated from the same source, products of the Elven realm, the leaves of the ancient life tree, possessing immense vitality and remarkable healing properties capable of replenishing energy and life force. The Ancient One regarded Lin Feng with keen interest, lifting the cup to her lips as the tea flowed down. An overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped her, an incredible soothing energy coursing through her body. She even sensed that this life energy had the potential to extend one's lifespan. Though the effect was minor, had it existed earlier, perhaps she would not have needed to draw power from the dark dimension. Remarkable tea. Even the Ancient One could not help but commend. Truly extraordinary. Even one as powerful as she felt an irresistible allure, wishing to partake in it daily. "If you enjoy it," Lin Feng chuckled, producing a small box filled with tea leaves. "A humble gift. I hope you accept it." The Ancient One hesitated before taking it. Such a treasure would be priceless in the outside world. She scrutinized Lin Feng once more, seeing no hint of reluctance in his demeanor, and finally accepted the tea. Since he could part with a box without a trace of regret, it implied he possessed even more. This was a gesture of goodwill from Lin Feng, and the Ancient One's acceptance brought him a measure of relief. "You need not worry that I will pose a threat to you. That is not the purpose of my visit." As expected, the Ancient One provided Lin Feng with reassurance. He exhaled in relief. As long as she was not here to expel him, he would not have to engage in a confrontation where his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. "You possess formidable abilities, and I am here to remind you to wield them wisely," the Ancient One continued. "I know you are not a native of this world. In the original timeline, your existence should not be here. I cannot discern whether your presence is a blessing or a curse." Hearing this, Lin Feng could only smile bitterly, mentally cursing the unreliable system that had allowed his identity to be so easily perceived. "Indeed, I cannot hide from the Ancient One," Lin Feng acknowledged. "However, you need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions towards this world. Even if I am not from the same realm, I am still a native of Blue Star, Lin Feng asserted firmly. I will not harm Blue Star. On the contrary, I will protect it. This is a promise I hope you will take to heart. Lin Feng understood the Ancient One's apprehensions. She feared he might bring destruction to Blue Star. Yet Blue Star was Lin Feng's home, and he had no intention of causing it harm. The Ancient One nodded, a gentle smile illuminating her face. I can sense that you speak the truth. I also perceive that although you possess some minor flaws, they do not overshadow your courageous heart. Unimaginable calamities loom on the horizon. This world requires your fearless spirit. Perhaps you are yet unaware, but one day you will bear the weight of responsibility. The Ancient One spoke as if imparting wisdom, a deluge of words cascading forth. Lin Feng felt a sense of confusion. He struggled to comprehend. Did he possess a courageous heart? Continue on your path, Lin Feng. This is a growth you must experience, the Ancient One declared, rising to leave. Without waiting for Lin Feng's farewell, she added, Thank you for the tea, Lin Feng. Do feel free to visit me sometime. With that, she opened the portal and stepped through. Wait, sorceress, Lin Feng called out. The Ancient One turned, her smile unwavering as she regarded him. Can I learn magic? Lin Feng inquired, eager to know if he could acquire magical skills. This would not conflict with his Superman abilities. Having magic like teleportation would greatly benefit him. Magic is possible, the Ancient One replied with a nod. But not at this moment. Before Lin Feng could express his delight at the prospect of becoming her apprentice, she doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. When that day arrives, I will come to seek you. I cannot linger. You have other guests. With that, the Ancient One vanished into the portal. Once again, Lin Feng found himself grappling with her cryptic words. What day? What day would come? He was at a loss. What did the Ancient One's visit truly signify, if only to impart words he could scarcely fathom? He could not piece it together. However, he did receive a piece of good news. He could indeed learn magic. As for her mention of other guests, who could they be? Lin Feng could only chuckle at the fact that, as expected of a sorceress, 2 out of 3 of her statements left him bewildered. Yet, it was not long before he understood. The doorbell rang, and with a perplexed expression, Lin Feng approached the door. Black Egg was there, accompanied by Natasha and Coulson, seeking him out. Chapter 20. Bidding farewell to the Supreme Mage and welcoming the Egghead organization. Observing the peculiar trio outside his door, Lin Feng sighed and ultimately decided to invite them in. However, he refrained from offering them tea. The leaves of the Tree of Life were far too precious for such company to merit. Instead, he merely retrieved a bottle of mineral water and tossed it to Natasha. Indeed, only Natasha received this privilege, a special allowance granted to a beauty. As Natasha accepted the water, she shot Lin Feng a glance, seemingly reproaching him for their previous encounter. Once they were seated, the one-eyed Egghead fixed a penetrating gaze upon Lin Feng, casting a heavy atmosphere over the room. Your actions last night have had significant repercussions. Egghead launched straight into the matter. Repercussions? Lin Feng replied languidly from his position on the sofa. Does the uproar of the citizens in Waste Twister City count? What a surprise, attempting to place the blame on him right from the start. Was he really that easily intimidated? I am not jesting, Lin Feng. Egghead insisted with a grave tone. Your deeds from last night have reached the desk of the Grey Palace. If I had not intervened, a battalion would be here to see you now. Egghead was deliberately amplifying the severity of the situation, probing Lin Feng's resolve. Do not employ your S.H.I.E.L.D. tactics to test me, Nick Fury. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, seeing through Egghead's ploy. Pray tell, what crime have I committed? He scoffed derisively, refusing to engage. A battalion? Not even Iron Man could withstand a single punch from me. Let them come if they dare, Lin Feng declared defiantly, his demeanor resolute. Was he attempting to intimidate him? Such tactics were far too rudimentary. Realizing that Lin Feng was unfazed, Egghead restrained his anger. Lin Feng, we are here to assist you. He adopted a different approach, continuing to persuade him. Joining the Avengers Initiative would bring peace of mind to certain individuals. I trust you are astute enough to know whom I refer to, Egghead insinuated, confident that Lin Feng would grasp his meaning. Lin Feng scoffed again, retorting, why should I provide them with any sense of security? This is not child's play, Egghead countered. You need to survive, Lin Feng. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. By offering them assurance, they will in turn provide you with the life you desire. Since intimidation had failed, Egghead resorted to a more conciliatory strategy, skillfully manipulating human sentiments. The world is far more complex than you can imagine. When disaster strikes, we must unite. Complexity? Disaster? Lin Feng's icy gaze bore into Egghead. He had initially been reluctant to discuss certain matters, but now he was prepared to drop a bombshell on Egghead. What complexity? Is it the Tesseract that is complex? I dare say you have yet to fully comprehend its nature. That indeed is quite complex. He knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. was still grappling with the enigmatic blue cube, something beyond human understanding. How do you know about the Tesseract? Egghead's pupils dilated suddenly, a surge of unease and confusion washing over him. The existence of the Tesseract was a S.H.I.E.L.D. secret. How could Lin Feng be privy to such information? How do I know? The calamity stems from your reckless experimentation. Lin Feng chuckled. Some things are not meant to be possessed by Earth. To acquire them is to invite disaster. Trouble has always been self-inflicted. Are you not yet aware of the existence of the Kree? Some individuals are perpetually eager to show off their prowess, believing everything lies within their control. Lin Feng continued to unleash a torrent of profound insights. Egghead's intense gaze remained fixated on Lin Feng, rendered speechless by the unexpected depth of his knowledge, far exceeding his expectations. I will not join S.H.I.E.L.D., nor will I partake in the Avengers Initiative. Nick Fury, you need not waste your efforts on me, he added. If those individuals have grievances, let them come directly to me. I have no qualms about treating them as I did that monstrous being last night, Lin Feng asserted. Aligning himself with such organizations would only serve to constrain him. Should someone take issue with him, then let them compete over whose strength is superior. Hearing Lin Feng's determination, Egghead suddenly sighed, his tone softening. Lin Feng, I do not know how you acquired such confidential information, but I must inform you, fists cannot resolve every problem. Some matters cannot simply be settled through violence. Since you are disinclined to join the Avengers Initiative, how about considering becoming our external agent? Egghead proposed, which was part of his strategy. Lin Feng, at just 21 years of age, was inevitably prone to youthful arrogance and pride. Coupled with his formidable abilities, it was understandable that he would resist being controlled. Lin Feng's approach was straightforward. He believed in resolving issues through strength. However, in the adult world, relying solely on brute force was often a last resort. It is unlikely to force a capable young man into submission, and Egghead was keenly aware of this, thus preparing two plans. Lin Feng understood that while brute force might suffice in a chaotic world, in today's society, excessive rigidity could lead to downfall. He was headstrong, yet fortunately, his moral compass remained intact. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng articulated his answer. I refuse to be constrained by anyone, Director Fury. I am willing to agree to become your external asset, provided I am not subjected to your control. If there are difficulties or needs for assistance, I am willing to lend a hand, on the condition that adequate compensation is provided. Lin Feng laid out his terms for collaboration, ensuring he would not be bound by S.H.I.E.L.D., thus avoiding numerous complications. Egghead pondered for a considerable time, ultimately sighing. The degree of difficulty Lin Feng posed far exceeded his expectations. From the moment he walked through the door, Lin Feng had seized the initiative. Lin Feng's understanding of the world surpassed all of Egghead's predictions. In his mind, Lin Feng was now more formidable than Tony Stark. At least, Tony did not possess as much knowledge as Lin Feng. It appeared he needed to re-evaluate his perception of Lin Feng. This is the best I can do for now. Egghead nodded, recognizing that as an external ally, it was not entirely without merit. I sincerely hope you will reconsider. The Earth needs your abilities. Egghead implored subtly. I will protect the Earth in my own way, Director Fury. As a gesture of goodwill for our initial collaboration, I suggest you return and investigate how many vulnerabilities exist within S.H.I.E.L.D., Lin Feng proposed, intending to convey his sincerity while simultaneously showcasing his prowess. You know what I know, and I know what you do not. This way, you will approach my matters with greater caution in the future. Vulnerabilities? What do you mean? Egghead, predictably, took the bait. Cut off one head, and two more shall sprout, Lin Feng stated flatly, dropping another bombshell that sent Egghead's pupils into a frenzy. Egghead leaned forward, his eyes fixated on Lin Feng once more, a mix of horror and disbelief etched on his face. This is impossible. Hydra should have been completely eradicated. Did Lin Feng imply that Hydra still existed within S.H.I.E.L.D? I have no need to deceive you. Do investigate thoroughly, Director Fury, Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D may soon be transformed into Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. Egghead ceased speaking, casting a deep, lingering glance at Lin Feng before signaling Natasha and Coulson to exit the villa. He needed to return promptly to verify this information. If it were true, S.H.I.E.L.D would be in grave danger. After bidding farewell to Nick Fury and his entourage, Lin Feng felt utterly drained. Finally, he could enjoy a moment of tranquility. Confronting such formidable figures was exhausting, more tiring than engaging in a physical brawl. Chapter 21. The loudmouth and the conspiracy. While Lin Feng had managed to find some peace, Susan was anything but tranquil. To be frank, she regretted coming to work today. Had she known better, she would have heeded Lin's advice and taken a leave to rest at home. Now, as the workday drew to a close, the office's notorious gossipmonger had noticed her unusual demeanor, her peculiar gait and the silver chain adorning her fair neck. "Oh my goodness!" the gossipmonger exclaimed, her voice echoing through the office. "Susan, are you in love?" "Oh no." Susan's heart sank at her words. As anticipated, the next moment, her colleagues turned their gazes toward her. Curse that gossipmonger. Susan suppressed the urge to slap her, forcing a strained smile as she replied, "Yes. Is that so strange?" "Oh, I knew it, Susan," the gossipmonger continued, her face alight with curiosity. "Is that necklace a gift from your boyfriend? I don't recall ever seeing you wear jewelry before. That's quite a large gem. Must have cost a fortune?" Susan was at her wits' end, utterly annoyed by the gossipmonger's prying. What did it matter to her whether Susan wore jewelry? The gossipmonger's deliberately loud voice ensured the entire office was privy to the conversation, sparking a flurry of whispers among the staff. "Hey, wasn't he mistaken? Susan really does have a boyfriend. Is it that luxury car that picked her up yesterday? Has she snagged a wealthy man? Will she resign to live the life of a rich wife? I'm so envious. I heard she was picked up by a Stark Industries vehicle yesterday. Could it be Tony Stark? Stop talking nonsense. I heard it was a young fellow. Seems to be of Asian descent. Extremely handsome." As the chatter grew louder, Susan stood there helplessly, clutching a cup of coffee. "Colleagues, your whispers are rather loud." "Oh, Susan, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." The gossipmonger suddenly realized the inappropriateness of her outburst, feigning guilt as she apologized profusely, though not a trace of remorse lingered in her heart. This woman was more attractive than she and had better performance metrics. Always pretending to be so high and mighty, yet in the end, she had found herself a fabulously rich partner. The gossipmonger had long harbored ill feelings towards Susan since the last time when she had begged Susan for a photograph of Superman, only to be coldly refused and instead given to a new employee. The gossipmonger had held a grudge ever since. Some individuals are like that. They can't stand to see you thrive, even when you haven't provoked them. "It's fine, really. Just go back to work." Susan waved her hand dismissively, signaling for her to leave. "Susan." Suddenly, an angry voice cut through the murmurs of her colleagues. At the sound, the gossipmonger smirked. Her scheme had come to fruition. She had sensed something amiss with Susan earlier, but had deliberately waited until John arrived to spring her trap. "Oh my heavens, it's John. Oh no, this is going to be entertaining." The office crowd, eager for drama, widened their eyes, abandoning their tasks to fixate on Susan. John stormed up to Susan, his face contorted with rage, his flesh quivering with every movement. Upon hearing of Susan's new relationship, and considering her peculiar gait, comprehension dawned on him. His fury surged, as if struck by lightning. He felt as though a precious flower he had nurtured for so long had been plucked away by another. "How could you possibly have a boyfriend?" John seethed, nearly shouting, which startled Susan into taking a step back. "Are you out of your mind, John?" Susan retorted, both amused and exasperated. "What business is it of yours whom I date?" "You," John stammered, his face reddening as he pointed an accusatory finger at her, trembling with indignation. "Yes, why should she have to inform him about her relationship? Are you involved with him? How could you do this?" John's heart bled with jealousy. "Tell me, is it for money that you're with him?" In a fit of rage, John lost his composure, hurling accusations. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed. Susan, her face flushed with anger, had struck John. "John, are you insulting my dignity?" The office fell into stunned silence, all eyes wide with disbelief. This was beyond explosive. Momentarily stunned by the slap, John regained his wits and instinctively began to defend himself. "No, Susan, you know my feelings for you. How could you not seek my permission before dating someone?" Once again, Susan was left incredulous by his bizarre declaration. "John, I have clearly rejected you. I'm not interested in your type. We are merely colleagues. Please, stop harassing me. My boyfriend will be upset if he finds out." With that, Susan turned away, her gait still oddly peculiar, prompting John to feel as if he might explode right then and there. "What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do?" Seeing everyone in the office gawking at him only fueled John's fury, and he cursed loudly as John glared at the assembled staff. The onlookers quickly averted their gazes, feigning earnestness in their work. In that moment, John resembled a snarling hyena, ready to bite anyone who dared cross him. They had no desire to invite trouble. As he watched Susan's retreating figure, jealousy and resentment clouded John's eyes. "You will regret this, you wretched woman," he muttered under his breath before storming to his office. Downing a large cup of cold water, John's anger remained unabated. Susan was beautiful and charming, radiating the vivacity of someone freshly graduated. Every smile and frown of hers captivated his attention. She was, without a doubt, the most enticing flower he had encountered in his life, and the only one he could not possess. Now, she had been snatched away by someone else, an affront that felt like a disgrace to him. "Damn it!" John roared. He was determined to make Susan and her so-called boyfriend regret their choices. If he could not have her, then no one would enjoy her. As John fumed, a sudden knock echoed through the office. "Knock, knock. Who is it?" John snapped impatiently. "It's me." The door swung open to reveal none other than the troublemaking gossipmonger. "Flora?" John regarded her with a mix of recognition and irritation. Flora had countless connections with him and served as one of his informants at the station. Though Flora was rather plain-looking, with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, she was skilled in her dealings. John, who indulged in both savory and sweet, could hardly resist her charm. "What do you want, Flora?" John inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Flora leaned forward, perching herself on his desk, her ample curves making John's mouth dry and reigniting the anger he had just quelled. "I know. You must be wanting to get back at Susan, am I right?" Flora began. "Don't deny it. That wretched woman dared to betray you." She pressed a finger against John's plump lips. "I have an entire plan laid out. Would you like to hear it?" Flora continued to entice him, fully aware that John was the type to seek revenge for any slight. "Oh, do share," John replied, his interest piqued. As expected, John hesitated only briefly before feeling a flicker of intrigue. Flora and he were inextricably linked, having conspired on numerous ventures that undermined the station's interests. He had no fear of her betrayal. Spotting John's interest, Flora flashed a seductive smile and laid a stack of documents before him, beginning to outline her plan. As Flora detailed her scheme, John's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't anticipated her to be so astute. "Excellent, Flora," he praised, unable to contain his admiration. "I never imagined you would conceive such a plan." John's eyes gleamed as he focused on the documents laid out before him. "And the best part is, with this evidence, that wretched woman won't escape justice." Flora scoffed, her disdain evident. "That woman stands no chance against us, wouldn't you agree, my dear John? She's willing to sacrifice such a captivating man for a mere pretty face. I can hardly fathom her reasoning." Flora shamelessly flattered John, knowing that by stroking his ego, she could gain what she desired. Her strategy had proven effective time and again, which was how she managed to navigate her way into the BBC. "Indeed, you have a point," John replied, satisfaction spreading across his features. Noticing Flora's silence, he understood her unspoken request. "In au feed, no horse can run." "Very well, I will communicate with the upper management, and the task of following Superman will be entrusted to you. Now, help me cool off." With that, John seized Flora's head and pulled her towards him. A flicker of disdain crossed Flora's eyes, yet she did not resist. The plot against Susan had quietly begun to unfold amidst their conspiracy. Chapter 22. My friend, you have been poisoned by Palladium. After enjoying a few rare days of leisure, Lin Feng found himself once again drawn in by a live broadcast of Tony Stark on television. He watched the proceedings regarding the hearing on the surrender of the Iron Man suit. Lin Feng realized that the narrative of Iron Man 2 was unfolding before him. This indicated that at this point, Tony must have already succumbed to palladium poisoning, and possibly to a far worse extent than depicted in the original storyline. Tony's indomitable spirit would not allow Lin Feng to become the sole center of attention. His frequent public appearances in the suit only exacerbated his palladium poisoning. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng rose to make his way to Stark's mansion. Given the time of day, flying would attract too much attention, so he opted to drive. Upon arriving at Tony's villa, Lin Feng encountered Pepper Potts. "Hey, Pepper, is Tony at home?" he inquired as he approached the mansion. "What's wrong? Did Tony upset you?" As he drew closer, Lin Feng keenly observed the frostiness etched across Pepper's face, clearly indicating her anger. "Oh, Mr. Lin Feng?" Pepper turned in surprise, and upon hearing his question, her frustration spilled forth. "You have no idea what that jerk has done." It seemed she had found a willing ear, as she vented her grievances. "He donated all our modern art collections. Didn't he consult me? Not a single piece was spared. Everything went. To whom did he donate them? To the Boy Scouts of America?" Pepper exclaimed indignantly. "Do you know, Lin Feng, I spent a full decade curating those items. Didn't he even bother to inform me before giving them all away?" Furious, Pepper stamped her foot. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose. "I won't speak with you any longer, Lin Feng. I need to confront him right now." With that, Pepper strode determinedly toward the villa. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly stepped in her path. "Hey, Pepper. Tony, how should I put this? Tony has been dealing with some issues." Lin Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose Tony's palladium poisoning. "He has issues? What sort of issues could he possibly have? Is it another infatuation with some magazine cover girl?" The mere thought ignited an uncontainable fury within Pepper. All right, Pepper," Lin Feng spoke reluctantly. "You know, Tony has been relying on that to sustain his life." He gestured in a circular motion over his chest. "The arc reactor?" Pepper asked, puzzled. "Yes, precisely. That device saved him, but at the same time, it is costing him his life." Lin Feng explained. "The core of the reactor contains palladium, and Tony is currently suffering from palladium poisoning. I suspect he still has no solution at this point. And if he cannot find a new element to replace the palladium, his life may very well be on borrowed time. So he might be in a rather poor emotional and mental state." "Oh my God." Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Pepper's expression morphed into one of shock and concern. "He has never mentioned this to me." At this moment, Pepper appeared flustered, and the anger she previously harbored evaporated upon realizing Tony's life was in jeopardy. "I must see him." "Hey, wait, Pepper." Lin Feng called out to her once more. "I am here to address Tony's palladium poisoning. Allow me to handle this, all right? Do you have a way to cure him?" Pepper's eyes were filled with hope and expectation as she looked at Lin Feng. "Indeed, Miss Potts, but I will require a small favor from you." Lin Feng smiled. "Could you prepare a pot of hot water and 2 cups for me? Is it really that simple?" "Yes, just that. Please help me prepare it, and I will go have a word with Tony." "All right, fine, I'll leave it to you, Mr. Lin Feng." Pepper, somewhat doubtful, ascended the stairs to prepare the hot water, acutely aware of her limitations in this matter. With good intentions but little power, she could only place her faith in Lin Feng, who claimed he had a solution. Once Pepper departed, Lin Feng proceeded toward the underground workshop, activating his super hearing to gauge Tony's current condition. "How much of this disgusting concoction must I drink in a single day?" Tony Stark grimaced as he lifted a glass of chlorophyll juice to his lips, the palladium poisoning rendering him dizzy and fatigued. After downing nearly half the glass, he retrieved a device the size of a matchbox. Detecting palladium levels, Tony pressed his finger against the device. "Toxin level, 43, sir." As anticipated, the frequency of his suit usage had elevated Tony's toxin levels to nearly 50% above that of the original storyline. "Continued use of the suit has exacerbated your condition, sir." Irritated, Tony tapped the table, only to be informed by Jarvis that the energy had been depleted. After replacing the reactor's core, Tony gazed at the black spider design on his chest with resignation. "Sir," Jarvis suddenly announced, "Mr. Lin Feng has arrived." "Lin? What does he want?" Jarvis quickly discarded his t-shirt and took a sip of the chlorophyll juice. At that moment, Lin Feng entered the room. As soon as he stepped in, he spotted Tony drinking the chlorophyll juice. "Hey, Tony, how does it taste?" Lin Feng couldn't resist teasing him, knowing that the taste of chlorophyll juice was hardly appetizing, if not downright unpleasant. "What's this?" "Your new beverage formula, Tony?" "Indeed, green and healthy. I suggest you try a glass too, buddy." In the realm of banter, Tony was not one to back down. "What brings you here, buddy?" Tony retorted. "Are you here to sample my new beverage?" "Oh no. Tony, I'm here to have tea with you." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. He couldn't outwit the dogged system, let alone Tony himself. "Tea? I don't have time for tea." Tony shook his head vigorously. He detested the bitter taste, much like that of the chlorophyll juice, which he consumed solely to alleviate his palladium poisoning. "Don't say that, my friend. Trust me, my tea is not something everyone gets to enjoy." Lin Feng stepped forward, draping an arm around Tony's shoulders and pulling him toward the upper floor. "It's far more effective than chlorophyll. You will come to appreciate it." Lin Feng gestured toward the arc reactor on Tony's chest. "You know?" Tony glanced skeptically at Lin Feng, pointing at the arc reactor on his chest, uncertain. "Of course, I know, Tony." Lin Feng sighed and replied, "Palladium poisoning? That much I could surmise." Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Tony fell silent. He was at a loss for words, allowing Lin Feng to guide him to the sofa in the living room. "Here is the hot water you requested, Lin Feng," Pepper announced as she descended with a tray, placing the hot water and cups on the table. "Oh, Pepper, you're here too?" Tony raised an eyebrow and looked up. Something about Pepper's expression today seemed off. Tony turned his gaze back to Lin Feng. "Buddy, she wouldn't tea also." "Indeed. I see it now, Tony." Pepper joined them on the sofa. "Oh, heavens." Tony slapped his forehead in exasperation, a look of despair on his face. "Buddy, do you intend for the entire world to know I'm surviving on chlorophyll? You can't place the blame on Lin Feng, Tony." Pepper's beautiful eyes bore into Tony, filled with anger, grievance, but mostly concern. "Why didn't you tell me?" Faced with Pepper's ire, Tony found himself in a difficult position. Pepper, it's not that I didn't want to tell you. I have been seeking a solution. Believe me, I can resolve this. And even if I had told you, it would have been of no consequence." As soon as those words left his mouth, Pepper's face fell, her expression full of hurt. "Damn it." Tony cursed internally, realizing he had misspoken, and hastily added, "That's not what I meant, Pepper. Do you think I'm useless, Tony?" Tears welled in Pepper's eyes. "I resign. I want to quit." "Tony, you never care about others' feelings. You even donated away all my hard work from the past decade. I've had enough." No. Tony panicked. "I'm not saying you're useless. That's not what I meant, Pepper. Please listen to me." "Then what do you mean? You didn't even tell me about your palladium poisoning." The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved Pepper became, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. "I meant to say," Tony's eyes darted around as he contemplated how to calm Pepper's grievances. "I want you to become the executive president." Chapter 23. The fury of Pepper Potts, the truth revealed. "I mean it." Tony inhaled deeply. "I want you to be the chief executive officer." Upon hearing this, Pepper's tears momentarily halted as she looked at Tony in disbelief. "Have you been drinking?" "I had a bit of chlorophyll," Tony replied, and without waiting for Pepper's reaction, he earnestly added, "I hereby appoint you as the chairperson and executive director of Stark Industries. Effective immediately." "Wow." After a brief pause, Pepper, now fully comprehending the gravity of the situation, began to cry even more intensely. Tony's proclamation felt to her like a farewell message, and the sorrow overwhelmed her, causing her sobs to grow louder. Tony inhaled sharply, uncertain of what to do with his hands, which hovered awkwardly in the air. Should he embrace Pepper? That seemed inappropriate. How could he possibly console her? He turned his frustrated gaze toward the true instigator, Lin Feng, who had been silent for quite a while. Lin Feng had been a passive observer, having spent the time indulging in the delights of the life tree's leaves. When he caught Tony's gaze, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. He regretted revealing to Pepper the details of Tony's palladium poisoning. Who could have known this woman was so emotional? Buddy, this is all you're doing. Tony grumbled at Lin Feng, who remained silent but understood Tony's lip movements. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed loudly twice to draw Pepper's attention. It was then that Pepper remembered Lin Feng's presence, and her cheeks flushed. Pepper, have you forgotten why I'm here? Lin Feng smiled, promptly pushing 2 cups of brewed tea toward them. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air, invigorating both Tony and Pepper. Give it a try. This is something money can't buy. Especially for you. Tony, this tea is remarkably effective against your palladium poisoning. Lin Feng pointed at Tony, explaining. Pepper appeared bewildered, pointing at the teacup. This can cure Tony's palladium poisoning? She recognized the leaves as Eastern tea but had never heard of tea having such medicinal properties. Oh, Miss Pepper, you won't know until you try. Lin Feng replied with a grin. Moreover, this tea is beneficial for women, so drink it while it's hot. Pepper, half convinced, lifted the teacup, which contained leaves she had never seen before. The tea was a delicate shade of green, seemingly infused with a translucent mist. As she took a sip, before the flavor could register, a warm sensation enveloped her limbs. Oh my God! The once slightly sallow skin of Pepper began visibly transforming into a fairer complexion. The blemishes from long nights of work began to fade, and her hair gained an enviable sheen. I feel more invigorated than ever, Pepper exclaimed in astonishment. This is simply unbelievable. WTF? Tony, witnessing this miraculous transformation, exclaimed. Pepper, you look younger. In response, Pepper immediately retrieved a small compact mirror from her bag, gasping in disbelief at her reflection. Seeing this scene, Tony unhesitatingly lifted his teacup and took a sip in an instant. A wave of warmth surged from his stomach to every corner of his body. The dizzying effects of palladium poisoning dissipated, and his limbs regained their strength. He suddenly lifted his t-shirt to inspect his chest. The black spider patterns visibly faded away toward the arc reactor, vanishing completely in mere moments. Fuck! Tony could hardly believe his eyes. He produced a small device, a palladium content tester, and pressed his thumb against it without hesitation. Ding ding, the device beeped, subsequently displaying the results. Palladium content, zeroed, the voice of JRVIS echoed. Congratulations, sir. Your palladium levels have returned to 0. This defies logic, Tony exclaimed, glancing at Lin Feng, then suddenly realizing with elation that he might not have to perish after all. Who cares if it's logical? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. As long as it saves your life, that's what matters. You're absolutely right, Lin. Tony nodded in agreement, momentarily setting aside the question of logic, grateful that his life was spared. In his quest to resolve his palladium poisoning, Tony had exhausted every possible avenue without discovering a suitable alternative. Now, Lin Feng had presented him with this miraculous tea that completely eradicated his palladium poisoning. It was nothing short of extraordinary. What kind of tea is this? Where can I acquire more? Tony inquired, realizing that with this tea, he need not fear the repercussions of using the Iron Man suit. Upon hearing Tony's question, Lin Feng understood his intentions. You can't rely on this tea indefinitely, Tony, Lin Feng cautioned. This tea merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the problem. I understand your point, buddy, Tony replied with a hint of bitterness, but I've tried every combination, every element. None can replace palladium. It's both saving my life and threatening it. What do you suggest I do? This was the gravest life-threatening crisis Tony had faced thus far. Its lethal speed was not swift, yet the difficulty in resolving it was unparalleled. No, Tony, Lin Feng said mysteriously, you haven't explored all possible methods. What do you mean? Tony asked, confused. I haven't tried every method? What methods have I yet to explore? Indeed, Tony, Lin Feng nodded. It's something your father left for you. What? Tony's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. In the coming days, Nick Fury will likely seek you out. Oh, you mean that director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Lin Feng stated, still reluctant to significantly alter the original storyline. Tony had to experience what was necessary. He believed it was imperative not to recklessly change another's life trajectory unless it was a matter of life and death, a principle Lin Feng upheld since gaining his powers. What does he want with me? Tony inquired, perplexed. I've already expressed my disinterest in his superhero organization. I have no desire to meet him. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Lin Feng remained silent, wearing a mysterious smile that left Tony perplexed. A sudden flash of insight sparked in Tony's mind. Could he have a solution for the Palladium issue? Not quite, Tony, Lin Feng clarified. You may not know this, but your father was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. And S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses something your father left for you, Tony. Before Tony could voice his confusion, Lin Feng continued, the legacy he left can resolve the Palladium issue. So, when Nick Fury comes to see you, perhaps consider listening to what he has to say. Lin Feng suggested. In the original plot, Nick Fury indeed presented Tony with something Howard had left behind. Though Lin Feng was a variable in the storyline, he was confident that the overall direction would not deviate significantly. Even if it did diverge, Lin Feng had faith in his ability to support Tony. I shall not intrude upon your conversation. Lin Feng stood, preparing to leave. He produced a small pouch of life tree leaves and handed it to Tony. These are some tea leaves that you and Pepper can both enjoy. This was Lin Feng's contingency plan, ensuring that Tony Stark would have a safety net in case of unforeseen circumstances. Oh, and remember, don't drink it too frequently. Overindulgence may yield adverse effects. Lin Feng warned. Once a week, brewing one leaf at a time is sufficient. It will benefit both you and Pepper, enhancing your physical constitution. Oh, I must say, I owe you my gratitude this time, my friend. Tony expressed heartfelt appreciation, gesturing toward the small pouch in his hand. Is there more? This seems a bit scarce. Get lost. You won't find this anywhere else in the world. Lin Feng shot back, visibly annoyed. That's all you get. It's enough for you to resolve your issues and still have plenty left. Tony jested, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, while Pepper expressed her sincere gratitude by bowing to Lin Feng, prompting Lin Feng to internally commend her thoughtfulness. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Feng drove toward the place where Susan worked, intending to pick her up after her shift. Chapter 24, A New Mission, Core Information, Round Trip to Las Vegas on the way. I saw, here, it's desolate. Lin Feng drove his sports car along the highway, cheerfully humming a song he had heard before his time travel. It's absolutely delightful, Lin Feng exclaimed, slapping the steering wheel. If I don't become a superhero, I could at least make a fortune as a ghostwriter. Host, stop singing. Just as Lin Feng was enjoying his performance, the system's voice suddenly interrupted. Your singing is so dreadful that it might make me vomit. The dog-like system was as irreverent as ever. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any musical talent? Lin Feng retorted, visibly irritated, yet he couldn't help but ponder. Normally, this pesky system remained silent unless summoned, but today it had deviated from its usual behavior. Could it be that there was something amiss? With that thought in mind, Lin Feng asked, did you come out on your own because you have something to discuss? Smart. The dog system snapped its fingers. I came to tell you to stop singing. It's too awful. It's keeping me from sleeping. Is this the hurdle you can't overcome? Lin Feng's expression turned cold. If there's nothing important, then I'll hang up. We're all adults. Everyone is quite busy. All right, let's get back to serious matters. The system clicked its tongue, steering the conversation back on track. Say, host, don't you feel that your pace in earning prestige is exceedingly sluggish? As the system, I can hardly bear to watch, the system lamented. Considering the impact of your last encounter with the abomination, your current prestige value is just over 10 million, the system stated in a tone laden with disappointment. At this rate, when will you be able to exchange for the Silver Superman? Come on, I've been working very hard. Lin Feng protested, feeling aggrieved at the system's remarks. He had been diligently punishing evildoers every day, not to mention reserving 2 days each week for gaming. Was 10 million points really insufficient? The narrative had only just begun to unfold. Did they expect him to venture into the cosmos to confront Thanos? If you think my pace is slow, why not send me a couple more tasks? Lin Feng shot back without mercy. Oh, what a coincidence, the system replied with a sigh, seamlessly following Lin Feng's lead. I came to bestow upon you a new task. Surprised? Unexpected? Heh, Lin Feng scoffed coldly, suspecting ulterior motives. Normally, task announcements were straightforward. This sudden appearance felt suspicious. I suppose I'm somewhat interested. Do tell? What do you mean by somewhat interested? The system retorted, displeased. Let me explain. This task's rewards are exceedingly generous. How generous? Lin Feng scoffed, unimpressed. The highest prestige value the system had ever offered was 1 million points. He had little expectation for anything worthwhile. Earning prestige points relied on his consistent effort in rescuing lives. A guaranteed 10 million prestige points. How does that sound? The R8 screeched to a halt. How much? Lin Feng suspected he had misheard. 10 million prestige points? Indeed. The system chuckled smugly. Now, are you interested? Absolutely. Please elaborate, esteemed system. Lin Feng's excitement surged. A task worth 10 million prestige points could equate to an entire period of his labor. If such tasks were available, he wished for many more. The dog system, clearly pleased with Lin Feng's enthusiasm, announced with a chime. You have a new task, auxiliary task. Save the blue planet in the DC parallel universe, prevent the merging of mother boxes, and defeat the Wasteland Wolf and the corrupted Superman. Task source from the film Justice League. Task duration. 10 days task countdown. 3 hours task reward 110 million prestige points. Task reward 2. Prestige points awarded based on the host's performance rating. After reading the task, Lin Feng found himself somewhat bewildered. He scrutinized the task once more. Its brevity was perplexing. It seemed comprehensible yet utterly confounding. System, what is happening? Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. DC Universe? Am I to traverse to complete this task? Lin Feng questioned, recalling how he had already crossed over to Marvel. Could he now jump to DC? Correct, dog host. The system answered promptly. This task necessitates your traversal to the DC Universe. Lin Feng felt speechless. What do you mean by Wasteland Wolf and the corrupted Superman? I remember the original narrative not being like this. Why must I confront Superman? Lin Feng was puzzled and sought clarification from the system. Are you assuming I haven't read the original? How else do you think your 10 million prestige points come about? The system countered. You think defeating just the Wasteland Wolf would yield 10 million prestige points? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Don't you understand this principle? Having been rebutted by the system, Lin Feng felt increasingly at a loss. He rubbed his nose. All right, please elaborate on the extent of the risk. Hold your questions until I finish. If you interrupt me again, I want to continue. All right, commence your exposition. Lin Feng gestured grandly. The system rolled its eyes and proceeded to elucidate the task details. In this task, you will face a formidable organization composed of villains from countless parallel worlds. They possess entities akin to systems, though lacking my intelligence. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment. Are they not traversers from beyond the fourth wall? Am I not the sole one? They did not come from beyond the fourth wall. Rather, they hail from various film and even comic worlds as unknown villains. Interestingly, each of them possesses a subsystem equivalent to a system panel, albeit under the control of a master system. Oh! Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Please elaborate. The system hesitated for a moment, but ultimately declined Lin Feng's request. Given your current strength, it's best not to know too much. The system and the host share a mutual fate. The stronger the host, the greater the feedback to the system. Thus, to rapidly enhance both their powers, these subsystems have chosen to embody villains with malevolent personalities from parallel worlds. The hosts possessed by these subsystems are referred to as exiles. Once they acquire sufficient power, their inner evil and desires are magnified. They wreak havoc on various parallel narratives, allowing them to absorb energy when the timelines converge. The greater the deviation from the original narrative, the more energy will be generated upon convergence. The system paused momentarily, seemingly giving Lin Feng time to digest the information. The task you have accepted is a distress signal from the DC parallel universe. A few days ago, an exile disrupted the main plot of the Justice League, granting the Wasteland Wolf a powerful artifact. The Wasteland Wolf used this artifact to resurrect and control Superman, Clark, Batman, Wonder Woman, and the others are unable to contend with the mighty Superman and have suffered repeated defeats. Ultimately, one mother box is being constantly relocated by the Flash, Barry Allen, to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Wasteland Wolf and Superman. Your task, host, is to eliminate the Wasteland Wolf and Superman, aiding the timeline in its convergence. By doing so, the energy required for the convergence will be significantly reduced. However, you must remain vigilant against the appearance of exiles. Due to system limitations, we cannot detect them if they remain hidden. Although exiles generally lack strong direct combat abilities, they are adept at employing treacherous tactics. These are all matters to which you must pay close attention. The system continued its detailed exposition. Chapter 25 Farewell to Susan. Preparing for the journey, Lin Feng comprehended that this essentially belonged to a radically altered Justice League narrative. He was to confront the corrupted Superman and steer the storyline back on course. This would diminish the energy generated by the convergence of world lines, thereby reducing the energy that the exile could siphon. I have several inquiries, Lin Feng mused for a moment, highlighting a few points of confusion. First, aside from the matter of justice, why must we prevent the exile from absorbing the energy of the world line? It seems to have no direct impact on our own reality, does it? The first question Lin Feng posed was somewhat harsh, but it was indeed an issue occurring outside his own world. Yet the system was risking much to address it, indicating that there were undoubtedly deeper implications at play. Although he now possessed Superman's strength, Lin Feng understood that the notion of a corrupted being thrice as powerful was not to be taken lightly. He had no desire to face Superman directly without cause. Upon hearing Lin Feng's doubts, the system explained, by assisting the world line in reducing the energy it consumes, a portion of that energy will be allocated to you. In simpler terms, by helping him lessen his expenditure, he in turn aids in augmenting your strength. Oh, that makes sense, Lin Feng nodded, recognizing that a gift from the will of the world should not be too stingy. Now, I have another question. Does the DC Universe lack powerful beings? They could easily deal with the corrupted Superman and the exile, restoring the world line to its rightful path. Why has this task fallen to us? This was the matter Lin Feng was most concerned about. The logic seemed disjointed when the task was assigned to him. It was akin to the current Marvel Universe. If there were indeed exiles wreaking havoc upon the main storyline, surely there would be formidable beings capable of obliterating them with ease. Yet, the system's response exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. They cannot intervene, host. Let me provide an analogy. This situation differs from the narratives you have previously encountered. A straightforward and easily comprehensible analogy is this. No matter how strong a strongman may be, he cannot lift himself. If they were to intervene, it would result in a greater upheaval within the world line. There are also exceedingly clandestine circumstances at play, which I cannot disclose to you due to your current lack of strength. The system cryptically elaborated. Is Superman's strength insufficient? Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Was Superman's power deemed inadequate in the eyes of the system? Do you believe it is sufficient? The system retorted. You cannot even defeat Ancient One on Earth. Do you think you would fare better in the cosmos? You must reach at least the mid-level of a Silver Superman's strength to uncover more information. For now, focus on following the directives of this system and rapidly enhance your own capabilities. Did not the bald Ancient One also inform you? Greater trials await you in the future. The system invoked Ancient One to persuade Lin Feng. Very well, Lin Feng replied helplessly, realizing that in the grand scheme of the cosmos, even Superman might fall short. One last question. Is there a risk to life in this mission? Risk to life? The system paused noticeably, pondering for a moment before responding in a somewhat uncertain tone. There should be none? What do you mean by should be none? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Clarify your statement. It is true that the corrupted Superman is still Superman, but you are also Superman. The system clarified. I believe the risks are minimal. Did I not mention that the only thing to be especially cautious of is the exile? All right. Lin Feng was exceedingly exasperated. The system's words were nearly nonsensical. He was acutely aware that his journey through dimensions would not be a simple endeavor. Indeed, as anticipated, saving the Marvel Universe was not enough. He would also need to rescue other worlds. The information subtly revealed by the system instilled in Lin Feng a sense of urgency. He initially thought himself invincible as Superman, yet the revelations from the system indicated that he must quickly grow even more formidable. Lin Feng harbored an ominous premonition that his days of complacency were numbered. One last question, Lin Feng squinted, concealing his expression. Are you so familiar with the exile system? Can I infer that you communicate with those subsystems, correct? You are not a villain, are you? Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the system fell silent. Lin Feng did not rush it, merely continuing to drive as he awaited the system's response. After a prolonged silence, the system's voice echoed once more, "Your speculation is accurate. This system belongs to the evolution of superhumans, and we indeed have communication. However, I would never engage in actions that would endanger the world." The system's response confirmed Lin Feng's suspicions. What he had initially assumed was a straightforward auxiliary system seemed to harbor unspeakable secrets beneath its surface. Let me guess. Is it only after I become a Silver Superman that I can learn more information? Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, sneering as he inquired. Such a cliché plot mirrored the narratives found in novels. The system's response was indeed, as Lin Feng had predicted, correct. Once the host exchanges for the Silver Superman template, deeper matters will be revealed. The host need not worry. Since the system is bound, we will share both fortune and misfortune. All efforts are directed toward the future of the system and the host. All right, I will trust you once, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. His current abilities were bestowed upon him by the system. Regardless of what the system claimed, Lin Feng was acutely aware and remained vigilant to avoid falling into a passive situation. No longer entangling himself in this matter, all would be revealed once he exchanged for the Silver Superman template. Contemplating the mission, Lin Feng returned to the villa after receiving a call from Susan. After preparing a simple dinner for them to enjoy, the two nestled together on the couch, watching television. Lin Feng glanced at the mission timer. There was less than an hour remaining before he would traverse to the DC universe. He intended to convey a few matters to Susan. Otherwise, if he vanished without a word, she would surely worry. Lin Feng was no longer a solitary figure. With these thoughts, Lin Feng spoke, "Susan, I may be away for a while. Approximately 10 days, at most no longer than half a month." Lin, where are you going?" Susan inquired, sitting on the couch, leaning against Lin Feng. Upon hearing that Lin Feng would be gone for such an extended period, she tilted her head, questioning with concern. "Oh, sweetheart, you know I am Superman." Lin Feng embraced Susan, feigning nonchalance as he smiled. "There are certain matters that require my attention. It's just 10 days. It will pass in no time." Noticing the worry etched on Susan's petite face, Lin Feng reassured her. "Here's a means of contact for you." Lin Feng handed Susan a card containing Tony Stark's contact information. "I may be difficult to reach in the coming days. If you need anything, just call Iron Man," Lin Feng instructed, having already coordinated with Tony to look after Susan during his absence. This was merely prudent foresight. "I understand, Lin." Susan nodded, accepting the card, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Will you be in danger?" "What are you thinking, my dear?" "Of course, there is no danger." Lin Feng confidently patted his solid chest muscles. What in this world could threaten Superman? Naturally, Lin Feng would not admit to any danger. Doing so would only evoke unnecessary concern. "All right," Lin Feng soothed her. "There is no need to worry about me. It's just that this journey is a bit lengthy, hence the duration. Simply wait for my return with peace of mind. I will bring you a gift." Susan nodded, still anxious, advising, "Just be careful while you're out there." Hearing Susan's words of concern, Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Checking the time, he noted that only 10 minutes remained. He donned his Superman costume and stepped outside the villa. "Remember what I said, if there are any issues, contact Iron Man. Don't be polite. He still owes me." After a final round of reminders, Lin Feng gently kissed Susan's forehead and soared into the sky. With a resounding boom, Lin Feng rapidly vanished from Susan's sight. As she watched him fly away, Susan stood rooted in place, her gaze filled with worry. Although Lin Feng had assured her that there was no danger in this journey, she was an astute woman. Superman, who was he? A being capable of lifting cargo ships and sending monsters into outer space with bare hands. Could there truly be no peril in matters that even Superman required numerous days to resolve? Clearly, Susan understood that Lin Feng spoke so as not to burden her with worry. She could not prevent him from confronting danger. Otherwise, he would cease to be Superman. Clutching the pendant Lin Feng had given her, Susan silently wished him well in her heart. Chapter 26. Traversing DC, Batman on the brink of death high above in the skies. The system expressed its exasperation, saying, "I must remind you, host, that traversing at ground level is entirely feasible. There is no need to soar to such heights. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, scoffed, "What do you know, you wretched system? I fly this high to alleviate Susan's worries. The less she knows, the better. Ignorance brings her bliss." Having explained himself, Lin Feng could not resist throwing in a taunt. "It's evident you are a solitary system, incapable of grasping this simple truth." "Get lost," the system retorted, its tone darkening. "Prepare for traversal. This system will transport you to engage in a delightful encounter with Superman." Buzz. As the system's words faded, a crimson portal materialized before Lin Feng. It was a conduit, linking the Marvel and DC universes. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng stepped forward. The passage within the portal was brief, and he swiftly emerged on the other side. Before him lay the blue planet of the DC universe. However, the moment Lin Feng crossed the threshold of the portal, the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, who had been meditating on Earth, abruptly opened her eyes. She sensed the abrupt disappearance of Lin Feng's presence from the cosmos. Puzzled, she retrieved the Time Stone, peering into the future in a quest to locate Lin Feng. But the system's portal had directly transported Lin Feng to the skies above the DC universe, where the sun shone brightly. Ding! The system's voice echoed once more. "The mission has commenced. Countdown, 10 days. Please complete the task within the allotted time." With that, the portal slowly faded away. Time was of the essence, and Lin Feng hesitated not. He had devised an action plan prior to his journey, and thus, he employed his super hearing to encompass the entirety of the United States, gathering information. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds surged into Lin Feng's mind. He held his breath and focused, meticulously discerning the myriad of voices. He aimed to locate Batman and his allies to ascertain the current situation. According to the system's information, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman were likely together. Sure enough, within less than half a minute, Lin Feng successfully pinpointed the desired sounds. "Found it!" he exclaimed, his eyes snapping open as he overheard a conversation between Diana and Victor. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated as Lin Feng propelled himself towards the source of the noise with great speed. In a tranquil private hospital, within a patient room, Bruce Wayne lay on the bed, breathing faintly. His right chest had been pierced by the heat vision of a corrupted Superman, Clark Kent. Had it not been for Diana's timely intervention, Batman would have surely met his end. After several arduous hours of emergency treatment, Bruce was barely pulled back from the brink of death. Yet, a full day had passed, and Bruce Wayne remained unresponsive. His injuries were grievous, and the situation was dire. The DC Universe's blue planet was on the verge of catastrophe. In the room, 3 or 4 individuals sat or stood in worry. Diana, Aquaman, Victor, and Bruce's butler, Alfred, all bore expressions of distress, their bodies marked with injuries, while Victor tinkered with his mechanical form. Alfred stood at Bruce's bedside, his eyes glistening with tears. He had watched Bruce grow, witnessing his evolution into the embodiment of justice as Batman, enduring countless falls and rising time and again. But this time was different. Bruce's wounds were so severe that even if he recovered, he could never don the cape and cowl again to fight evil. The food Alfred had brought lay untouched on the table. With the danger still looming over the blue planet, the superhero team's strategist lay incapacitated, leaving no one with the heart to eat. Alas, Diana glanced at Bruce's still form, sighing softly. Among them, she was the least injured. "This is not your fault, Diana," Victor interjected. "Had you not shielded Bruce from that attack, he wouldn't have had a chance for rescue." Upon hearing Victor's words, Diana felt a measure of solace. "I know. If only I had been quicker to intercept Clark's strike, Bruce would not have suffered such grave injuries. Now is not the time for such discussions." Aquaman, who had remained silent, interrupted the two. "The pressing issue is, what shall we do next?" At his words, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, what was to be done next? With Bruce Wayne, the strategist, incapacitated, potentially for good, Barry Allen was racing around the globe with the last mother box, unwilling to linger in one place for too long. The corrupted Clark Kent would soon seek out Barry Allen, snatch the mother box, and eliminate him with ease, as if squashing an insect. The mere thought of Clark's red-black eyes and his grotesque green visage sent shivers down their spines. "Clark Kent, I witnessed your battle through the young master's cameras. The most likely scenario is that Master Clark is being manipulated by something akin to magic. To defeat Clark, we must identify the one who controls him. Alfred continued, I surmise it must be that creature known as the Wasteland Wolf. Thus, to save the Earth, we must first locate the Wasteland Wolf. As for Master Clark, while this may not be an ideal solution, Alfred said, retrieving a suitcase and opening it to reveal several green crystals nestled within, Kryptonite will inhibit his movements. He gently placed the case on the table. He gazed regretfully at the Kryptonite, pondering how different things might have been had Wayne brought it last time. I shall heat up the food for everyone. Only when we are nourished can we muster the strength to continue combating the darkness. With that, Alfred exited the room. In the patient room, silence reigned as the group exchanged glances, each reflecting on Alfred's words. After a long pause, Diana finally spoke, We have no means to locate the Wasteland Wolf. The Wasteland Wolf will not reveal himself until the third Mother Box is activated. The last unactivated Mother Box is in Barry's possession, while Superman is scouring the globe for him. Even if the Wasteland Wolf does appear, can we contend with both him and Clark? Our time is running out. Diana sighed once more. The situation had reached a stalemate, a scenario none wished to face. Aquaman stood up, his expression grim, and slammed his trident onto the ground with a resounding thud. Then we shall confront Clark first. This was the best course of action. They must eliminate this formidable foe, lest the Mother Box fall into Clark's hands, with catastrophic consequences. Diana nodded in agreement. With the Kryptonite, we can take a chance. If we can sway the controlled Clark to our side, our chances of victory will increase. Victor, can you track Barry Allen's location? Diana inquired, turning to Victor. Victor's mechanical eye glowed red. Indeed, Mr. Bruce had placed a tracker on him. I can monitor Barry Allen's position at all times. The question now is, once we locate him, who will confront Clark? Victor's expression was grave. None of them alone could stand against Superman. They needed a feasible plan to have any hope of taking him down. This was their last glimmer of hope, and caution was paramount. Diana spoke first. I will take on the task of restraining Clark. Among them, Diana bore the least injuries and was arguably the strongest. She felt it only right that this heavy responsibility fell to her. She was confident in her ability to hold Superman at bay for a brief period. Victor, you are tasked with fashioning the Kryptonite into a weapon. Wait for the opportune moment to strike it into Clark's body. Victor nodded silently in agreement. I will assist you in restraining Clark. Aquaman, Arthur, chimed in. His left arm bore a wound from the heat vision, oozing a black-red mist that hindered its healing. The corrupted Clark's heat vision appeared to have mutated, rendering the injury nearly impossible to mend. You should remain here to protect Bruce, Arthur, Diana said, glancing at Aquaman's injured arm, shaking her head. I can handle it. Let me go. Arthur insisted, striking the ground with his trident once more, asserting his readiness. Diana fell silent, contemplating Arthur's determination. She was reluctant to let him fight in his compromised state. The risks were too great, and a single misstep could cost him his life. As the group exchanged uncertain glances, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated through the room. You all are incapable. Allow me to take charge. Chapter 27. None of you are capable. Allow me. None of you are capable. Allow me. A strange voice abruptly interrupted the conversation among the group. Who? The others gasped, their pupils dilating as they turned toward the source of the voice. To their astonishment, a mysterious man had appeared beside Bruce's bed, holding something in his hand, while the bandages that had covered Bruce were now strewn across the floor. The group had been completely oblivious to his presence, an eerie sense of foreboding and danger instantly enveloping them. Step away from Bruce. Without a moment's hesitation, Aquaman seized his trident and hurled it forward. Buzz! Bang! The man did not even glance up, extending his right hand to effortlessly catch the incoming trident. The weapon, propelled with tremendous force, was merely caught with a casual display of strength by the stranger. A wave of dread washed over the group as countless thoughts raced through their minds. However, there was no time for contemplation. The intruder was dismantling Bruce's bandages, clearly intent on harming him. Victor's artillery system was ill-suited for combat in such confined quarters, as it would undoubtedly jeopardize Bruce's life. Arthur's left arm was injured, and with his trident now in the man's grasp, only Diana remained capable of action. In the next moment, Diana propelled herself forward, channeling her immense strength into a powerful punch. Thud. Lin Feng reluctantly set aside his task, catching Diana's fist with his left hand, the force of the collision sending the remnants of Bruce's bandages flying. Hey, take it easy, Diana, and Arthur. Lin Feng sighed, tossing the trident back to Arthur. Aquaman retrieved it, aiming it once more at Lin Feng, but this time he refrained from throwing it, instead regarding Lin Feng with a wary expression. Who are you, really? What are you doing to Bruce? Lin Feng raised the small green vial in his hand, shaking it slightly as he declared, I am treating Bruce. Trust me, I mean no harm. He then gestured toward Bruce's wound, insisting, just take a look. The group, filled with skepticism, cautiously approached the bedside to examine Bruce's injury. What unfolded before their eyes exceeded their understanding. Lin Feng held a small test tube filled with a vibrant green liquid, meticulously dripping it onto Bruce's chest wound. Miraculously, Bruce's internal organs and injuries began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Oh my God! He's actually healing! Diana exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. The monitors connected to Bruce displayed a rapid normalization of his vital signs. Wounds that had once resisted even the most potent of remedies were now healing in mere moments, leaving the group in awe and realizing that the newcomer was at least not their enemy. This revelation brought them a slight sense of relief. After nearly emptying the vial, Lin Feng finally ceased his ministrations. He had provided enough. The rest relied on Bruce's recuperation. Who exactly are you? Diana voiced the collective question that hung in the air. Was he a friend of Bruce's? Well, my name is Lin Feng, he replied, gently covering Bruce with a blanket while smiling at the others. I am here to assist you. Assist us? Aquaman scoffed derisively. We do not require your assistance. Do not presume that because you caught my strike, you are somehow formidable. In my injured state, I possess less than half of my usual strength. Moreover, you have no idea what immense trouble we are currently facing. Aquaman and Arthur were both irked by Lin Feng's nonchalance regarding the attack he had deflected. They believed his apparent ease was unwarranted, especially given their precarious situation. Do not speak like that, Arthur, Diana interjected. He has already aided us. Her words were pointed. At the very least, Lin Feng had saved Bruce. Thank you for saving Bruce, Diana said sincerely, looking at Lin Feng with gratitude. However, we cannot allow innocent individuals to be drawn into danger. You do not understand what we are up against, she explained. Although the man before them seemed to possess some skill, having evaded their senses and infiltrated their midst, this did not equate to him being capable of contending with Clark. Having fought Clark before, Diana was acutely aware of his terrifying power. Yet Lin Feng shook his head, responding with a smile. Since I am here, it means I understand what you are facing. If I am not mistaken, Superman is aware of your presence here. He has not yet come to confront you because his primary objective is to locate the final mother box. I believe you have no other options. I am well aware of Clark's strength, but I am confident in my ability to confront him. You might not grasp the gravity of my words, so allow me to demonstrate. With that, Lin Feng gradually levitated into the air. In the next instant, he was enveloped in a black battle suit. The pure black bodysuit, adorned with a flowing black cape, bore a prominent S-shaped emblem on his chest, a symbol of hope. It was identical to Superman's attire, save for the color. While Clark donned red and blue, Lin Feng's was entirely black. The group stood frozen, staring at Lin Feng hovering above them, their familiarity with the costume sending shockwaves through their minds. WTF? Aquaman questioned incredulously. Another Superman? Are you also a Kryptonian? Diana asked, astonished. Was there another Kryptonian on Earth? The last one should have perished at the hands of Clark. What was his name? Zod, who had died during the battle that invaded Blue Planet, dealt with personally by Clark. Sort of. Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further, merely acknowledging that he was here for a mission. Admitting his identity could facilitate his actions. However, at that moment, Victor's mechanical arm emitted a sudden, buzzing sound. It uncontrollably morphed in shape, instantly transforming into a cannon aimed directly at Lin Feng. Victor, what are you doing? Diana exclaimed, startled by the unexpected turn of events. Victor was now sweating profusely, struggling to maintain control. I'm sorry, it's my automatic defense system. It sensed danger. I can barely hold it. As he spoke, a projectile shot forth, a red indicator light flashing ominously with a countdown to launch. Lin Feng, seeing this, felt exasperated. He hastily retracted his Superman attire and descended from the air. Suppressing his aura, he calmly stated, "Hey, buddy, take it easy. I'm not your enemy." Internally, he scoffed at the bizarre system. Wasn't it just like the original story, where a single missile led to a collective beating from Superman? Perhaps the sense of danger dissipated, for Victor's mechanical arm finally quieted, returning to its original form with a couple of clicks. This sudden turn of events left the group drenched in cold sweat, and once Victor's arm settled, they collectively exhaled in relief. Thank goodness there had been no confrontation. Had Victor fired a missile, they might have found themselves facing yet another adversary akin to Superman. Fortunately, Victor had managed to regain control. Lin Feng, however, recognized that Victor was not to blame. The overwhelming sense of intimidation brought on by Superman was simply too great. In the original tale, Victor had struggled to manage the system. If Tony had been present, he might have been able to rectify it. Diana, slightly embarrassed, turned to Lin Feng to apologize. "I'm sorry. Victor's system is extremely sensitive." "He didn't mean to." Lin Feng nodded, a nonchalant smile on his face. "I understand. Don't worry, it doesn't bother me. Now do you believe I can help you?" The group exchanged glances before collectively nodding, their tension easing. Lin Feng's arrival had brought greater hope. Regardless of his origins, he had proven through his actions that he was at least not an enemy. Bruce's vital signs had stabilized. Just moments ago, the group had been wearing frowns of despair, but now they finally glimpsed the light of victory. Although they were still uncertain of Lin Feng's precise abilities, being another Kryptonian suggested he could contend with Clark. With the Kryptonite on their side, if Lin Feng could restrain Clark for a short time, they would have the opportunity to drive the Kryptonite into his body. Things were progressing in a favorable direction. Seeing the others nod, Lin Feng smiled with indifference. His mission was to defeat the Apocalypse Wolf and Superman, saving the DC universe. He could easily act alone, going straight to Barry, seizing the Mother Box, and drawing out the Apocalypse Wolf. The reason for his encounter with the DC superheroes and the rescue of Batman was merely because the mission concluded with a note. Specific rewards would be determined based on the host's evaluation of the event. This was akin to a hidden quest in a game, and Lin Feng intended to see if his assumptions held true. If he guessed correctly, the rewards would be even more substantial. If not, the loss would be minimal. Chapter 28. Bruce Awakens. Initial planning. Bruce felt as though he had just emerged from an exceedingly long dream. In this dreamscape, formidable extraterrestrials had invaded the blue planet, intent on obtaining 3 mother boxes to annihilate the world. He had rallied an eclectic assembly of extraordinary individuals from various corners of the earth, determined to resist with every ounce of strength. Yet, in a despairing twist, he discovered that the aliens had seized control of Superman. After a fierce battle, everyone was left gravely wounded. Bruce had no choice but to activate his contingency plan. He instructed Barry Allen to escape with the last mother box, urging him to flee incessantly across the globe, thereby buying time so that Superman would not locate him. Meanwhile, Bruce resolved to return and forge kryptonite weapons to confront Superman, believing this to be their only chance of victory. However, it seemed that this time, the controlled Superman had no intention of granting him that opportunity. A terrifying heat vision beam struck him, and Bruce was unable to evade it. The searing pain in his chest made him acutely aware that he had been hit, and the significant loss of blood soon rendered him unconscious. In his fading vision, he saw Diana interposing her shield to deflect the heat ray, saving him from certain doom. Thus, burdened with resentment and hopelessness, Bruce succumbed to darkness. This was the greatest catastrophe he had ever encountered since becoming Batman. His adversary was a powerful alien race, and the only being on Earth capable of contending with them had been ensnared by their control. Bruce was at a loss as to how to wage this battle. The flickering flame of victory extinguished gradually with Clark's subjugation. How to confront Superman, how to deal with the aliens, how to rescue the blue planet. These vexing dilemmas seemed to recede further into the distance. Throughout his life, he had endured countless injuries, yet had always managed to persevere. However, this time, he was uncertain whether he would awaken again. Undoubtedly, Bruce was fortunate. The blue planet still required his salvation. In the depths of darkness, he lost track of time until he suddenly felt a refreshing coolness coursing through his body, followed by a continuous warmth that gradually restored his consciousness. This warmth diligently mended his injuries, allowing Bruce to slowly regain his senses. The conversations of the few individuals in the room drifted into his ears, and their exchanges provided Bruce with an understanding of his current predicament. It was that stranger named Lin Feng who had saved him with a miraculous liquid. It appeared Lin Feng was also a Kryptonian. The moment Diana posed her inquiries, Bruce felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was still a chance for the blue planet's salvation. Lin Feng's appearance suggested the capricious nature of fate. While they faced a Kryptonian adversary, they had a Kryptonian ally as well. Upon hearing Lin Feng express his willingness to assist them, Bruce felt a surge of new hope. He attempted to speak, but found himself unable to control his body. Even opening his eyes proved impossible. He focused intently on his body, realizing that his senses had not fully returned, and a peculiar pain and tingling sensation emanated from his right chest. Surely, he was in the process of healing, Bruce mused. The pain in his right chest gradually subsided until it vanished completely. After what felt like an eternity, once the discomfort had entirely dissipated, Bruce slowly opened his eyes, though he still felt somewhat weak. A white ceiling. Yes, he turned his head slightly. Bruce noticed Alfred seated beside him. Alfred. His voice was too faint for Alfred to hear. Alfred, help me sit up. Bruce's voice grew louder. Oh my goodness, Master. You're awake. Only then did Alfred realize Bruce was calling for him. He excitedly assisted Bruce into a sitting position, his movements gentle, while murmuring gratitude to the heavens. Upon discovering Bruce had regained consciousness, the others in the room quickly gathered around. Although Bruce's complexion was pale, the gaping wound in his chest had completely vanished, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Yes, I am awake, Bruce replied as he leaned back against the bed. His gaze immediately fell upon the sole unfamiliar face in the room, a man with black hair and dark eyes, appearing of East Asian descent. The man smiled warmly at him and spoke, "Hello, Bruce." Recognizing the familiar voice, Bruce confirmed, "You must be Lin Feng. Thank you for the potion you provided." "Oh, how did you know?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in curiosity, wondering how Bruce had recognized him upon awakening. Diana and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Bruce offered a polite smile and explained, "I regained consciousness while you were treating me, but I was unable to awaken at that moment." Lin Feng nodded, understanding now. "That makes sense." Alfred, concerned, inquired, "Master, how do you feel?" "I believe my injuries are no longer an issue. I am merely a bit fatigued," Bruce replied, nodding to indicate he was fine. He glanced down at his chest, where no trace of the wound remained. Such a remarkable potion. Bruce marveled. "Bruce, your awakening makes everything much easier," Diana said, also exhaling a sigh of relief. With Bruce awake and the assistance of another Kryptonian, the dire crisis facing the blue planet was poised for a turning point. Superman was scouring the world in search of Barry Allen. Time was of the essence. If he were to capture the last mother box, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone understood this truth. Bruce nodded towards Diana, then turned to Alfred, giving his instructions. "Alfred, please fetch me something to eat." Having awakened, Bruce felt hunger pangs. He needed sustenance to replenish his energy. "Of course, Master," Alfred replied, departing to prepare a meal. The food that had just been brought had grown cold, and Alfred planned to have the chef prepare a nourishing dish, considering Bruce had narrowly escaped a life-threatening situation. With this thought in mind, Alfred cast a grateful glance at Lin Feng, recognizing him as the one who had pulled Master Bruce back from the brink of death. After Alfred left, Bruce nodded to the others and stated, "We currently have little time to waste." The others nodded in agreement, aware that Bruce had something important to convey. "We must prepare without delay." "Victor, can you communicate with Barry?" Bruce inquired, directing his question at Victor. Victor affirmed, "Yes, the tracker I provided you has a communication function. Placing it on Barry was indeed the right choice." Bruce nodded, then turned his gaze towards Aquaman. "Arthur, do you still possess the capacity to fight?" Bruce noticed Aquaman's arm, bound in bandages, unable to lift it. "Of course." Aquaman insisted stubbornly, attempting to raise his arm to demonstrate that he was fine. After much struggle, he failed to lift it, prompting the others to shake their heads in disbelief. Observing this, Lin Feng generously produced a small green vial and tossed it to Aquaman, saying, "Just 2 drops, no more than that, will heal your injuries. Don't use too much. It's quite expensive." Aquaman received the vial with a serious expression, nodding at Lin Feng. "Thank you." Having witnessed the miraculous effects of the green liquid firsthand, Aquaman was not inclined to be modest given their shared adversary. Without hesitation, he unwrapped the bandages from his left arm. A grotesque wound, pulsating with a sinister black and red glow, was revealed to the onlookers. The depth of the wound exposed the bone, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Aquaman cautiously opened the green vial, administering 1 drop, then 2. He recalled Lin Feng's instructions, putting the vial away after dispensing just 2 drops. Before everyone's eyes, the green liquid made contact with the wound, emitting a sizzling sound as the ominous black and red glow gradually dissipated, revealing the flesh beneath. As the dark luminescence vanished entirely, the wound began to close slowly. With the aid of the residual green liquid, it healed gradually. In a matter of moments, the injury had completely vanished. Though they had seen it once before, the miraculous spectacle still left the onlookers in awe. With the wound healed, Aquaman rotated his left arm, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "I'm healed. Incredible." Bruce also turned his gaze toward Lin Feng, expressing his gratitude once more. Aquaman was an indispensable combatant within their team. Lin Feng's willingness to provide such a precious potion for his treatment was recognized by all present. At this moment, everyone acknowledged Lin Feng's status as an ally. Their confidence in defeating the Apocalyptian and saving the Blue Planet significantly bolstered. Chapter 29. Barry's Predicament. Pre-war discourse. Afu returned with sustenance in hand, and the group gathered together to partake in the meal. Previously, the atmosphere had been too grave, compounded by the uncertainty surrounding Bruce's fate, leading to a lack of appetite among the members. However, with newfound hope illuminating their spirits, hunger began to creep in, and they indulged eagerly. Lin Feng produced 2 bottles of exquisite wine brewed from the leaves of the Tree of Life to share among them. This elixir possessed remarkable properties, capable of swiftly replenishing both energy and vitality, and was a rare treasure, valued at 10,000 prestige points per bottle. The group had grown somewhat accustomed to Lin Feng's remarkable discoveries, having previously encountered the astonishing green liquid. As they dined within the hospital, discussions ensued regarding their current predicament. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Earth, the Flash, Barry Allen, was racing at breakneck speed, utilizing his superhuman velocity. At that moment, Barry's visage bore the marks of exhaustion, yet he dared not relent for even a moment. Within a brief span, Superman had already detected him thrice. Perhaps fortune favored him, for he had miraculously evaded capture on all 3 occasions. Tears welled in his eyes as the timid Barry grappled with the overwhelming fear of confronting the terrifying figure of Superman alone. Clutching a box tightly, he fervently prayed for Batman's support to arrive swiftly. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure. His eyelids had been battling against each other for a prolonged duration. Fortuitously, after narrowly escaping Superman's pursuit, Barry discovered several thick lead plates in a basement. He covered himself with the lead, gasping for breath. Finally seizing a precious moment of respite, he was acutely aware that Superman's X-ray vision could not penetrate lead. After catching his breath, Barry retrieved the tracker Batman had given him and pressed the button. A green communication light flickered to life. He hastily tapped out a distress signal in Morse code, repeating it several times before shutting off the device. Poor Barry Allen dared not utter a word. Who could tell whether Superman would employ his superhearing to locate him? He refrained from tapping out the code more than necessary, now left to fervently hope that aid would arrive promptly. Perhaps hearing Barry's silent pleas, Batman successfully received the distress signal. Meanwhile, the well-fed group convened around a round table, deliberating their next course of action. After consolidating their information, Bruce established a definitive plan. First and foremost, we must secure the final mother box. With Lin Feng's involvement, I believe we can safeguard it. Bruce's expression turned grave as he continued. Simultaneously, we must utilize kryptonite weaponry to subdue Clark. It is imperative that we do not kill him. I intend to forge a pair of handcuffs to temporarily restrain him. Without Clark's combat prowess and the mother box, I doubt that the Wasteland Wolf will remain passive. If he desires the mother box, he must come to us, Bruce declared. We shall lay a trap and await the Wasteland Wolf's arrival. He surveyed the group, seeking any objections. Everyone nodded in agreement, affirming their collective decision. After a moment of consideration, Bruce turned his gaze to Lin Feng, the sole external ally in this endeavor and the strongest fighter among them. Regardless of Lin Feng's partial Kryptonian prowess, The burden of confronting Superman rested heavily on his shoulders. I have no objections, Lin Feng replied, understanding Bruce's intent without further elaboration. In response, Bruce pondered briefly before stating, very well, Victor, you and I shall proceed to craft the kryptonite weaponry. Once it is complete, we will set out to rescue Barry. Lin Feng, Diana, and Arthur, you should take this time to rest and recuperate. The creation of the kryptonite weaponry will require approximately 1 hour. The others nodded in agreement, and Bruce led Victor away to the basement. The spacious room felt somewhat desolate with the 3 remaining individuals. Uncertain of what to say, they lapsed into silence. After a lengthy pause, Diana deemed it prudent to lighten the mood, especially since they would soon be fighting side by side, and took the initiative to speak. She turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng met her gaze. What is it? Are you truly a Kryptonian? I mean, why have I never encountered you before? Lin Feng offered a faint smile. To be precise, I do indeed possess Kryptonian blood. As for my combat abilities, you need not worry. I possess all the powers that Clark wields. Oh, that is not what I meant. I never doubted your strength, Diana clarified. I merely assumed that Clark was the last of his kind. If Clark were to awaken and discover that there are still kin of his kind, he would surely be overjoyed. Lin Feng tilted his head slightly and remarked, if I am not mistaken, he is indeed the last Kryptonian in this universe. However, in another realm, he has a cousin named Kara Zor-El, known in that world as Supergirl. Supergirl? Aquaman leaned in with interest. Is she beautiful? Lin Feng feigned a tactical retreat. What does her beauty matter to you? Do you not have Mara? Aquaman's demeanor shifted awkwardly, as Diana shot him a disapproving look, making the atmosphere slightly uncomfortable. I was merely curious. Is she powerful? Very strong. Though she likely does not surpass Clark's capabilities, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. And yes, she is quite beautiful. As for myself, he continued, I hail from a much more distant universe, one that cannot even be classified as a parallel universe to yours. Lin Feng elaborated, in my realm, I am probably the only one with Kryptonian heritage. It seemed that in the Marvel universe, there were indeed no Kryptonians, making Lin Feng a singular anomaly. You must feel incredibly lonely, Diana observed, her eyes filled with sympathy, causing Lin Feng to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Not necessarily lonely. I do have friends, Lin Feng replied awkwardly, scratching his head. How did you come to our universe? Aquaman Arthur inquired curiously. Ah, that is a rather complex explanation, Lin Feng sighed. I cannot elucidate it fully, as my presence here is indeed peculiar. There are far too many elements involved. He shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. He could not afford to reveal the existence of his system, as he essentially belonged to an audience beyond the fourth wall, absent from the narrative. Pondering for a moment, Lin Feng offered an analogy. If I were to explain, it would be akin to your world, the blue planet, sensing danger and calling out for my assistance. Thus I arrived. Very well, Diana and Arthur nodded, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets, and probing too deeply would be disrespectful. Seeing that the inquiries had ceased, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wondered if Kara existed in this universe. He found himself intrigued by the prospect of meeting this Supergirl in every conceivable sense of the word. Alas, he only recalled seeing her in television series, as the films made no mention of her existence, leaving him uncertain about any future encounters. As the 3 engaged in a casual exchange, Bruce entered the room, declaring, Friends, it is time to get to work. The battle machines are prepared. Barry cannot wait much longer. We must depart immediately. Chapter 30. Kryptonite weapons? Let me see. Several individuals made their preparations and boarded the aircraft, hastening towards the location of Barry Allen. On board, Batman retrieved 2 kryptonite-crafted weapons and handed them to Diana. As for why he did not give them to Lin Feng, Bruce was acutely aware that Lin Feng was also a Kryptonian, and kryptonite would be equally effective against him. This is a pair of kryptonite handcuffs and a dagger, Bruce explained. Lin Feng's task is to temporarily subdue Clark. Diana, when the opportunity arises, place the kryptonite handcuffs on Clark. This way, he can be controlled without posing a threat to his life. Diana nodded in agreement and accepted the items. Both objects were contained within a lead box to prevent any adverse effects on Lin Feng. As for the dagger, you should hold on to it for now. Use it if the opportunity presents itself, otherwise we shall discuss it later, Bruce added. I have also prepared a few kryptonite bullets within Victor's weapon system as a contingency plan. Time is of the essence, and the number of kryptonite bullets is limited. We should avoid using them if possible, as they pose a significant threat to Clark. Lin Feng approached with a look of curiosity and inquired, "May I take a look at the kryptonite weapons?" He was intrigued by kryptonite and wished to ascertain whether it would truly affect him. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, Diana was taken aback. "Lin, does your world not possess kryptonite? This substance will render you powerless." Bruce, perplexed, asked, "Lin, you have never encountered kryptonite?" Lin Feng nodded and explained, "I hail from another universe where kryptonite does not exist. I wish to see if it will have any effect on me." After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Bruce scrutinized him for a moment, hesitated briefly, and then addressed Diana, saying, "Diana, let Lin Feng have a look. Understanding the capabilities of kryptonite will better equip him to confront Clark." Diana nodded in agreement, extending the lead box and stating, "Lin Feng, be cautious. Proximity to kryptonite may induce discomfort. Should any issues arise, I will immediately close the lead box." With that, Diana slowly opened the lead box. Lin Feng curiously leaned in. Inside the box lay a dagger and a pair of handcuffs. The dagger was entirely crafted from kryptonite, save for the handle, while the handcuffs contained some metallic components, presumably to enhance their durability. As Lin Feng drew near to the kryptonite weapons, a frown creased his brow. He felt his blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace, accompanied by a mild sense of fatigue spreading throughout his body. However, he noticed that he did not seem to have lost any combat effectiveness. In the original narrative, Clark, when near kryptonite, would typically be brought to his knees, as it had a substantial impact on him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng seized the kryptonite handcuffs amidst the astonished gazes of the others. He wished to determine if contact with kryptonite would inflict harm upon him. The instant he touched the kryptonite, the sensation of fatigue intensified, and he felt the blood racing through him, rendering him somewhat weak while simultaneously inducing a subtle palpitating sensation. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he did not experience a loss of combat prowess. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he carefully attuned himself to his body. It would not be accurate to say there was no effect. His combat effectiveness was likely diminished by approximately 30 to 40%. Aside from that, he felt no other discomfort. This indicated that kryptonite's influence on Lin Feng was considerably less severe than on Clark. A wave of joy surged within Lin Feng. The system's claim of optimizing his Kryptonian lineage was evidently no exaggeration. He returned the handcuffs to the lead box, and the palpitating sensation vanished instantly, restoring him to his normal state. He exhaled and remarked to the astonished individuals, "It is not as severe as I had anticipated. It seems to only diminish a portion of my combat effectiveness, causing some discomfort. Beyond that, there are no other sensations." Bruce exclaimed, "Aren't you a Kryptonian? Is it possible that the effects of kryptonite have weakened?" The thought struck Bruce, and his expression darkened. If kryptonite's effects truly had diminished, it would not bode well for them. It would mean that Superman was beyond their control. However, Diana interjected thoughtfully, "That should not be the case. Kryptonite's influence on Lin Feng is minimal, likely because he is not from our universe." Bruce, puzzled, inquired, "Earlier, I wanted to ask what Lin Feng meant by not being from our universe." Diana then recounted Lin Feng's previous statement. Upon hearing this, Bruce raised an eyebrow and let out a small sigh of relief. "So, that is the underlying reason." Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, kryptonite should not pose an issue. The primary factor lies in my unique nature. You may consider me an outsider. Once this incident is resolved, I shall depart." Lin Feng articulated this statement mainly to reassure Batman. The prospect of a Kryptonian who was unperturbed by kryptonite remaining on Earth would likely cause Batman sleepless nights. After all, Clark was a precedent. Had it not been for kryptonite, who could say whether Batman would have allowed Superman's unchecked development? The current reality only served to validate Batman's fears. An uncontrollable Superman was indeed a terrifying prospect. Just look at the darkened Clark. Oh, heavens! Having learned that he was not affected by kryptonite, Lin Feng felt quite pleased. The others, however, harbored varying emotions. Bruce wore a solemn expression, lost in thought. Diana appeared worried as she contemplated the impending battle. Aquaman, on the other hand, displayed indifference as he fiddled with his trident. Whether it was kryptonite or not, he cared little. Once this battle concluded, he would return to the depths to seek out Mera and engage in procreation, uninterested in the affairs of the surface world. Mera was far more appealing. Suddenly, amidst their scattered thoughts, the aircraft's interior was pierced by a series of urgent beeping sounds. The group turned toward the source, discovering the control panel was emitting alerts. Incoming transmission. Victor rushed to the control panel and pressed a button. The beeping ceased, replaced by the voice of the Flash, Barry Allen. Bruce stepped forward, activating the speaker function. Barry, is that you? Oh, thank heavens, we've finally connected. On the other end of the communicator, Barry Allen's voice was laced with exhaustion and a hint of relief. It's me, guys. I might not make it. I can't hold the mother box any longer. Barry Allen's voice quivered, accompanied by labored breaths. He found me. Superman has located me, and I can barely keep running. Barry Allen felt as though continuing to run held little significance, knowing Superman would soon catch up to his weary self, while Batman and the others were still far away on the other side of the Earth. He feared he could no longer safeguard the mother box. Upon hearing Barry's precarious situation, the expressions of the group shifted to one of gravity. Bruce spoke firmly, "Stay calm, Barry. We are en route to your location. You must hold on, Barry. If we lose the mother box, our world will face destruction. Barry, believe in yourself. Just endure a little longer." "Oh, thank the heavens, you are coming. How much longer until you arrive?" Hope flickered in Barry Allen's eyes. He felt a renewed sense of determination as Bruce's words invigorated him like a surge of adrenaline. However, Bruce gazed at the data displayed on the instruments, his expression somber. Estimated time of arrival, 51 minutes and 37 seconds. Chapter 31. Barry's plea for help. Barry. Bruce pondered momentarily before asserting, "We will arrive in half an hour." Upon hearing this, Barry nearly stumbled and fell to the ground, desperately exclaiming, "What? Another half hour?" Barry glanced back, his face contorted in terror as he spotted Superman hovering in the air, no more than 100 meters away. A profound sense of crisis surged within him, prompting Barry to swiftly alter his direction. In the next instant, a searing heat ray struck the very spot where he had been moments before. "Oh heavens! Buddy, I can't hold on for half an hour. Perhaps in just a second, I will perish beneath the heat ray," Barry shouted, his steps faltering beneath him. The prolonged exertion had intensified his fatigue. Inside the aircraft, the others, upon hearing Barry's response, wore solemn expressions, rendered speechless. Observing this, Lin Feng quietly stepped forward, declaring, "I can go ahead." As the others turned their gaze toward him, Lin Feng nodded and continued, "I can fly swiftly. Open the hatch, and I will proceed first. Have Barry run in my direction. I will reach him as quickly as possible." The group's eyes brightened at his words. Bruce decisively nodded, "All right, Lin Feng, you go first. You must save Barry and the mother box. This is crucial for the fate of Blue Planet." After saying this, Bruce patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, his eyes filled with gravity and trust. Lin Feng nodded silently. With a thought, his black suit materialized around him. Bruce handed Lin Feng a headset, saying, "Take this. We can communicate at any time. Are you ready?" Lin Feng accepted the headset, placing it on his ear, and replied, "I'm ready. Please open the hatch." In the next moment, Bruce pulled the hatch lever, and air was violently expelled from the cabin. Lin Feng did not resist. He was propelled out of the aircraft along with the rush of air. Bang! Once free of the aircraft, Lin Feng spun around and shot toward Barry's location like a meteor, leaving multiple sound shockwaves in his wake. His speed far surpassed that of the aircraft by tenfold. The others inside the aircraft, having anticipated this, were not swept out. Seeing Lin Feng had departed, Bruce closed the hatch and promptly activated communication, integrating Lin Feng into the channel. Simultaneously, a green light dot representing Lin Feng's position appeared on the aircraft's control panel. Victor's eyes lit up as he examined the data, addressing the group, "There is hope. Lin Feng's flying speed is remarkable. At this rate, he should reach Barry in under 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others softened slightly. Truly, he was a Kryptonian, with a flying speed exceeding that of sound by several times, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Bruce re-established communication. "Barry, can you hear me?" "I can hear." Barry's voice came through the communicator once more. "Guys, Perhaps it's time to say goodbye, Barry lamented, his voice laden with despair. I'm afraid I can no longer protect the mother box. Exhausted, Barry resigned himself to fate. Oh, Barry, don't give up. Diana stepped forward, filled with concern. Bruce urged, Barry, do not lose hope. Lin Feng is flying toward you. Hold on for 2 minutes. In just 2 minutes, he will arrive. Stop lying to me, Bruce. And who is Lin Feng? I am not deceiving you. Barry, Lin Feng is our secret weapon. He is capable of countering Superman. Bruce insisted urgently, knowing that Barry needed to see a glimmer of hope to survive until Lin Feng arrived. After Bruce finished, he manipulated the controls and connected Lin Feng's headset to the communication channel. Hi, Barry Allen, it's Lin Feng. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the channel. The biofield allowed Lin Feng to communicate even while flying at extreme speeds. He had heard the conversation between Bruce and Barry and understood Bruce's intentions. Trust me, buddy, I also possess Kryptonian blood. I am racing toward you. Hold on. Lin Feng's succinct words acted like a potent stimulus to Barry's heart. Oh my goodness. Is this for real? Barry exclaimed, his excitement spilling over, yet he couldn't help but complain. Why didn't we use this secret weapon sooner? The others in the aircraft exchanged glances, thinking the same. They wished they could have deployed it earlier, but the secret weapon had only just revealed itself. Bruce directed, Barry, run toward the southeast. That is where Lin Feng is coming from. Roger that, Commander. I will endure for 2 minutes. Hope surged within Barry, filling him with renewed strength. He summoned his last reserves of energy, pivoting like a flash of lightning and racing toward the southeast. Turning off the communication, the others in the aircraft focused intently on the screen displaying coordinates, which showed a line of data and 2 signal points. The 2 signal points were rapidly converging, with the data indicating that they would overlap in just 2 minutes and 38 seconds. The group prayed fervently for Barry to run faster and for Lin Feng to fly quicker. None wished to witness calamity unfold. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had pushed his flying speed to its utmost, drawing energy from the sun's radiation. Barry, sprinting at breakneck speed, was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The corrupted Clark, as if playing a game, toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, intermittently firing heat rays to alter Barry's path. Time and again, Barry barely evaded the searing blasts, narrowly escaping disaster. He knew that a single hit would spell his doom. All he could do was pray for the 2 minutes to pass swiftly. Perhaps Barry's luck had run out, as Clark unleashed another heat ray. Barry's evasive action faltered by a mere fraction, and he was struck at the ankle in an instant. Barry let out a harrowing scream, tumbling out of his super-speed state. Losing his balance, he rolled painfully along the ground before coming to a stop. The heat ray had merely grazed his ankle, yet it had severed most of the flesh from it. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, causing Barry to break into a cold sweat as he clutched his injured ankle, wailing in agony. The mother box had been tossed a short distance away. Seeing Barry come to a halt, the corrupted Clark descended slowly from the sky, a sinister smile flickering across his face as he picked up the mother box. Barry watched helplessly as the mother box fell into Clark's grasp, a sense of dread filling his heart. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he activated the communicator. Superman hit me. He has the mother box. As his words echoed, the eyes of Batman and the others inside the aircraft widened in alarm, and they instantly sprang to their feet. It's over, guys. This time we truly must say goodbye. Oh no, it should be a farewell for eternity. Having secured the mother box, Clark turned his gaze toward the incapacitated Barry, his bloodshot eyes beginning to glow a menacing red as he gathered energy for another heat ray. Barry knew he could not evade this next attack. His foot was gravely injured, rendering him incapable of using his super speed. There was no escaping this time. He resigned himself to his fate, closing his eyes. At that moment, a voice like celestial music resonated in his earpiece. Hey Barry, I see you. Chapter 32. Timely Arrival. The initial clash with Superman. Hey, Barry, I see you. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out. The unexpected sound jolted Barry awake. In the next moment, like a meteorite colliding with the earth, Lin Feng hurtled toward Clark, who was still reeling from the impact, sending him flying. The robust figure of Lin Feng, accompanied by a whistling sound, vanished from Barry's sight in an instant. The air was cleaved as a storm erupted along Lin Feng's trajectory. Caught off guard, Barry Allen was also propelled over 100 meters away, but fortunately, Lin Feng caught him just in time, preventing a hard fall. As he set Barry down, Lin Feng casually tossed him a box, the last mother box. Just as he had struck Clark, Lin Feng had deftly snatched it up. Hold on to this, Barry. Barry clumsily caught the thrown mother box, staring in astonishment at Lin Feng, who was now hovering before him. Oh my God, Barry exclaimed, gazing at Lin Feng, who bore a striking resemblance to Superman, albeit with a slightly different battle suit. He momentarily forgot the pain in his ankle. Another Superman? Lin Feng nodded. Did I not mention that I possess Kryptonian blood? However, this is not the time for such discussions. Clark is returning. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Feng's expression turned grave as he fixated on the direction from which Clark had been flung. At that moment, Clark had regained his composure and was soaring toward them. Lin Feng propelled himself forward to draw the battle away, ensuring Barry's safety. All were Supermen, and their flying speeds were nearly equal. In the blink of an eye, the two collided mid-air. Clark, now corrupted, appeared enraged by Lin Feng's ambush, his visage twisting into a more menacing form. Lin Feng could not help but wonder, had Superman turned into a zombie? What had caused this ghastly transformation, his face now tinged with green? There was no time for Lin Feng to ponder, as Clark swiftly materialized before him, unleashing a punch imbued with tremendous force. Lin Feng, unwilling to back down, responded with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists met with an explosion of energy, the air around them igniting as a shockwave burst forth from the point of contact. The destructive power was palpable. As the two Supermen clashed, the atmosphere seemed to warp around them. Seeing Lin Feng withstand the blow, Clark's eyes flared crimson, and in the next instant, a heat vision beam shot toward Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng, having sensed the impending danger, ascended rapidly, evading the scorching ray. Following that, he dove down with all his might, his fist crashing into Clark's face. Boom! The impact sent the darkened Clark crashing into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater in the hardened pavement. The sound of the collision reverberated, and Barry, 100 meters away, felt a powerful gust of wind, momentarily blinding him. As the wind subsided, Barry stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Two Supermen engaged in a battle of terrifying magnitude. Oh, guys, he murmured into his earpiece. You really ought to witness this spectacle. It's akin to two deities from mythology clashing. A furious roar erupted as Clark, enraged, retaliated. Suddenly, a dark crimson glow illuminated the pit. It was Clark's heat vision, surging forth from the crater in an eerie black-red beam. The speed of this heat ray eclipsed that of the previous red beams. Lin Feng sidestepped just in time, the ray barely grazing the tips of his hair as it shot skyward. A strand of black hair was reduced to ash, causing Lin Feng's pupils to narrow in alarm. The potency and velocity of the heat vision were evidently escalating. Bang! Clark emerged from the pit, his form vastly transformed. He was now nearly a size larger, his eyes radiating dark red light, muscles bulging as if about to burst, and his face glowed a vivid green. Lin Feng stared in disbelief. What on earth was this? Had Clark mutated once more? Before Lin Feng could contemplate further, Clark appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful, unrefined punch. The speed was astonishing, surpassing all previous encounters. Lin Feng barely managed to cross his arms defensively. Bang! The punch sent Lin Feng hurtling 1,000 meters away. He felt a searing pain in his arms, a sharp ache in his chest, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to regain his footing, a barrage of heat rays followed, raining down like a laser cannon, enveloping the sky in a tempest of black and red light. Lin Feng exerted every ounce of his flying ability, evading the onslaught of heat rays. At this intensity, even a glancing blow would leave him with a gaping hole. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he internally cried out to the system. System, do you know what's happened to Clark? Why has he become so formidable all of a sudden? Is he transforming into Doomsday? The system materialized, responding. When Clark is controlled and darkened, he enters a state similar to rage, significantly amplifying his combat prowess for a short duration. This also relates to the artifact I previously mentioned. Just barely dodging another heat ray, Lin Feng pressed on with his inquiries. Is there no limit to this state? Indeed, the system estimates this condition will last approximately 1 hour. As long as you endure through that time, you may have the opportunity for a counterattack. Damn it, are you serious? Lin Feng retorted. Do you think I can last an hour? At that moment, his focus was razor sharp. A single hit from a heat ray could spell disaster. He hadn't anticipated that the heat rays could be wielded in such a manner, akin to the laser rain he had witnessed in his past life, requiring no charge time. The system fell silent for a moment before stating, if this continues, you won't be able to hold out. Lin Feng's eyes twitched. What should I do then? There's no option. We must activate the contingency plan, the system declared. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with surprise. You have a contingency plan? What is it? The system cleared its throat. Host, initiate tactical retreat. What nonsense is this? Lin Feng's face was a canvas of confusion. He doubted his ears. The system continued, run away. If you can't win, then flee. Are you serious? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Flee? In front of Batman and the others? He would be losing face on a grand scale. The system seemed to sense Lin Feng's thoughts and retorted, is this really the time to be concerned about pride? Is your life less valuable than your reputation? Damn it, are you just a coward? You asked me for help, and now you're the one suggesting I run. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration. What about Barry if I flee? He questioned. If you cannot protect yourself, how can you concern yourself with him? The system's voice turned devoid of emotion, and at these words, Lin Feng fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 33. The emergence of the Wasteland Wolf and the theft of the Mother Box. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Clark seized the opportunity. With a single, powerful punch, Lin Feng was sent crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Now he was experiencing the treatment that Clark had previously endured. A surge of blood erupted from Lin Feng's mouth as he felt his arms, which had once resisted the onslaught, turn numb and painful. If you don't leave now, you may truly lose your life. The system's cold voice echoed once more. Gasping for air, Lin Feng slowly ascended from the pit. The darkened Clark floated in midair, locking eyes with Lin Feng in the next instant. Both their eyes glowed ominously. A black and red heat ray collided in the air. Clearly, Lin Feng's heat ray was no match for Clark's, forcing him to retreat step by step. Realizing his heat ray was ineffective, Lin Feng swiftly dodged, ceasing the attack. The black and red heat rays struck the ground, igniting a sea of flames. Host, the portal is ready. You can return to the Marvel Universe at any time. The system's voice resounded in his ear, almost as if tempting Lin Feng to flee. Lin Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. How can I leave? I feel a pang of guilt at the thought of abandoning them. He shook his head. His arrival had instilled hope in Batman and the others. If he were to escape now, it would not only be shameful, but his conscience would also weigh heavily upon him. He questioned himself, knowing he was not the type to shirk responsibility. Moreover, he realized that if he fled, Barry would undoubtedly perish in his absence. With this thought, Lin Feng's resolve solidified. I will not run. Our kind does not entertain the notion of fleeing. Lin Feng roared, silencing the system. He forced himself to remain calm, searching for a flaw in Clark's defenses. Fleeing was not an option, but Lin Feng was not without hope. After several rounds of combat, he discerned that the controlled Clark fought with brute force, devoid of any combat finesse. If an opportune moment and angle presented themselves, a counterattack was conceivable. Without hesitation, Lin Feng employed a strategy of evasion. While circling around Clark, he inquired through his earpiece about Batman's arrival time. With Diana wielding kryptonite weaponry, once it arrived, Lin Feng could retaliate. Less than 10 minutes. Bruce's voice came through. 10 minutes of keeping Clark at bay was not an excessive duration. It was daytime, with ample sunlight. Lin Feng decided to take the risk. His instincts proved correct. However, someone else was not inclined to let Lin Feng gamble. Unbeknownst to Barry, as the two superhumans clashed fiercely, a faint blue beam of light appeared behind him. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his chest. Barry felt his strength drain away in an instant, leaving only agony. It was the Wasteland Wolf. Transported by the beam, the Wasteland Wolf wasted no time and swung an axe at Barry, nearly cleaving him in two. Poor Barry, caught off guard, could not even cry out before facing a lethal ambush. Kicking the barely conscious Barry aside, the Wasteland Wolf picked up the Mother Box, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. In the grand scheme of things, what could be more essential than a Mother Box? This was the Wasteland Wolf's true objective. "The end is nigh," he proclaimed, drawing the attention of both combatants in midair. "Clark, come with me." At his command, the beam of light reappeared. Lin Feng, witnessing Barry collapsed on the ground, a pool of crimson blood beneath him, felt a surge of anger and urgency. "Damn it, this is dishonorable." In his moment of distraction, Clark capitalized on the opportunity. A punch landed on Lin Feng's kidney, sending him flying a considerable distance. Clark complied with the Wasteland Wolf's orders, soaring to his side. The faint blue beam enveloped the two, teleporting them away. With the mother box in hand, there was no need to engage further with the superhuman. The variables were too numerous. "Blast it!" Lin Feng fumed as he returned, helplessly watching the portal vanish. Glancing at Barry, he was relieved to see he still had breath in him. Hastily, Lin Feng retrieved a small green vial, which still contained half of its liquid. Carefully, he opened the cap and dripped the substance onto Barry's chest wound and ankle injury. A few drops accelerated Barry's healing process, stabilizing his breathing. He touched his wound and flexed his ankle, marveling, "You saved me, Superman." In that moment, tears threatened to spill from Barry's eyes. He had endured immense pressure during this time. After finally glimpsing hope, the Wasteland Wolf's ambush had left him on the brink of death. Life truly was a roller coaster. Now, all Barry desired was to weep heartily, soak in a hot bath, and indulge in a sumptuous feast. However, his dreams were temporarily thwarted. The situation was about to worsen. Lin Feng collapsed onto the ground, taking a moment to rest. He gazed up at the sky, his expression grave, and said, "Things have taken a turn for the worse, Barry. The mother box has been taken." This could be considered Lin Feng's first arduous battle since acquiring Superman's powers. Yet, the outcome was far from satisfactory. The Wasteland Wolf had absconded with the mother box, and Lin Feng had believed he could thwart it all. Reality, however, had imparted a harsh lesson. Nonetheless, Lin Feng did not feel overly despondent. After all, compared to the original narrative, this incident was rife with unpredictability. And Clark was the greatest variable among them. A black aircraft descended slowly before the two. Batman and his companions arrived belatedly. Bruce emerged from the craft clad in his batsuit, followed by Diana and the others. Upon seeing the two seated on the ground, their expressions were far from favorable. A glance around revealed irregular craters scattered about, evident that a fierce battle had recently taken place. Not spotting the mother box, Bruce's expression darkened. "Oh, buddy, you finally made it," Barry exclaimed, nearly bursting into tears at their arrival. Bruce nodded. "Thank you for your efforts, Barry. Are you injured?" Barry leaped to his feet. "I nearly died." It was Lin Feng who used a strange, "oh no," a miraculous liquid to heal me. Seeing Barry bouncing around as if nothing had happened, Bruce turned his attention to Lin Feng, who appeared somewhat disheveled. His hair was tousled, his face tinged with green, though it was fading, and his battle attire bore numerous tears and scratches. Before Bruce could utter a word, Lin Feng spoke directly. "The situation has worsened, Bruce. Clark has become even more powerful since being controlled, and they have taken the mother box." Upon hearing this, Bruce's expression darkened further, confirming his suspicions. Diana rushed over, her keen eyes spotting Lin Feng's injuries. "Lin Feng, you're hurt." She set aside her weapon and approached, examining Lin Feng's wounds. Beneath his tattered costume, wounds infused with a black-red aura writhed, refusing to heal. Blood slowly seeped from them. The combination of Clark's darkened state and his violent heat rays had rendered even Lin Feng's superhuman physiology incapable of rapid recovery. Lin Feng turned to Diana, offering a faint smile. He nodded reassuringly. "No need to worry. I'm fine." Then, he faced Bruce again, saying, "I apologize, Bruce, for failing to protect the mother box." Bruce merely nodded calmly. "This is not your fault, Lin Feng. We still have a chance." "Let's board the aircraft and discuss the details," Bruce insisted. He indeed harbored no blame towards Lin Feng. It was already commendable that Lin Feng had managed to save Barry from Clark. Hearing Bruce's words, Lin Feng shook his head, intending to tend to his wounds. The black-red heat rays had rendered his healing process painfully slow. "Let Barry explain. He knows everything," Lin Feng declared. "I need to venture into outer space. Without the atmosphere hindering me, the intense solar radiation will expedite my healing." Lin Feng elaborated, Once I recover, I will seek you out. Bruce understood the sun's effect on Superman and nodded. All right, once you're ready, head to my base. Here is the address of the base. Bruce produced a card from seemingly nowhere, inscribed with a line of text. Be swift. Our time is limited, Bruce added. Lin Feng accepted the card, nodded at Bruce and the others, and swiftly ascended, disappearing from their sight. Chapter 34. The latecomers' starter pack. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's abrupt departure, the group exchanged glances, a subtle unease settling over them as they sensed something was amiss with Lin Feng's demeanor. Bruce turned to Diana and the others, asserting, "Let him have some time." He then led the group aboard the aircraft, which soared towards the base. Inside the aircraft, Bruce handed Barry a bottle of water, saying, "Barry, please recount the events in detail." Barry nodded and began narrating the harrowing and tumultuous sequence of events, his words causing the others' brows to furrow in concern. After a prolonged recounting, Barry, parched, finished his tale and drank eagerly from the bottle. Bruce summarized gravely, "So, the controlled Clark has become even more formidable. And during the confrontation with Clark, the desolate wolf appeared and snatched the mother box?" Barry affirmed, "That's essentially correct. This is becoming increasingly problematic." Bruce's expression darkened. He had initially believed Lin Feng's arrival could counterbalance Clark's power. Little did he expect Clark to grow even stronger, compounded by the threat posed by the desolate wolf. A throbbing pain began to manifest in Bruce's forehead. The others fell into contemplation, processing the gravity of the situation. Diana glanced at them and spoke, "We cannot hold Lin Feng accountable for the theft of the mother box. The situation has exceeded all our expectations." Upon hearing this, Bruce recognized Diana's concern. She feared that Lin Feng would unjustly bear the blame for the loss of the mother box. He reassured her, "No one will blame Lin Feng. On the contrary, we should be grateful to him. Without his intervention, Barry and I might not have survived." Aquaman and Victor nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Feng's assistance had been invaluable. It was unjust to place blame for unforeseen circumstances on him. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for the aircraft's slow pace. Had they arrived sooner and used kryptonite to restrain Clark, the outcome could have been entirely different. The situation has not yet reached an irretrievable state. Victor, who had remained silent until now, interjected. "Assembling the 3 mother boxes requires a certain amount of time. We still have an opportunity." Noticing the others' attention, Victor emphasized, "It is our final chance." In the vastness of space, Lin Feng uncorked a small green vial and downed the remaining liquid in a single gulp. The moment it entered his system, a surge of vitality coursed through his veins. Coupled with the sun's radiation, the wounds inflicted by the heat ray began to heal gradually. As he recovered, Lin Feng pondered the forthcoming actions. According to the original plot, assembling the 3 mother boxes demanded time. He recalled that, in the original narrative, the desolate wolf had completed the assembly in just a few hours. With the 3 mother boxes fused, Victor had entered the mother box with Barry's assistance to separate them once more. This was the original storyline, where Clark was an ally. Now, however, Clark was an adversary. The paramount threat that needed addressing was Superman Clark. Lin Feng could only hope to distract Clark. However, Clark currently obeyed the desolate wolf. If Clark disregarded him and systematically eliminated Batman and the others, their mission would undoubtedly fail, ushering in the apocalypse. The crux of the issue was how to contend with the berserk Clark. Lin Feng observed that the enraged Clark favored utilizing heat ray attacks, rarely engaging in physical combat. Thus, devising a method to restrain him with kryptonite handcuffs became a daunting challenge. "System," Lin Feng called out. "System, what is it? Is there any temporary method to enhance my strength?" Lin Feng inquired. "Is there anything in the shop that I can afford which provides a short-term boost?" "System, there is none. Such a vast shop and yet no temporary buffs?" "System, I meant, nothing within your financial reach." Lin Feng's expression turned blank and helpless upon hearing this. Over 1,000,000 points, and he couldn't afford a temporary buff. Was he truly destined to continue evading Clark's attacks? All right, I'm not teasing you anymore," the system's voice chimed again. Observing Lin Feng's disheartened state, the system chuckled. "There are buffs available, but I have an even better solution. In fact, the choices I previously presented, whether to flee or stay, were to assess your character and sense of responsibility. To be precise, it was to ascertain the correctness of your worldview. This was a character test, Upon passing, you will be rewarded with a starter pack bound to the system. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. His expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. A starter pack? I knew something was missing. Indeed, how could I bind to the system without a starter pack? That should be standard. So, you devised a character test? Lin Feng felt both exasperated and indignant, wanting to vent his frustration. Are you being childish? The system retorted. Hey, it's not the fault of this system. It's simply never found an opportunity to test your character and sense of responsibility. When you make choices, the system can gauge your true thoughts and attitudes. At that moment, your subconscious choice reveals whether one's worldview is correct. You felt it too, didn't you? Had the desolate wolf not intervened, within 3 minutes, you would have been pierced by Clark's corrupted heat ray. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, he had suffered multiple injuries from Clark's heat ray. The pain was excruciating, yet he had not uttered a word. The system continued, do not underestimate this seemingly trivial test. If you had failed, not only would there be no starter pack, but the system would also unbind shortly thereafter. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that a seemingly minor choice could yield such drastically different outcomes. Thankfully, he had passed the test. Otherwise, if the system unbound, who would he turn to for solace? Well then, the starter pack is a Superman-specific gift. It has been delivered to the system warehouse. You should check it out, the system announced. It contains what you need most at present. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng eagerly opened the system warehouse. Indeed, he discovered a gleaming package. When he clicked to open it, he found 4 gemstones of 2 distinct colors and 2 smooth, oddly patterned silver bracers. Lastly, there was a shimmering silver card. Lin Feng examined the attributes of these items one by one. Special red kryptonite. Significantly enhances Superman's abilities for a limited time, 4 hours. Special platinum kryptonite. Grants ordinary individual Superman's complete abilities for a limited time, 2 hours. Superman bracers. Crafted from special metal, they can embed various ability gemstones and transfer the gemstone's power to the wearer. Upon reaching this point, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Marvelous items, all of them. Whether it be the bracers or the 2 types of kryptonite, each was a near-perfect fit for Lin Feng. Truly, this was the Superman gift pack, with all items related to Superman. However, when he gazed at the final silver card, Lin Feng fell silent. Almost immediately, his body trembled with joy. Silver Superman Experience Card. As the name suggests, it allows the user to experience the immense powers of the Silver Superman. Time limit. For hours, just by reading the card's name, one could imagine Lin Feng's elation. Had there been air and space, he would have laughed aloud. What a stroke of fortune. This was akin to receiving timely aid in dire straits. Silver Superman. His humble weaponry was now upgraded to a formidable arsenal. Lin Feng couldn't help but echo Barry's sentiments, exclaiming, life is indeed full of ups and downs. Next time he encountered Clark, he'd ensure to deliver a thorough beating. The Silver Superman in the comics often exhibited astonishing and diverse superpowers. Lin Feng's card would enable him to experience only the fundamental abilities of a Silver Superman, such as super flight and super strength. Yet, that would suffice to vanquish the Berserk Clark. The 2 types of kryptonite needed no further elaboration. The platinum kryptonite could be bestowed upon Susan for her use in times of peril, granting Lin Feng peace of mind regarding her safety. As for the bracers, their purpose was evidently to facilitate the use of kryptonite. After the initial thrill subsided, Lin Feng gradually regained his composure. He contemplated for a moment before retrieving a piece of special red kryptonite and a Superman bracer from his backpack. He was aware that another confrontation with Clark awaited him. However, unlike before, this battle would not be rushed. The Silver Superman Experience Card was a rare treasure, a singular item to be utilized sparingly. First, he would employ the special red kryptonite to ascertain the extent of its enhancement. Coupled with the fact that the green kryptonite's effectiveness against Clark surpassed his own capabilities, even without the Silver Superman Experience Card, victory appeared almost assured. There was no need to squander such a valuable resource. Chapter 35. Pre-war conversations and collective actions. The Superman wristband glimmered in a silvery white hue, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters wide, adorned with numerous meticulously arranged horizontal and vertical patterns. The subtle coloration of these patterns exuded an aura of advanced technology. Lin Feng cautiously brought the special red kryptonite close to the wristband. In the next instant, the surface of the wristband began to ripple as if animated by an unseen force, gradually forming an elliptical indentation. As Lin Feng gently placed the kryptonite within this concavity, it was instantly ensnared with a firm grip. The patterns on the wristband swiftly transformed into a radiant crimson glow. After a couple of seconds, the brilliance gradually faded, leaving the patterns in a soft, dark red hue. This remarkable wristband, akin to Tony Stark's nanotechnology in Avengers Infinity War, demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for transformation. Lin Feng expressed his delight, donning the wristband on his left arm, which automatically adjusted its size to fit snugly around his wrist. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's mind was flooded with instructions on how to operate the wristband, along with a prompt inquiring whether he wished to utilize the special red kryptonite. Choosing to refrain momentarily, he effortlessly altered the wristband's color to black, one of its many functionalities. Preferring black over silver, Lin Feng admired the combination of the black wristband with the dark red kryptonite and the subtle dark red patterns, creating a visually striking effect. Notably, the instant he adorned the wristband, Lin Feng noticed a marked acceleration in his absorption of solar radiation. To his astonishment, this wristband could enhance his capacity to absorb radiation from yellow stars. A delightful surprise indeed. While Lin Feng examined the wristband, he realized that numerous wounds upon his body had already healed, leaving no trace of injury. He had expended 10,000 prestige points to restore his black Superman suit. With renewed determination, Lin Feng soared back towards Blue Star. Following the address provided by Bruce, he swiftly arrived at Bruce's base, where the others were gathered in the dining hall, partaking in dinner, albeit with rather somber expressions. As Lin Feng descended, he caught their attention and smiled gently. "Hey, folks, is there enough for me?" Seeing Lin Feng's return, Bruce's demeanor relaxed slightly, and he quipped, "Does Superman still need to eat?" Lin Feng chuckled, taking a seat next to Diana. After all, sitting beside a beautiful woman was far more pleasant than being flanked by a few muscular men. Of course, food is not merely for sustenance, Alfred, the butler, announced as he placed a plate before Lin Feng. "Master Lin Feng, your dinner." "Thank you, Alfred." Lin Feng replied with a smile of gratitude. Diana asked, "Are your injuries healed?" Noticing Lin Feng's seemingly unscathed demeanor, Diana couldn't help but inquire. Lin Feng nodded reassuringly. "I'm fine now. What is the situation? Have you located the position of the Wasteland Wolf?" The question cast a heavy silence over the group, as they lacked the means to locate the Mother Box. Unlike the Wasteland Wolf, who could sense the Mother Box once activated, Bruce shook his head, while Victor added, "I can feel the Mother Box, but I cannot discern its location." "All right," Lin Feng mused, not entirely surprised. "I may have an idea of where they are." Upon hearing this, the others paused, their utensils clattering to the table as they focused intently on Lin Feng, eager for further elaboration. The abandoned nuclear power plant in the North Bear Country. As he mentioned this location, the group exchanged glances, recognizing that Lin Feng was not jesting. Diana, who had some knowledge of the area, confirmed, "The nuclear power plant that experienced an accident 30 years ago?" Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Barry interjected, "That place is so dangerous that even soldiers can't enter. The intense radiation could sprout another head on your shoulders." "You're not wrong, Barry," Lin Feng acknowledged. "But the radiation has dissipated." The Wasteland Wolf collected the radiation to establish his base. "Bruce, don't you have satellites? A quick check should clarify things." At Lin Feng's suggestion, Bruce promptly stood up, abandoning his meal. The others exchanged glances, realizing that there was no time for dining with the fate of Blue Star hanging in the balance. If they did not thwart the unification force, this meal could very well be their last supper. Leading the way, Bruce guided them to a workspace where he began operating a series of instruments. Before long, the screen illuminated with data, pinpointing the location of the nuclear power plant in North Bear Country. The group observed via satellite imagery that the plant's structure had transformed. "Indeed, it's right here," Diana remarked. "What is he constructing?" Aquaman queried, perplexed. The satellite images revealed a massive barrier enveloping the entire nuclear facility. It appears to be a protective layer, shielding the unification force within. Bruce's expression darkened. "This is a barrier generated by the fusion of the mother boxes. The optimal strategy would be to launch an assault from above." Diana turned to Bruce, inquiring, "How do we separate the mother boxes?" Explosives won't separate the mother boxes. They would merely provide energy, reinforcing them, Bruce replied, acknowledging the impracticality of conventional explosives in this scenario. At that moment, Victor, clad in his mechanical form, stepped forward and declared, "I will undertake this task." As soon as he spoke, the group turned their attention toward him. Victor nodded solemnly and explained, "I will enter the mother box and merge with it. By weakening their connection, we can separate them." However, Diana shook her head, cautioning, "That is not a prudent plan. You would face the unification force alone, and we cannot predict what might transpire within. Do you possess a better solution?" Victor inquired, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Diana. Diana, her expression grave, replied, "The combined power of 3 mother boxes is capable of annihilating worlds. Any lapse on your part could result in them infiltrating your mind and obliterating you." Victor, seemingly unconcerned, responded, "Just allow me to enter. I will buy us time." "You would perish, Victor. If we do not act, we will all perish. Did you not want me to utilize my superpowers? Now is the time to employ them. I have lost everything, and I have nothing left to fear," Victor stated. Although the current narrative diverged from the original, Victor's father had indeed passed away. Having lost his last remaining family member, Victor was struggling to contain his emotions, craving release and vengeance. Diana fell silent, unsure of what further to say. "Very well. If that is the case, shall we prepare to assault the Wasteland Wolf's base?" Barry suggested. Aquaman stepped forward in agreement. "Indeed. Let us plunge into the depths of hell and wage war against the devil and his legion." Barry, still apprehensive, added, "You speak of the Wasteland Wolf, who has likely vanquished countless superheroes across thousands of obliterated planets, right? Assuming he has triumphed, what are our chances?" "I care not how many demons he has defeated in his battles," Bruce interjected, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "He has never faced us. United as one." Upon hearing Bruce's resolute words, the group fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. "All right, I have one final question." Barry, somewhat apprehensive, asked, "Are we still to confront Clark?" The former Clark had been his idol, but now that idol had morphed into a nightmare. In Barry's mind, no one on Blue Star possessed the courage to confront the formidable Superman, especially now that he had grown even stronger. After Barry posed this question, the group's gaze inadvertently shifted towards Lin Feng, who had remained silent throughout. The implication was clear. Within this team, only Lin Feng had the fortitude to face Clark. Lin Feng nodded and spoke, "It's not a problem. I will hold Clark at bay. Diana, provide Barry with the kryptonite weapons. While I distract Clark, Barry, you shall place the kryptonite handcuffs upon him." An excellent solution, though Barry appeared somewhat hesitant. The thought of being tasked with placing handcuffs on Clark sent a wave of fear coursing through him. "Me? Oh, come on, guys, no. Fear not. It's merely a matter of using your super speed to place the cuffs on him. A simple task," Lin Feng reassured, patting Barry on the shoulder. "Besides, I will be the one holding Clark back. You can manage it, can't you? Come on, believe in yourself. You are a superhero." Lin Feng's encouragement lifted Barry's spirits. He murmured to himself, "I am a superhero. I am a superhero." Understandably, Barry was elated. Hearing those words from a Superman was bound to ignite excitement within him. Seeing Lin Feng bolster Barry's confidence, Diana couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng was right. With him distracting Clark, Barry would be able to place the handcuffs on him. This was the simplest and least risky course of action for Barry. Handing the lead box to Barry, Diana smiled. "We are counting on you, superhero." Barry was rendered speechless. Bruce found the scene amusing as well. At least the atmosphere before battle was lighthearted, wasn't it? All right, it's time for us to depart. Chapter 36. Resolving Clark, the scales of victory within the abandoned nuclear power plant. A towering barrier of crimson energy surged forth. 3 mother boxes floated before the formidable figure of the Wasteland Wolf, who stood alongside the glowing-eyed Clark. At last, the moment has arrived. I have awaited this for so long, the Wasteland Wolf intoned with a sense of solemnity, as if partaking in a sacred ritual. Prepare to welcome his arrival. I shall attain redemption. The Wasteland Wolf could scarcely contain his exhilaration, having long anticipated this instant. Merge. Become one. The three mother boxes emitted a blinding radiance as they collided. Under the Wasteland Wolf's eager gaze, the fusion process commenced. A resonant wave rippled outward, swiftly enveloping the globe, as if heralding an ominous portent. Simultaneously, the Atlanteans and the daughters of the Amazons gazed vacantly towards the direction of the mother boxes, a sense of trepidation washing over them, accompanied by a palpable aura of despair. Within the nuclear facility, a horde of demons descended, kneeling reverently before the mother boxes, awaiting the arrival of Darkseid. Just as the multitude of demons bowed in submission, a thunderous explosion reverberated, followed by a second and a third. The crimson barrier above quaked violently. The Wasteland Wolf looked up to see a massive breach had been blasted into the barrier, through which a colossal black aircraft intruded. Batman and his allies had arrived. "The pesky insects have come," the Wasteland Wolf bellowed, seizing his axe. To dare disrupt Darkseid's impending arrival ignited the Wasteland Wolf's wrath. "Clark," the Wasteland Wolf commanded, "leave none alive." Upon his order, Clark's eyes blazed with crimson light as he unleashed a searing heat ray aimed at the aircraft. Yet, from an unexpected angle, another heat ray struck, hurling Clark aside just before the aircraft was hit. It was Lin Feng, who had disembarked from the aircraft ahead of time. The aircraft landed smoothly, and Batman, Diana, and the others swiftly exited. Lin Feng rushed towards Clark, while Barry hid behind a structure, retrieving a pair of kryptonite handcuffs, motivating himself fervently. Batman, Diana, and Victor pressed forward against the Wasteland Wolf, beset by countless demons that sought to impede their advance. The Wasteland Wolf shouted, "Clark, end this battle swiftly." Roar. Clark responded with a furious roar, his muscles swelling once more. In an instant, the feral Clark from days prior re-emerged. With a menacing visage directed at Lin Feng, Clark propelled himself forward with a thunderous impact. "Good," Lin Feng thought triumphantly as the Superman wristband on his arm illuminated with a brilliant red glow. A surge of immense energy flooded into Lin Feng's superhuman form. The influx of power was unprecedented, enhancing Lin Feng's abilities exponentially. He recalled a phrase. "You have been empowered, go forth." Facing Clark, Lin Feng delivered a powerful punch. The Clark who had effortlessly dominated Lin Feng by day was sent careening, crashing against a nearby structure. Immediately thereafter, a concentrated, almost tangible heat ray struck Clark, propelling him through the building and out of the nuclear power plant. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Lin Feng leaped through the breach in pursuit of Clark. Barry, astonished by the vast hole, exclaimed, "What is happening? Lin Feng has become stronger too?" Regaining his composure, Barry vanished in an instant, chasing after Lin Feng. He had not forgotten that his mission was to assist Lin Feng in restraining Clark with the kryptonite handcuffs. Roar. Clark, propelled through the air, let out another furious roar, stabilizing his form. Lin Feng's heat ray, though lacking lethality, inflicted intense pain upon Clark. Enraged, Clark unleashed a black-red heat ray in retaliation. Undeterred, Lin Feng responded with a red heat ray of his own. The two beams collided mid-air, reminiscent of their earlier encounter by daylight. However, unlike before, Lin Feng's heat ray showed no signs of retreat. The immense energy bestowed by the red kryptonite seemed inexhaustible, continuously surging into Lin Feng's body. Boom! An explosive clash erupted where the heat rays met, generating a fierce whirlwind. Observing that the heat ray had failed, Clark charged at Lin Feng with a mighty punch. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, countering with a power-packed strike. With a resounding impact, Clark was once again sent flying, crashing to the ground. Stripped of self-awareness, Clark appeared to have lost his combat instincts. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, darting behind Clark and grasping him under the arms, executing a hold to restrain him. "Barry, now is your chance," he shouted. Clark's immense strength made it difficult for Lin Feng to maintain control for long. Time was of the essence. Hearing Lin Feng's cry, Barry remained remarkably calm and cautious. Lightning crackled around him as everything slowed to a near standstill. While running, he withdrew the kryptonite handcuffs from his lead box and charged towards Clark. A horrifying sight unfolded as Clark slowly turned his head, black-red light flaring in his eyes. Locking onto Barry in a moment of terror, Lin Feng acted first, delivering a headbutt to the back of Clark's skull. Clark's head dipped, severing the heat ray. Barry approached Clark, lacking the courage to gaze upon his fearsome visage. With a decisive click, the kryptonite handcuffs secured around Clark's wrists. In his haste, Barry did not manage to halt his momentum, colliding with both Clark and Lin Feng before retreating at super speed. Roar! Clark roared once more, then sank to his knees. At that moment, the veins in his arms bulged green, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The kryptonite handcuffs had taken effect. Clark, stripped of his combat prowess, knelt in agony, howling in torment. Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to Barry. "Well done, Barry." The process had proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen complications. Having learned from the earlier failure, Lin Feng was vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings, fearing yet another ambush. With no time to rest, as Batman and the others were still engaged with the Wasteland Wolf, he needed to return and assist. "You wait for Victor's signal. I will confront the Wasteland Wolf," Lin Feng instructed Barry. Victor required immense electrical power to access the interior of the mother box, necessitating Barry's near-light speed sprint to aid him. Upon receiving Barry's nod of agreement, Lin Feng ascended once more and soared back into the nuclear power plant. Inside, Bruce maneuvered among the demons, dispatching them with ease. The fiends fell swiftly before Batman's prowess, though their sheer numbers were proving somewhat vexing. Victor stood before the mother box, conjuring several dark tendrils in an effort to penetrate its depths. Meanwhile, Diana and Aquaman were besieging the Wasteland Wolf, but the odds were decidedly not in their favor. The Wasteland Wolf was overwhelmingly powerful, and with a single swing of his axe, Aquaman was sent sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. Aquaman felt utterly defeated. Since the Wasteland Wolf's arrival on Earth, he had seemingly been reduced to a mere punching bag. As the Wasteland Wolf raised his axe to strike Diana, Lin Feng surged forward, delivering a kick that exceeded the speed of sound, embedding the Wasteland Wolf into the wall. Assisting Diana to her feet, Lin Feng called out, "Victor, Barry is ready. How about you?" "Almost there," Victor replied, invigorated by the news, hastening his efforts. Diana, panting heavily, gazed at Lin Feng. "What of Clark?" Lin Feng replied with a smile, "All is well. He has lost his combat capability." "Really?" Upon hearing that Clark was no longer a threat, Diana could not suppress a smile. This was the most fortuitous news since the Wasteland Wolf's invasion of the Blue Planet. The scales of victory had begun to tilt in favor of humanity. Chapter 37. The brutal assault on the Desolate Wolf. Darkseid makes his appearance. The Desolate Wolf gasped for breath as he fell from the wall. The moment Lin Feng entered the scene, he caught sight of Lin Feng's Superman suit. Initially, he paid little heed to this newly emerged Kryptonian, as he still had Clark, a formidable weapon, on his side. However, after the two ventured out, only Lin Feng returned. This instilled within the Desolate Wolf an ominous sense of foreboding. "Clark!" The Desolate Wolf bellowed. "Clark, where have you gone?" After calling out twice and receiving no response, the Desolate Wolf's expression darkened. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a black box, a device he used to control Clark, obtained from a mysterious individual who collaborated with his master, Darkseid. The box remained entirely intact, shrouded in a lingering aura of darkness, signifying that his control over Clark had not waned. The Desolate Wolf was perplexed. Why was Clark not appearing? As the Desolate Wolf continued his frantic cries, Lin Feng glided over slowly. Upon seeing the black Superman suit adorning Lin Feng, the Desolate Wolf's countenance soured further. "Another Kryptonian?" Lin Feng crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully. "Cease your shouting. Clark has returned to normal. He is no longer under your control, Desolate Wolf. This is impossible." The Desolate Wolf glanced again at the unscathed box in his hand. "Oh?" Lin Feng tilted his head with a smirk. "Do you not believe me? Then why hasn't Clark shown himself?" The Desolate Wolf found himself at a loss for words, cognizant that the Kryptonian before him was likely speaking the truth. "Damn Kryptonian!" The Desolate Wolf's grotesque face darkened as he cursed. He recalled the cloaked figure who had given him the black box, that cloaked human. "I knew he was untrustworthy." In a fit of rage, the Desolate Wolf hurled the black box to the ground and stamped on it. If Clark had indeed broken free from his control, then what use was this device? With a resounding crack, the box shattered, and a wisp of black smoke dissipated into the wind. In an instant, a chilling breeze swept through, as if something had been released. Lin Feng observed the crushed box, a flicker of realization igniting within him. Could this be the artifact the system spoke of, capable of controlling Clark? Indeed, the next moment, Barry's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Hey, guys. It seems Clark has returned to normal." Lin Feng's expression transformed dramatically. "Barry, it's Lin Feng," he called into the earpiece. "Remove the kryptonite handcuffs from him, now? Shouldn't we confirm first?" Barry hesitated. Having seen the dark red glow in Clark's eyes fade, and the green luminescence return to its normal hue. Yet, he still hesitated to remove the handcuffs, fearful of receiving another punch from Clark. Clearly, Barry was haunted by a psychological shadow cast by Clark. Noticing Barry's reluctance, Lin Feng couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Do not worry, Barry. I have confirmed that the device controlling Clark has been destroyed." Lin Feng's words acted as a reassuring balm, prompting Barry to exhale in relief. "Thank goodness. I'll remove them right away." Listening to Lin Feng and his teammates' exchange, the Desolate Wolf first felt perplexed, then suddenly realized he had been deceived. Clark had merely been temporarily restrained, not truly under his control. And he had just destroyed the very box that held that control. "You're dead?" Enraged, he raised his axe and charged at Lin Feng, roaring, "For Darkseid." As the axe swung towards him, Lin Feng initially prepared to dodge, but then seemed to recall something. He remained still, merely tilting his head. He wanted to replicate the events from the original narrative, uncertain if this counted as aiding the convergence of the timeline. Bang! The Desolate Wolf's battle axe struck Lin Feng's left shoulder. It felt as though he had been struck by a wooden stick wielded by an infant, utterly unharmed, devoid of any pain. "Is that all?" Lin Feng scoffed, imitating the original tale as he slightly inclined his head and exhaled a breath of frost towards the battle axe. The axe began to freeze at a visible pace. Bang! With a single punch, Lin Feng shattered the battle axe into fragments. The Desolate Wolf stared at his hands in disbelief, then glanced at Lin Feng. In a panic, he attempted to strike, only to be met with a swift kick from Lin Feng, sending him flying. As the Desolate Wolf crashed to the ground, he pounded the earth in frustration. Rising once more, he charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng exhibited no fear, soaring towards him. The Desolate Wolf's attacks posed no threat whatsoever. The Desolate Wolf swung a claw towards Lin Feng, but to Lin Feng, it seemed to unfold in slow motion, allowing him to easily evade. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful punch, sending the Desolate Wolf hurtling towards Diana. Seeing the Desolate Wolf fly in her direction, Diana shouted. The two Guardian silver bracelets clashed violently. Buzz! A sharp sound echoed as the sonic waves radiated outward, causing the Desolate Wolf to be propelled once more, this time towards Aquaman. Aquaman seized the moment, executing a sweeping strike. His trident crashed into the Desolate Wolf's side. The Desolate Wolf soared through the air like a volleyball, being tossed back towards Lin Feng. He found himself being battered back and forth like a volleyball, utterly helpless. Lin Feng met the Desolate Wolf head-on, delivering a heavy punch that sent him soaring into the sky. Then, Lin Feng ascended rapidly, overtaking the Desolate Wolf in midair before delivering another punch that sent him crashing back to the ground. This unfolded precisely as in the film's original storyline. Before the Desolate Wolf could rise, Lin Feng descended and unleashed another punch. His eyes glowed with crimson light, and a searing heat ray shot towards the Desolate Wolf. The Desolate Wolf howled in agony as the heat of the ray began to disintegrate his armor. The intense temperature of the ray severed a piece from the Desolate Wolf, causing him to scream out once more. With another punch, the Desolate Wolf was utterly bewildered, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Having incapacitated the Desolate Wolf, Victor connected to the Unity Force. "Barry, I've linked to the Unity Force," he shouted. "I need a significant electrical current to enter." Victor's face contorted in desperation. He could only connect to the Unity Force for a brief moment and required Barry's assistance to enter the mother box. Right away, Barry, who was running in circles outside, received the message. He surged forward, enveloped in blue and white lightning, with Clark flying behind him, providing protection. "Barry, where are you?" Victor called out loudly, seemingly oblivious to Barry's response. The mother box was on the verge of merging, and without electricity, he could not enter. Barry continued to sprint, fervently motivating himself. Buzz! Just as the mother box was about to fuse completely, a circular blue portal appeared nearby, accompanied by a sound. Lin Feng, Diana, and Aquaman stepped forward, cautiously eyeing the portal. Lin Feng was acutely aware that Darkseid was about to descend. As the portal gradually took shape, it revealed several figures within. As anticipated, on the other side of the portal stood Darkseid and his two subordinates. "Host, be cautious. It is the Exile." The system's voice suddenly interjected. The system's words caused Lin Feng's pupils to constrict. He noticed an individual beside Darkseid, a character not present in the original narrative, cloaked in black robes that concealed their entire form, rendering their face indiscernible. Lin Feng understood that this must be the Exile the system had mentioned. Upon noticing Lin Feng's gaze, the cloaked figure seemed to acknowledge his scrutiny. Lin Feng employed his X-ray vision, yet found himself unable to penetrate the layers of the black robe, which sent a wave of unease through him. The system had not exaggerated. His X-ray vision was entirely ineffective against the Exile's garb. Within the portal, Darkseid observed the scene outside with an impassive expression. Kryptonians, a woman imbued with the powers of old gods, and an Atlantean wielding a trident. This assembly reminded him of a long-ago battle. He was waiting, biding his time for the mother box to merge completely before stepping through the portal. Darkseid noted Victor's desperate attempts to prevent the mother box from merging but remained unfazed. He had no doubt that the civilization of Blue Planet could not thwart the merging of the mother box. You see, failure was imminent. Darkseid had searched for the anti-life equation for countless ages and was indifferent to waiting just a little longer. "Barry," Victor called out, cold sweat beading on his brow. "We're running out of time. The merger is about to complete." The moment the words left his lips, time seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone appeared frozen in place. Lin Feng, sensing the shift, realized he possessed super speed and immediately recognized that Barry had arrived. Turning to look, he indeed saw Barry racing in from the nuclear power plant. Above him, Clark had returned to his normal state, providing escort. Upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Clark shared a complex look with him before nodding in acknowledgement and continuing to follow Barry. In the original narrative, Barry had been struck by a parade mon, nearly leading to the obliteration of Blue Planet. However, with Superman safeguarding him, such a mishap was averted this time. Barry successfully made contact with Victor, transferring the electrical power. In an instant, Barry entered the mother box. He was not deceived by the traps within the mother box, forcefully pulling apart the three humanoid forms that the boxes had manifested. This all transpired in the blink of an EY. By the time everyone reacted, the mother box, which had been on the brink of merging, had split back into three, returning to its original state of fusion. Chapter 38. The first encounter with the Exile, proclaiming victory. Lin Feng. Victor bellowed with great intensity. Alone, he was unable to sever the binding forces. Naturally, Lin Feng, having perused the original text, grasped his intent. With a swift motion, he dashed forward, his hands propelling two mother boxes outward with tremendous force. Empowered by the red kryptonite, Lin Feng's strength vastly surpassed that of Clark from the original narrative. With a resounding crash, the connection among the three mother boxes was abruptly severed, causing them to plummet to the ground and revert to their dormant state. At this moment, the Wasteland Wolf finally regained some composure and rose to his feet. He gingerly touched his head, his hands slick with blood, overwhelmed by pain and dizziness. The upper half of his scaled armor had been obliterated by the heat vision, revealing the flesh beneath. Darkseid stood behind the portal, coldly observing him. The mother boxes had reverted to an inactive state, signifying his defeat. The Wasteland Wolf was engulfed by a sense of humiliation, feeling utterly disgraced before his master, once again exposed to ridicule. "Roar!" he bellowed at Lin Feng and the others, his heart brimming with resentment. He had annihilated countless worlds, yet he faltered before a mere blue planet, and all the while under Darkseid's watchful gaze, he found himself in such a pitiable state. All he could do was roar impotently, venting his inner fury. In the next instant, his furious cries were abruptly silenced. The unscrupulous Aquaman struck from behind, thrusting a trident through the Wasteland Wolf, leaving him chilled to the core. Blood streamed down the trident, and excruciating pain surged through the Wasteland Wolf's entire being. Respecting the original narrative, Lin Feng swiftly advanced, delivering a punch that sent the Wasteland Wolf hurtling towards the portal. Diana followed suit, leaping into the air to deliver a downward slice that severed the Wasteland Wolf's grotesque head. Amidst a flurry of coordinated strikes from the group, The Wasteland Wolf's body and head tumbled into the portal, rolling several times. Darkseid firmly planted his foot on the still rolling head, applying immense pressure. The last remaining horn of the Wasteland Wolf was crushed, his eyes dimming, breath extinguished. The battle to invade the blue planet concluded with an unequivocal victory for it. Lin Feng, Batman, Diana, and the others gathered before the portal, exchanging glances with Darkseid, their intent unmistakable. Should you come, you shall remain here forever. Darkseid, panting heavily, seethed with rage. He had failed once more. The mother boxes lay separated, and the energy-depleted portal began to close slowly. Unbeknownst to anyone, a nearly imperceptible black thread quietly evaded their gaze and slithered into Lin Feng's body. As he observed the closing portal, Darkseid turned to the figure cloaked in shadows beside him, his fury barely contained. "Exile, is this what you promised would not go awry?" A shrill voice emerged from beneath the black robe. "Are you questioning me, Darkseid?" Darkseid glared at the robed figure, choosing silence, for he still had use for the exile and was unwilling to provoke him. "Rest assured," the exile's piercing voice resonated once more, "that meddler will not fare well." With that, the exile gradually vanished from sight, leaving Darkseid's wrath unquenched. "I have long foretold," Desaad spoke solemnly, "that the Wasteland Wolf would fail. My master, the mother boxes have been destroyed. How will you retrieve your prize?" Darkseid cast a cold glance at him. "The anti-life equation has been located. I will obtain it at any cost, even using ancient methods." As the portal closed, Lin Feng heard the melodious chime of the system announcing rewards. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission to save the DC world. Now, calculating rewards. This time, the host has earned a prestige value of 10 million. This mission's evaluation. A grade. Reward prestige. 10 million points. From the world's convergence, a bonus of 8 million points. The host has a total prestige value of 28 million points. Nice, Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished at the substantial reward. An impressive 28 million points. Indeed, high risks yield high returns. He marveled at the windfall. With his original 10 million, Lin Feng now possessed over 40 million prestige points. The prospect of exchanging for the Silver Superman template was merely a matter of time. With the threat to the blue planet finally dissipated, Batman and the others gradually felt a sense of relief. A sense of duty and honor drove them to withstand every calamity that befell the blue planet. The group gathered and ascended the tower, welcoming the dawn as the sun rose. Clark stepped forward, standing before the others. With a hint of remorse, he spoke. "I am truly sorry, everyone. I witnessed all that I did, and it's difficult to believe it was me." Lowering his head, his heart swelled with guilt. Though under control, the memories of his actions lingered vividly in his mind, filling him with profound shame. Exchanging glances, the others understood. None blamed Clark. He had been manipulated, and his actions were not of his own volition. Diana stepped forward to offer comfort. "It's not your fault, Clark. We all know you were under control. This is not your wrongdoing." Clark lifted his gaze to meet Diana's, her eyes brimming with sincerity, alleviating some of his guilt. Bruce approached as well, extending his hand but hesitating midair. After a moment, he gently patted Clark's shoulder. "It's good to have you back, Clark." Bruce he recalled the moment he unleashed his heat vision, nearly taking Bruce's life. Barry stepped forward, his gaze earnest as he addressed Clark. "As long as you've returned, you are still my idol." Aquaman and Victor, unfamiliar with Clark, merely nodded in acknowledgement. You all Clark felt a tumult of emotions as he sensed their lack of reproach. Finally, he turned his attention to Lin Feng, the one who had matched him blow for blow yet remained a stranger. Seeing Clark's gaze, Lin Feng approached with a smile, extending his hand. "Let us get acquainted. My name is Lin Feng." Clark shook his hand, uncertainty etched on his face. "You are also a Kryptonian?" Lin Feng nodded, then shook his head. He understood Clark's loneliness, being the last of his kind. Such solitude was not easily borne. Noticing Clark's confusion, Lin Feng clarified, "I indeed possess Kryptonian blood, but I am not a Kryptonian of this universe. I hail from another universe." Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Clark appeared momentarily dazed. "Could you elaborate?" he requested earnestly. "Certainly, Clark. However, I believe we should take a moment to rest first. Moreover, you ought to reunite with Martha and Lois." As Lin Feng's words fell, Clark was instantly reminded of his mother and girlfriend. Right? I must see them. Having returned to life, this was his second chance. He longed to reconnect with his mother and fulfill his proposal to Lois, who had yet to respond. Casting another glance at Batman and the others, Clark's intent was clear. Batman stepped forward, patting his shoulder once more. Go on, Clark. First, see them. Then take a good rest. Once you've recharged, come to the base and find us. Clark nodded and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. As Clark departed, Bruce turned to Lin Feng. Lin, would you care to stay at my villa for a few days? You're not planning to leave just yet. Let us properly host you for a while. Lin Feng had played a pivotal role in this battle. Without him restraining Clark, their chances of victory would have been nearly non-existent. Diana chimed in. Indeed, Lin Feng, how about I show you around Metropolis? I know many delightful eateries. I can take you to sample them, Barry added eagerly. Feeling the warmth of their invitations, Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Sure, I'll linger for a few days. Besides, I wish to share some insights about Krypton with Clark. He resolved to clarify certain aspects of Kryptonians for Clark. In the vast cosmos, many Kryptonians existed. He wanted to ensure Clark no longer felt like the sole survivor of his race. I appreciate your hospitality during these days, Lin Feng expressed. In response, the others smiled and nodded. Not at all a bother, Lin, Diana replied cheerfully. Let us head back for now and take a breather. I believe everyone is weary, Bruce suggested, stretching his waist. He had just been struck by a demon-like weapon and felt some discomfort. Time to have Alfred prepare some cold compresses. Chapter 39. After the war, Clark extended an invitation after the aircraft had crashed. Fortunately, Bruce had contacted another helicopter. By the time everyone returned to Bruce's base, it was already noon. Following their lunch, Bruce arranged several rooms for the group to rest. After 2 days of combat, even those with physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary individuals would inevitably feel fatigued. None of them declined the offer, expressing their gratitude instead. However, Lin Feng chose not to rest at Bruce's estate. He requested some funds from Bruce and flew off alone. Departing, Lin Feng selected a serene beach. With sunglasses perched on his nose, he reclined on a beach chair, basking in the sun while listening to the soothing sound of the waves. Simply soaking up the sun was sufficient to replenish his stamina and vitality. How convenient! The sea breeze wafted in, accompanied by the occasional call of seagulls and the hushed whispers of beachgoers. Lin Feng reveled in this atmosphere. How delightful it would be if Susan were by his side at that moment. Perhaps upon returning, he could take Susan on a seaside getaway. As he pondered Susan, Lin Feng was suddenly reminded of the Superman wristband on his wrist. He planned to gift her another wristband upon his return, adding a piece of platinum kryptonite to it. This way, he would no longer have to worry about her safety, and he could even customize the wristbands to match as a couple set. Lin Feng was rather fond of this wristband. Bored while sunbathing, Lin Feng browsed through the system store, curious if any special kryptonite was available. Having used it once before, he found its effects genuinely impressive. If available, he considered purchasing several pieces for future needs. Upon opening the store, he stumbled upon Black Widow's original lingerie, marked at a special price of 5 reputation points. Lin Feng's lips twitched. He recalled it previously being sold for 10 reputation points. He promptly ignored it and continued his search. After some flipping, he indeed found what he sought. Special red kryptonite, 1 piece for 1 million reputation points. Special platinum kryptonite, 1 piece for 2 million reputation points. The prices seemed reasonable, not overly extravagant. The platinum kryptonite could grant an ordinary person Superman's abilities for 2 hours, which, in all honesty, was not too steep. As he scrolled further, he discovered several varieties of kryptonite. Among them was the cheapest option, special gold kryptonite, 1 piece for 200,000 reputation points. Effect: causes the wearer to lose all Superman abilities for 12 hours. Lin Feng was taken aback. What kind of kryptonite is this? He mused. System, why can't I find the Superman wristband? After searching in vain, he decided to inquire. What do you need it for? Didn't the gift pack already provide you with 2? I wanted to know if I could bring a few more and install additional kryptonite pieces to become even more powerful. You won't, the system replied. What if I wear 2 wristbands? Lin Feng's imagination sparked. The gold kryptonite would strip away all Superman abilities, while the platinum kryptonite would bestow them upon an ordinary individual. What would happen if he wore both simultaneously? The curiosity ignited within him, compelling him to conduct an experiment. The system responded with a bemused expression. Why not give it a try? Hesitant, Lin Feng gazed at the gold kryptonite in the store, his finger hovering indecisively. Ultimately, he decided against the purchase. Perhaps it's best to let it be. What if it explodes? That would be a waste. The thought of squandering several million reputation points on a fleeting curiosity felt utterly unjustifiable. By the way, system, is there really no Superman wristband for sale? I can't seem to find one. The system chimed in. The Superman wristband is available in the Level 2 store, priced at 2 million reputation points each. Why is one wristband so expensive? Lin Feng frowned, perplexed. The only function of the Superman wristband, aside from installing gemstones, was to enhance the efficiency of absorbing solar radiation. He felt that such a feature hardly justified a price tag of 2 million reputation points. The system swiftly elucidated Lin Feng's confusion. That price is not exorbitant, it explained. The Superman wristband is several times more durable than vibranium. Moreover, the wristband possesses a degree of deformation capability. When fully extended, it can envelop your entire forearm. This will significantly enhance your efficiency in absorbing solar radiation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It has that functionality? He glanced at the wristband on his arm, and with a thought, it swiftly flowed like liquid, ascending along his wrist until it completely enveloped his forearm, resembling a black sleeve. Lin Feng felt invigorated. Indeed, the efficiency of radiation absorption had increased, surpassing the previous form of the wristband by several times. A splendid item. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, but it seemed that this was worth more than 2 million reputation points. Sensing Lin Feng's skepticism, the system elaborated, Host, your Superman wristband can do much more than just hold kryptonite. It can also embed all 6 Infinity Stones. Lin Feng was taken aback, though only momentarily. Is an Iron Man capable of creating a gauntlet that houses the Infinity Stones? Well, you can choose not to purchase it. The system seemed momentarily silenced by Lin Feng's retort, leaving him with that remark before falling quiet. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, deeming the system a rogue trader. He continued to browse the store, encountering numerous items he had never seen before. Items of varying usefulness, with values ranging from a few reputation points to millions. He even spotted the 50 Malawian kwaches, the nano suit crafted by Tony Stark. However, it was in the Level 2 store, marked with a gray icon, meaning it was unavailable for purchase. Lin Feng's tongue clicked in anticipation. He planned to buy a set once he gained access to the Level 2 store. Few boys could resist the allure of an Iron Man suit, and Lin Feng was no exception. Suddenly, as Lin Feng perused the store, searching for any peculiar items, the beachgoers erupted into excitement, interrupting his shopping. It's Superman. It really is Superman. Superman has arrived. The tourists gazed skyward, calling out in unison. Lin Feng instinctively focused, hearing an unusual sound slicing through the air. Glancing up, he saw Clark hovering directly above him, clad not in his Superman uniform but in casual attire. Lin Feng regarded him with curiosity. What was Clark up to? As Clark descended, he smiled at the encircling tourists before turning his attention to Lin Feng. I apologize for finding you this way, he said, but I asked Bruce, and he mentioned you didn't have any contact information. Lin Feng scratched his head. Well, he indeed hadn't brought a mobile phone or any communication device. It was rather difficult for these people to locate him, let alone reach him. All right then. Clark. Lin Feng shrugged and inquired, what do you need me for? Clark nodded. You mentioned wanting to discuss some matters concerning Kryptonians. Such urgency? Lin Feng was surprised that just half a day had passed before Clark sought him out again. Clark nodded once more, a hint of apology in his voice. I wasn't sure when you would be leaving, Lin. After returning home, he had spent little time with his mother and girlfriend before once again seeking Lin Feng. Family time could be saved for after Lin Feng's departure, and Clark was eager to seize the opportunity. This reasoning was sound, and Lin Feng found himself unable to counter. All right then. I have nothing pressing at the moment, he said, standing up. Shall we talk here? The beachgoers surrounded the two, forming layers of spectators. However, their reverence and awe for Clark rendered them hesitant to approach. Certainly not, Clark replied. Follow me. With that, he soared into the sky, flying toward a specific direction. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and ascended after him, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. Were there two Supermen? Chapter 40. Speculations about Kara, Lin Feng's return journey. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Clark would take him to the farm, the very farm that had been seized by the bank due to his mother's inability to repay the loan. As Clark descended, he opened the door, inviting Lin Feng to step inside. Upon entering, Lin Feng observed that most of the furniture had been removed, leaving only a table and a few chairs. Clark, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "Bruce assisted me with the paperwork. Soon, I shall be able to reside here once more. Please, take a seat while I prepare you a cup of coffee." Clark gestured toward a chair. Lin Feng, unperturbed, sat down and surveyed the place where Clark had spent his childhood. "How is your mother?" Lin Feng inquired. "She is with Louise. Once the paperwork is finalized, we will need to bring back the furniture." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The environment of Clark's abode was indeed splendid. Nestled in a two-story house on the farm, Lin Feng had once envisioned leading such a life. Unfortunately, prior to his journey across dimensions, he could scarcely afford such a residence. However, with the assistance of his affluent friends, Lin Feng now had a more substantial dwelling, though lacking the natural and serene ambience that Clark enjoyed. "Coffee?" Clark approached with 2 cups of coffee, taking a seat across from Lin Feng. Lin Feng lifted his cup and took a sip. It was quite hot. Yet, for someone of Superman's constitution, this posed no challenge. Setting down the cup, Lin Feng nodded at Clark, "Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. I shall divulge all that I know." Clark, cradling his coffee, hesitated slightly before asking, "I wish to know, am I truly the only being with Kryptonian blood in this world?" In his quest to save Earth, Clark had once snapped Zod's neck. To Earth, this was an act of justice, yet to Kryptonians, Clark became the very instrument of his last compatriot's demise. Excluding himself, of course. This realization left Clark in a state of confusion for quite some time, accompanied by an enduring sense of loneliness. Fortunately, he had Martha and Louise by his side. Without them, Clark pondered whether he would have emerged from such disorientation. Perhaps he would have, but the duration remained uncertain. Lin Feng had anticipated Clark's inquiry and was not taken aback in the slightest. "To my knowledge, you are indeed the sole Kryptonian remaining in this universe." Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Clark's eyes. "Is that truly the case?" he murmured, slowly rotating his coffee cup, lost in thought. This outcome was, in some sense, expected. From the moment Zod arrived on Earth, Clark understood that Krypton had perished. His biological parents had also met their end during that time. Only after Zod was vanquished did Clark come to realize he was the last of his kind. Yet, Lin Feng's emergence had sparked a glimmer of hope within him, an identical superhero suit, akin superhuman abilities. For a fleeting moment, he had believed there existed a multitude of Kryptonians living unbeknownst to him. Alas, it turned out that Lin Feng was not a Kryptonian in this universe. Noticing Clark's despondence, Lin Feng shook his head with a slight chuckle. He comprehended the loneliness that stemmed from being the last of one's race. Imagine if, in the vast expanse of the universe, one were the sole human left. The isolation and despair would be profound. "Clark, are you familiar with the concept of parallel universes?" Lin Feng posed, subtly prompting Clark's thoughts. "Parallel universes?" Clark paused, momentarily taken aback before nodding. "I had heard of them before, but I thought they were mere conjectures. It was only upon seeing you that I came to believe in the existence of parallel universes." Upon seeing Lin Feng's silence, a thought flickered through Clark's mind. Is it possible that there exist Kryptonians in parallel universes? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Indeed, within countless parallel universes, there are innumerable Kryptonians. "Clark, you are not alone. To my knowledge, in one of those parallel universes, there exists another version of you. Moreover, that version has a cousin." "A cousin?" Clark's gaze sharpened, fixated on Lin Feng. As Lin Feng spoke, Clark's eyes gradually lit up with joy upon learning that he had a compatriot, albeit in a different universe. "Indeed, her name is Kara Zor-El," Lin Feng affirmed, continuing, "In that universe, Krypton too faced its impending doom. Kara Zor-El was dispatched to Earth to safeguard you in that realm. However, her spacecraft was caught in an explosion and fell into the Phantom Zone. It was not until 24 years later that she inadvertently crash-landed on Earth. She, like you, is dedicated to protecting the Earth and its citizens." Lin Feng paused, suddenly furrowing his brow and falling silent. "What is it, Lin Feng?" Clark, engrossed in the narrative, noticed Lin Feng's abrupt halt and inquired curiously. Lin Feng refrained from responding, as he had just recalled the high degree of similarity among characters in parallel worlds. Although films had not provided information on this aspect, if Kara Zor-El existed in a parallel universe, could she perhaps also exist in this world? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng hesitated to share this speculation with Clark. T.O. articulate, it would undoubtedly rekindle hope in Clark. Yet if it turned out that Kara Zor-El did not exist in this universe, it would likely lead to yet another disappointment for him. Lin Feng, please, if you have something to say, do so. Clark, having discerned Lin Feng's hesitation, urged him directly. He suspected that Lin Feng had conceived information pertinent to him. Lin Feng regarded Clark, his gaze laden with complexity, an amalgamation of pleading, hope, and gravity. Sighing, Lin Feng ultimately relayed his speculation. As anticipated, this notion stirred something within Clark. His mind began to race, contemplating how he might locate his cousin should she exist in this world. Yet, the information at hand was scant, and after much deliberation, Clark found himself at an impasse. He could not resist asking Lin Feng once more, Lin Feng, do you have any means to help me ascertain whether my cousin exists? Lin Feng shook his head, admitting he possessed no way of confirming Kara's existence. Ultimately, he offered a singular piece of advice. You might consider basking in the sun more often, Clark. Acquiring greater strength often simplifies matters. Currently, you cannot ascertain her existence, so strive to become even more powerful. Oh, and keep an eye on Barry. That lad can run like the wind, Lin Feng winked at Clark, adding with a knowing tone. Perhaps one day, he might just dash into another universe. Having finished his coffee, Lin Feng rose to bid farewell. He had divulged all the information he possessed, hoping that Kara's existence would indeed be a reality in this universe. This way, Clark would at least have a compatriot. Clark stood to see him off, but Lin Feng waved his hand and soared skyward. In the subsequent 2 days, Diana guided Lin Feng through Metropolis, while Barry treated him to a delightful array of culinary experiences. Aquaman Arthur invited Lin Feng to the depths of the ocean to catch fish, and even Bruce inquired if Lin Feng had any specific needs. Only Victor remained relatively normal. He gifted Lin Feng a pair of headphones he had crafted himself, emblazoned with Superman's iconic S.H.I.E.L.D. on either side. He believed that, considering the rigors of being a superhero, this finely crafted high-quality headset would afford Lin Feng moments of relaxation. In truth, Lin Feng was tempted to scoff, as his own world had such items, and he was no stranger to them. However, out of respect for their kindness, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After 2 days of exuberant revelry, under the watchful eyes of his fellow superheroes, Lin Feng stepped into the portal to bid farewell to the DC Universe. Chapter 41. Homecoming, Sky, Susan, Rumors, the Marvel Universe. The night sky of the twisting waste, a portal shimmering with a faint glow suddenly materialized. As the light dissipated, Lin Feng gradually emerged in midair. During this season, nightfall arrived rather early. Lin Feng retrieved his mobile phone. While on a mission in DC, he had stored his phone in the system's spatial realm. He had forgotten to check whether the Marvel phone could function in DC. Glancing at the time, it was just past 7 in the evening. Lin Feng noted the date. More than a week had elapsed since his departure. He had spent a mere 4 or 5 days in DC. It seemed that the flow of time differed between the two worlds. Lin Feng calculated roughly, deducing a time dilation ratio of approximately 2 to 1. However, it was fortunate that this did not exceed the 10 days mentioned by Susan. Putting away his phone, Lin Feng assessed his surroundings. The system had not transported him back to his point of departure. Instead, it had opened a portal high above the twisting waste. Lin Feng paid no mind. Activating the invisibility feature of his ring, he leisurely soared towards his villa. The lights were on in his villa, indicating that Susan was home. Ever since they had become a couple, Lin Feng had urged Susan to terminate her rental agreement and move in with him, under the pretense of not wasting money. As for his true motives, those in the know would understand. Lin Feng descended and opened the door. The living room was illuminated, yet it was devoid of occupants. Instead, sounds emanated from the kitchen. Lin Feng chuckled softly, stealthily making his way over. However, halfway there, his steps faltered and his smile faded. An unfamiliar woman with black hair was facing away from him, engaged in culinary preparations. Clearly not Susan, as their heights differed. Lin Feng was puzzled. What was going on? A thief? Unlikely, for what thief would cook in someone else's home? Just as Lin Feng was about to inquire, the woman spoke first. Susan, dinner's ready. She plated her dish and called out to the upstairs. As she turned, she too was taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng. The two stood frozen, their gazes locked. Sky? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned at her appearance, instinctively calling out. You know me? Sky exclaimed, her eyes flickering with surprise. Indeed, the black-haired woman was none other than Sky from Marvel, the Quake.at this moment. Sky had yet to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Feng recalled that she would only become part of S.H.I.E.L.D. after the events of the first Avengers timeline. Currently, Sky was likely still a rebellious spirit, opposing S.H.I.E.L.D. at every turn and possessing remarkable hacking skills. Yet, none of this mattered. Why was Sky in his home? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, directly asking, What are you doing in my house? Sky slowly placed the dish on the dining table, her mind racing as she concocted a plausible story. Simultaneously, curiosity gnawed at her. She and Lin Feng had virtually no prior interactions. How did he know her name? Lin Feng regarded her calmly, awaiting an explanation. Fortunately, he was aware that she had not yet joined S.H.I.E.L.D., otherwise he might suspect that Black Egg was up to no good again. Before Sky could respond, footsteps descended the stairs. Susan appeared, exclaiming, Lin? She unexpectedly rushed into Lin Feng's embrace. You're back. Lin Feng was taken aback by the suddenness of her arrival, but he did not feel joy. He keenly detected a note of grievance in Susan's voice. His heart sank. What was amiss? Had she been wronged? Gently, he pushed Susan away, and indeed, her eyes were red-rimmed, her face a portrait of distress. It was evident she had been crying. Instantly, Lin Feng's expression turned icy. Susan, what happened? Who hurt you? Susan's tear-streaked eyes resembled those of a large rabbit. Pouting, she gazed at Lin Feng, resembling an injured creature. I was fired from my job. The words tumbled out, laden with injustice. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated her dismissal. What was there to weep about? With her connections in the Superman news realm, finding another station should be effortless. But then, Lin Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. Susan possessed a vast network of resources concerning Superman. Nearly every headline at the station was crafted by her. To the public, Susan had become Superman's exclusive reporter. It was as if any station with Susan was privy to first-hand news about Superman. Why would the station choose to dismiss her? There had to be some underlying reason. It seemed likely that someone was targeting Susan, scheming against her. Otherwise, even if she were fired, she should be furious, not aggrieved. The thought of Susan being bullied ignited a surge of anger within Lin Feng. He lowered his head, tenderly wiping away her tears. There, what happened? Lin Feng's soothing words concealed a hint of fury. He guided Susan to sit at the dining table and continued, Tell me, why did the station fire you? Enveloped in Lin Feng's embrace, Susan was stirred by his gentle tone. All the grievances she had endured recently crashed upon her like a tidal wave. The emotional fortitude she had maintained crumbled, and she found herself questioning where her resolve had disappeared to. With a quavering voice, Susan began, They said I was. Suddenly overwhelmed, Susan buried her face in Lin Feng. Lin Feng had never witnessed such a scene before, and in an instant, he felt flustered, his hands raised in confusion. Her tears extinguished the anger that had flared within him. Goodness, how much had this girl endured? Lin Feng felt his shirt dampening from her tears. He glanced around, seeking a tissue, but Susan clung to him tightly, rendering him immobile. Here, take this. A voice chimed in, accompanied by a tissue box being offered. It was Sky, who had been momentarily overlooked by Lin Feng in his concern for Susan. Lin Feng's focus had been entirely on the distressed Susan, causing him to forget about the inexplicable presence of Sky in his home. He looked at Sky, accepted the tissues with a murmured thanks, and then handed two to Susan to dry her tears. The snot was flowing. It clung to Lin Feng's shirt, leaving him in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Susan, realizing her embarrassing state, felt a blush creep upon her face, filled with humiliation. She adjusted herself, sitting upright, allowing Lin Feng to continue wiping her tears while she suppressed the hiccups that came from crying. Observing this, Sky sighed. She settled across from them and spoke, Allow me to explain what transpired. Lin Feng continued his task, merely casting a glance at Sky and nodding in acknowledgement. The reason Susan was dismissed from the station is due to a rumor. That day, Stark Industries' luxury vehicle picked up Susan after work. Someone captured a photo, and the rumor spread. They claimed Susan was involved with Tony Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D. succinctly laid out the sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's hands paused. I was the one who picked up Susan. I'm also a shareholder in Stark Industries. How could they think that? He then turned to Susan, speaking gently. Darling, didn't you explain? I did, Susan replied between sobs. But they said you were the driver. They didn't believe my explanation. They even said that I had an improper relationship with Superman, claiming that I always managed to get photos of Superman. It's because I climbed onto Superman's bed. Wow. Before she could finish, Susan broke down again, her sobs intensifying. She felt utterly wronged. Despite her tireless efforts at work, contributing significantly to the station's headlines, none of her colleagues believed her. She couldn't fathom what she had done wrong. After listening to Susan's fragmented explanations, Lin Feng felt the anger that had previously subsided surge back within him. What kind of outrageous rumors were these? Chapter 42. The Unfathomable Malice. Lin Feng faces a dilemma. S.H.I.E.L.D. produced a laptop seemingly from thin air. Merely rumors are insufficient to warrant Susan's dismissal from the station, she remarked, powering it on and retrieving some information to display for Lin Feng. Take a look at this. Lin Feng's expression hardened as he directed his gaze towards the screen. The contents that unfolded before him caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. Rumors concerning Susan had, astonishingly, proliferated across major forums and tabloid news. BBC Radio's Susan Carter, allegedly spotted enjoying an evening with Tony Stark. Where do the Superman rumors regarding Susan Carter originate? Reporter Susan Carter, rising through the ranks via her physical attributes. Superman's comments on Susan Carter. An insight to timing? A clash between Iron Man and Superman over a woman? Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he scrutinized these outrageous headlines, each more ludicrous than the last. The most prominent comment had amassed nearly 10 million likes, and curiously, it was almost devoid of text. Merely an array of images associated with Susan. Photographs of her stepping out of a luxury vehicle bearing the Stark Industries insignia, strolling alongside Superman, and even a fabricated image of their kiss were all present. Lin Feng instantly recognized the kiss as a digital fabrication, yet such discernment did little to quell the rampant speculation among the public. The internet operates in such a manner. Once an event brews, accompanied by irrefutable evidence in the form of photographs, and further endorsed by BBC Radio, few would take the initiative to verify the authenticity of the images. S.H.I.E.L.D. clicked the mouse, navigating to the Superman forum. Countless posts were incessantly refreshing. Comments and discussions proliferated. Many awaited Superman to address the situation, while others fervently defended him. Lin Feng's countenance had never been so grim. Susan instinctively shrank her shoulders, sensing an undeniable chill in the air surrounding them. Someone is orchestrating these rumors from behind the scenes. Lin Feng's voice emerged hoarsely. S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded in affirmation. You are correct. She clicked the mouse again, revealing two photographs on the screen. According to my investigation, these two individuals are responsible. Who are they? Lin Feng inquired, his tone icy and piercing, the inexplicable malice within him seemingly intensifying, his eyes blazing with a fiery intensity. Susan had never witnessed Lin Feng so enraged. Apprehensively, she tugged at his sleeve. He remained oblivious to her subtle gesture, fixated on the screen, his frigid gaze fixated upon the two images as though scrutinizing corpses. S.H.I.E.L.D. scrolled the mouse, revealing their profiles. This rotund man is named John, the nephew of the BBC Radio boss, she stated, magnifying John's photograph, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. He is the mastermind behind this entire affair. My investigation reveals that he has persistently pursued Susan, only to be rebuffed. After Susan and you established your relationship, John publicly humiliated her in the office, ultimately rendering himself incapable of saving face. I suspect this serves as his motive. The psychological distortion of wanting to destroy what one cannot possess was a phenomenon S.H.I.E.L.D. had encountered frequently online. With that, she opened another photograph. This older woman is named Flora. She is one of John's mistresses, providing him with a wealth of information regarding this scandal. Strictly speaking, she is also one of the principal architects of these rumors. She once demanded that Susan relinquish her Superman news to her, but Susan rejected her request. My findings indicate that this older woman harbors a profound jealousy. Susan is beautiful, kind, and has garnered considerable popularity and status within the station due to her connection with Superman. Coupled with Susan's refusal of her request, Flora has since harbored a grudge against her. As Sky spoke, she opened another image, the one associated with the comment that had garnered 10 million likes. According to my investigation, this comment was orchestrated by Flora, who paid individuals to promote it. They simultaneously hired numerous bots to amplify the narrative, and many of the maliciously misrepresented photographs originated from their efforts. Thought this encapsulates the situation succinctly? Sky ceased speaking, taking a sip of water as she awaited Lin Feng to process this information. Lin Feng coldly regarded the details before him. After a prolonged silence, he turned his gaze to Sky, his teeth clenched as he asked, "Sky, with your remarkable hacking skills, why don't you eliminate this information?" His tone brimmed with barely contained anger, his gaze as frigid as ice. Sky was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Lin Feng would pose such a question. Upon meeting his piercing stare, she felt herself plummeting into a frigid abyss. The cold detachment, fury, and incisive intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down her spine. She sensed that a poor response could lead to dire consequences. Despite her inability to articulate why, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. "Lin, what are you saying? Do you know K?" Susan interjected from her seat, disbelief etched across her features. Was he truly attributing blame to an innocent party? She understood Lin Feng's character and felt that his anger today was disproportionate, bordering on abnormal. "Her name is K, not Sky, Lin," Susan urged, grasping Lin Feng's arm in an attempt to clarify. "K has been diligently assisting me. She is my dearest friend. What is troubling you tonight, Lin? You seem off." Susan's large, reddened eyes were filled with concern as she gazed at him. Hearing her words, Lin Feng became acutely aware of his own disquiet. The inexplicable malice within him appeared to gnaw at his rationality, and even more disturbingly, he found himself struggling to suppress this darkness. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, then forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "I apologize, K-Sky. I did not mean to offend. I am simply overly concerned for Susan." Upon uttering this, the pressure that had enveloped Sky dissipated abruptly, the sensation of being scrutinized by death waning. Sky exhaled a long breath, wiping the sweat from her brow. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she explained, "It's not that I haven't helped. It's just that by the time I discovered the situation, it had already escalated significantly." At that point, the rumors had gained considerable traction. They had organized a simultaneous deluge of articles across the network, forums, personal shows, and news outlets, rendering any attempts to contain them futile. Sky sighed. Her hacking prowess was unparalleled, yet in the face of such a fully developed narrative, her interventions would only provoke greater suspicion, potentially backfiring. She continued, "To effectively terminate this rumor, we must possess more compelling evidence. At the very least, we need Tony Stark and Superman to publicly clarify the matter. However, this presents a significant challenge for us." At this juncture, Sky shook her head. "Setting aside whether Tony Stark would even address this issue, we cannot even reach Superman." As she lamented this predicament, Sky's countenance fell once more, revealing that her hacking skills were her only recourse. Assisting Susan in identifying the instigators of this turmoil was her utmost limit at present. After Sky finished speaking, Susan discreetly glanced at Lin Feng. Though Kay was her closest confidant, she had refrained from disclosing Lin Feng's identity as Superman, considering it to be his private matter, one he was not inclined to share. Mutual respect was paramount. Observing the silence between the two, Sky resumed her typing, stating, "You need not worry excessively. After all, Susan is still my best friend. I have another plan for clarification, though it is somewhat complex. The efficacy may not be as robust, but it is a feasible alternative." Sky was acutely aware that Stark and Superman were not easily persuaded. Thus, she devised another solution, albeit one that paled. Lin Feng, agitated, began drumming his fingers against the table, interrupting Sky. "We do not require a second plan. We must pursue the more effective one. I will reach out to Stark and have him clarify the matter. As for Superman, he will also make an appearance, whether through a video or a dedicated press conference for this issue. They will not refuse." Sky was taken aback by Lin Feng's declaration. She glanced at Susan, then back at Lin Feng. Goodness, was her best friend's boyfriend truly this formidable? Surely he must be exaggerating. Regardless of Sky's thoughts, Lin Feng had already formulated a plan in his mind. Susan, stay home and remain safe. I must step out for a moment, he declared, striding purposefully towards the exit. Lin, where are you going? Susan called after him. Lin Feng turned, his expression fierce. I am going to snap the necks of those two wretches. Chapter 43. Dark magic? Seeking to play with the Ancient One regardless of what S.H.I.E.L.D might think, Lin Feng had already formulated certain plans in his heart. Susan, you stay home and mind your own business. I shall be stepping out for a while. With that, Lin Feng strode purposefully towards the exit. Lin, where are you going? Susan called out from behind. Lin Feng turned his head, a fierce expression etched across his face. I intend to snap the necks of those two wretches. The moment those words escaped his lips, they nearly sent Susan's soul into a frenzied flight. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's waist, pulling him back with all her might. No, Lin. Calm down. You'll end up in prison. She felt as though Lin Feng had truly lost his senses. After his brief outing, Lin Feng returned as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. A grin spread across his face. Indeed, he had contemplated breaking the necks of the instigators. Yet, he had not succumbed to madness and understood that such an act was not the most prudent solution to the problem. Amused yet exasperated, he gently extricated himself from Susan's grasp. I was merely jesting, you silly goose. I'm going to consult with Tony Stark regarding this matter. Susan fixed her gaze upon his eyes. You promise you won't deceive me? All right, I promise. Lin Feng replied, exasperated, as he met Susan's unwavering gaze. Observing the sincerity in his eyes, she finally felt reassured. She had genuinely been frightened by Lin Feng just moments ago. Who was Lin Feng? Superman. If he truly intended to break someone's neck, it was unlikely anyone. However, doing so would likely tarnish Lin Feng's image in the eyes of the citizens, a scenario Susan was desperate to avoid. Lin Feng was aware of this too. While snapping those two necks may appear simple, the subsequent repercussions could spiral out of control. One misstep, and Susan could find herself embroiled in a far greater public backlash. If it gets too late, I'll just spend the night at Tony's, Lin Feng stated. Don't worry about me. Susan nodded. Remember your promise. Do not act impulsively. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Susan, he dashed to a secluded corner. The black battle suit materialized, and Lin Feng ascended into the sky, soaring upward with a trail of sonic booms in his wake. Soon, he breached the atmosphere and entered outer space. The sunlight bathed him, gradually dissipating the malevolent fire within his heart. System. Lin Feng closed his eyes and called out. Is there something wrong with my body? He had begun to form suspicions, though he was not entirely certain. The system remained silent, merely displaying a video that began to play. The footage depicted Lin Feng within the DC universe, standing before a portal alongside Diana and others. On the other side of the portal were Darkseid and his minions. As the camera zoomed in, Lin Feng scrutinized the scene. The mother box had been split apart, the portal was slowly closing. Yet, none of the individuals in the frame seemed to take notice. A nearly invisible black line crawled over from the direction of the portal, subsequently attaching itself to Lin Feng without a sound. The video concluded at this point, leaving Lin Feng's expression darkened, but his understanding clear. Just as he had suspected, someone had tampered with him. Is it that exile? Lin Feng murmured to himself. The system chimed in at that moment. Indeed, it is that exile. I warned you to be cautious of the exile. Is this how you demonstrate caution? The system reproached him. Lin Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had just emerged from a fierce battle. How was he supposed to notice such a minuscule black line? Why didn't you alert me? You must have noticed it back then, right? Lin Feng countered, shifting the blame onto the system. If the system possessed that footage, it clearly had detected the black line at that moment. Yet, it had failed to notify him, which felt rather inconsiderate. Heh, the system scoffed coldly. Not warning you was meant to help you learn a lesson. Once you've fallen for a trick, you will be more cautious the next time. I have stated before, every exile should not be underestimated, the system continued. They may not appear frequently, but whenever they do, someone is bound to fall prey. And those who fall prey are all careless individuals like you. The system's words left Lin Feng momentarily speechless. All right, I admit I was negligent. Lin Feng scratched his head, acknowledging his oversight. He recognized that the fault lay primarily with him. Despite possessing Superman's abilities, Lin Feng's combat experience and attitude towards adversaries still required growth and honing. The System-S approach was not entirely unwarranted. Only through experiencing setbacks would one learn to be vigilant. What exactly is this black line? Lin Feng inquired. Why do I feel an unshakable malevolence? Upon hearing Lin Feng concede his error, the system ceased its relentless pressure. The goal of instilling caution had been achieved, and it was ultimately for Lin Feng's benefit. That is a form of dark magic, the system explained. It can infinitely amplify the 7 deadly sins within a being's heart, which are gluttony, greed, pride, sloth, lust, envy, and wrath. Does it affect Superman as well? Lin Feng could not help but ask. As long as you harbor these desires, you will be affected. When the host experiences feelings of anger, the dark magic will amplify it infinitely, until you are wholly consumed by wrath and become its puppet. This is strikingly similar to the magic that controlled Clark. After this explanation, Lin Feng fully comprehended the situation. Upon returning, he had learned of Susan's ordeal, which had ignited feelings of anger within him. Thus, the dark magic had activated, amplifying his fury to an extreme degree. Fortunately, Lin Feng had not completely lost control. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng felt a pang of fear. Had he truly lost control, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Would he have ended up snapping countless necks? Is there a way to resolve this? Lin Feng asked the system. Since the system had not alerted him, it must possess a solution. Otherwise, it would not have allowed him to foolishly fall into this predicament. There is a remedy, the system replied. Indeed, the system would not genuinely place him in danger. In the shop, a vial of blessing potion costs 500,000 reputation points. One vial can neutralize the dark magic. Lin Feng nearly fell backward in disbelief. What sort of nonsense is this? How can a mere vial of potion cost 500,000 reputation points? Lin Feng could not help but grumble. Is this not akin to exploiting a disaster? Doggone system. Is there no other solution? Although Lin Feng currently possessed several million reputation points, he was unwilling to be taken advantage of. The system rolled its eyes. Is it too expensive for you? If it is, go seek out the Ancient One. She can also lift the dark magic afflicting you. It simply depends on whether she is willing to assist you. The system's response elicited a grimace from Lin Feng. He believed the Ancient One would not refuse him. After all, he had gifted her a package of tea previously. Opening the system, he purchased another pack of life tree leaf tea. A single pack cost merely 50,000 reputation points. Lin Feng reasoned that bringing a token of goodwill when seeking assistance was entirely reasonable. Would he spend 500,000 on something that could be resolved with 50,000? Storing it in the system's warehouse, Lin Feng set his course for the Himalayas on Blue Star. He recalled that the Ancient One's stronghold, Kamartaj, was located there. As he approached the Himalayan range, Lin Feng noticed a sudden flash of light not far ahead, followed by the appearance of a golden portal. It was a teleportation portal. Lin Feng halted mid-air, clicking his tongue. This portal was most likely opened by the Ancient One. Without a second thought, he surged towards the portal. As he neared, Lin Feng spotted the Ancient One seated at a tea table, smiling warmly at him. It seemed she was aware of his intent to seek her out. Lin Feng flew through the portal with a hint of exasperation, landing gracefully on the ground. I am aware of your purpose, Lin Feng. The Ancient One greeted him with a smile, inviting him to take a seat and pouring him a cup of tea. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Yet again, he found himself at the mercy of a powerful figure's opening remarks. With the Time Stone, the Ancient One could perceive both past and future. To be honest, Lin Feng felt a twinge of envy. Chapter 44. Resolving personal issues in the public relations arena of Stark Industries, Lin Feng was presented with a steaming cup of tea by his host. He raised the cup to his lips and consumed its contents in one swift motion. The tea was scalding hot, yet such temperatures posed no threat to a being of his caliber. Even boiling water would fail to inflict any harm upon him. Upon finishing his drink, Lin Feng retrieved the freshly purchased tea leaves from the system's repository. Master, I have brought you a gift, he exclaimed with a cheerful smile, offering the tea leaves to the Ancient One. She glanced at the offering, chuckling softly as she shook her head. She was well aware of Lin Feng's intentions. Even in the absence of a gift, my assistance would have been assured. I had anticipated this from the moment you departed this realm, she replied. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the tea leaves. Uncertain of their origin, the Ancient One attempted to discern their source but was met with an impenetrable darkness on her vision. You need not worry. The dark magic you have encountered is not overly complex, she assured him, recognizing Lin Feng's impatient nature. She did not expect the young man to possess the tranquility required for such matters. Behold, she declared, extending her hands. As she interlaced her fingers, she inscribed symbols that Lin Feng could not comprehend. A golden magic circle materialized. Spinning and shifting in the it slowly approached Lin Feng, who felt an unsettling sensation of something being extracted from within him. Before long, the Ancient One's right hand swiftly drew back, and a slender black thread was pulled from Lin Feng's body. This thread exuded a dark mist, suspended in the air and ensnared by the magic circle. After a careful examination, the Ancient One opened a portal and discarded the black line into it. The moment it departed, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. The pervasive malevolence that had plagued him vanished without a trace. I have banished it to the dark dimension, the Ancient One declared. It shall no longer affect you, rest assured. Her actions were undoubtedly strategic. After all, with dark magic involved, it was likely that Dormammu would not mind her discarding refuse in such a manner. Observing the Ancient One's ease in resolving the issue, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief as well. It seemed that the dark magic of the exile was of little concern to her. I am truly grateful for your assistance, Master, Lin Feng expressed, bowing in thanks. The Ancient One, however, shook her head, a knowing look upon her face. To aid you is to aid the Blue Planet. You will play a significant role in the future, Lin Feng, she added. Lin Feng listened, somewhat perplexed, as he recalled the original narrative and could surmise the implications of her words. The future she referenced likely pertained to the events of Avengers, Infinity War, or Endgame. Thus far, the most formidable crisis facing the Blue Planet within the Marvel Universe stemmed from the entity known as Thanos. Lin Feng was uncertain of his own capabilities against this adversary, yet based on cinematic portrayals, he surmised that Thanos would not withstand more than a few of his heat rays. With this thought, he felt a measure of reassurance. The only concern that lingered was whether his arrival would instigate a more extensive butterfly effect. Although no signs had yet manifested, Lin Feng sensed that such an effect was inevitable. His actions upon entering the Marvel Universe had already altered certain plot lines. This was not his intention, yet altering the narrative was beyond his control. From the moment he appeared in this realm, the course of events was destined to change. Only by preparing thoroughly could he face the unforeseen storms generated by the butterfly effect. After bidding farewell to the Ancient One, Lin Feng propelled himself towards Tony Stark's villa. Having resolved his own troublesome matter, it was time to address the issue concerning Susan. Tony was conveniently present in his residence. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, he extended a warm welcome. Lin? You're back? Tony exclaimed, observing Lin Feng descend from the sky and enter the living room. Lin Feng, unceremoniously, took a seat on the sofa and poured himself a generous glass of wine. He had previously informed Tony of his brief absence without disclosing his destination. After taking a sip, Lin Feng sighed contentedly, noting the changes to Tony's arc reactor, which now exhibited a triangular light source. You managed to create it? Lin Feng remarked, pointing at the reactor with a grin. Congratulations. Tony, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Of course I did. You must remember who I am. A genius inventor, Tony Stark, he continued. I have a fair idea of why you sought me out. Is it about Susan? Lin Feng could not suppress an eye roll at the predictability of everyone around him. How does everyone seem to know what I intend to do? He wondered aloud, shaking his head in resignation. Susan is still at home, shedding tears. I've been aware of that, Tony acknowledged, a hint of hesitation surfacing in his expression. Stark Industries has already initiated public relations efforts. I should have addressed the situation immediately, but Lin, you may be unaware, but I've been rather busy lately, Tony elaborated, gesturing animatedly. There's this large fellow who insisted on engaging me in a mech battle. You see, therefore, Lin Feng interjected, nodding in understanding. I comprehend. Tony, I harbor no ill will towards you. Tony's predicament had already made headlines. Ivan Vanko and Hammer Industries had replicated his mech suits. However, Ivan had never genuinely cooperated with Hammer Industries. He commanded numerous MEPs, engaging Tony in a chaotic battle. This was the plot of Iron Man 2, unfolding in the present days. As a result, Tony had been unable to address many pressing matters. Tony nodded, visibly relieved. He spoke these words, fearing that Lin Feng might reproach him for failing to quell the rumors. Indeed, Tony had been overwhelmed with projects, including the development of a new reactor and countering Ivan's schemes. Results from the public relations efforts will soon be evident, Tony continued. Jarvis has identified all the principal instigators of the rumors. Rest assured, by tomorrow, the authorities will have them all locked away. And what about you? As a Superman, would you be willing to step forward and clarify the situation? The rumors were partly about Tony Stark, but they also implicated Superman. Lin Feng nodded. As a Superman, he certainly would make an appearance. Even though Susan was not his girlfriend, he would still intervene to clear the name of the innocent. I sought you out with this intention. I believe merely explaining the situation may lack sufficient credibility. What do you propose? Tony inquired, somewhat perplexed by Lin Feng's assertion. I think we should film a video together and post it on the forums, Lin Feng explained. Oh, my dear friend, I have never engaged in such antics. Tony squinted, exasperated. That would be beneath my dignity, you understand? He protested. I mean, it's just too lowbrow. After being rejected, Lin Feng remained silent, simply gazing at Tony's reactor before posing a question. Is the tea enjoyable? The question rendered Tony momentarily speechless, his eye twitching slightly. He discerned the underlying message in Lin Feng's words. I have provided you with tea to counteract the poison and assisted you in creating a new element. Now, you refuse to film a video with me? All right, Lin, you are an exception, Tony relented, raising his hands in surrender. Just this once, mind you. He held up a finger for emphasis. Lin Feng beamed with satisfaction. No problem. The two of them joyfully outlined the video's content, with Jarvis tasked with filming. The process lasted roughly an hour, as Tony continually fretted over his appearance on screen, necessitating 2 retakes. By the time they concluded, it was already past midnight. Lin Feng chose not to return home nor stay overnight at Tony's villa. Ever since acquiring his own residence, he felt reluctant to inhabit another's space, finding it oddly uncomfortable. Moreover, as long as sunlight graced him, he could forego sleep for days without feeling fatigued. The next day dawned swiftly. Early in the morning, Stark Industries' public relations team sprang into action. A flurry of legal letters and statements circulated across numerous forums, meticulously detailing the individuals responsible for spreading the rumors. Even the key players' information and photographs were released, albeit with redactions, and it was stated that accountability would be pursued to the fullest extent. This left the onlookers bewildered. Typically, even when Tony Stark found himself embroiled in scandal, he would dismiss any need for clarification. Such public relations interventions were exceedingly rare, although this incident had garnered considerable attention. Some astute netizens began to suspect that the matter was more complex than it appeared. The central figure of the incident, Susan Carter, might possess a background unknown to them. Amidst the scrutiny of countless internet users, several of the main conspirators were swiftly apprehended. Footage of John being arrested live on BBC surfaced as he screamed in terror while being dragged into a police car. Flora was not spared either, her expression one of disbelief and confusion. Throughout the entire slanderous affair, neither had made a public appearance. Even when they enlisted sailors, Flora had prudently insisted that John conduct transactions using cryptocurrency. Why had the police arrived so promptly? She couldn't fathom it. John continued to shout about needing to make a phone call, desperately hoping his uncle would come to his rescue. Unbeknownst to him, his uncle stood nearby, wearing a grim expression and silently observing as he was taken away. He was unaware that his uncle had already received word. Stark Industries had exerted immense pressure on the authorities, creating a situation far beyond the resolution capabilities of a mere radio station's boss. Chapter 45. The final verdict, revealing identities. The rumors surrounding Susan erupted swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Were it not for the involvement of Iron Man and Superman, the onlookers would have remained oblivious to Susan's true identity. Within a mere morning, the principal instigators of the slander were apprehended. Among them, the 2 ringleaders, John and Flora, were detained without the possibility of bail, irrespective of the sum offered. The remaining purveyors of the rumors were undergoing investigation, awaiting the determination of their specific punishments. The rapidity of the arrests left the bystanders in a state of astonishment. Major rumor-sharing platforms and news outlets were simultaneously undergoing a cleansing. It was not until a particular video ascended to the forefront of various forums, quickly receiving a top-tier certification, that the matter was conclusively resolved, quelling the controversy. At that moment, within Lin Feng's villa, Susan sat on the sofa, lost in thought. S.H.I.E.L.D was nearby, donning headphones as she tinkered with her laptop, occasionally updating Susan on their progress. Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D stumbled upon a pinned video and was rendered speechless. Removing her headphones, she switched to speaker mode. Susan. Look, Stark actually recorded a video to clarify things for you. Oh my goodness, does your little man possess such influence? S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed, her eyes widening at the video title and comments. The fact that Tony Stark would go to the lengths of making a video clarification piqued S.H.I.E.L.D's curiosity about Lin Feng's identity. She pushed the laptop towards Susan and clicked the play button. They began to watch together. The video was remarkably clear, featuring Tony Stark seated prominently in the center of the screen, dressed in casual attire, his expression somewhat grave. He leaned forward slightly. Jarvis. Are we live? We are, sir. Excellent. Tony clapped his hands, announcing the commencement of the video. Ahem, I suppose an introduction is unnecessary, he addressed the camera. I trust there's no one here who doesn't recognize me. Initially, I had no intention of recording this video, he continued, but in order to assist a friend, I resolved to share my thoughts. Recently, there has been a frenzy surrounding rumors about Susan Carter, he stated. I believe some individuals have lost their minds. Susan is the girlfriend of my friend. How dare you suggest she is clinging to me? Are you attempting to sow discord? Huh? Tony furrowed his brow, challenging the audience. The absurdity of this matter aside, I firmly believe that by the time this video is broadcast, those who have spread these rumors will have been apprehended. Those familiar with me know that I typically refrain from directly addressing rumors about myself, he continued, exuding a playful sarcasm. Because, frankly, I don't care whether they are true or false. However, this incident is different. You want the truth, don't you? Well, allow me to unveil it for you. The vehicle that picked up Miss Susan Carter was indeed one from Stark Industries, he admitted, and the driver was happy. I acknowledge that much. What I wish to convey is that our young shareholder was experiencing his first romance, he elaborated. He lacks experience, and I arranged an evening outing for him. There's something wrong with that? I fail to comprehend how you have nothing better to do than to perpetuate such tales. The truth is, Susan's boyfriend is a shareholder of Stark Industries, and he has every right to use the company car for any purpose, whether to pick up his girlfriend or otherwise. That is the reality. I caution certain indiscreet individuals that Susan Carter is a family member of our Stark Industries shareholders. Before you speak, ensure you have evidence. And those shoddy composite images and so-called textual truths you've concocted, he scoffed, merely induce laughter. They are utterly juvenile. Tony continued to elucidate the context of the situation within the video. The viewership surged dramatically. As for the final query regarding the rumor connecting Miss Susan Carter and Superman, he paused, chuckling. This particular rumor may diverge significantly from your assumptions. I assure you, the truth will be something you never anticipated. As he spoke, Tony rose from his chair, directing the camera to the side. Allow me to introduce Susan Carter's boyfriend, who is not only a shareholder of Stark Industries, but also someone you are all very, very familiar with. Let him explain for himself. Tony turned the camera towards Lin Feng. Come on, Lin, say hello. Lin Feng's figure appeared on screen, clad in a tailored black suit and sporting a pair of sleek glasses. He exuded an aura of sophistication reminiscent of a young CEO from a television drama. Some viewers recognized him as the man mistakenly identified as the driver in the rumors. However, it was clarified that the driver was, in fact, happy, while he was a shareholder of Stark Industries and, simultaneously, Susan Carter's boyfriend. Lin Feng smiled at the camera, greeting the audience. Hello, everyone. I never anticipated appearing before you in this manner. Without further ado, I shall directly address the question at hand. Regarding why Susan consistently captures news involving Superman, I believe I am quite qualified to speak on this matter. Lin Feng delved into the details of the second rumor. In the villa, S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at Susan with a hint of envy. Your boyfriend is a shareholder of Stark Industries? Goodness, no wonder he can afford such a villa, S.H.I.E.L.D admitted, her envy palpable. Susan smiled awkwardly, realizing she had not divulged much about Lin Feng. Though their relationship was exceedingly close, Susan respected Lin Feng's privacy. "Let us continue watching the video," Susan suggested, redirecting the conversation. On screen, Lin Feng continued, "Susan and Superman were acquainted long before Superman attained fame. Their meeting stemmed from an unforeseen incident," he elaborated. "As for the specifics of that incident, I shall refrain from disclosing more. I can only assert that 99% of the recent commentary regarding Susan is false. I implore all citizens to refrain from following the crowd and, more importantly, to cease disseminating those rumors. Otherwise, you may find yourselves facing repercussions from the authorities." Lin Feng's smile was accompanied by a hint of mockery, the implications clear. Yet, some viewers scoffed at the video. The reason was simple. Despite Lin Feng's status as a shareholder, he lacked personal credibility and notoriety. This exemplified the adage that a person of little renown has little influence. People were hesitant to believe what they did not recognize. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this. He had previously conferred with Tony, and it was time to escalate the situation. The video continued to play, and Lin Feng paused thoughtfully. "I trust many of you do not know me, hence your reluctance to believe my words. You might wonder how I am privy to the acquaintance between Superman and Susan. Some may even pity me, thinking my girlfriend is perpetually off gallivanting with Superman. Well, for those who think that way, I can only say, I harbor no jealousy. Though my identity as a shareholder of Stark Industries may be unfamiliar to many," he added, "my other identity is one that most of you have encountered." As his words settled in, the viewers were left perplexed. Could it be that Susan's boyfriend, aside from being a shareholder, possessed another identity? Sitting in the villa, Susan felt a flicker of intuition. She watched intently, her heart tinged with apprehension. In the next moment, Lin Feng removed his glasses and ring. Instantly, a wave of familiarity washed over the audience. Countless viewers felt an uncanny recognition of his face, as if they had seen him before, yet they could not place it. The answer soon emerged. As Lin Feng shed his glasses and ring, he began to levitate effortlessly into the air. In the following instant, a sleek black suit enveloped Lin Feng's entire form. The prominent S-shaped emblem signified his true identity. As he donned the superhero attire, the multitude of spectators gazed in awe at the screen. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as the revelation dawned. This charismatic young man was none other than the superhero frequently featured in the news. Superman. Furthermore, no one had anticipated that Superman would voluntarily unveil his identity in connection to this matter. The shareholder of Stark Industries, the victim of the slander, Susan's boyfriend, was indeed Superman. Chapter 46. A new mission. Your director's precious baby has exploded. Lin Feng voluntarily revealed his identity as Superman, feeling that there was no longer any necessity for concealment. Besides validating his own existence, having the citizens aware of his identity would lead to greater exposure, thus accelerating the growth of his reputation. The rumors surrounding Susan swiftly subsided. The appearances of Superman and Iron Man provided the most compelling clarification and truth imaginable. Countless citizens, previously swayed by the rumors, were now filled with remorse towards Susan. They took to the internet and various forums to express their apologies. Even the radio station that had reported the rumors did not remain silent, issuing their own apologies. From Stark Industries' intervention to Lin Feng's self-revelation, the event was completely resolved in less than a day. The authorities of the city issued a statement indicating that the two masterminds behind the incident, John and Flora, could face at least 10 years of imprisonment. Amidst the cheers of countless citizens finding satisfaction in this outcome, the incident officially came to a close. After this, Susan did not return to the BBC station. She would forever remember the faces of her colleagues, who had once greeted her with smiles during her time of distress. The mere thought of it was repulsive. Thus, she declined the BBC's request for her return. With Lin Feng's support, Susan decided to establish her own platform, dedicated to writing reports about superheroes. She even created a forum and video website. Thanks to the real-time coverage and entertaining content surrounding Superman and Stark Industries, the website quickly became a focal point for citizens enamored with superheroes. The astute Susan occasionally hosted live streams, showcasing glimpses of Lin Feng's daily life, which in turn brought a significant influx of traffic to the site. Lin Feng was delighted, as the website's popularity also contributed to his rising reputation. The more attention Lin Feng garnered from the citizens, the faster his reputation soared. Following the conclusion of this incident, Lin Feng enjoyed several months of tranquility. Over these months, he accumulated nearly 20 million reputation points by resolving various disasters. Coupled with the reputation generated by Susan's website and the superhero forum, Lin Feng's reputation had remarkably surpassed the 60 million mark. He felt quite satisfied, as he was drawing ever closer to redeeming the Silver Superman template. Notably, during this period, Nick Fury had contacted Lin Feng, mentioning a colossal hammer that had fallen from the sky and lodged itself into the ground, impossible to remove. He expressed a desire for Lin Feng to attempt to lift it. Lin Feng promptly declined, expressing little interest. He merely informed Nick Fury that the hammer was Thor's hammer and suggested that he should look into Norse mythology for further information. Being familiar with the storyline, Lin Feng understood what was transpiring. Odin's somewhat foolish eldest son had been exiled to Earth for training. However, Lin Feng had no inclination to engage with the hammer. There was no necessity, it seemed rather dull. Whether he could lift it or not would not impact his abilities in the slightest. He would rather spend that time enjoying a romantic interlude with Susan at home. Susan's website had, after several months, established a stable and mature operation. She had formed a small team and delegated most of the work, returning to the work style she loved most, spending her days capturing photographs of Lin Feng. Seeing that Susan finally had some free time, Lin Feng could no longer resist implementing an idea he had conceived during his time in the DC universe. He whisked Susan away to the beach for a sunny getaway. Being young, they quickly agreed and boarded a plane to the Maldives. Lin Feng switched off their phones, determined to indulge in unrestrained fun. For these few days, there would be no Superman or reporters, just Lin Feng and Susan. They engaged in deep-sea fishing, diving, sailing, and water sports. Everything that could be enjoyed was experienced to the fullest. The pristine white sands, the azure waters, and even glimpses of pink dolphins made for an unforgettable adventure. They had the time of their lives, snapping a plethora of beautiful photos. This was the essence of a normal couple's life, Lin Feng mused. If not for an unforeseen interruption, he felt he and Susan could have continued their revelry. As he sat on the beach, bemusedly watching a Quinjet descend from the sky, the hatch opened, and Natasha emerged, striding directly towards Lin Feng. He could not help but smirk, unable to resist the sarcastic remark. "Oh, isn't this the pizza delivery girl? No longer riding your electric bike, delivering pizzas by plane now? Can you even cover the fuel costs?" Lin Feng teased, gesturing mockingly towards the Quinjet. Unexpectedly, Natasha did not retort, but instead looked at him with a serious expression. "Lin Feng, we have a problem." Lin Feng's brow furrowed. "What does it have to do with me?" "I'm on vacation with Susan. The Tesseract has been stolen." Black Widow continued without missing a beat. "The one who took the Tesseract is Loki. His brother, Thor, has also arrived on Earth. You know about the Tesseract, and you know that hammer belongs to Thor. We believe you can assist us. Although we are uncertain of Loki's intentions with the Tesseract," she continued, "it is undoubtedly not a good thing. Lin Feng, we need your abilities." Her words poured out like gunfire. Lin Feng scratched his head. "Well, this sounds like the plot of the first Avengers movie. Has it arrived so soon?" Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, the System's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! A new mission has commenced. Mission details. Exterminate the invading Chitauri forces on Earth. Mission deadline, 3 days. Mission reward 110 million reputation points. Mission reward 2, based on the number of Chitauri forces defeated by the host. Mission penalty, none." Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Well, a task has arisen. Another 10 million reputation points. "Lin Feng?" Natasha called again, noticing his momentary silence. Lin Feng snapped back to reality and nodded. "No problem. I'll accompany you." "Just a moment, let me inform Susan." Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Natasha couldn't help but sigh with relief. With Superman's assistance, things would certainly be much easier. "I'll wait for you in the jet," she affirmed, adding, "Hurry, we don't have much time." Lin Feng nodded, returning to their suite to find Susan. He briefly explained the situation. Susan, accustomed to Lin Feng's spontaneous endeavors to resolve various disasters, expressed her wish to accompany him and take photographs as before. However, Lin Feng unexpectedly declined. This situation was far more perilous than merely rescuing a burning building or a ship struggling in a storm. This time, they were facing an armed invasion by the Chitauri. It would be exceedingly dangerous for an ordinary person like Susan. Thus, he hoped she would remain in the Maldives temporarily. He promised to return for her once he had resolved the issue. Understanding and compassionate, Susan nodded in agreement. Although she possessed the precious Superman wristband Lin Feng had given her, she knew its worth. If sold, it could fetch a staggering 11 or 12 figures. She certainly did not wish to squander it on such matters. After bidding farewell to Susan, Lin Feng boarded the Quinjet. The aircraft ascended slowly, heading towards the location of the helicarrier. Inside the jet, Natasha was briefing Lin Feng on the currently available intelligence. Lin Feng listened with half an ear, his mind elsewhere as he recalled the storyline. He had watched the first Avengers film, yet some specific details had become hazy over time. The clearest memory he retained was that the beginning of the first Avengers marked the onset of Thanos gathering the Infinity Stones. It was from this installment that the Avengers began to take shape. At this moment, aboard the helicarrier, Tony Stark, Captain America, and Bruce should all be present, right? Did they not engage in a battle on the carrier? Lin Feng pondered. Utilizing his supervision and superhearing, he peered ahead of the Quinjet. Upon doing so, his expression turned peculiar. Natasha, Lin Feng spoke up. What is it? Natasha, interrupted mid-sentence, focused her gaze on him. Does your director's helicarrier feature a fireworks system? Black Widow looked utterly perplexed. What sort of question was that? How could the helicarrier possibly have a fireworks system? Lin Feng, seeing her confusion, sighed and continued. If it doesn't, then the helicarrier must have exploded. Chapter 47. The invasion begins as the group rushed to the scene. Black Widow's expression shifted dramatically upon receiving the news. Without delay, she commanded the pilot of the aircraft to return to base at maximum speed. Lin Feng let out a deep sigh and remarked, "Open the hatch. I shall fly ahead." He felt a strange sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the last time in the DC universe when he had leapt from the aircraft ahead of time. This infuriating familiarity. The hatch of the fighter jet opened, and Lin Feng leaped out, soaring towards the celestial mothership with a speed several times that of the Quinjet. In an instant, he vanished from Natasha's view. Meanwhile, a series of explosions rocked the mothership. Hawkeye had infiltrated, causing the number 1 engine to cease functioning. The mothership began to tilt at a visible rate, while a cadre of superheroes valiantly resisted the invaders. The Hulk was rampaging wildly, wreaking havoc, while Thor had been backstabbed by Loki and was now imprisoned in a large metal box, plummeting away from the mothership. Captain America was locked in combat with several controlled soldiers, and Tony Stark was playing the role of a hamster in a wheel, desperately attempting to repair the engine. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, he witnessed the Hulk struggling to dismantle a fighter jet. The pilot had ejected just in time, and the Hulk was sent crashing down from the sky. Lin Feng paid him no mind. Given the Hulk's resilience, a fall would hardly cause any significant harm. He swiftly flew to the engine, dispatching the soldiers engaged with Captain America with a single punch each. Grabbing the control lever, he managed to slow down the engine's RPM, allowing Tony to escape from his precarious situation beneath it. Had he been a second later, Tony might have met his end. As Iron Man landed on the mothership, his visor retracted, revealing his face. "Lin," he exclaimed, "where have you been? Your phone's been off." With a smile, Lin Feng replied, "I went on vacation." Who would have thought that after just a few days, you lot would be secretly launching fireworks in the skies without me? That's hardly amusing, Lin. Tony retorted, throwing up his hands. "Captain, allow me to introduce you. The mightiest human on Blue Star, Superman. I tell you, no creature on Blue Star can withstand a single punch from him. I'm not exaggerating. Even your aging physique would likely crumble under one of his blows," Tony remarked as he pulled Lin Feng over to introduce him to Captain America, albeit in a rather unfriendly manner. Lin Feng nodded at Captain America in acknowledgement. "Hello, Steve Rogers." Captain America paid no attention to Tony. After several hours of interaction, he had formed a rough idea of Tony's character. "Greetings, Captain," Lin Feng responded with a nod. After their exchange, the trio entered the mothership, where the situation had turned dire. Loki had already escaped with his scepter, and Natasha had arrived, soothing a recently revived Hawkeye. The fierce battle had left Nick Fury's mothership nearly defenseless. Upon seeing the group return, Nick Fury darkly tossed a blood-stained stack of cards. "Agent Coulson is dead." These were found in his jacket pocket. Gazing at the cards, Captain America fell silent. They depicted various illustrations of him, a testament to Coulson's fandom. He didn't even have a chance to ask you for an autograph. At this point, Nick Fury noticed Lin Feng. He nodded towards him, aware that there was no time for pleasantries. Lin Feng understood Fury's intentions. He sought to unite the group through these cards to fulfill his Avengers Initiative. The effect was as he had hoped. After a brief conversation, Tony turned on his heel and departed. Fury recognized Tony's interest and shifted his gaze toward Lin Feng, the meaning unspoken. Seeing Fury's look, Lin Feng shrugged. Don't look at me. I have no intention of joining any Avengers. You should be aware of my capabilities. I've made that quite clear, he continued. The Tesseract is beyond your control. It will only bring you disaster. Lin Feng and Fury locked eyes, neither willing to yield. After a moment, Fury sighed. We need to consolidate our strength. I do not require that. Lin Feng shot back, raising an eyebrow in disdain. The combined might of the Avengers was insufficient for him. Why would he need them? Very well. Fury glanced at the contemplative Captain America. At the very least, they need it. The awkward conversation concluded, and Lin Feng led Captain America to find Tony. I know where he is, Lin Feng declared. Tony raised an eyebrow. You do? Lin Feng nodded. Loki requires energy to activate the Tesseract. He intends to lead an alien invasion of Blue Star in this endeavor. He needs a spectacle, a parade. He seeks to stand atop the pinnacle, allowing his name to echo through the heavens. Where do you think he would be? With that, Lin Feng gestured towards Tony's arc reactor, prompting a realization in Tony's expression. Cursing under his breath, he dashed off to repair his Mark armor. Once they confirmed the information, the group prepared to commandeer a Quinjet, setting off towards Stark Tower without informing Nick Fury. However, the others, apart from Lin Feng, were unaware that this had all been anticipated by him. They sped towards Loki's location. Lin Feng and Tony arrived at Stark Tower ahead of Captain America and the others, who were still lagging behind in the Quinjet. Their speed was painfully slow, eliciting disdain even from dogs. At that moment, Loki's spatial device was nearing completion. He stood atop Stark Tower, silently observing Lin Feng and Tony as they flew closer. The two exchanged glances and gradually descended. Tony landed on the dismantling platform, where the sound of mechanical whirring ensued as Jarvis controlled the robotic arms to help him remove his armor. Lin Feng, however, took the lead, striding into the building, beckoning Loki to follow. Loki appeared self-assured. Tell me, have you come to applaud my humanity? Huh? Lin Feng scoffed coldly. I regret to inform you that we are here to threaten you. Tony turned, a look of confusion on his face. Dude, why are you stealing my lines? Loki pointed his scepter at Lin Feng. And who might you be? Lin Feng smirked. The illustrious god of mischief does not know who I am. It seems you didn't do your homework before arriving on Blue Star. At this, Loki's demeanor darkened. You know me? Indeed, Loki, the god of mischief, Odin's adopted son. Am I correct? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, revealing Loki's identity. Loki's gaze flickered. He was taken aback that a human on Blue Star recognized him. Yet, it mattered little. Soon, the Tesseract would open a portal, and the Chitauri army would emerge, all under his control. Even if you know me, it changes nothing, Loki declared. The Chitauri are mobilizing. It is all futile. As if to validate Loki's words, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky. A low hum accompanied the tremors that rattled Stark Tower. It was the Tesseract. The device unleashed a massive blue beam into the heavens, opening a swirling vortex above. The Chitauri invasion had officially commenced. Countless Chitauri descended from the sky, alongside colossal Leviathan beasts. Citizens screamed and fled. They had never witnessed such chaos before. It was akin to a scene from a science fiction film depicting an alien invasion of Blue Star. Amidst the cacophony of screams and explosions, Tony remarked, "The captain and the others have arrived." Spotting the Quinjet outside, he turned to Lin Feng, his expression grave. Lin, we must initiate our plan. Chapter 48. The amplification of the Mind Stone as Lin Feng soared toward the portal. Tony's expression was grave. He turned to Lin Feng and declared, Lin, we must take action. Just as Lin Feng was about to nod in agreement, Loki approached, interrupting their exchange. I believe your chances have dwindled. With deliberate steps, he advanced toward them. The Chitauri have brought an entire legion. Humans stand no chance whatsoever. You would do well to watch quietly from here. He continued, I shall grant you the opportunity to submit to me and express your gratitude to the great Loki." Upon finishing, Loki tilted his head back, preparing to bask in their praise and adulation. "I have no intention of engaging in idle chatter with you." Tony rolled his eyes, dismissing the self-proclaimed god as somewhat deranged. He donned a locator bracelet and summoned Jarvis to prepare the new armor. "I believe it is you who should be submitting. Have you forgotten that we still have the Hulk?" Tony scoffed. "Your so-called legion is inconsequential in the face of the Hulk." "Oh." Loki's head tilted slightly, his expression darkening. The two before him were rather insolent. Thus, he saw no harm in sending them on their way. A devilish smile crept onto his face as he raised his scepter toward Tony Stark. "The Hulk, is it? How about you confront that behemoth?" With that, he aimed the scepter at Tony's chest. A resounding clang echoed as metal clashed. Tony was not subdued. Loki was momentarily taken aback. Undeterred, he jabbed again, yet still, there was no reaction. Lin Feng, watching from the sidelines, nearly burst into laughter. Back in the theater, he too had been unable to contain his mirth at this very moment. It was absurd to expect a reaction from a man's reactor. Seeing Loki raise his scepter once more, Lin Feng stepped forward and snatched it away, unwilling to engage in further banter with Loki. There were numerous achievements awaiting him outside. "Have you played enough, God of Mischief? Await your brother's loving education." With that, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick, sending Loki tumbling from the top of Stark Tower. He cared not for Loki's fate. After all, he was a god. This height would hardly prove fatal. Having dealt with Loki, Lin Feng nodded at Tony. "Tony, let us commence our operation." Tony nodded in response, as the latest Mark 7 armor swiftly encased him. Once equipped, Tony ascended into the sky, analyzing the data of the Chitauri Legion. Lin Feng stood still, contemplating the scepter in his hand. If his memory served him right, the head of the scepter was embedded with one of the Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone. "System, can the scepter be stored in the system space?" Lin Feng inquired. Now that the scepter was in his possession, it belonged to him. It would serve as a suitable token of apology for Loki's transgressions. However, the system's response was negative. The Infinity Stones could not be stored in the system space. Undeterred by the response, Lin Feng promptly twisted off the gem at the scepter's tip. With a firm grip, the outer casing shattered, revealing the yellow Mind Stone. Since it could not be stored, he would embed it in his Superman gauntlet. Devoid of its host, the Mind Stone emitted a faint glow. Lin Feng grasped it in his hand, feeling no discomfort. The Mind Stone slowly approached the surface of the gauntlet, which began to ripple like flowing water. With a crisp sound, the gem embedded itself into the gauntlet. In an instant, yellow light radiated from the gauntlet, coursing through Lin Feng's body. He couldn't help but emit a sound of approval. He felt a surge of energy erupting from his wrist, continuously invigorating him. Concurrently, his heightened senses informed him that his abilities were gradually augmenting. Most notably, his supervision and superhearing had received a marked enhancement. After a moment, the gem settled into silence. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling quite satisfied. The energy of the Infinity Stone seemed to have effects akin to solar radiation. Though gradual, it consistently enhanced Lin Feng's capabilities, and at a pace far superior to basking in the sun on Earth. He was grateful for Loki's generous gift. Now, Lin Feng's gauntlet was adorned with 2 gems, the yellow Mind Stone and a peculiar red kryptonite. With the energy of the Mind Stone coursing through him, Lin Feng felt confident that he could defeat the corrupted Clark without even resorting to the red kryptonite. With a leap, Lin Feng soared from Stark Tower. Outside, the skies were ablaze with war. Chitauri legions poured forth from the blue portal. The roars of Leviathan beasts could be heard from blocks away. It was time for Lin Feng to showcase his prowess. With a decisive movement, Lin Feng targeted several isolated Chitauri with a blast of red heat vision. The struck Chitauri had no chance to resist, their forms disintegrating under the onslaught. The Chitauri Legion retaliated, unleashing blue energy blasts at Lin Feng, all of which he deftly evaded. Occasionally, a shot would connect, yet Lin Feng remained unfazed. Even his suit bore no damage. His dark silhouette darted through the skies, firing heat rays as if they were free. Alas, Lin Feng lacked an area of effect skill, preventing him from eradicating the Chitauri en masse. Thus, he fought on, delivering blows with his fists and feet, interspersed with heat rays, as numerous Chitauri fell before his might. The Chitauri soon recognized this troublesome blue-skinned adversary, sending wave after wave of small squads against him. Their reckless fervor alleviated some pressure from Iron Man and the others. Yet, even Superman, amidst the continuous skirmishes, began to feel the weight of fatigue and irritation. Though the Chitauri's combat prowess appeared negligible to Lin Feng, akin to that of ants, one could only endure so many before exhaustion set in. The constant use of heat vision had begun to strain Lin Feng's eyes. "Lin, I'm in trouble." Tony's voice crackled through Lin Feng's earpiece. Iron Man had encountered a Leviathan beast, and his laser weapons could not breach its defenses. Lin Feng understood the implication. Tony was calling for assistance. Immediately, he activated his supervision. "I see you, Tony." Lin Feng responded, swiftly soaring toward Tony's location. At that moment, Tony was evading the Leviathan, darting about. Lin Feng arrived, his eyes glowing a vibrant red. With a powerful blast, he unleashed a heat ray even more intense than before. Unlike the ordinary Chitauri, the Leviathan's armor was formidable. It withstood the heat ray for 4 to 5 seconds before finally being pierced. With a howl, it plummeted to the ground. "Thanks, Lin." Tony expressed his gratitude before darting toward the ground to assist Captain America and Natasha, who lacked flight capabilities and were engaged in ground combat against the minions. The heavyweights, like the Leviathan, were left to Iron Man and Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed toward the portal high above. Several Leviathans emerged once more, his brow furrowed. The heat ray could not immediately penetrate the Leviathan's armor, and prolonged use would sap his strength and energy. Suddenly, a notion struck him. Lin Feng concentrated, and in the next moment, the Mind Stone on his gauntlet radiated brilliance. A torrent of energy surged into Lin Feng's eyes, causing them to turn a fiery orange. An orange heat ray erupted forth. This time, the heat ray created a gaping hole in the Leviathan within a second. Yet it did not end there. The flame-like orange energy did not dissipate, slowly consuming the remnants of the Leviathan's form. "Impressive," Lin Feng marveled. He had ingeniously amplified the heat ray using the Mind Stone, achieving success with a power increase of at least double. Truly, it was an infinity stone. The nascent Avengers on the ground bore witness to this spectacle. "Lin Feng, he seems even stronger," Black Widow remarked with a complex expression. Captain America executed a mid-air maneuver, forcefully slamming his shield down onto a Chitauri soldier's head, then gasped for breath. "It appears we are not entirely without hope. However, if we do not close the portal, this will be futile." Hawkeye interjected, standing atop a building, his expression grave as he observed the ceaseless influx of Chitauri from the portal. The Legion continued to pour in, and several superheroes had already dispatched countless Chitauri. Without exception, fatigue was evident among them. Yet, as long as the portal remained open, the Chitauri would swarm like ants, an unending tide. Should the conflict drag on, it would be exceedingly unfavorable for the Avengers. Who knew how many more Chitauri awaited on the other side of the portal? If they were to exhaust their strength, the fate of the blue planet would be sealed. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated in their earpieces. "I have a way to close the portal." Having listened to their discussions, Lin Feng interjected. "But before that, I intend to deliver a grand gift to them." With that, he turned resolutely toward the portal, leaving behind no further words. The scattered Chitauri on the ground were too dispersed, making it a slow endeavor to eliminate them. Lin Feng resolved to confront the Chitauri fleet awaiting beyond the portal. Chapter 49. The Mind Stone's heat ray, closing the portal under the gaze of the Avengers without hesitation, Lin Feng surged towards the skyward portal, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. "What does he mean by sending a grand gift?" Natasha inquired, perplexed, as she glanced at Captain America. Steve, still catching his breath, responded with a quizzical expression. "How should I know? Aren't you all concerned about him?" Natasha pressed on. "Isn't the other side of the portal the universe?" Steve felt that Natasha's question was veering off course. In his eyes, Lin Feng's actions appeared to be a form of self-termination. To his astonishment, no one seemed to worry. "No need to fret, Captain." Iron Man's voice crackled over the comms. "The cosmic environment poses no threat to Lin Feng. He often goes to the universe to bask in the sun. Instead of worrying about him, we should first deal with those hideous aliens on the ground." Hearing Tony's response, Steve was left with a bewildered expression. Is this the extent of evolution for the blue-skinned beings? As Lin Feng entered the portal, his earpiece cut off, isolating him from the ongoing discussions. His gaze fixed ahead, he beheld the vastness of the cosmos. Countless leviathans were hurtling towards the portal, carrying the Chitauri Legion in their wake. Behind them loomed a colossal H-shaped spaceship, the mothership of the Chitauri Legion. The mothership continued to release more leviathans into the fray at this rate. Even if the Avengers had several days, they would be overwhelmed. The Chitauri Legion soon detected Lin Feng, the command of the mothership. They directed the leviathan beasts towards him. Lin Feng had no intention of engaging them. He did not wish to battle the Chitauri in the cosmos. With such overwhelming numbers, when would it ever end? His objective lay with the mothership. Destroying it would reduce the Chitauri Legion to mere rubble. Lin Feng's eyes were fixated on the enormous mothership behind the Legion. In the original storyline, Tony relied on a nuclear bomb to obliterate the mothership. However, due to Lin Feng's butterfly effect, the bomb had never launched. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had his own means to annihilate the vessel. With a mere thought, he activated the Mind Stone. In an instant, the gem on his wrist radiated a brilliant yellow light, far more luminous than it had been on Earth. Energy surged into Lin Feng's eyes, transforming his irises into a dazzling orange-red hue, brighter even than the surrounding stars. The approaching Chitauri Legion perceived Lin Feng as a son. That it was only when intense pain surged through his eye sockets that Lin Feng released his restraint, unleashing the heat ray. The orange-red beam erupted across the cosmos. Empowered by the Mind Stone, Lin Feng's heat ray reached unprecedented intensity, akin to concentrated sunlight, hurtling directly towards the Chitauri mothership. The terrifying energy radiated from the beam, incinerating the nearby leviathans into mere ash without even needing a direct hit. The heat ray struck the mothership without fail, the orange-red energy wreaking havoc upon its hull. The vessel was consumed by the energy before it could even explode, reducing the massive mothership to ashes, vanishing from the cosmos. Such was the terrifying amplification of energy. Lin Feng mused that had he possessed such power in the DC universe, Clark would likely have to perish once more. As the mothership disintegrated, countless Chitauri soldiers fell as if their power source had been severed. The Leviathan army in the cosmos became mere phantoms, devoid of threat. On Earth, the beleaguered Avengers beheld the once vibrant alien invaders collapse en masse. Chitauri warriors riding their flying crafts and the massive Leviathans plummeted from the sky. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Natasha and the others instinctively turned their gazes towards the portal. Did Lin Feng succeed? A voice echoed. JRVIS? Tony called from within his helmet. The highly intelligent JRVIS immediately grasped his intent. Sir, all extraterrestrial life signs have been confirmed as extinct. With this confirmation, the Avengers collectively exhaled in relief, their taut nerves finally unwinding. Exhaustion overtook them, and they sank to the ground to rest. He truly succeeded. They marveled at Lin Feng's formidable prowess. Why hasn't the portal closed yet? Steve questioned, noticing no change in the portal's status. Did he not say he had a plan? Natasha leaned against a wrecked vehicle, her gaze fixed on the portal above. Let us wait for his return. At her words, the weary group fell silent, their eyes once again trained on the portal, all awaiting Lin Feng's return. After a moment, Thor suddenly raised his hammer, pointing. He's back. With keen eyes, Thor spotted Lin Feng's silhouette. Indeed, they saw the familiar dark figure emerging from the portal, Lin Feng himself. He soared back, gently descending atop Stark Tower. He still needed to close the portal to conclude the matter entirely. I'll take a look, Tony declared, shooting upward in his suit. With a resounding thud, he landed beside Lin Feng on the tower's apex. However, what Tony failed to comprehend was that Lin Feng did not immediately close the portal. Rather, he was vigorously rubbing his eyes. What was going on? Hey, buddy, what is wrong with your eyes? Tony approached, greeting him. Lin Feng, hearing Tony's voice, instinctively looked up. What the hell? Tony exclaimed, astonished by Lin Feng's eyes, which resembled someone afflicted with conjunctivitis. His eye sockets were red, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Did you get hit in the eye? Tony asked uncertainly, pondering if Lin Feng's weakness lay in his eyes. Lin Feng, too, felt the discomfort in his eye sockets. This was his first experience using the Mind Stone, and he had not quite gauged the limits. The overwhelming energy had left his eyes in disarray. "It's nothing," Lin Feng replied, continuing to rub his eyes. "What happened? Are all those Chitauri dead?" Tony nodded in affirmation. "Yes, they're all sprawled on the ground, motionless." "How did you achieve that?" Lin Feng blinked, his eyes beginning to ease. "I blew up their mothership. I overused the heat ray." He pointed at his eyes. Just as he had surmised, with the mothership's disappearance, all Chitauri forces had ceased to function. "Well, I'm not surprised," Tony remarked. "After all, you are a monster." He gestured toward the portal device, reminding Lin Feng. "Now, shouldn't we figure out a way to shut this thing down?" Lin Feng nodded, taking a couple of steps forward. "No need to worry. I have a way to close it." It was time to shut down the portal. Lin Feng raised his left hand adorned with the wristband. The Mind Stone glowed once more. The energy shield, impervious even to Iron Man's repulsor blasts, felt as light as air to Lin Feng, allowing him to reach through effortlessly. He grasped the Tesseract and yanked it free. With a hum, the energy beam lost its power source and abruptly severed. The portal slowly closed before the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, marking the Chitauri's defeat and the conclusion of the invasion. Chapter 50. Reasoning. The space gem belongs to me in the vast expanse of the universe. The Temple 2 spacecraft glided forward with a measured grace. Upon the throne within the ship sat a robust titan, his purple skin adorned with vertical stripes on his elongated chin. This was none other than Thanos, a member of the eternal race, banished from his kin. Standing before him were his daughter, the green-skinned Gamora, the half-human, half-machine Nebula, and his loyal companion, Ebony Maw. Before them loomed a massive screen, showcasing a vivid image, a blue-skinned human, clad in a black battle suit emblazoned with a colossal symbol, floated before the Chitauri mothership. His eyes burned with an intense orange-red glow, emitting beams of near-physical light that obliterated every Leviathan in his path. The Chitauri mothership succumbed to the onslaught in less than a second, disintegrating into mere dust, vanishing without a trace. This scene played on a loop as Thanos solemnly observed it repeatedly. "My great master," Ebony Maw declared, bowing respectfully with one hand pressed against his left chest. "It is this human who has caused the failure of our plans. He covets the Mind Stone. He must pay with his life to quell your wrath." As Thanos' devoted servant, he dutifully lavished praise upon his master. "Father." Nebula turned, kneeling on one knee and bowing her head, equally reverent. "Allow me to journey to Earth, to sever his head and bring back the Mind Stone as an offering to you." Eagerly, she sought to prove herself before Thanos, demonstrating that she was his most capable daughter, stronger than Gamora. Thanos regarded Nebula and Ebony Maw with an impassive expression, remaining silent for a moment. "My daughter, I have other plans for you," he finally spoke. "The Mind Stone remains on Earth for now. When the time is right, I shall retrieve it personally." With that, Thanos shifted his gaze back to the screen, for it appeared that another formidable presence had emerged on the blue planet. The Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, and Odin, the all-fathered it, was their absence that had prevented him from venturing into the Nine Realms. These ancient beings were not to be trifled with. He had long anticipated Loki's failure. That adopted son of Odin was merely a jester. The Chitauri's invasion was but a pawn in his game. Thanos had never harbored any hope for their child's play. He had his own designs, and thus far, aside from the emergence of that powerful human, nothing had deviated from his course. He resolved to acquire the other gems first. As for the blue planet, he would visit it in due time. On Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. government were engaged in damage control. Major news outlets reported on the remnants of destruction, while discussions surrounding the Avengers and Superman reached a fever pitch. The arrival of extraterrestrials left countless citizens in a daze. Authoritative media criticized the damage wrought by the Avengers, yet the populace expressed gratitude towards them. Two starkly contrasting voices echoed around the globe. Meanwhile, the Avengers, the protagonists of the news, including Lin Feng, were relaxing within Stark Tower. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Thor stood before Lin Feng, his face smeared with dirt and ash. "Dark-haired boy, I shall say this once more," he declared, gripping Mjolnir with a scowl. "The space gem belongs to Asgard. You have no right to claim it as your own. I demand once again that you surrender it." Lin Feng reclined languidly on the sofa, casting Thor a disdainful glance. Upon his wrist lay 3 gems. The yellow Mind Stone, the blue Space Gem, and a red Special Kryptonite. After extracting the Tesseract, he had crushed it to retrieve the Space Gem, embedding it within his wristband. Just as the Mind Stone enhanced his abilities, so too did the Space Gem empower him. There was no way he would relinquish it to Thor. Why should he let go of something so tantalizingly close? Do you have any proof that it belongs to Asgard? Lin Feng challenged. You. Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened, veins bulging as he bristled with anger. He yearned to teach this insolent dark-haired boy a lesson. This was the second time he had demanded the Space Gem from Lin Feng. The first had seen Lin Feng kick him out of the tower with such swiftness that Thor barely registered it. Though he loathed to admit it, he could not best Lin Feng. Lin Feng was unconcerned with Thor's perceptions. If the Asgardian prince failed to grasp the situation, Lin Feng would not hesitate to deliver another kick. Hey! As tensions escalated between the two, Iron Man, Tony Stark, stepped in to protect his beloved Stark Tower. He wedged himself between them, raising his hands to create distance. Calm down, gentlemen. You've just finished a battle. Are you not fatigued? Allow me to impart a fair assessment. Tony continued, pointing at Thor. Lin Feng is undoubtedly more powerful than you. The moment he uttered those words, Thor's expression turned icy. He sensed that this Iron Man was up to no good. Oh, come on. Don't look at me like that. Tony retorted, unperturbed, surveying the room. Am I not speaking the truth? Captain America, Natasha, Hawkeye, and even the Hulk instinctively nodded in agreement. Lin Feng had flown into space to obliterate the Chitauri mothership, while Thor had merely slain a few Chitauri and had been stabbed by his own brother. The disparity in strength was undeniable. Tony was pleased with their reactions. He turned to Thor, gesturing with his hands. You see? Everyone concurs. Now, let us dissect this calamity, he declared. It was your brother, the second prince of Asgard, who instigated it. Countless lives were lost because of him, and even the coordinates of Earth may have been exposed, correct? He's adopted. Thor protested weakly, his face reddening. The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them, glancing nervously at the side where Loki stood, handcuffed, shooting daggers at him with a disdainful gaze. Well, but he is indeed your brother, a fact you cannot deny. Thor replied darkly, nodding reluctantly. Tony pressed on, this catastrophe was wrought by your brother, and it is Lin Feng who has quelled this disaster. I believe no one here would dispute that, would they? Once more, the group nodded in unison. Tony clapped his hands. Then it is clear. As the hero who resolved this disaster, Lin Feng has the right to manage this gem, does he not? Tony Stark possessed a silver tongue, unmatched by any present. He spoke facts. One side comprised unfamiliar Asgardians, the very instigators of this disaster, while the other was his friend and savior, Lin Feng. It was evident to whom his allegiance lay. As Tony's words resonated, the group found his reasoning compelling, while Thor's face blushed crimson from beginning to end. However, the Space Gem has always belonged to Asgard. Thor's voice dwindled, losing conviction with each word. Frustrated by Thor's obstinate defense, Lin Feng stood, exuding an imposing presence. Let me enlighten you. It does not belong to Asgard any longer. Since it has appeared on Earth, it signifies that you have failed to safeguard it. Shall I hand it over to you, only for you to lose it yet again? With a disdainful laugh, Lin Feng added, Moreover, the Infinity Gems have no true owner. You merely safeguarded them for a time. Claiming it belongs to Asgard, do you not feel the slightest shame? With the combined barrage from Lin Feng and Tony, Thor was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. A profound silence enveloped the room. With Thor's silence, Loki leaped forth, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Poor Odin's son. Unable to defeat the blue-skinned human and yet lacking the wit to comprehend reason. How many Asgardians would laugh at your expense? Shut your mouth. Thor, humiliated and furious, seized a silencing device and affixed it to Loki's mouth. Chapter 51. A system like a dog, both effort and money in the end. Thor did not reclaim the Space Stone. He could only speak the truth. He had inadvertently shattered the Bifrost. Without the Space Stone, he was unable to return to Asgard. He sought to utilize the Space Stone to repair the Bifrost. Initially, Lin Feng intended to refuse. However, After some contemplation, he acquiesced. He had his own thoughts and did not wish to create enmity with Asgard over the borrowing of a single space stone. Although Lin Feng did not fear Odin, it was not in his nature to make enemies unnecessarily. Thus, under the gaze of many, Lin Feng activated the space stone, vanishing along with Thor and Loki. He set off to explore Asgard, leaving the mess for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony to handle. As for Nick Fury and the several representatives from the United States awaiting a video conference, Nick Fury's response was that it would be better for Lin Feng to keep the space stone in his possession. If they were unwilling, they could send someone to retrieve it. Regardless, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be able to reclaim it. The representatives fell silent, acknowledging the evident strength Lin Feng had displayed during the crisis, which was beyond their capacity to confront, unless they resorted to nuclear weapons. However, what they did not know was that Lin Feng had long ceased to be concerned about the threat posed by nuclear weapons. He held 2 Infinity Stones, rendering a direct confrontation with a nuclear bomb trivial. Moreover, even if he could not withstand the bomb, Lin Feng could always use the space stone to teleport away. It could be said that, in the entirety of Blue Star, only one individual posed a threat to Lin Feng. The Sorcerer Supreme, Dormammu. Thus, the matter of Lin Feng possessing 2 Infinity Stones was no longer discussed. Regarding Lin Feng's refusal to join the Avengers, Nick Fury echoed Lin Feng's exact words. In the event of a disaster, I will take action. But it is impossible for me to join your Superboy organization. After a prolonged silence, the representatives instructed Black Egg to make an effort to negotiate. The plot of the first Avengers film officially concluded. Meanwhile, Lin Feng arrived in Asgard. Upon landing, Thor promptly confined Loki. Subsequently, he guided Lin Feng to the Grand Palace. Although it was ostensibly a tour, Lin Feng was not particularly interested in the scenery of Asgard. He preferred the modern allure of high-tech cities. In his view, even the Maldives with Susan was more appealing. Upon reaching the magnificent palace, Lin Feng encountered the ruler of the 9 realms, Odin. Seated upon his throne, he silently scrutinized Lin Feng. Odin had been closely observing Lin Feng's actions on Blue Star, fully aware that this young man from Blue Star wielded 2 Infinity Stones. Father. Thor saluted before pointing at Lin Feng. He refuses to return the space stone. Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Why did it feel as though the foolish son was complaining? Odin slowly turned to Thor. I have seen everything, Thor. Thor felt a surge of joy, believing that Lin Feng would not dare to act out in front of his father. He is correct. The space stone has no master. Odin's words caught Thor off guard. Father. Thor looked at Odin in disbelief. This is the truth, Thor. Odin nodded slowly, signaling Thor to remain calm. They inherently possess no master. Thor found himself at a loss for words. He had expected his father to take action to reclaim the space stone, as he believed it was a treasure belonging to Asgard. However, his father's behavior left him utterly perplexed. The typically formidable Odin exhibited an unusual demeanor today. Noticing Thor's silence, Odin turned his attention to the young man from Blue Star. Clad in a black battle suit with a prominent S-shaped emblem on his chest, he greeted, God King. Greetings. Feeling slightly embarrassed under Odin's gaze, Lin Feng nodded as a form of salutation. He had no intention of kneeling or was aware of Asgardian customs. Thus, he merely stood there awkwardly. Odin, however, did not mind. Welcome to Asgard, distant guest. There is no rush to repair the Bifrost. There are preparations to be made. During this time, let Thor show you around Asgard, shall we? As for the space stone, it will be returned to you after the Bifrost is restored. Upon hearing this, Thor grew anxious. He and Lin Feng did not get along well. Did his father expect him to guide Lin Feng? He had no desire to take on this task. Father, I don't. Before he could finish, Odin's icy gaze fell upon him. Thor shivered involuntarily and promptly closed his mouth. I must decline, God King. Lin Feng interjected, expressing his unwillingness to linger in Asgard any longer. He had little interest in staying for several days, especially with Susan awaiting him in the Maldives. I can repair the Bifrost on my own. No preparations are necessary. Lin Feng spoke confidently, trusting that Odin would not covet the Infinity Stone. However, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he was unwilling to remove the stone from his wrist. Odin, taken aback by the refusal, fell into a moment of contemplation. He was not angered. He simply nodded and addressed Thor. In that case, Thor, you may take him to the Bifrost. The king's command was not to be disobeyed. With reluctance, Thor led Lin Feng away, his expression one of frustration. He could not understand why his father did not insist on reclaiming the Space Stone, which he believed rightfully belonged to Asgard. Him, no matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he could not possibly surpass his father. Did Lin Feng possess something that instilled fear in Odin? Thor's heart brimmed with confusion. He was not mistaken. Odin was indeed fearful. However, he was not afraid of Lin Feng himself, but rather the potential future of being adversaries. He had glimpsed that future, akin to an early onset of Ragnarok, the orange-red light cleaving through the land of Asgard, warriors of the palace perishing beneath the dissipating energies, and Thor's hammer being crushed effortlessly. Countless Asgardians left homeless. All of this was beyond Thor's sight, but Odin could perceive it. He wished for Lin Feng and Thor to become allies, at the very least, not enemies. The consequences of enmity were far too dire. Perhaps he could subdue Lin Feng, but the cost would be excessively high. Thus, he refrained from demanding the Space Stone. Thor still needed to grow. He could afford to wait a little longer. He only hoped that Thor would soon be capable of bearing this responsibility and not disappoint him. Oblivious to his father's well-intentioned caution, the foolish son Thor brought Lin Feng to the edge of the fractured Bifrost. Commence your performance. Thor stood to the side, arms crossed, his face a mask of dissatisfaction. Lin Feng shook his head, unwilling to engage with him on such a level. He stepped forward, positioning himself at the break in the Bifrost, prepared to initiate the repair. Previously, Lin Feng had inquired of the system whether it could assist in mending the Bifrost. The affirmative response had led him to agree to Thor's request. Otherwise, he feared that lending the Space Stone might result in its loss. System. How do I repair the Bifrost? The system emerged. Host. Channel the energy from the Space Stone. I shall handle the rest. Lin Feng nodded, closing his eyes to begin communicating with the stone. The blue gem on his superhuman wrist gradually radiated light. As Lin Feng continued to channel its energy, the brilliance intensified to a dazzling degree. In the next moment, a torrent of azure energy surged forth, flowing from the wrist towards the Bifrost. The system guided this energy, evenly distributing it across the damaged bridge. With the system's assistance, the Bifrost underwent continuous restoration. After a considerable time, a resonant hum echoed as the Bifrost trembled. The damaged structure was entirely repaired, immense energy flooding into it, and the Bifrost was reactivated. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng immediately ceased the flow of energy from the Space Stone. Repair complete. Host. You have earned 1,000,000 reputation points. The system's voice followed swiftly. Lin Feng was taken aback. What is this? Why do I need reputation points? You didn't mention anything about reputation points before. Lin Feng queried in confusion, ensuring he had not misheard. What? Do you want the system to work for free? The system retorted with a cold laugh. Please, if it weren't for the Space Stone, repairing the Bifrost would cost 10 million reputation points. Now, I've given you a 90 discount. Are you not satisfied? The system's tone suggested that Lin Feng was somehow taking advantage of the situation. Lin Feng was speechless. It seemed he had been tricked by this infernal system. He had unwittingly lost 1,000,000 reputation points. While it wasn't a vast sum, it represented Lin Feng's hard-earned efforts. Do not come running to Blue Star without reason. With a scowl, Lin Feng opened the portal and departed without a moment's hesitation. He could not bear to remain in Asgard for even a second longer. Thor stared at the vanishing portal in bewilderment, filled with confusion. Why would Lin Feng be upset after the bridge had been repaired? Chapter 52. Encounter with Sky again. What is this? Having resolved the issue regarding the Rainbow Bridge, Lin Feng promptly activated the portal to the Maldives. Susan was still waiting for him. Upon their reunion, the two indulged in a carefree escapade for several days in the Maldives, basking in the sun during those idyllic, peaceful times. Susan lay on the beach, engrossed in her phone while savoring the sun's warm embrace. Lin Feng sat beside her, diligently applying sunscreen as he reviewed the system's reward settlement. Indeed, the rewards for thwarting the Chitauri invasion had been calculated. The mission rewarded him with 10 million prestige points, while the interest and attention from the citizens contributed an additional 8 million prestige points. Yet, this was not the entirety of his rewards. The excitement surrounding the Chitauri incident continued to escalate, and once the matter was fully resolved, Lin Feng stood to gain over 10 million prestige points once more. Of course, this was merely a rough estimate, but the system's projections were seldom far off the mark. At this juncture, Lin Feng possessed an impressive total of approximately 90 million prestige points. Before long, he would be able to exchange for the Silver Superman template. While anticipation bubbled within him, he also harbored some reservations. After acquiring the Silver Superman form, should he fly to the sun to accelerate his growth? The Avengers had signaled that the purple sweet potato monster had begun implementing its population control plan. Lin Feng held 2 Infinity Stones, and he did not perceive the unarmed purple sweet potato monster as a threat. However, if the purple sweet potato monster were to acquire the Power Stone, it would pose a considerable challenge for Lin Feng, given the Power Stone's formidable destructive potential. He pondered whether to secure the Power Stone first, or to take a nap in the sun. Lin. Susan suddenly interjected, interrupting Lin Feng's musings. "What's the matter, darling?" Lin Feng inquired. Susan waved her phone, saying, "Let's head back home. My mom said she needed to speak with me and wants me to return. Besides, I've had my fill of fun these past few days." Susan sat up, stretching languidly. During their time in the Maldives, Lin Feng had taken her on every conceivable adventure, some even 2 or 3 times. Just moments ago, her mother had messaged her, stating that her little sister urgently needed to see her, threatening to tear the house apart if Susan did not return promptly. Susan found herself puzzled. What could her 7-year-old sister possibly want? Lin Feng, however, was indifferent. Having enjoyed himself sufficiently, he chuckled, "Suit yourself. Do you want me to accompany you?" Susan's cheeks flushed slightly. "Perhaps not. I fear you might frighten them. Give me some time. I'll go gauge the situation." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. After a brief bout of tidying up, the two prepared to leave the villa. This villa was nestled by the shallow sea, and each morning, they awoke to the sight of the crystal-clear azure ocean, which uplifted their spirits. Lin Feng contemplated purchasing a villa here, as he was not short on funds. Just the dividends from Stark Industries would ensure that both he and Susan could live comfortably for the rest of their lives, not to mention Susan's lucrative website income. Once they had finished packing, they stood together. With a flicker of thought, the space gem on Lin Feng's wrist began to glow softly. A circular blue portal materialized before them. Stepping through, the scenery instantly shifted, and they found themselves back at the villa of the twisting waste guest. This mode of travel was far superior to any superflight.in theory. With a coordinate, Lin Feng could instantly reach any location in the universe. After placing their luggage down, Lin Feng handed the R8 keys to Susan. This car, once belonging to Tony Stark, was now registered in Lin Feng's name. He intended to purchase another vehicle, leaving this one for Susan. If she did not fancy it, he would acquire another for her. Before his journey through dimensions, he had harbored a passion for various flashy sports cars. Alas, his finances had not allowed even the purchase of a refined model. Susan drove him into the city. As a female driver, her driving skills were commendable. After dropping Lin Feng off, she headed home to see what mischief her sister was up to. The thought of her mischievous 7-year-old sister caused her a slight headache. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wandered around a luxury car dealership. He had chosen to disembark at the Lamborghini showroom and sales center. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spacious interior, with display cars lined up on either side. Inside, a short-haired female salesperson glanced at Lin Feng from her seat on the sofa. After a brief observation, her eyes shifted to a nearby and turned salesperson. "Kay, you go. We have a customer." Kay nodded, not giving it much thought, and approached Lin Feng, who was inspecting the cars. The short-haired salesperson stifled a laugh. Based on her previous assessment of Lin Feng, she presumed he was just another eager admirer of luxury cars, dressed in inexpensive attire, devoid of any trappings of success, and entering on foot. Aside from his decent appearance, there was little else to commend him. He was likely not a serious buyer. She considered it a practice run for the intern. Unbeknownst to her, Kay was not genuinely aiming to be a salesperson. She had infiltrated the system to assume this role under the guise of an employee to investigate a matter. To secure this position, she had hacked into the recruitment backend and replaced the unfortunate candidate with herself. As she approached, a formulaic smile adorned her face. "Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Lamborghini. May I ask your name?" Hearing someone address him, Lin Feng turned around, his expression one of astonishment. "Sky?" Sky's eyes widened in surprise. "Lin Feng? What a coincidence." Lin Feng scratched his head, bemused by running into S.H.I.E.L.D while shopping for a car. What brings you here? Working as a salesperson? Lin Feng queried, puzzled. S.H.I.E.L.D awkwardly laughed. Sort of. She hadn't anticipated encountering Lin Feng here. It was merely a stroke of luck. She had nearly completed her investigation and planned to leave the following day, only to stumble upon Lin Feng today. Well, Lin Feng couldn't help but scrutinize S.H.I.E.L.D further. This little hacker had always used a pseudonym when befriending his girlfriend. Lin Feng knew she would eventually join S.H.I.E.L.D, but he had no desire to meddle in such affairs. S.H.I.E.L.D was far too troublesome. Presently, S.H.I.E.L.D represented a thorn in S.H.I.E.L.D's side. He wondered if she had already affiliated herself with that so-called Rising Tide organization. By the way, I've never had the chance to ask, Lin Feng began. How did you know my name? S.H.I.E.L.D's curiosity got the better of her. During their first meeting, Lin Feng had called her by her real name, and she had been intrigued but had never had the opportunity to inquire further. Lin Feng, glancing at her with amusement, replied, What? Does a Lamborghini salesperson inquire about customer privacy? Do you ever think before you speak? S.H.I.E.L.D rolled her eyes in exasperation. If you don't want to share, that's fine. But what are you doing here? Buying a car. As soon as the words left her mouth, Kay regretted them. Lin Feng was not lacking in funds. Of course, he had come here to buy a car. What else could he possibly want? As expected, Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze gradually shifting to one of pity, as if he were looking at someone slow-witted. Kay's face flushed with embarrassment, and she nervously fidgeted with her fingers, hastily changing the subject. Are you interested in this car? Lin Feng patted the Aventador in front of him, nodding, Indeed. Please tell me more about this vehicle. I intend to purchase it. S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at the car model and suddenly had an idea. This vehicle would be perfect for Lin Feng. You wish to buy this model? Your questions are rather excessive. Ignoring Lin Feng's complaint, S.H.I.E.L.D led him toward the back room, continuing, Come. I know of a car that would be perfect for you. Lin Feng allowed her to guide him, curious about her intentions. They walked into the back room, where a Lamborghini was covered with a car cover. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be another Aventador. S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly pulled off the cover, revealing a sleek Lamborghini supercar before Lin Feng's eyes. The black Aventador LP 700-4, with its striking appearance and black paint, resembled a formidable black beast poised for action. Unlike the display cars outside, this Aventador was adorned with Superman elements. The sleek black body featured orange-red lines that lent it a futuristic flair. A large black emblem, identical to that on Lin Feng's battlesuit, graced the front hood. Even the seats were hand-stitched with this emblem. Lin Feng's expression was priceless. Pointing at the car, he asked, What is this? Chapter 53. Supercars and Mischievous Children. With a beaming smile, S.H.I.E.L.D pointed at the sports car and exclaimed, What do you think? It suits you perfectly, doesn't it? Lin Feng instinctively nodded in response. Although the car was adorned with elements reminiscent of superhero motifs, the integration of these elements was executed with such finesse that it did not appear gaudy. Rather, it rendered the black Aventador even more evocative of speed and power. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel quite fond of this vehicle. This car must have been custom-made for some wealthy individual, right? Lin Feng remarked. Such a unique paint job was unlikely to be found on any standard options list. As for a pre-owned vehicle, it belonged in a used car dealership, not a direct sales showroom. It was likely that a wealthy patron had commissioned or modified it. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in affirmation. You guessed correctly. This car was originally custom designed for a rich heir. He only paid the deposit. Just a few days ago, before the car was even delivered, that heir's family encountered some unfortunate circumstances. Word has it that all the money in his account was absconded with by his ex-wife. Now, he is scrambling to liquidate his assets to repay his debts. Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's explanation, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. It was indeed as he had suspected. As long as it wasn't a second-hand vehicle, he was satisfied. Stark's annual bonus had just been credited to his account, and he had no intention of purchasing a used car. Swipe the card. Lin Feng declared generously, eager to make the purchase. All right, this way, sir. S.H.I.E.L.D cheerfully led Lin Feng to the payment counter. The wealthy heir's father's bankruptcy was no simple affair. Someone had paid a handsome sum for S.H.I.E.L.D to investigate the matter. However, she chose not to disclose all the details to Lin Feng. The price of this car was over 40 higher than the standard model, owing to its custom interior, exterior, and various optional components, all tailored to top specifications. But Lin Feng was unconcerned. He certainly wasn't short on funds. With the card swiped, payment made, and registration completed, they followed the necessary procedures. The vehicle was affixed with a temporary license plate, and Sky assured him that the permanent plates would be sent to his villa the following day. Lin Feng didn't dwell on this detail. He simply wanted to drive the car away today in less than an hour. All formalities were completed, and amidst the envious and regretful gazes of the short-haired salespeople, Lin Feng drove off. The performance of this LP 700-4 far surpassed that of his previous R8. Lin Feng took the car to a racetrack, paid the venue fee, and was eager to experience the allure of this magnificent beast. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the engine erupted in a furious roar. The vehicle shot forward like an arrow, soaring along the track like a black lightning bolt. Thanks to his superhuman reflexes and vision, Lin Feng's control of the car was more precise than that of professional drivers. A few other cars were also on the track, but Lin Feng's black Lamborghini overtook them effortlessly from the left side. What the hell? Where did this lunatic come from? The other drivers were drenched in cold sweat as they witnessed Lin Feng cornering with minimal braking. After several laps, Lin Feng finally felt he had had enough fun. He deftly spun the steering wheel, executing a drift as he exited the racetrack. He was thoroughly satisfied with the car's performance and handling. If there was a single drawback, it was that the car's chassis was rather stiff. Without his superhuman physique, he feared he wouldn't be able to endure the ride for long without experiencing back pain. Having thoroughly relished the thrill of speed, Lin Feng made his way back to his villa. While exhilarating, it did not quite match the electrifying sensation he felt during his first experience of flight. Upon returning home, night had already fallen. Lin Feng noticed the lights of the villa were aglow, likely indicating that Susan had returned. He had assumed she would be away for the evening due to some business. After parking the car, Lin Feng headed towards the villa. However, the next moment, he spotted a blonde little girl squatting on the lawn, busily fiddling with something. He stepped back in confusion, glancing at the house number on the front door. Indeed, it was his own villa. Where did this little girl come from? Had she mistakenly wandered over from a neighbor's house? Approaching her, Lin Feng intended to inquire about the situation. The blonde girl, wielding a small shovel, was intently digging into the ground, seemingly searching for something. "Hey there, little one," Lin Feng called out, bending slightly to ensure his voice sounded gentle, fearing he might startle her. The sudden sound caused the little girl to freeze mid-dig. She slowly turned her head, her big eyes staring at Lin Feng, remaining silent for a while. Lin Feng scratched his head, wondering why she wasn't speaking. Prior to his crossing into this world, he had never been adept at interacting with children. Hello? The girl scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, and then back up again before finally speaking. "Are you Superman?" "Excuse me?" Lin Feng was even more perplexed. "Are you looking for Superman?" the girl asked, nodding in affirmation. Lin Feng instinctively glanced around, not seeing the child's parents. After a moment's hesitation, he inexplicably denied, "I am not Superman." "Can you tell me why you're looking for Superman?" The little girl did not respond to Lin Feng's question. Upon receiving his denial, she immediately became wary, turning and sprinting towards the villa, shouting, "Sister! Sister! There's a bad man!" Lin Feng slapped his forehead in exasperation, feeling a wave of anguish wash over him. Indeed, children were notoriously fickle. What kind of play was this? She must have wandered over by mistake. Where is the bad man? The villa doors swung open, and Susan rushed out, her expression somewhat frantic. She scooped up the little girl, scanning the surroundings with caution. The next moment, she caught sight of Lin Feng standing there, and couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, the bad man. Elena mentioned couldn't possibly be Lin Feng, could it? Is that him? Susan pointed at Lin Feng. Yes. The little girl nodded vigorously, affirming her claim. Susan chuckled and shook her head. He's not a bad man. With that, Susan approached Lin Feng while still holding the little girl. The girl clung to Susan's neck, watching Lin Feng with continued wariness. "Lin, welcome back." Susan greeted him with a smile. Lin Feng was still utterly bewildered. He opened his mouth and pointed at the little girl in Susan's arms, asking, "What is going on?" "This is Elena, my sister. She's 7 years old this year," Susan explained, gently bouncing the little girl in her arms. "Elena, say hello to your superhero brother. You've always wanted to meet Superman, and here he is." "You're lying." Elena clung to Susan's neck, unwilling to let go. Sister isn't lying. He really is Superman. Susan patiently clarified. He isn't. He admitted it himself. He is not Superman. Elena insisted, convinced that her sister was trying to trick her. She thought that being a child meant Susan could simply find someone to impersonate Superman to deceive her. But Elena was certain her sister had not anticipated that the person would openly deny being Superman. Susan shot Lin Feng a peculiar glance. Lin Feng responded with an awkward smile. I didn't know she was your sister. I thought she was just a neighbor's child. Susan appeared somewhat speechless, likely able to imagine how awkward Lin Feng must have felt moments ago. Sister really isn't lying. Susan reassured Elena. Think about it. When has your sister ever deceived you? Little Elena pondered for a moment before decisively exposing Susan's fib. When I was 4. You said that when you came home, you would buy me a toy, but you never did. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Susan's lips twitched, and she struggled to find her voice. Lin Feng barely managed to stifle a laugh. After all, she was his girlfriend. He looked at the little girl and tried to help Susan out of the bind. Elena, right? I really am Superman. Elena regarded Lin Feng with skepticism, insisting, I don't believe you. You just said you weren't. Unless, Elena's eyes sparkled with mischief. Unless you prove it to me. Chapter 54. Elena's Cosmic Journey. Can I prove it for a lifetime? The little one still needed proof? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, All right, I'll show you. With that, he levitated into the air, his black cloak billowing behind him. The classic superhero costume materialized, exactly as the little one had seen on television. Elena's eyes sparkled with excitement as she squealed, It's really Superman. While exclaiming, she squirmed in Susan's arms, eager to get down. Unable to hold her back, Susan set her down. The little one dashed in front of Lin Feng, her curiosity and excitement palpable as she scrutinized him. Lin, Susan called out, spend some time playing with her. The meal isn't ready yet. I'll call you both for dinner. With that, Susan retreated to the villa, leaving the two to stare at each other, wide-eyed. Help, did I truly struggle to communicate with children? Fortunately, the little one's excitement soon began to stabilize. 5 minutes later. Elena had returned to the half-dug hole and raised her small shovel, determined to continue her efforts. Lin Feng crouched across from her, staring blankly as she excavated. He, too, was perplexed as to how they had ended up in this situation. The child's insatiable curiosity was astonishing. Her hands never ceased moving, and she continued chattering away with Lin Feng. In a short span, she posed no fewer than 10 questions. Are you my sister's boyfriend? Do superheroes get paid? Do superheroes eat carrots too? She even queried whether he cuddled her sister's teddy bear while sleeping, a habit she cherished when her sister was home. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He knew he had to put an end to this line of questioning. He needed to take the initiative. The little one had been digging away since the beginning, and Lin Feng had initially thought she was merely tilling the lawn. However, her strength was far too limited, and after all this time, she had only managed to create a hole too small even for a squirrel to fit into. What are you digging? Lin Feng inquired. Upon hearing his question, Elena's interest piqued. I'm digging a hole. Who taught you this art of stating the obvious? Little Elena seemed to sense something and continued her explanation. Mom said that if I bury myself in the ground, I will grow faster. I want to bury myself. I want to grow up quickly. Then, I can fight bad guys every day, just like you, Superman brother. Lin Feng felt his face uncontrollably contort. He truly could not comprehend the thought processes and behavioral patterns of children. He resolved to remain silent. The two, one big and one small, stared at the hole for quite some time. Elena was covered in sweat from her labor. After a while, she seemed to realize she was progressing too slowly and turned to Lin Feng with an expectant gaze. Superman brother, will you help me dig? She asked, gesturing widely with her hands to signify a large circle. If it's Superman brother, you could dig a hole this big in no time, right? Lin Feng's lips twitched. Dig a hole? You want to dig a hole to bury yourself? Your sister would surely strangle me. He took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from little Elena's brow and then attempted to divert her attention. How about we stop digging, and I take you on a superhero experience instead? Huh? Elena's face lit up with excitement and confusion. Really? Can I be a superhero right now? Just a little experience. Never mind. Lin Feng extended his arms. Come here. Let me give you a hug. Without hesitation, Elena tossed her shovel aside, took a couple of steps forward, and wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, asking, "Is this how it works?" Lin Feng stood up, holding her, and nodded. "Hold on tight to my neck and don't let go." Elena obediently squeezed Lin Feng's neck with all her might, though her strength was pitifully small. "Are you ready?" Lin Feng asked, to which Elena vigorously nodded. "Here we go." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng soared into the sky, cradling little Elena in his arms. Excited screams erupted from her as they ascended. Lin Feng enveloped her in a biological force field to protect her from harm. Having never experienced such a scene before, the little one's heart raced wildly. Her fair face flushed with exhilaration, and she shouted joyfully. Lin Feng glided through the skies above New York, exploring every nook and cranny. They eventually hovered above the twist shout, suspended in midair. Gazing at the bright lights beneath them, little Elena felt no fear. Her large eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed the view below. "It's so beautiful." She had seen such sights while flying in an airplane once, but never with such clarity and freedom. She felt as if she were a bird, soaring freely in the azure sky, despite it being nighttime. Seeing her joy, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Isn't it lovely?" Elena nodded vigorously, her small head bobbing up and down. Lin Feng grinned mischievously and said, "There's something even more beautiful. Hold on tight to me." Hearing that there was more to come, Elena clung even tighter to Lin Feng's neck, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Lin Feng expanded the range of the biological force field a bit, preparing to take the little one to see beyond the stars. In the next moment, Lin Feng ascended straight into the sky, picking up speed. Enveloped in the biological force field, little Elena felt no discomfort. However, the rapid pace made her close her eyes in fear. Before long, Elena felt her body grow lighter, as if she were floating. She slowly opened her eyes. The scene before her had transformed into a pitch-black expanse. Looking up, she beheld the twinkling stars of the universe reflected in her wide eyes. Turning around, she saw a massive blue-white giant planet slowly rotating beneath her. The little one's mouth dropped open, her big eyes wide with astonishment at the sight before her. Her small hands, which had been tightly clutching Lin Feng's neck in excitement, began to tremble. Lin Feng took out his phone and switched to selfie mode. Click! He captured this beautiful moment in the photo. The blue-white planet dominated the frame, while the upper right corner showcased the twinkling cosmos. In the center of the image, Lin Feng, clad in his superhero costume, held little Elena, whose mouth was agape with exhilaration, her face radiant with joy. Lin Feng took the little one on a leisurely flight around the Earth for a while. In a playful mood, the two even waved at Tony's personal satellite. This satellite was under the exclusive control of Tony Stark, who had plans to create an anti-Hulk armor, although Lin Feng was unsure if this was the prototype. Their cosmic journey concluded all too quickly. Little Elena, still yearning for more adventure, was carried back to the blue planet by Lin Feng. The air stored within his biological force field was limited, and he could not manufacture more himself. A brief excursion was sufficient. He needed to avoid causing the child to experience oxygen deprivation. At the front of Lin Feng's villa, Susan had prepared the meal and was standing in the yard, searching for the two. Although they were missing, she was not concerned. Susan was well aware of Lin Feng's abilities. It was likely he had taken Elena on an adventure. Sure enough, moments later, Susan spotted Lin Feng descending from the night sky, cradling Elena. The instant Elena's feet touched the ground, she dashed a few steps and wrapped her arms around Susan's legs. "Sister, sister!" Elena exclaimed, her face beaming with excitement, still riding the high of their recent escapade. Susan, smiling warmly, lifted her up. "Where did you two go to have so much fun?" "We went up high." Elena pointed upwards, bouncing with glee. "Superman brother took me flying so high." Susan chuckled. "How high was it?" Elena pondered for a moment, then replied, "A big blue ball." Super big." As she spoke, she stretched her arms wide, attempting to illustrate the immense circle. The gigantic blue planet was something she had only seen in picture books. She had never experienced it firsthand. Without exaggeration, this adventure would provide her with stories to boast about for a lifetime. Upon hearing Elena's response, Susan wore a puzzled yet complex expression. "A big blue ball?" A thought crossed her mind as she glanced at Lin Feng. "You didn't take her beyond the Earth, did you?" Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, not denying it. We got a little carried away." Hearing this, Susan playfully rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, though she bore no real resentment. "All right, it's time for dinner. You two go wash your hands." Chapter 55. The Dawn of Evolution. Tony's new toy. After dinner, Susan gently lulled Elena to sleep. As the hour grew late, returning the little one home would mean venturing into the early hours of the morning, so they decided it best for her to stay at Lin Feng's residence. Children thrive on an early bedtime and early rising. They simply cannot afford to burn the midnight oil. For the next couple of days, Elena resided in Lin Feng's villa, enjoying her school holiday, a decision made only after obtaining Lin Feng's consent. Lin Feng joyfully entertained the little one for 2 delightful days. Elena witnessed Lin Feng's heroic feats firsthand, exclaiming in exhilaration. He even took her diving in the deep sea to catch fish. The duo, one big, one small, found immense joy in their playful escapades. However, as is often the case, such blissful moments swiftly came to an end. The holiday elapsed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for the little one to return to school. On that day, outside the villa, Elena, with tears streaming down her face, bid farewell to Lin Feng, while Susan patiently waited in the car, not rushing them. "Superman brother, I will miss you," Elena sniffled. Lin Feng, both amused and bemused, wiped her nose, responding, "Superman brother will miss you too. Hurry back. Remember to listen to your sister. Next time during the holidays, I'll take you fishing in the ocean again." With Lin Feng's promise, the little one reluctantly climbed into the car, waving her little hand energetically at Lin Feng as they departed. The experiences she had over the past 2 days were ones that most people would never encounter in a lifetime. Just consider the fact that she had not only gone fishing at the ocean's depths, but had also taken selfies in outer space while donned in an astronaut suit. Who could boast such adventures? After bidding farewell to Elena, Lin Feng plopped down on the sofa, taking a moment to rest. While entertaining a child was a joyful endeavor, it was also exhausting, primarily due to mental fatigue. After a brief respite, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and tapped on Tony Stark's contact. This old rascal had sent him a photograph a couple of days prior, depicting Lin Feng and Elena frolicking in the cosmos, teasing Lin Feng about his newfound venture into the space tourism industry. Lin Feng chose to ignore him. However, this time he sought Tony's assistance for a specific matter. Upon dialing, fortune smiled upon him as Tony was indeed at his villa. After ending the call, Lin Feng flew directly over. Following the fervor surrounding the events of the first Avengers film, his reputation had surged, nearing a staggering 100 million, sufficient to exchange for the Silver Superman. According to the system, upgrading to Silver Superman required him to spend 2 months basking in the sun. Lin Feng could not quite grasp the rationale behind it, but since the system dictated it, he would comply. After all, upgrading to Iron Man had also necessitated a 3-month stint in outer space. Before heading to the sun, however, Lin Feng intended to ask Tony to keep an eye on Susan. Although Susan had the Superman wristband he had gifted her for protection, an additional layer of security could do no harm. "Playboy, what are you busy with?" Lin Feng inquired upon entering Tony's workshop, finding him engrossed in the assembly of a circular shield. "Hey, buddy, come check out my new toy," Tony exclaimed, lifting the shield for Lin Feng to see. The shield was comparable in size to Captain America's vibranium shield, but it bore the gold and red color scheme of the Iron Man suit, prominently featuring the inverted triangle reactor logo at its center. Lin Feng was puzzled as to why Tony had created a shield and asked, "Have you had enough of being Iron Man? Planning to become Iron Captain and replace Steve?" At this, Tony rolled his eyes. "Why would I want to replace that old popsicle? This is made from a metal I acquired from Nick Fury," Tony explained. "This thing is nearly the hardest metal in the world. I had to go through quite a bit of effort to obtain it, and my supply is rather limited." After witnessing Thor's hammer strike Captain America's shield, which dissipated tremendous kinetic energy, Tony had taken note of this material. According to Jarvis's analysis, Captain America's shield possessed exceptional kinetic absorption capabilities. Upon further investigation, Tony discovered that the shield was forged from vibranium, piquing his technological curiosity. After understanding vibranium's properties, he sought out the egghead, eventually purchasing a limited quantity at great expense. Originally, he had intended to obtain more to test its application in the next generation of suits. However, the shield stockpile of vibranium was rather scarce. Jarvis had scoured for clues regarding vibranium sources, and now Tony was using satellites to search for vibranium deposits. From this batch of vibranium, he fashioned the shield. After conducting some preliminary tests, he found vibranium to be far sturdier than his iron suit. Tony secured the shield to a stand. "Come on, Lin. Throw a punch at it," he invited. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? Come on. Let us see if it can withstand your attack." With that, Tony dashed behind a pre-prepared cover, clearly having anticipated Lin Feng's test. Lin Feng shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Given his current strength, he could likely destroy the vibranium shield without the enhancement of the Infinity Stones. Under the dual effects of the Infinity Stones and solar radiation, Lin Feng had become significantly stronger since his initial transformation into Superman. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the vibranium shield. The thud echoed as shockwaves radiated from the shield, dispersing the immense force outward and scattering nearby tables and tools. A distinct dent appeared on the shield, slightly concaved, yet it had not been breached. "Ha ha ha!" Tony exclaimed, bursting forth with glee. "What do you think, Lin? Isn't it incredibly durable?" To Tony's perspective, despite the dent left by Lin Feng's punch, it had undeniably withstood the blow. Did this imply he could create an anti-Superman suit? Seeing Tony's uncontainable joy, Lin Feng smirked, taking the shield from its stand. With a simultaneous exertion of force, a harsh sound of metal deformation rang out as he bent the vibranium shield in half. "You may not realize," Lin Feng tossed the bent shield onto the ground, "but I barely exerted a third of my strength in that punch." Tony gazed silently at the vibranium shield lying on the floor, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Good grief, I truly underestimated your strength. Is there anything on Blue Planet that you can't break through?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Probably not. However, vibranium indeed possesses remarkable hardness, and based on what we just observed, its energy absorption and dispersion properties are exceptional." "Are you considering using this to create a suit?" Lin Feng inquired. "That is indeed the plan," Tony nodded. "However, due to certain constraints, I intend to only replace the primary components with vibranium metal. But we will need to conduct practical tests to confirm that," he added, setting aside the vibranium shield for Jarvis to record the data gathered. "Now, tell me, what brings you here?" Typically, Lin Feng wouldn't seek him out without reason. After all, this fellow spent most of his time cooped up at home with his girlfriend. As Tony broached the topic of business, Lin Feng spoke up. "Tony, I want to take a trip to outer space." Tony responded with a quizzical look. "What? That sounds a bit familiar." Lin Feng rubbed his nose. "Let me finish." Tony gestured for him to continue. "I plan to venture into outer space for about 2 to 3 months. During this time, I would appreciate it if you could send someone to keep an eye on Susan. Don't let her be bullied." "Who would dare bully Superman's girlfriend?" Tony replied, bemused. "You're not trying to make a fool out of me, are you?" Lin Feng shook his head earnestly. "I'm being serious, Tony. The complexities of S.H.I.E.L.D are more intricate than you might imagine." Lin Feng's words hinted at a deeper concern, causing Tony's gaze to shift. "Are you implying that the threat stems from S.H.I.E.L.D? Is it Nick Fury? Do you believe that because you haven't joined the Avengers, he would act unfavorably towards you?" Lin Feng shook his head, clarifying, "I never worried about that. Nick Fury isn't that foolish. True, there is a threat from S.H.I.E.L.D, but it doesn't originate from Nick Fury." Lin Feng pondered the ineffectiveness of Egghead's approach. He was on the verge of directly informing Egghead that Hydra was metaphorically urinating on his head. Even now, a significant number of Hydra operatives roamed freely within S.H.I.E.L.D. Clearly, not joining S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time had proven to be the right choice. Chapter 56. An audience with the Sun God. After engaging in a lengthy exchange of bravado with Tony, Lin Feng departed from Tony's villa. He refrained from revealing excessive information. Let Mr. Iron Man uncover the truth step by step. Even our esteemed Iron Man requires growth. As Lin Feng initially surmised, villains are never entirely eradicated. He could easily take decisive action to eliminate all Hydra operatives and send them to meet their maker. However, he opted not to, choosing instead to afford others the opportunity to grow alongside him. For every fallen Hydra, a new Medusa rises. Only through personal growth can one confront such calamities. Upon returning home, Lin Feng counted his prestige points, leading a life filled with anticipation. The template of the Silver Superman had been a source of longing for quite some time. Just imagine that breath of frost capable of extinguishing the sun, and the power sufficient to move not only the solar system but even the galaxy itself. Who wouldn't desire such might? Who wouldn't he be entranced? As he neared the monumental threshold of 100 million points, Lin Feng's life was a blend of eager anticipation and palpable tension. His prestige continued to grow steadily. About a week later, seated in his villa while sipping afternoon tea, the system notification finally resonated in his ears. His prestige had successfully surpassed 100 million points. He could now exchange for the Silver Superman template and undergo an upgrade. Having long harbored expectations, Lin Feng's mood inexplicably settled into calmness, perhaps due to the surreal nature of anticipation. He set down his teacup and exhaled deeply. Upon completing this evolution, he planned to seek out the remaining Infinity Stones. Currently, he possessed two, the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. The Reality Stone was likely in Asgard, appearing in a fluid form, while the Time Stone remained in the possession of the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One. Her successor, Strange, was likely still practicing as a surgeon. This posed a challenge, as the Ancient One would undoubtedly not relinquish the Time Stone without considerable persuasion. As for the Power Stone, Lin Feng recalled it being located on a desolate planet, possibly named Morag. The Power Stone lay there, encased within a cosmic sphere, and that foolish Star-Lord wouldn't he retrieve it for another couple of years. The Soul Stone presented a more complicated issue. It required the sacrifice of one's beloved to obtain it. This method elicited a sarcastic remark from Lin Feng. Sacrifice? How would one go about that? In the original narrative, Thanos acquired the Soul Stone only by sacrificing Gamora. To achieve this, would Lin Feng have to cast Susan aside? That was simply inconceivable. At present, the most accessible stones appeared to be the Power Stone and the Reality Stone, and Lin Feng resolved to pursue these first. The Soul Stone could wait for another time. In any case, Lin Feng would not grant Thanos the opportunity to snap his fingers. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng turned to Susan. He intended to inform her before seeking an audience with the Sun God. Susan was engrossed in her laptop, maintaining her video forum. Susan, Lin Feng called softly. What is it? She replied without looking up, merely acknowledging him with a hum. I believe I must venture out again, he stated. Where to? The city? She asked, still not raising her gaze. Please bring me a bottle of body wash. I'm running low on that brand I usually use, he replied, shaking his head with a smile. That's not what I meant, he clarified. I mean, I'll be gone for a while, possibly a bit longer this time. At this, Susan lifted her head, her expression reflecting confusion. Where are you going? Is it something like last time? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, but this time it may take longer. Perhaps around 2 months. Susan's eyes widened in surprise. 2 months? Is it really going to be that long? Rest assured, there is no danger this time, Lin Feng reassured her. It was merely a matter of ascending to the sun for evolution. There was little risk involved, though he could not divulge this to Susan. Susan nodded, understanding that Lin Feng had his own matters to attend to. She couldn't impede his progress, but like last time, she reminded him to exercise caution. After sharing a tender moment with Susan, Lin Feng wasted no time and prepared to commence his evolution. Before departing, he purchased an additional piece of platinum kryptonite for Susan, ensuring she now possessed 2 pieces, sufficient to counter the majority of threats from Earth. This served as a form of double insurance. Dressed in his black battle attire, Lin Feng soared from Earth. The yellow dwarf star radiated brilliantly before him. With a thought, a blue portal materialized, positioned approximately 1 million kilometers from the sun. Stepping through the portal, Lin Feng felt an immediate surge of brightness and heat enveloping him. Squinting against the glare, he observed the colossal star, a celestial body with a lifespan of over 4 billion years, rotating slowly. The sun's surface erupted continually with plasma, engaged in ceaseless nuclear fusion. Observing the sun up close was not the yellow hue seen from Blue Planet. Lin Feng struggled to articulate the colors that danced before his eyes. Calming his mind, he called upon the system. System, exchange for the Silver Superman template. As his words concluded, his 100 million prestige points vanished in an instant, leaving behind a meager sum. The system's voice followed suit. Silver Superman template has been exchanged. Please proceed to enter the sun to initiate evolution. This evolution is estimated to take 60 days. Though Lin Feng felt a pang of regret at the loss of his accumulated prestige, he deemed it worthwhile. With a serious expression, he propelled himself toward the sun, ready to embark on his evolution. Based on Marvel's power scaling, the strength of the Silver Superman was estimated to be at the cosmic level, sufficient to face most threats in the universe. The absence of formidable adversaries in the films did not imply their non-existence as long as no multiversal entities intervened. The Lin Feng transformed into Silver Superman could stride confidently as for the next tier. The multiversal level, represented by the Golden Superman. This would require 1 billion prestige points and level 3 store access, neither of which Lin Feng currently possessed. For now, he was content to evolve into Silver Superman. Lin Feng approached the sun's surface, the temperature not yet reaching an uncomfortable level. Gradually, he sank into the sun, the sensation akin to bathing in warm water, a comforting experience. His battle attire had long been retracted into the system's space, and the clothing on his body disintegrated into ashes under the intense heat. Now, he stood completely bare, save for a wristband adorned with 3 radiant stones. The searing energy and radiation enveloped Lin Feng, and he felt his abilities growing at a visibly discernible pace. He closed his eyes and, aided by the system, slowly drifted into a slumber. Just as before, Lin Feng commenced his evolution. Chapter 57 Something feels amiss. In the vast expanse of the universe, within a shadowy corner where even the stars fail to cast light, stand 2 peculiar figures draped in black robes, one tall and the other short, their faces obscured from view. The taller figure lifts a compass-like instrument and steals a glance, seemingly undeterred by the darkness that surrounds them. "How is it?" the tall, black-robed figure inquires, his voice gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping against a wall. The shorter figure, also possessing a similarly hoarse voice, chuckles dryly twice. "All is proceeding smoothly, thus far. Everything is according to plan." The tall figure nods, poised to ask further questions when an unusual phenomenon abruptly intensifies. In the void, a rift suddenly tears open, a gigantic, fiery red eye, ablaze with flames that are eerily black, gazes forth. The atmosphere it exudes is chilling to the bone. "We've been discovered." The tall figure halts momentarily, then turns to his companion. "Let us move." In an instant, the 2 figures in black robes begin to fade from sight. The void's eye, witnessing their disappearance, reveals a hint of human-like exasperation before it too gradually vanishes into the abyss. Upon the arm of Orion, the solar system continues its ceaseless motion. Within the core of its emblematic star, a yellow dwarf, a pair of eyes slowly opens. It is Lin Feng, who is upgraded to a Silver Superman, awakening from his slumber within the sun. His gaze is bright as he leaps forth, departing the solar-bodied. At this moment, he remains unclothed, save for a wrist adorned with a bracelet set with 3 gemstones. After flying a short distance, Lin Feng concentrates, and a black superhero suit envelopes him. Having slept for 2 months within the sun, his mind is still somewhat dazed. He shakes his head to regain clarity. At this moment, Lin Feng feels an overwhelming joy. He has awakened, which signifies that he is now a Silver Superman. Lowering his gaze, he studies his hands. He clenches his fists, eager to experience this newfound power. Gradually, however, a frown creases his brow. He emits a soft sound of confusion as a flicker of doubt crosses his eyes. He senses that his strength does not seem to have significantly increased. Glancing around, Lin Feng locks his sights on the nearest asteroid and propels himself toward it. The asteroid, neither too large nor too small, is perfect for practice. He raises his hand and strikes down with force. The asteroid shatters instantly, disintegrating into countless fragments that scatter in all directions. His strength is impeccable. Yet, something feels off. This punch validates Lin Feng's suspicions. His power has not seen a substantial enhancement. By the standards of a Silver Superman, such a forceful blow should have reduced the asteroid to mere dust. Doubts swirl in Lin Feng's mind. Has he failed in his evolution to Silver Superman? However, the system had never indicated that evolution could fail. Since he has awakened, it should signify success. Unable to fathom the reason behind this anomaly, he calls out to the system in his mind. He wishes to inquire about this situation, pondering whether the system has been remiss in its duties. Yet, after an extended silence, the system's voice remains absent. Lin Feng feels a wave of frustration. Could it be that the system is asleep again? System? He shouts once more in his mind. After another prolonged wait, still no response. Silence envelopes the cosmos, an eerie stillness pervading the space. Lin Feng's expression becomes grave. System, come forth immediately. System, where the hell are you? After several calls yield no reaction, Lin Feng is left in disbelief. There is no reply, no sound, only an unsettling quiet. A sense of foreboding begins to rise within him. System. Don't toy with me. Show yourself. System. Lin Feng persistently attempts to summon the system. Yet, regardless of his calls, the system remains utterly unresponsive. Something is profoundly amiss. Lin Feng reflects that had his evolution been successful, the system should have awakened him. However, since the moment he opened his eyes, the system has remained conspicuously silent. The usually responsive system has inexplicably fallen mute. After pondering for a while without arriving at a definitive conclusion, Lin Feng resolves to return to Blue Star. The space gem radiates light, and a familiar blue portal materializes. Lin Feng directs the portal to his villa. Stepping through the portal, he finds himself on the familiar lawn of his villa. The sun hangs high in the sky, indicating it is around midday. As Lin Feng contemplates the issue with the system, he strides toward the villa's entrance. As he approaches the door, he hears laughter and conversation emanating from within, a blend of male and female voices. He raises an eyebrow. Has Susan invited friends over? Inquisitive, Lin Feng retrieves his key and unlocks the door, only to find the scene inside leaves him momentarily stunned. Inside the villa, 3 or 4 individuals are engaged in playful games. There are both adults and children, resembling a family. Upon noticing the door opening, the playful group halts. A middle-aged man in his 40s steps forward, regarding Lin Feng with a smile, his right hand subtly moving toward his lower back. Friend, who are you looking for? The middle-aged man inquires, fixating on Lin Feng. Lin Feng opens his mouth but finds himself at a loss for words. He realizes that the entire villa starkly contrasts with his memories. The color and style of the sofa, the television on the wall, the fireplace, all are different. Even hanging on the wall of the grand hall is a family portrait. Lin Feng gazes intently at the portrait. Seated in the center is the very middle-aged man who is now questioning him. He glances down at the key still inserted in the door, a thought dawning upon him. Susan! Lin Feng calls out loudly, suspecting that perhaps Susan is playing a prank on him, mimicking something from a video streaming site. Otherwise, how could he have miscalculated the portal, and how could the key have opened the door? Goodness, Susan truly knows how to have fun. Has she forgotten her ability to see through things? It's likely that she is hiding somewhere, preparing to revel in his embarrassment. However, with his upgrade incomplete and the system remaining inactive, Lin Feng clearly has no inclination to indulge in this game. He sighs, activating his X-ray vision to search for Susan's presence. Yet, after scanning the entire villa, he finds no trace of her. Could it be that Susan is outside? Lin Feng peers out but still sees no sign of her. A sense of agitation begins to rise within him. Susan, come out. I'm not in the mood for games right now. I'm experiencing some issues, Lin Feng shouts as he steps further into the room. Stop right there. The middle-aged man's expression shifts dramatically from one of amusement to alarm. With a sharp command, he draws a handgun from behind him, aiming it squarely at Lin Feng. The sudden intrusion of Lin Feng into the villa sets off alarm bells in the middle-aged man's mind. The muscular contours beneath Lin Feng's black bodysuit radiate power, suggesting he is no ordinary individual. The man is uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions. Is he a thief, a robber, or merely an innocent bystander who has wandered into the wrong place? Yet, with his family present, he cannot afford to take any chances. He must draw his weapon. Faced with the gun's barrel, Lin Feng halts in his tracks, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. From behind the middle-aged man, a small figure peeks out cautiously. It is the little girl from the family portrait, likely the man's daughter. She gazes at Lin Feng with a hint of fear, softly speaking, Are you looking for Susan? She isn't here. Friend. We do not have the Susan you are looking for. Please leave our home. Though phrased as a question, the middle-aged man's tone leaves no room for argument. He squints, keeping a watchful eye on Lin Feng, prepared to pull the trigger at the slightest hint of danger. Chapter 58. The bewildered Lin Feng and gooey Lin Feng stood motionless, his expression inscrutable as he fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man wielding a firearm. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the man's cheek. Lin Feng's eyes bore the ferocity of a wild beast, instilling an involuntary sense of dread deep within the man's heart. He was unafraid of bullets. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged man harbored this thought. His finger, betraying his will, inched toward the trigger. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated from the heavens, accompanied by a subtle disturbance in the air. Interrupting the tense standoff in that moment, Lin Feng felt an uncanny familiarity with the sound. His heart stirred, prompting him to turn and exit the villa, gazing toward the source of the noise. Instantly, his pupils constricted. A colossal blue portal materialized above the quirky guest house. More precisely, it hovered over Stark Tower. The portal was familiar. The scene was recognizable. Through his enhanced vision, the distant spectacle was magnified before Lin Feng's eyes. From within the portal, the familiar Chitauri army descended on their flying vessels. The sight left Lin Feng utterly stupefied, and absurd conjectures blossomed in his mind. This cannot be. Boom! The sound of an explosion erupted, and Lin Feng soared upwards, hurtling toward Stark Tower, leaving the astounded middle-aged man and his family behind. His young daughter tugged at her father's sleeve. "Daddy, is he a monster?" The middle-aged man stood frozen. Perhaps, he eventually muttered, shaking his head as he stepped out of the villa to gaze at the sky. He was curious about what this intruder had witnessed. Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned grave. "Lily, gather your things. We're heading to the basement," he commanded decisively. Upon reaching the scene, Lin Feng alighted atop a towering building. The sight before him was simply unfathomable. Above Stark Tower, a brilliant blue beam of light shot into the sky, its apex connecting to a portal. Within the portal, countless Chitauri soldiers descended to the ground, unleashing chaos. Tony Stark, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and even the Hulk were all embroiled in battle, striving to repel the invaders. Captain America leaped onto a vehicle, directing the evacuation of civilians. Iron Man relentlessly targeted the Chitauri on their flying crafts. Bruce, transformed into the Hulk, felled a Leviathan with a single punch. Each familiar scene corroborated Lin Feng's suspicions. This was indeed the battlefield of the first Avengers. In an instant, a tumult of emotions surged within Lin Feng, his thoughts spiraling into disarray. What in the world is happening? Could it be that I have returned to the timeline of the first Avengers? Lin Feng instinctively searched for his own reflection. He did not see himself. A weighty sense of despair settled in his heart. He had undeniably participated in the events of the first Avengers, yet his figure was conspicuously absent from the battlefield. Lin Feng's countenance darkened. As black as coal, he realized that he might have arrived at the quirky guest house in a parallel universe. Although it was difficult to fathom, the spectacle before him was undeniable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng suddenly recalled another method to verify his situation. He extended his hand and swiped downward in the air. A translucent personal panel materialized before him. Fortunately, the personal panel still existed, implying that the system had not been uninstalled. However, the panel flickered with erratic waves and lines, resembling a malfunctioning old television. The panel could be summoned, yet the system remained unresponsive. What could be the issue? A myriad of speculations raced through Lin Feng's mind. He strived to recollect the process from the moment he departed Blue Star, journeying toward the sun, and began his evolution. There was not a single discrepancy. Yet after awakening, the system had remained silent. Lin Feng's brain operated at lightning speed, extrapolating countless potential outcomes, ultimately arriving at the most probable conclusion. All of this was likely connected to the exiles. During the 2 months of Lin Feng's evolutionary slumber, events had transpired that he was unaware of, resulting in the disappearance of the system, or perhaps his prolonged dormancy. Regardless of the outcome, it was not favorable news for Lin Feng. He levitated into the air, casting a glance and once more witnessing a scene that should not be present in the first Avengers. Not far away, atop a rooftop, the Hulk, who should have been on the battlefield, was conversing with Master Gu-E. Lin Feng glanced back at the Hulk who was engaged in combat with the Chitauri atop Stark Tower. Then he looked towards the Hulk conversing with Gu-E. Emotionless, he floated closer, settling between the two. In the Marvel Universe, Gu-E was not merely a sorceress but also a sagacious sage. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could seek some assistance from her. Upon noticing the sudden arrival of a stranger in the sky, both Gu-E and Bruce ceased their conversation. He sighed inwardly. "Who are you?" Bruce inquired, perplexed. He did not recognize this young man clad in battle attire, although his outfit bore the semblance of a superhero. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. "Please don't tell me you are from the year 2023. Bruce was taken aback. "How did you know?" Lin Feng stroked his chin, momentarily at a loss for words. Bruce's statement validated another conjecture in Lin Feng's mind. The Hulk before him was the Bruce from Avengers Endgame, merged with the Hulk. This meant that future versions of Captain America and Tony Stark were also present here. Without responding to Bruce's inquiry, Lin Feng turned to Gu Yi, offering a wry smile. Sorceress. He was uncertain whether Gu Yi would recognize him, but it seemed highly improbable. As expected, Gu Yi scrutinized Lin Feng with a puzzled expression before knitting her brows. She conjured a magical circle with her hands, which began to rotate. Closing her eyes, the time stone emerged within the magical array, emitting a green glow as it spun. What is she doing? Bruce queried, bewildered, as he turned to Lin Feng. She is likely observing the future or the past, Lin Feng replied. After a moment, Gu Yi opened her eyes, and her gaze toward Lin Feng became grave. You should not be here. Gu Yi spoke slowly. In both the future and the past, there is no trace of you. Even in this universe, your existence is absent. She had searched through countless futures and pasts, finding no sign of Lin Feng. This evidence revealed the most plausible outcome. Lin Feng hailed from a parallel universe. Yet curiously, even if Lin Feng originated from another parallel universe, he should not have evaded the foresight of the Time Stone. However, like a phantom, Lin Feng's presence eluded its grasp. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Yi finally voiced her findings. Young man, could you tell me the purpose of your arrival here? Lin Feng's presence stirred her concerns regarding the trajectory of the future. This was an unprecedented phenomenon, leaving even Gu Yi perplexed. Upon hearing Gu Yi's inquiry, Lin Feng offered a bitter smile and shook his head. I too am uncertain as to why I find myself here. Sorceress, since you are aware that I come from another universe, could you possibly send me back? Gu Yi pondered for a moment, but similarly shook her head. I cannot return you. I cannot discern which universe you belong to. Chapter 59. The Key to the Future. The Time Stone borrowed by the Ancient One you do not belong to any universe here. The Ancient One's words carried a profound implication. Although it was unclear where Lin Feng hailed from, she could sense that he was not a part of any parallel universe. This revelation undoubtedly brought a tinge of disappointment to Lin Feng. At that moment, the Ancient One's gaze fell upon the wristband adorning Lin Feng. The two gems, one yellow and one blue, caused her to pause in surprise. Is that the Infinity Stones on your wrist? Following the direction of her gaze, Lin Feng lifted his left hand, revealing the stones without reservation. Indeed, they are the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, he affirmed. In another world, I am considered a superhero, Lin Feng elucidated, gesturing toward the Avengers engaged in combat against the Chitauri. I am more powerful than any Avenger. No one is more suited to safeguard them than I. With the stones in my possession, Thanos cannot snap his fingers. His words brimmed with confidence. Possessing the template of a superhuman and wielding two Infinity Stones, the likelihood of the Mad Titan successfully executing his infamous snap was virtually non-existent. At this, the Ancient One's eyes flickered with intrigue. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Lin Feng. Might I examine the two stones? Your existence is quite extraordinary. They seem to resonate with your essence. Perhaps I can perceive something through them. Sensing that Lin Feng might misconstrue her intentions, the Ancient One clarified. Lin Feng hesitated briefly before removing the stones and handing them over. He bore no apprehension regarding the Ancient One's intentions towards the Infinity Stones. If she desired them, she could have easily acquired them from S.H.I.E.L.D. in the past. Moreover, there were currently two Infinity Stones residing in Stark Tower. Relinquishing the stones to the Ancient One was a reluctant decision. He had no inkling of the current situation, and if she could provide any valuable insights, it would be most welcome. The Ancient One received the stones, her hands deftly manipulating them as she conjured a magical array. She positioned the two stones on either side of the Time Stone. As the magical array began to rotate slowly, the Ancient One closed her eyes. She commenced her observation of Lin Feng's information and future. As time progressed, the array spun increasingly faster, and the three stones grew ever brighter. At a certain moment, as if reaching a climax, the magical array erupted with a resounding crash, sending forth a gust of wind. The shattered remnants of the array gradually dissipated, and the three stones floated down into the Ancient One's hands. With her eyes now open, the Ancient One regarded Lin Feng with an enigmatic expression. Lin Feng, feeling anxious, stepped forward and inquired, "What did you see, sorceress?" The Ancient One smiled, nodding her head before shaking it. Sensing Lin Feng's anxiety and confusion, she offered him a reassuring glance. The vision was somewhat hazy, yet not entirely devoid of substance. Do not fret, Lin Feng. You shall return to your universe. However, the journey may entail certain obstacles. Her words alleviated the weight that had been pressing upon Lin Feng's heart. The Ancient One had called his name, indicating that she had indeed seen something pertinent to him. However, before that, she continued, you may need to accompany this individual to the future, gesturing towards Bruce Banner with a smile. There, you will discover the answers you seek. To the future? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before asking, how do I get there? Bruce and the others could traverse the past, but the most crucial elements were the quantum suits and PIM particles crafted by Tony, which he did not possess. Was he to pilfer from Bruce? Clearly, that was not an option. How was he to reach the future? Someone will guide you, young man, the Ancient One continued. I can sense that another version of me from a different world has aided you. At times, certain things manifest when you are in need. At this juncture, the Ancient One abruptly glanced upwards, exclaiming, it is approaching. Once again uttering a cryptic statement, she suddenly thrust all 3 Infinity Stones into Lin Feng's hands and turned to Bruce, instructing, your future has already been altered. Take him to your future. He will provide assistance. With that, the Ancient One hurriedly retreated into the small dwelling, leaving the two on the rooftop to exchange glances. Do you understand what she was saying? Bruce scratched his green head. Lin Feng looked down at the 3 stones in his hands and shook his head. Even the Ancient One from a parallel world spoke in ways that eluded his comprehension. Well, it seems you are not entirely clear either, Bruce remarked. But it appears you need to accompany me. While Bruce did not fully grasp the Ancient One's words, he understood the last statement. Their future had indeed undergone another transformation, and the young man named Lin Feng would offer them assistance. The Ancient One had handed the Time Stone to Lin Feng, making her intentions unmistakable. To obtain the Time Stone, he must be taken to the future. An unexpected turn of events had unfolded, yet Bruce had not anticipated that the journey would be entirely smooth. The pressing concern now was how to transport Lin Feng to the future. Before their departure, Ant-Man had mentioned that the amount of PIM particles was sufficient for a round trip for all of them. Now, the situation had grown complicated. I will inquire with Tony to see if there are any spare suits and PIM particles, Bruce proposed. If none were available, he resolved to relinquish his own quantum suit to Lin Feng. Holding 3 Infinity Stones was of greater significance to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. I will accompany you. With that, the two exchanged determined glances, ready to set off. However, at that moment, a fragmented voice suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Host, host. The disjointed sounds reverberated, causing Lin Feng to halt abruptly, his eyes sparkling with recognition. Dog System, is that you? Host, future. The voice continued, fragmented as though interrupted by static. System? I cannot hear you clearly. What are you saying? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, anxiety creeping into his tone. Future, brew, C, EMP, mind, time. Stone. 3, enhance, flight, come, I, help. The voice grew fainter, leaving behind a fragment of information before vanishing once more. Lin Feng called out several times, but received no response. However, he realized that the system seemed eager to convey something significant. What is the matter? Bruce inquired, noticing Lin Feng had come to a standstill. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling Bruce to remain quiet. He discerned that he was deep in thought and did not wish to be disturbed. Regardless of Bruce's thoughts, Lin Feng was already immersed in recalling the information transmitted by the system. The effective communication was limited, and the message was incomplete. Yet, as a superhuman, his memory was exceptional. He diligently pieced together the fragmented words of the system. Based on the literal interpretation, it seemed the system also intended for him to travel to the future. It appeared to reference Bruce's name as well. The journey to the future was related to Bruce. It also mentioned the Mind Stone and the Space Stone, and perhaps even the Time Stone? And the mention of flight. What could that signify? Enhance? Amplify? Flight? Did it imply using the Infinity Stones to augment his flying abilities? The words, I, help, lingered in his mind. Possible combinations continued to emerge in his thoughts. As he filled in the gaps and organized the information, a coherent idea began to take shape in Lin Feng's mind. The key to the future lay with Bruce. Lin Feng must utilize the 3 Infinity Stones to amplify his flying capabilities, and the system would likely assist him. Chapter 60. Pursuing the speed of light with the Hulk. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng once again calculated several permutations of outcomes. Yet, after careful consideration, none of the results showed a probability surpassing the first. With no other options, the answer lay in the battleground of Avengers 4 in the future, and Lin Feng knew he had to take a chance. Bruce, let us go. Lin Feng turned and said, deftly securing 3 Infinity Stones within Superman's gauntlet. He resolved to follow Bruce's suggestion to first locate Tony and inquire if he had a spare quantum suit, essentially a time travel suit. If such a suit existed, it would be nothing short of fortuitous, allowing Lin Feng to venture into the future with minimal risk. If not, he would have to resort to the methods proposed by the system. However, Lin Feng did not harbor great hope for a spare suit. He recalled Ant-Man Scott mentioning that the supply of PIM particles was only sufficient for a round trip for them all. The two descended the staircase, making their way to the designated meeting point with Bruce and the others. However, by the time they located Tony, it was already too late. Tony and Steve had donned their quantum suits and activated the navigator, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a bewildered Ant-Man, who stood there clutching the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng understood that their chances were dashed. The two must have traveled back to 1970 in search of the Space Stone and PIM particles from that era. Hey! Bruce Banner rushed over, having also witnessed the disappearance of Tony and Steve. Scott, where did they go? Bruce inquired. Scott opened his mouth, glancing at the approaching Bruce, his face a canvas of frustration and disbelief. Tony failed. The Space Stone is lost. And then they went to 1970. They've lost their minds. Scott vented, spinning in circles as he recounted the ordeal like bitter water. They've truly lost it. One mistake, and they may never return. Calm down, Scott. Bruce extended his large hand in a gesture of comfort. Scott ceased his outburst, suddenly fixating on Bruce. Did you manage to get the time stone? At this, Bruce awkwardly scratched his head. I suppose you could say I got it. As he spoke, Bruce slightly shifted his body to reveal Lin Feng, who followed closely behind. What do you mean by supposed to have gotten it? Scott stared at Bruce in confusion, only to then notice the unfamiliar figure clad in black armor behind him. Who was this? Scott appeared even more perplexed. Why had Bruce brought a stranger along? I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward. Hello. I'm Scott. Ant-Man greeted blankly. Lin Feng nodded and turned his attention back to Bruce. With pleasantries exchanged, he had no time for idle chatter with Ant-Man. It seems the spare suits are gone, Bruce sighed. Indeed. We can only try the method you proposed. On their way, Lin Feng had informed Bruce of a rough alternative plan. Although Bruce regarded it as sheer nonsense, they felt compelled to attempt it, for what could be more ludicrous than traveling to the past, right? With their consensus reached, they wasted no more time. Lin Feng positioned himself behind Bruce, grasping him under the arms. Given Bruce's massive physique, Lin Feng was unable to lift him conventionally, resorting to this method instead. Wait, guys, what are you planning to do? Can you explain? Scott looked at their peculiar arrangement, utterly baffled. It seemed as though these superheroes were privy to some knowledge that he was completely unaware of. We'll explain when we get back, Scott. You take the Mind Stone and head back. Bruce's words barely left his mouth before Lin Feng yanked him upwards into the sky. Left behind was Scott, mouth agape, still holding the scepter until the two vanished into the heavens. That Scott finally regained his senses. He glanced back at the spot where Tony and Steve had disappeared, then up at the sky. His mouth opened and closed, like a fish out of water. You're all insane. Quietly, Scott pressed the time navigation device and vanished from the spot. Eye in the sky. Lin Feng expanded his biofield 3 to 4 times its size, fully enveloping Bruce's massive form. He propelled Bruce into space. On Blue Planet, the air resistance was too great, preventing Lin Feng from achieving his theoretical maximum speed. He needed to harness the power of the 3 Infinity Stones to amplify his flight capabilities. Lin Feng's speed was astonishing, and in no time, they burst through the atmosphere. Can you really fly this fast? Bruce marveled. Lin Feng's display of power and velocity astonished him. He was capable of dragging Bruce out of the atmosphere. This speed was likely faster than a rocket. There's a way to go even faster. Are you ready? Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he scanned for the optimal flight path. Ready for what? Bruce asked, somewhat puzzled. Wait for my signal, then activate the navigator, Lin Feng instructed. Without waiting for Bruce's response, Lin Feng surged forward. The biofield enveloped them, and in mere seconds, their speed reached its zenith. When Lin Feng sensed that he had attained peak velocity, he activated the Infinity Stones. The 3 stones, each a different hue, illuminated in succession, merging into an indescribable energy that surged into Lin Feng's being. The speed of their flight surged dramatically. Moreover, as the stones continued to channel their energy, Lin Feng's velocity escalated further, and he began to emit a soft glow. The transparent biofield shimmered with light at that moment. Lin Feng shot forward like a beam of light, dragging Bruce straight ahead. Their speed continually approached the threshold of light. Bruce felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he could not help but feel nauseous. Although he was enveloped by Lin Feng's biofield, he had never experienced such rapid velocity. Even with the Hulk's formidable physique, this speed was overwhelming. As they approached the speed of light, Lin Feng also began to experience discomfort. The immense energy coursing through him caused his body to ache. He was uncertain how fast he needed to fly to satisfy the system's requirements. For now, he could only grit his teeth and push his energy output to the limit. The flight generated beams of light akin to a raging torrent. Occasionally, tiny meteors crossed their path, disintegrating in the wake of their luminous passage. Lin Feng's speed continued to ascend, surpassing the speed of light as they neared the speed of light. The energy from the Infinity Stones began to cause varying degrees of disintegration on Lin Feng's body. Small patches of skin detached, breaking down into fine particles before vanishing into nothingness. Lin Feng's body was now only as strong as steel. Under the dual pressure of the Infinity Stones and the extreme velocity, he could not endure for long. Beneath him, Bruce the Hulk was not faring much better. He fought with all his might to maintain consciousness, resisting the urge to black out. With one hand pressed on the time travel device, he awaited Lin Feng's so-called signal. Soon, the energy output had reached Lin Feng's maximum threshold. In that moment, Lin Feng felt time suddenly slowed. An instinct within him told him he was on the verge of surpassing the speed of light. Now is the time, host. The system's voice resonated clearly within Lin Feng's mind. His spirit surged as the moment arrived. Bruce, Lin Feng shouted. Bruce, on the brink of unconsciousness, instinctively activated the time travel device upon hearing Lin Feng's voice. In the next instant, the two, while still in flight, rapidly shrank in size, their brilliant trajectory abruptly ceasing as they simultaneously vanished from the cosmos. Chapter 61. Natasha's Sacrifice? Perhaps there is still hope. Bruce's navigator swiftly descended into the quantum realm, transporting the two through its intricate passages. The scene before them resembled a frigid industrial pipeline, a sight that was entirely novel to Lin Feng. The navigator adeptly brought them to the year 2023, then unceremoniously expelled them as if discarding refuse. A resonant hum filled the air as the surroundings shifted once more, and Lin Feng and Bruce found themselves atop a mechanical platform within the Avengers base. Alongside them appeared other Avengers engaged in various missions. Although their journeys through time had differed, they returned simultaneously, a predetermined arrangement prior to their departure. Observing this, Lin Feng exhaled in relief. It seemed he had correctly interpreted the system's intentions. In this moment, he had indeed arrived in the parallel universe's 2023. Tony Stark's face bore the marks of age. "Who are you?" he inquired sternly upon noticing Lin Feng standing beside Bruce. His exclamation drew the attention of several others, who turned to scrutinize this unfamiliar figure. Clad in a tattered black battle suit, Lin Feng's appearance was marred by varying degrees of damage. Beneath the suit, his robust physique and the exposed skin bore the marks of burns, oozing blood yet gradually healing. A visage reminiscent of someone who had just emerged from a fierce battle. Such a sight, combined with his enigmatic identity, naturally heightened the group's wariness. Tony raised his right hand protectively to his chest, ready to activate his nanotech suit and unleash a barrage upon Lin Feng at the slightest hint of hostility. Steve also kept a vigilant gaze on Lin Feng, gripping his shield tightly. The atmosphere grew tense, fraught with unspoken threats. Hey, everyone, let us remain calm." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Bruce's forehead as he hastily gestured with his hands, urging the others to relax. "He is someone I brought back. He is not our enemy," Bruce explained. He then nudged Lin Feng, signaling him to speak. "Indeed, I am not your adversary. My name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng stepped forward, unperturbed, and offered a friendly greeting, striving to convey an aura of harmlessness. The inhabitants of this universe were not acquainted with him, and given his current appearance, misunderstandings were inevitable. Seeing that Lin Feng appeared non-threatening, the tension finally began to dissipate. Tony regarded Lin Feng with a bemused expression before shifting his gaze back to Bruce. Banner, we agreed not to bring back any souvenirs. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk at Tony's familiar sarcasm, even in a parallel world. Bruce could only respond with an awkward smile, explaining, "It was the Ancient One who instructed me to bring him." "The Time Stone is in his possession," Bruce added, pointing at Lin Feng. The others raised their brows, casting inquisitive glances at Lin Feng. He nodded affirmatively, confirming Bruce's words. "Indeed. Master Gu Yi loaned me the Infinity Stone, and it was she who directed Bruce to bring me here." "All right then." Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Lin Feng, was it? Pray, enlighten us on your purpose for being here." Even with the misunderstandings cleared, Tony remained reluctant to let Lin Feng off the hook. He was familiar with Gu Yi, the master of the Sorcerer's Strange, and the mysterious nature of sorcerers left him pondering the reason behind Lin Feng's journey to the future. Just as Lin Feng was about to elucidate, a sudden loud bang interrupted their friendly exchange. The group turned to see Hawkeye kneeling on the ground, a sight that sparked immediate confusion among them. However, as they discerned the look upon Hawkeye's face, their expressions grew somber. Hawkeye's eyes flickered, his visage laden with sorrow and anguish. Steve furrowed his brow at the sight, while Tony's mouth opened slightly as he began to realize something, scanning the area around Clint with a grim countenance. One of their own was missing. Natasha was not beside Hawkeye. "Clint, where's Natasha?" Bruce whispered, an ominous sense of dread gnawing at his heart. Hawkeye shook his head in agony, unable to articulate a single word. Silence enveloped the group, an indescribable sorrow spreading among them. Hawkeye's demeanor spoke volumes, revealing a truth that none wished to accept yet could not ignore. Natasha had encountered a dire fate. Their gazes flickered. The anticipation of this moment, although foreseen, was heart-wrenching. The emotional weight lingered heavily in their hearts. Outside, in a cool pavilion, Hawkeye recounted the events leading to Natasha's sacrifice. The afternoon sun poured down, yet it felt exceptionally cold. Bruce stood by the lake, his back turned to the others, obscuring his expression. Steve sat quietly, listening intently to Hawkeye's narration. As time passed, tears cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks, falling onto his face, his lips, and ultimately onto the ground. He could not recall the last time he had wept. Perhaps it was when he had forever missed a dance. Just before their departure, she had smiled at them, promising to meet again in a minute. Natasha had been with them for years. Their bond was akin to that of family. Yet this family member had sacrificed herself for the Infinity Stone, to save half of humanity taken by Thanos. In this moment, they found it impossible to escape the depths of their grief. Tony approached Steve, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Though his relationship with Natasha did not rival Steve's, their shared identity as Avengers forged a strong connection. Over the years, Tony had come to view them all as friends. He cleared his throat, his voice slightly hoarse, and asked, "Does she have family?" Steve nodded, but his response only deepened their collective sorrow. "We are all she has now, I suppose." The weight of those words hung heavily in the air. Unable to withstand the somber atmosphere, a disheveled Thor stepped forward to confront Tony. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying she is dead? Why act as though she is no longer with us?" Thor gazed at the mournful group with a complex expression. "We possess the Infinity Stones. They can bring her back, can't they? Let us not dwell on idle talk. We are Avengers. We must rally our spirits. Listen to me. Let us snap our fingers, bring back Natasha, and restore the lives taken by the universe." Tony furrowed his brow, locking eyes with Thor, speechless. But Hawkeye shook his head, his voice equally hoarse. "She cannot return. There's no way to reverse it. It's impossible." His feelings for Natasha ran deeper than the others could comprehend. She had become his family to him. He would never forget the moment she sacrificed herself before his eyes. No one could fathom how desperately he wished that he had been the one to jump instead. Thor forced a smile, unable to contain his rebuttal. "I might be a bit blunt. You are merely a human. We are discussing cosmic magic." "Cosmic magic, do you understand? To say it's impossible is far too absolute." Hawkeye gazed at Thor with a complex expression, struggling to suppress his emotions. which surged uncontrollably once more. Indeed, I may lack authority on the stone's powers, but she truly cannot return. This is irreversible. At least that is what the floating red fellow indicated. Hawkeye's agitation grew, his voice rising sharply. Perhaps you should have a word with him. Take your hammer and fly over to discuss it. Thor fell silent, taken aback by Hawkeye's outburst. He was not angry. Rather, he frowned in contemplation, feeling somewhat dejected. Just as the others were engulfed in sorrow, Lin Feng, who had been overlooked, suddenly spoke up. Perhaps it is not entirely hopeless. Chapter 62. The rejuvenated Avengers, the voice of the dog system echoed. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng, who had been overlooked by several individuals, stepped forward with a contemplative expression. As soon as he spoke, the others turned around, their gazes laden with complexity as they settled upon him. Bruce, who had been facing away from the group, also turned to face Lin Feng, his eyes betraying an unsettling intensity. Lin Feng, please elaborate. Tony urged. The towering Bruce recounted Lin Feng's origins, detailing the superheroes from parallel universes. Initially, skepticism hung in the air, but that changed when Lin Feng produced his phone, revealing a few rare photographs with Tony as evidence. Under the scrutiny of Friday's analysis, the authenticity of the photos was confirmed. Coupled with the Mind Stone and Space Stone he possessed from another universe, along with the Time Stone provided by the Bald Sorcerer for validation, the others reluctantly began to accept Lin Feng's claims, albeit with lingering doubt. Lin Feng slowly surveyed the solemn faces of the Avengers and began to explain, "Your understanding of the Infinity Stones is woefully inadequate. I propose a plan with a significant chance of success. However, it requires experimentation to ascertain its viability." As he spoke, he turned to Hawkeye. "The individual you encountered on Vormir is known as Red Skull. His knowledge regarding the Infinity Stones is not vastly superior to yours. There are myriad ways to utilize the Infinity Stones, and I cannot enumerate them all. I can only assert that it is far more prudent to trust me, rather than a man bound by the Infinity Stones. What say you?" Lin Feng's reasoning resonated deeply, prompting the attendees to nod instinctively. Indeed, their comprehension of the Infinity Stones had been superficial, limited to the concept that they could instantaneously obliterate entire universes. Even Tony, who had researched the Mind Stone, had a scant understanding, otherwise he would not have unleashed Ultron. Lin Feng's words rekindled hope in Hawkeye, and similarly inspired the others. With a choked voice, Hawkeye solemnly declared, "Very well. I am willing to do whatever it takes to save Natasha." Lin Feng nodded silently, recalling the profound impact of Black Widow's sacrifice he had witnessed in the cinema. It had haunted him for an extended period. He remembered how the circumstances surrounding her sacrifice and Tony's snap were riddled with inconsistencies, yet the film had portrayed it as such, a reality he could not alter. Now, an opportunity lay before him, and he was determined to seize it. Removing the emerald green Time Stone from his wrist, Lin Feng continued, "First, we must forge the gauntlet to house the stones. We will need the aid of all 6 Infinity Stones to bring Natasha back. You must rally yourselves, whether for Natasha or the half of all life that Thanos has taken." The group nodded in agreement once more. A shift in fortunes had occurred, and the mood among the Avengers lightened considerably. Though their acquaintance with Lin Feng had been brief, they were willing to invest hope in this superhero who had brought the Time Stone. Once they obtained the Time Stone from Lin Feng, the group returned to their base. Thor was correct. They were Avengers, and they needed to rise to the occasion. If they succumbed to despair, who would save this blue planet? Their primary objective was to forge the Infinity Gauntlet and retrieve the half of all life claimed by Thanos. Within the base, Tony and Bruce were diligently crafting a nano-version of the Infinity Gauntlet, each step executed with utmost caution. Tony wore a grave expression, his hands steady as he tested the fusion of the stones. This was his first endeavor of this nature. Having previously botched the Ultron project, he was wholly focused this time, aware that a single misstep could spell disaster for the blue planet. Lin Feng, on the other hand, sat idly to the side, having fully healed from the energy-inflicted wounds. However, without the system, he could not expend reputation points to repair his battle suit and had to make do with its current state. Hawkeye would occasionally cast glances at Lin Feng, though he remained silent. Initially, Lin Feng paid little heed, but with each passing moment, he could no longer withstand the hopeful and anxious gaze directed at him. He turned to observe Tony as he manipulated the Infinity Stones, making a concerted effort to avoid meeting Hawkeye's eyes. At that moment, Tony was controlling mechanical arms to carefully install the Infinity Stones onto a golden-red mechanical gauntlet. Uncertainty flickered in his demeanor, as if he doubted whether the gauntlet he was crafting could withstand the energy of all 6 Infinity Stones. In truth, Lin Feng's wristband could easily accommodate all 6 Infinity Stones, and he could execute the snap. However, as an outsider in this universe, he understood that Tony and the others did not fully trust him. Thus, he refrained from mentioning his wristband, knowing full well the outcome. Tony's gauntlet would ultimately prove successful. While Lin Feng was engrossed in watching Tony's performance, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding, new task initiated. Task objective: eliminate the invading Thanos army and slay at least 1 exile. Task reward: 130 million reputation points. Task reward 2, dependent on the host's performance evaluation. A sudden task notification rang out, accompanied by the long-awaited voice of the system. Hey, dog host, I'm back. The playful and cheeky voice resonated. Upon hearing the familiar tone, a spark ignited in Lin Feng's eyes, and his heartbeat quickened. Dog system, Lin Feng exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his tone, feeling an unprecedented warmth in the system's mischievous voice. Come now, tell me, did you miss me? The system posed, hands on its hips, and although it lacked a physical form, Lin Feng could vividly imagine it striking a proud pose. Heh, these past few days without you have been rather peaceful, Lin Feng chuckled, his lips curling in defiance. The system's voice became even more cheeky. Pfft, you're just being disingenuous. A straight man who needs the system has helped to chase a woman. Lin Feng's expression turned to one of exasperation and confusion. Why are you bringing that up? Who doesn't have a first time? The system responded with a chuckle. All right, enough teasing. This system has been quite overworked these past few days. After speaking, Lin Feng imagined the system letting out a long sigh, suggesting it had not fared well during its absence. He couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "What's wrong? Did you get worn out after a few days apart? Come, tell me what you've been up to during your absence. I am most curious." Lin Feng had a plethora of questions for the system, but decided to start by inquiring about what the cheeky system had been up to these past 2 days. Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the system's voice took on a tone of annoyance. Don't even get me started. I was duped by 2 little punks. Chapter 63: The gloves have been crafted. Shall I snap my fingers? Lin Feng expressed his confusion about the 2 little miscreants. Do you remember that exile from last time? Lin Feng nodded. The guy in the black robe from the DC universe? What's the matter? Is he behind this? Not just him. He has also enlisted the help of an exile from the Marvel universe, the system continued. Those 2 shameless rascals, resorting to underhanded tactics, aim solely for the Superman template you just redeemed. And for this system. At this point, the system's voice grew increasingly indignant. The main system over there has intervened. These 2 scoundrels, relying on the main system, even seek to tamper with my database and pull me into their ranks. It's nothing short of delusional. A bunch of morally corrupt individuals. I disdain to associate with them. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a slight chill in his heart. All right, don't be angry. They haven't succeeded, right? Lin Feng attempted to console. Since the system had returned safely, it indicated that the exiles' plan to corrupt the system had failed. After soothing the system, Lin Feng promptly inquired, what about my silver Superman template? It hasn't been snatched away, has it? The system waved his hand dismissively. That is utterly impossible. They did not gain a single advantage from me. Rest assured, host. Sensing Lin Feng's concern, the system elaborated. After the exile appeared, I placed the silver Superman template within a square device and randomly sent it to a certain location in the universe. Our universe, you know. Once we return to our universe, you will be able to continue your evolution. However, before that, you must first complete the recently issued task. With the system's explanation, Lin Feng's anxious heart was finally at ease. It hadn't been taken away, which was a relief. After all, that represented the prestige he had accumulated through countless rescues from disasters. Now that the system had returned, everything seemed to be back on track. As for that task, Lin Feng once again accessed the panel to check. I've reviewed this task. That exile will appear as well, correct? The system confirmed, indeed. They plan to assist Thanos in a snap that would eradicate all life in the universe. We cannot allow them to acquire the Infinity Gauntlet. Without it, they will be at a loss. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled nonchalantly. It shouldn't be a problem. With me around, they want to get their hands on the gauntlet. When the time comes, I'll snap my fingers while wearing the gauntlet and send them packing, letting you vent your frustrations. The system shook its head. Host, you are overestimating the situation. The snap of the Infinity Stones will have no effect on them. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? They are not native to the Marvel Universe, so the Infinity Stones have no effect on them. You can use the Infinity Stones to overpower them, but you cannot erase them with the Infinity Stones. Unless it's through physical means of killing. Seemingly fearing Lin Feng might not understand, the system further clarified. This means you can use the Infinity Gauntlet to control a massive boulder and crush them. You can also harness the energy of the Infinity Stones to incinerate their heads. However, you cannot directly take their lives with the gauntlet. Lin Feng nodded, deep in thought. So, I can kill them, but I cannot send them away with a snap, right? Precisely, that is the essence of it. Lin Feng smiled, undeterred. That is fine. Let us see whose fists are harder. Hey, everyone! Tony suddenly called out, capturing everyone's attention. Seeing all eyes on him, Tony nodded somberly. The crowd stirred, quickly gathering around, and Lin Feng also rose to approach. Tony pointed to the table. I've finished creating it. Everyone looked over to see Rocket Raccoon tinkering with a golden-red mechanical gauntlet beneath a mechanical arm. 6 Infinity Stones lay quietly atop the gloves. Rocket was conducting the final diagnostic, not lifting his head as he remarked, the gauntlet is ready. The question is, who will snap that fateful finger? The group paused. Everyone present had witnessed Thanos snap his fingers twice, and the resulting devastation was etched in their memories. Even the mighty Titan's physique had barely managed to perform that snap, afterward succumbing to a state of weakness. If the Titan's body suffered such severe damage, one could only imagine the fate of an ordinary human. I'll do it. Thor, round as a ball, stepped forward, reaching for the gauntlet. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Captain America and Tony simultaneously blocked Thor. Given Thor's current state, his belly and mind filled with beer, the chances of him successfully executing that snap were alarmingly low. Just look at what flowed through his veins. It was likely a concoction of cheese sauce. This opportunity was far too precious to jeopardize by letting Thor take the risk. We haven't decided who will perform the snap yet, Captain America explained. What, are we just going to stand here and watch? Thor huffed, displeased by their obstruction. Sitting around won't bring everyone back. Let me do it. After further persuasion, they remained steadfast in preventing Thor from undertaking the snap, which left him nearly in tears. Poor Thor attributed the failure to stop Thanos to himself. He had awoken countless times in nightmares, thinking that if he had struck for the head, the outcome would have been entirely different. God knows how much he longed for this opportunity. Yet now, his teammates were thwarting him. Though Thor recognized their intentions were for his own good, he truly needed this chance. Lin Feng stood by, observing this scene. Witnessing their heated debate, he could not help but interject, "How about I do it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone turned to him with wary expressions. "No," Captain America responded. "Lin Feng, you do not belong to our universe. You should not bear this responsibility. Moreover, we are still unaware of what consequences your snap might have coming from a parallel universe." Captain America's arguments were just and difficult to refute. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly and ceased speaking. He understood that no one would agree to let him perform the snap. Although Captain America's words sounded noble, the primary concern was still to safeguard against Lin Feng. After all, they knew little about him, and should he snap his fingers and erase half the life in their universe, it would spell disaster. After a round of arguments, it was Bruce, the green-skinned one, who stepped forward. The Hulk was a product of gamma radiation, and the Infinity Stones primarily emitted gamma rays. He felt as if his very existence had been destined for this moment of snapping. Under the watchful eyes of all, Bruce picked up the gauntlet containing the 6 stones. Chapter 64. The snap is complete. Now for the Purple Titan, Friday. Initiate the defensive protocol. With a commanding voice, Tony set the entire base into motion, the sounds of machinery resonating throughout. In mere moments, the facility transformed into an impenetrable fortress. The small room where they gathered also morphed into a completely sealed environment. The expressions of the assembled individuals turned grave as they assumed defensive postures, uncertain of the repercussions that the snap would unleash. As everyone prepared, Bruce, too, shed his hesitation and slowly donned the gauntlet. The instant the gloves fit snugly, the 6 Infinity Stones emitted a resonant hum. Vibrant energies danced across the surface of the gauntlet, coursing through Bruce's veins, inexorably making their way toward his heart. Under the strain of the unleashed power, Bruce's arm began to deteriorate, the outer layer of his skin resembling charred wood, devoid of vitality. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, and he knelt, letting out a pained cry. The onlookers, hearts racing, witnessed once more the terrifying might of the 6 Infinity Stones. Enduring the tumultuous agony, Bruce struggled to rise. This was a singular opportunity, one that everyone had sacrificed for, with Natasha having given her life for one of the stones. He would not squander this chance. Veins bulging on his forehead, his formidable willpower took precedence. Bruce's fingers slowly came together as he silently urged, "Let everyone return." With a sharp crack, he executed the snap. In an instant, a ripple of unfathomable power radiated outward from Bruce, expanding swiftly into the cosmos, carrying with it an inaudible resonance. The act left Bruce utterly drained. His vast form toppled backward, caught by Steve. The Infinity Gauntlet slipped from his arm, clattering to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. No one paid heed to the Gauntlet's fate, instead rushing to assess Bruce's injuries. His left arm was a gruesome sight, resembling a charred remnant. "Don't touch him," Tony shouted, leaning down as his suit released cooling agents. Given the severity of the situation, it was clear that Bruce's left arm would require extensive bandaging for some time. With no time to ponder his own condition, Bruce gasped for breath, weakly inquiring, "Did it work? Did I succeed?" The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. That moment. An unknown phone on the table vibrated. It was Hawkeye's. A flicker of emotion crossed his face as he approached the device under the scrutiny of his peers. The caller ID brought tears to his eyes. Laura, who had not reached out in 5 long years. Shakily, he picked up the phone, and from the receiver emerged the voice he had yearned for all those years. "Darling." Hawkeye's voice trembled, his throat constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. Gazing out at the chirping birds beyond the window, an inexplicable sensation welled up within the group. Bruce's snap must have taken effect. Steve patted Bruce's uninjured arm, exhaling in relief. "It appears to have worked." Tony sank to the floor, wiping the sweat from his brow as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Their efforts bore fruit. He would once again see that chatty young Spider-Man in this moment. A peculiar calm settled over the group, a gentle wave of elation washing over them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the true calamity of this temporal journey was only just beginning. Lin Feng stepped forward, squinting out the window, interrupting their moment of joy. "Everyone, trouble is at hand." The still recovering individuals froze, turning their gazes to follow Lin Feng's line of sight. Their pupils dilated, alarm bells ringing in their minds. Outside, a colossal spaceship hovered ominously above the base, with missiles trailing red streaks in rapid succession. A deafening explosion erupted a mere 10 meters from the base. Flames erupted skyward, yet surprisingly, the facility remained unscathed. The missile seemed to be intercepted by an enormous transparent shield. Lin Feng raised his left hand, 2 stones, one yellow, one blue, glimmering on his wrist, encasing the Avengers base in a biofield empowered by the gems. The missiles detonated like fireworks, yet posed no threat to the group. Although they were unharmed, a sense of dread lingered. Captain America, shield in hand, furrowed his brow. "What is happening?" Tony's expression behind his helmet was grave as he solemnly stated, "You meddle with time, and time will meddle with you." The group contemplated this as their eyes remained fixed on the window. As the dazzling explosions subsided, revealing the imposing spaceship, Lin Feng withdrew his energy, dispelling the biofield. Thanks to his protection, the Avengers base had not been reduced to ruins as in the original timeline. "We have work to do," Lin Feng declared, stepping boldly outside the base, positioning himself beneath the spaceship. The others exchanged glances, remaining silent, merely tightening their grips on their weapons as they followed him, their expressions grave as they stared at the spaceship hovered silently, refraining from launching further missiles. Instead, A beam of light suddenly emanated from its underside, illuminating the ground below. A figure descended along the beam. As the light dissipated, a familiar yet surprising sight emerged. Thanos, the Titan responsible for wiping out half of the universe with a snap of his fingers. However, unlike the Thanos they remembered, this version wore a helmet, donned golden armor, and wielded a massive double-edged sword, exuding a more oppressive presence than the one they had encountered 5 years prior. What is the meaning of this? They murmured as they beheld the old foe, his severed head now standing before them once more. It is Thanos from an alternate timeline, Lin Feng slowly articulated. Tony was right. You toy with time, and time shall toy with you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group darkened further. Steve, his countenance serious, raised his shield. We cannot allow him to acquire the Infinity Stones. Tony furrowed his brow, the visor of his suit sealing shut as his gaze remained fixed on Thanos. Thor let out a fierce roar, dark clouds gathering above him. Crackling with electricity, a bolt of lightning descended, and Thor spread his arms wide. With a hum, a hammer and axe materialized in his hands. The electric light faded, revealing him clad in armor. It is but a matter of severing his head once more. This time, I shall not miss. The group focused on Thanos, gradually creating distance between themselves, forming a line of defense at the front of the base, poised for his next move. Yet, Thanos seemed in no hurry to engage. He planted his enormous blade into the ground, leisurely scanning the group before allowing his gaze to linger on Lin Feng for a moment longer. It seems you are unwilling to accept your defeat. What thoughts do you harbor upon seeing me again? Chapter 65. The war begins. Lin Feng 1v2. I once believed that by eliminating half of the existence in the universe, the remaining half could thrive in prosperity. Yet you have demonstrated to me that such a notion is utterly unattainable. Thanos caressed his gleaming bald head, gazing at the few individuals before him, who appeared as insignificant as ants. However, these diminutive creatures, lacking gratitude, were only preoccupied with reminiscing about the past. Even after achieving success, they were not content. As my two friends have articulated, as long as there exists someone who yearns for the past, they shall never embrace the future. They will resist. Two friends? Tony's voice dripped with sarcasm. Are there others who share your perspective? Thanos cast a frosty glare at Tony Stark, and the space behind him began to ripple like dark water. Two figures, concealed beneath black cloaks, gradually materialized. The Exiles. It was unclear when they had become entangled with Thanos. As the two shadows emerged, the system immediately erupted with fervent cries. Host, it is them. These two insignificant beings. Go. Eliminate them. Oh. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he cautiously retreated. Very well. Allow me to gather my strength. Fixating intently on the two cloaked exiles, Lin Feng discreetly concealed his left hand behind his back. Two gems flickered with a soft glow as immense energy began to surge into Lin Feng's being. He silently maneuvered to position himself behind Steve, ensuring that Thanos and his cohort did not witness the gradual illumination of his eye sockets. You shall never comprehend the magnitude of my purpose, Thanos declared, drawing forth his dual blades for a final proclamation. I am grateful to you all for assisting me in locating the original stones. With them, I shall erase the entirety of the universe. Then, I will forge an entirely new cosmos. A universe devoid of memories, free from grievances, one that only understands gratitude. As the words left his lips, Thanos brandished his great sword, assuming a combat stance. Steve raised his shield, scoffing, a new universe soaked in blood? No sooner had he spoken than a sharp sound echoed. An orange-red beam of light surged forth from behind Steve, aimed directly at the cloaked exiles. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with intensity. A sneak attack? He could do that too. A searing energy beam erupted, heralding the commencement of war. The exiles seemed to have anticipated this, and as Lin Feng sprang forth, they swiftly conjured a black circular shield to shield themselves. The energy beam struck against the shield, forcing them backward. Exchanging glances, one of the exiles lunged forward, drawing a black gold blade from behind and leaping toward Lin Feng with a downward slash. The energy beam dissipated, and Lin Feng sidestepped the strike, retaliating with a powerful punch. Bang! The exile was sent flying, crashing to the ground. He stood up as if unscathed, brushing off the dust, seemingly unharmed. Seeing his attack miss, the other exile dashed toward Lin Feng, mimicking his earlier move and throwing a punch. Bang! Another resounding impact, and this time it was Lin Feng who was sent reeling. What the hell? Lin Feng scrambled to his feet, perplexed as he rubbed his forearm. The punch had actually caused him pain. The fierce winds from the blow blew back the exile's hood, revealing a grotesque green visage marred by red veins. Unfazed by the exposure, the cloaked figure tore off his tattered black robe, revealing a tattered blue-red Superman costume underneath. Lin Feng's pupils constricted at this sight. Doomsday? No wonder the system indicated that the Infinity Stones were of no use. Pitting the powers of the Marvel Universe against those of the DC Universe seemed utterly implausible. This entity likely required kryptonite. As if to affirm his suspicions, the exile unleashed a searing energy beam toward Lin Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng countered with his own energy beam. The two beams collided mid-air, each vying for dominance. I refuse to lose in a beam struggle, Lin Feng bellowed, his Superman bracers glowing as the Infinity Stones surged with energy once more. The red energy beam transformed into an orange-red torrent, overwhelming Doomsday in retreat. Sneak attack. The blade-wielding exile lunged forward, aiming to stab Lin Feng in the eye. The blade shimmered with a dark gleam, and Lin Feng sensed the imminent danger. He could not meet it head-on. Damn it! Lin Feng swore irritably, evading the blade and soaring into the air. He unleashed a relentless barrage of energy beams upon the two exiles, akin to a cleansing deluge. The two exiles leapt into the air, deftly coordinating their assaults against Lin Feng. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with lasers, and the air crackled with the clash of blades as the three engaged in a chaotic melee. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Avengers were embroiled in a fierce battle with Thanos. Thor, cover me. Tony seized the opportunity during Thanos' moment of vulnerability, rolling back as his nanotech energy apparatus unfolded behind him. Understanding the call, Thor let out a mighty roar, his eyes ablaze with lightning as his hammer and axe collided. A torrent of lightning, as thick as a barrel, surged toward the energy apparatus. Buzz! The nanotech suit's laser weapon radiated with brilliance, unleashing high-energy lasers toward Thanos. With a furious roar, Thanos spun his dual blades rapidly, deflecting the incoming lasers with ease. He pressed forward, seizing Tony Stark with one hand, abruptly halting the laser barrage. Realizing the peril, Thor hurled his hammer, the axe swinging forcefully. As the God of Thunder's hammer shot forth like a cannonball, Thanos raised Tony before him, utilizing him as a makeshift shield. Bang! The God of Thunder's hammer struck, sending Tony flying into a pile of rubble, where he struggled for a moment before losing consciousness. Thanos retrieved his great sword, hurling it toward Thor. Thor sidestepped, instinctively swinging his axe at Thanos' head. However, the long period of indulgent living had diminished Thor's stamina and explosive power, rendering him nearly defenseless against Thanos, who was at the peak of his strength. The Stormbreaker was sent flying in a matter of moments, and Thor himself was dispatched to the ground with a few swift blows from Thanos. 2 heavy punches from Thanos left Thor dazed. Reaching out to summon the Stormbreaker, Thanos snatched it away, aiming it at Thor's chest. In an instant, Thor regained his senses, gripping the incoming axe, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength to push back. Yet, in terms of sheer power, he was no match for Thanos. The sharp axe sliced through Thor's armor as easily as cutting through tofu. Just as it seemed that Thanos would eviscerate Thor, a silver streak suddenly shot forth, striking Thanos off balance and rescuing Thor from the brink. That silver object, after saving Thor, soared toward Steve, who caught it with a rush of wind. The God of Thunder's hammer. Thor stood in stunned silence, gazing at Steve wielding the hammer, before bursting into hearty laughter. I knew it. Back in Stark Tower, Steve had once made the hammer tremble. At that moment, Thor had suspected that Steve could indeed lift Mjolnir, but had feigned inability to avoid stealing his thunder. Thor had felt a surge of jealousy back then, but now, seeing Steve wielding the hammer filled him with immense joy. Thanos, with a dark expression, kicked the laughing Thor aside. You know your place. Seizing his dual blades, Thanos charged at Steve. Chapter 66, Procrastination? A barrage of fire high above in the sky. Lin Feng maneuvered two exiles as if they were kites. The scorching rays from the Day of Doom intermittently disrupted his flight path. The gleam on the black-robed exile's blade appeared to be faulty, and Lin Feng dared not engage directly. After narrowly evading another strike, he unleashed a scorching ray, forcing the Day of Doom to retreat. The relentless heat rays left his eyes slightly swollen and red. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Feng delivered a punch imbued with sonic force directly at the armed exile. The exile crossed his blade defensively but took the brunt of Lin Feng's formidable blow. The blade emitted a mournful wail as the exile staggered backward. For a brief moment, the three engaged in an intense exchange, a lively contest of skill and strength. The combat prowess of the two exiles exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Their synchronized efforts effectively ensnared him in midair. It seemed they were not intent on ending Lin Feng's life, but rather appeared to be deliberately stalling for time. "Host, accelerate," came the system's voice. They aimed to compel Thanos to snap his fingers. Carol is already trapped in the cosmos, unable to join this battle. Given the current trajectory, the Avengers are insufficient to confront Thanos. After a moment's pause, the system resolved to support Lin Feng. "I will guard against their underhanded tactics. You must charge forward." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng once again flashed forward, pressing against the two exiles, though he stole glances at the chaos unfolding below. On the ground, Steve had just executed a series of quick maneuvers when he was nearly incapacitated by Thanos' onslaught. Despite having been injected with the super soldier serum, he remained bound by the limits of human endurance. The vibranium shield he wielded was cleaved into several pieces by Thanos' colossal blade. With one final strike, Steve was slammed heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he lay there, unable to rise for a time. Thanos, at that moment, refrained from delivering a finishing blow. He gazed wistfully at the three combatants in the sky, before diverting his attention back on the ground. The Avengers lay scattered, some prone, some simply down. "My conquests over the years have never been marred by personal sentiments." Thanos' words were devoid of any inflection, chillingly cold. "Now, I shall demonstrate how I intend to treat your insignificant planet like mere ants." I shall revel in this process. As Thanos' declaration echoed, a massive blue energy screen descended from the heavens. Following this, a series of cone-shaped spacecrafts plummeted toward the Earth. The hatches of these craft opened, and a vast shadow emerged, accompanied by the roars of countless beasts. The colossal leviathans re-entered the battlefield, monstrous creatures equipped with restraining devices, and extraterrestrial soldiers wielding advanced weaponry. Thanos' legion, a tide of monstrous beings, surged forth, bringing with them an aura of despair. His loyal minions, Ebony Maw, Proxima Midnight, Corvus Glaive, and others, also emerged from the luminous screen. The forces of Thanos converged upon Earth. In this moment, the planet faced an unprecedented calamity for the second time. The Avengers stood isolated and defenseless against a multitude of foes. In this moment, Steve gasped for breath, prepared to sacrifice himself. Just as he believed that Earth had run out of hope, a familiar yet foreign voice suddenly resonated beside him. Captain, can you hear me? Captain, it's Sam." To your left, with great effort, Steve turned his head. Delicate golden threads traced a circular pattern in the AI art. It was the spatial magic of Kamartaj. Immediately thereafter, a portal opened and Falcon soared through. The second, third, and fourth portals opened in the sky and on the ground, connecting to locales across the globe, even reaching the depths of the universe. Black Panther emerged from one portal, accompanied by countless fearless warriors, their rallying cries echoing through the skies. Valkyrie rode forth on a white Pegasus, flanked by the valiant Asgardian army. Ant-Man, who had remained at the Avengers base, transformed into a giant towering dozens of meters high, shaking the earth with his stride. A slightly calmed Bruce, now consumed by rage, roared as if the furious Hulk had returned. Doctor Strange, Star-Lord, Spider-Man, Bucky, Groot, Wanda, and even the mages from Kamartaj all joined the fray. A glimmer of light began to shine in Steve's eyes. It was the light of hope. The Guardians of Earth revealed themselves at this critical moment. In the direst hour for Earth, they stood ready, uniting their formidable fighting spirit. 5 years after the snap that took them away, they now possessed a precious opportunity for retaliation. They gathered in this moment, bearing humanity's final hope as they prepared for battle. Awakened from his stupor, Tony and Thor swiftly joined Steve's side. Steve suppressed the surge of emotion within him. He inhaled deeply, extended his right hand, and called out loudly, Avengers. The mighty hammer of Thor soared back into his grasp. He fixed his gaze upon Thanos, his voice low yet powerful. Assemble! Roar! Countless allied forces of Earth launched into a charge. They rushed toward the battlefield, swords drawn against Thanos' army. Beneath their feet, the ground trembled, the air thickened, and morale soared. They bore not only the fate of Earth, but the destiny of all humanity. They carried the burden of every being lost to the snap across the cosmos. With an unprecedented spirit, the final battle commenced. Thanos' forces charged into the fray at his command, yet how could they withstand the wrathful Avengers? For every warrior that fell, another would rise to take their place. The Avengers had cast aside the fear of death. Their sole thought was to vanquish these detestable extraterrestrial monsters. The battle cries soared into the heavens, as the monsters emitted wails, and humanity roared in fury. Guns blazed, metal clashed. The cacophony of screams and wails echoed across the battlefield. The flames of war spread across the land, transforming the very skies. Smoke filled the air as fighting, resistance, defense, and destruction unfolded. Thanos' expression darkened slightly in his long history of conquest. Earth had presented the greatest obstacle to his ambitions. His purple visage could not fathom why this planet possessed such formidable resistance. However, he need not dwell on it for long. With eyes glowing red, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, descended from above. Her gaze toward Thanos brimmed with hatred, old grievances intertwining with new, as chaotic magic surged around her in a radiant crimson glow. "You have taken everything from me," Thanos furrowed his brow, perplexed yet resolute. "I do not recognize you." Wanda's fury intensified as she shouted, "You will." No sooner had she spoken than chaotic magic erupted violently. Scarlet energy swirled, gathering debris from the battlefield, shattered stones, crumbling walls, hurtling toward Thanos. He raised his massive blade to deflect the onslaught, countering with a strike aimed at Wanda. She did not flinch, instead enveloping the blade in her sanguine energy. With a powerful tug, she tore the seemingly unbreakable weapon into countless fragments that fell to the ground. In Thanos' astonished gaze, Wanda executed a swift upward motion, ensnaring him in her crimson energy and lifting him into the air. Consumed by rage, she unleashed her chaotic magic, stripping away layer upon layer of golden armor. Bereft of its protection, Thanos' form was laid bare beneath the magic. He felt an immense force tugging at his being, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through him, Thanos could not suppress a howl of agony. "Ebony Maw, fire at will." Ebony Maw hesitated for a moment but promptly obeyed Thanos' command. The Sanctum Sanctorum, floating high above, prepared all weaponry for action in the next instant. A barrage of projectiles rained down, mercilessly targeting the ground below. The artillery struck indiscriminately, forming a dense curtain of fire that bombarded both the Avengers and the invaders. The baptism of artillery. The explosive roars mingled with cries of despair as both armies suffered heavy losses. Following swiftly, the second and third rounds of artillery fire commenced, falling like a relentless rain upon the battlefield. Chapter 67. Have the exiles fled? The villains have lost face. A deafening explosion reverberated through the skies, immediately capturing Lin Feng's attention. He turned towards the source of the sound, where Thanos Warship No. 2 relentlessly unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, mercilessly decimating the surrounding area. The deranged Thanos exhibited no concern for the lives of Leviathan and the other monstrous beings. To him, they were mere fodder. To achieve his objectives, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Gamora was the clearest testament to this truth. Otherwise, Thanos would not have shed a single tear for her. As the artillery continued to rain down, the Avengers scrambled for cover, suffering mounting casualties. A surge of determination surged within Lin Feng, and he promptly took flight towards Warship No. 2. His goal was unequivocal, to render this colossal vessel inoperative without delay. However, the two exiles had no intention of letting Lin Feng pass. With swift movements, they positioned themselves ominously before him, one on each side. "Where do you think you're going?" For the first time since the battle commenced, one of the exiles spoke, his voice grating like sandpaper, causing Lin Feng's ears to prick with discomfort. "Get out of my way." Lin Feng had no time for idle chatter. With his eyes ablaze, he unleashed a searing heat ray, only for it to be evaded by the exile through a sudden shift in position. The black gold blade came slashing down again, prompting Lin Feng to bend low to dodge and retaliate with a powerful punch. Yet, the exile was nearly as swift as Lin Feng, retreating immediately regardless of whether his strike connected. In an instant, Destruction Day darted behind Lin Feng, delivering a swift kick. Just as Lin Feng turned, Destruction Day withdrew, while the exile wielding the blade advanced once more. The two exiles moved like slippery eels, with Lin Feng engaged with one while the other harried him incessantly. They did not fight desperately but instead toyed with Lin Feng, leading him on a wild chase. Gradually, a fire of rage ignited within Lin Feng. Carol Danvers was ensnared in outer space by the exile's cunning tactics, unable to return for aid as she did in the original story. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to be led around by the exiles much longer. If this continued, Thanos would snap his fingers and bring ruin upon them all. With a decisive thought, Lin Feng activated the special red kryptonite. To him, the current prestige was trivial. He could always acquire more later. A flash of crimson light enveloped him, instantly enhancing his physical prowess to a new echelon. Now, his energy threshold multiplied exponentially. Lin Feng's figure flickered as he moved, his speed now exceeding that of before by more than double. Destruction Day's pupils constricted in shock as Lin Feng's sudden velocity outstripped his capacity to react. A fist loomed larger in Destruction Day's vision. Boom. With a single strike, Lin Feng's punch caved in Destruction Day's chest. The look of disbelief in Destruction Day's eyes was palpable as he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, sent hurtling out of sight. He hadn't even had the chance to utilize his trump card, utterly baffled by how Lin Feng, seemingly of equal strength, had transformed into such a formidable adversary in the blink of an eye. The exile wielding the blade hesitated midair, then swiftly retreated, evidently intimidated by Lin Feng's display of power. Lin Feng had no time to concern himself with them. If he allowed Thanos to continue his onslaught, the Avengers would soon be disbanded. He swiftly descended to the ground, his gaze locking onto the heat ray empowered by the Infinity Stones. Time was short. He could not gather immense energy, yet even so, the potency of his attack could not be underestimated. The orange-red laser pierced through Warship No. 2 in an instant, and with a mere shift of his gaze, Lin Feng cleaved the ship in two as effortlessly as slicing through paper. The vessel, which had fought alongside Thanos for most of its existence, was now severed in half, explosions erupting from the jagged edges. The deluge of cannon fire abruptly ceased, and the two halves of the spaceship, billowing thick black smoke, plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted, drawing the attention of all present. They looked up to see the once mighty artillery now absent, leaving only the smoke-shrouded remnants of Warship No. 2, which descended into the lake, sending waves crashing high into the air. My goodness, Steve gasped, having witnessed the entire spectacle. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with incredulity. What on earth was that? His eyes can emit lasers. Tony exclaimed, equally astonished. The data displayed within his helmet indicated that the recent laser exceeded Friday's measurement limits. A significant portion of the Avengers had witnessed Lin Feng's display of power, their minds reeling at the revelation of such a formidable ally among their ranks. Rocket Raccoon, standing beside Groot, widened his eyes in disbelief. Wow, and I was thinking of stealing his wristbands. Thank goodness I didn't act on it. Where is he? After dispatching Warship No. 2, Lin Feng quickly turned, ready to deal with the two exiles. Searching the vicinity, he spotted Destruction Day lying on the ground, barely clinging to life a kilometer away, yet the exile wielding the black gold blade was nowhere to be found. Host! That exile has fled. What? Lin Feng rubbed his ears in disbelief. Fled? Is that for real? Did that exile really run away? Lin Feng was both astonished and perplexed. This scenario was entirely unexpected. Villains were not supposed to be so easily intimidated, nor were they expected to flee without a fight. Typically, they would possess several hidden cards, yet here they were, simply retreating after a brief skirmish. The villains had lost face, utterly disgraced by the actions of these two cowards. Before long, the system provided an explanation. They previously attempted to tamper with my database, triggering my automatic defense mechanism. My defense mechanism is not to be underestimated. In their haste to escape, they had already exhausted their trump cards. Even so, these two have sustained significant injuries. Otherwise, their diminished strength today would not be so easily attributed to mere cowardice. Lin Feng nodded, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. Then why didn't you just eliminate them? Why give them a chance to escape? The system stammered. Isn't it to give you an opportunity to hone your skills? Well, I truly appreciate that. Lin Feng chuckled, sensing that the system was withholding certain information. However, he chose not to confront it just yet. Such matters could wait until after the battle. Lin Feng soared towards Destruction Day. It seemed these two exiles were not weak. Rather, they had been thoroughly thrashed by the system. After a prolonged struggle, the two cowards had barely managed to breach Lin Feng's defenses. Had Lin Feng been in the Silver Superman template at that moment, it was likely that even the two exiles would not have survived a single blow from him. If all exiles were of such caliber, even at their peak, Lin Feng could dispatch them with ease. Sensing Lin Feng's mindset, the system interjected, revealing more crucial information. Host, do not underestimate them. The exile strength is categorized into several tiers. These two are merely the most basic minions. The true first-tier exiles possess power beyond your imagination. The ease with which you dispatch these exiles is largely due to their diminished strength and exhausted trump cards. Otherwise, do you believe they would have simply chosen to annoy you today without launching a single lethal strike? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback, momentarily faltering mid-flight. Multiversal level, such simple words belied the immense power they represented. As he understood it, the Silver Superman template only encompassed the single universe level. With the Silver Superman template, he could easily contend with any singular universe powerhouse. Yet, that level of strength paled in comparison to the multiversal tier. If a first-tier exile were to arrive, would I not be doomed? Lin Feng's brow furrowed, his thoughts growing heavy. The exiles were far more troublesome and complex than he had initially assumed. The exile he had battled was merely a lowly minion within their ranks, dampening Lin Feng's spirits. That won't be the case. The first-tier exiles won't take notice of you until you have grown stronger. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Do you understand this principle? You must at least reach the mid to late stages of the Silver Superman template before being included on their radar. The system's analogy, though blunt, held merit. Lin Feng, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Am I merely a nut? Just a metaphor. Your journey is still long. However, do not worry. There will be opportunities suited to you among the rewards of this mission. Seize them and grow swiftly." The system's words left Lin Feng with an unsettling sense of impending trouble. It felt as though a colossal entity had merely begun to unveil its true nature. It seemed that after this battle, he would need to have an earnest discussion with the system regarding the reasons for his crossing over from the fourth wall and what crucial information it had chosen to conceal. Beyond the blue star, the exile wielding the blade appeared to drift silently in space, observing the battlefield of the final confrontation. After a long moment, he pressed his hand to his chest and coughed twice. That accursed system had left his injuries far from fully healed. He activated his communicator and composed a message to send out. Chapter 68, Doomsday? More like a faux Superman, Lin Feng soared to the site of Doomsday's descent, where the creature was now exhaling heavily, its breaths becoming increasingly labored. As it gasped for air, its gaze towards Lin Feng was rife with malice. Lin Feng shook his head with a dismissive chuckle, retrieving a pendant-like object from his person before hurling it skyward with force. A beam of heat, reminiscent of the Infinity Stones, shot forth. He had no intention of allowing the creature a final monologue. The system had already divulged the secrets of this outcast to Lin Feng. The pendant-like object, discovered under the system's guidance, served as a spatial tool utilized by the outcast to store items. Lin Feng stowed it away, planning to inspect its contents after the battle concluded, hopeful for valuable treasures. After enduring mere seconds under the searing heat, Doomsday's form disintegrated, leaving not a trace behind. Too feeble. Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Lin Feng mused that Doomsday possessed only a semblance of appearance, lacking any semblance of physical prowess or the attributes of resurrection that immunized him from the damage of prior death. He ought to be dubbed a faux Superman instead. His weakness was profoundly theatrical. Lin Feng found it unnecessary to employ kryptonite to vanquish him. However, this did elucidate Doomsday's motive for coveting Lin Feng's Silver Superman template. Perhaps one of his intentions was to transform himself into the true Doomsday. On the battlefield, amidst the relentless bombardment, the Avengers base succumbed to ruin in the midst of the fiery chaos. Nebula emerged from the debris, clutching a pair of gloves, and approached Thanos. "Father, I bring you the Infinity Gauntlet." Nebula reverently presented the gauntlet, which she had deceitfully acquired from Hawkeye amidst the turmoil. Thanos, somewhat taken aback, accepted the gauntlet with a nod of satisfaction. "Well done." His words sent a wave of exhilaration coursing through Nebula, causing her entire being to tremble. In her memory, this was nearly the first time Thanos had praised her. At that moment, she felt she had surpassed Gamora, successfully proving her worth to her father. While Nebula rejoiced, the Avengers felt a pang of dread, their expressions darkening uncontrollably. Had Nebula betrayed them? Before they could ponder further, another Nebula emerged from the wreckage, flanked by a grim-faced Hawkeye and Gamora. Two Nebulas. The team exchanged glances, beginning to grasp the unfolding situation. "Damn it!" Tony cursed under his breath. Steve muttered softly, "You toy with time, and time will toy with you." This Nebula had traversed time alongside Thanos from the past. Yet there was no time for contemplation now. Witnessing Thanos acquire the Infinity Gauntlet, the situation had become perilously dire. "We cannot allow him to snap his fingers," Steve shouted, propelling himself forward to confront Thanos. They had just managed to reclaim half of their lives. They could not permit Thanos to repeat the tragedy of 5 years prior. All understood this truth, launching themselves at Thanos one after another. Tony ignited his thrusters, soaring upward, unleashing his laser weaponry upon Thanos without regard for expenditure. Thanos, stripped of his armor, bared his teeth, bracing himself against the onslaught. The lasers struck his formidable Titan skin, leaving crimson welts in their wake. Hawkeye unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows toward the Infinity Gauntlet in Thanos' grasp, each arrow detonating on contact. With the force of Tony's lasers propelling him backward, Thanos staggered. At that moment, Steve arrived, seizing the opportunity to strike Thanos' right hand, the one clutching the gauntlet, with his hammer. With a resounding thud, Thanos howled in pain as he was sent sprawling. The Nebula from 2014 rushed forward to retrieve the gauntlet, but was intercepted by her future counterpart, leading to a fierce struggle between them. What a perfect opportunity! Tony, seizing the moment, darted toward the fallen gauntlet. Just as he reached for it, Thanos charged forward, his massive fist sending Tony flying over 10 meters. With a furious roar, Thor launched himself, his storm axe aimed squarely at Thanos' head. Thanos ducked and sidestepped, retaliating with a brutal strike aimed at Thor's heart. The hefty Thor had no time to evade, taking the blow full force, gasping as the air was knocked from his lungs. Thanos, seizing Thor, hurled him toward the archer, Hawkeye, who was unable to dodge and collided with Thor, both crashing to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Tony made another attempt to reach the gauntlet, grasping it without hesitation as he prepared to ascend. Yet, a colossal hand emerged from behind, firmly grasping his ankle. With a resounding crash, Tony was slammed to the ground. Struggling to increase his thruster's energy, he found it too late. Thanos swung Tony mercilessly against the earth. Had it not been for his nanotech suit, Tony surely would have perished. Observing the Iron Man's unresponsiveness, Thanos decided to use him as a projectile, hurling him towards Steve. The Avengers unleashed their collective prowess in a futile effort, but Thanos' Titan physique was overwhelmingly powerful. Unlike the exhausted Thanos of 5 years prior, this version from 2014 was youthful and robust, rendering the Avengers utterly outmatched. Having dispatched several irritating foes, Thanos swiftly reclaimed the gauntlet, donning it upon his right hand without hesitation. Roar! The 6 Infinity Stones ignited with immense energy, coursing through Thanos' veins, ravaging his Titan body and eliciting anguished roars. The sensation was akin to being ensnared by constricting lightning-like tendrils, relentlessly tightening around him. However, in comparison to the monumental achievement he was about to realize, the pain was inconsequential. He could endure whatever agony came his way. After a moment of explosive energy, Thanos gradually acclimated to the power of the Infinity Stones. As the pain subsided slightly, a faint smile graced his features. He gazed at the Avengers, who were launching their final assault. Shaking his head, it was already too late. With the Infinity Gauntlet-clad right hand, his thumb and middle finger slowly came together. No! Desperation filled Steve's eyes as he charged forward, his mind blanking out. I am Destiny. Thanos gritted his teeth, exerting pressure with his fingers. Buzz! Just as Thanos prepared to snap his fingers, an orange-red beam, infused with boundless energy, struck his right hand with pinpoint accuracy. The scorching light radiated heat, palpable even from several meters away. The expressions of the onlookers shifted from uncertainty to terror. The orange-red laser enveloped Thanos' entire palm. When the light dissipated, Thanos' entire right hand vanished without a trace. Roar! Thanos was momentarily stunned. Then overwhelming pain surged through his right arm, compelling him to cry out in agony. He stared in disbelief at his right arm. His hand, along with his forearm, had completely disappeared under the searing ray. The skin near his forearm had charred, emitting wisps of smoke. The mechanical gauntlet housing the Infinity Stones had also been entirely evaporated, leaving only the stones scattered on the ground. Thanos clutched his arm, gritting his teeth as he glared towards the source of the laser. It was Lin Feng. Under the watchful eyes of others, he strolled into the fray with an unhurried demeanor, his eyes shimmering with orange light, a terrifying brightness emanating from them. The red kryptonite had enhanced his physique, enabling him to absorb greater energy from the stones. That previous beam of heat, had it been aimed at Earth, could have pierced it in mere moments. Yet the cost was excruciating. Lin Feng's eyes throbbed with pain, tears streaming uncontrollably. As Lin Feng approached, Thanos' gaze flickered with determination, disregarding his injured right arm, his remaining left hand reaching for the scattered stones. However, with the gauntlet's disappearance, all hope became futile. Without the gauntlet, what use were the Infinity Stones? He could no longer snap his fingers. Boom! Lin Feng surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Thanos sprawling. Bending down, he retrieved the fallen Infinity Stones, and at last, Lin Feng's eyes ceased to glow. Chapter 69. The Endgame concludes. Natasha's soul. Your intentions are noble. Lin Feng sighed. Yet, your actions and objectives, the memories of Nebula held no recollection of his existence. I must do this, for the advancement of the universe. I have witnessed too much hunger, suffering, struggle, and warfare. Thanos spoke with a voice both weak and resolute. All of this is the consequence of life's inability to exercise restraint. Only by eradicating half of all life can the remaining half survive. Lin Feng scoffed and shook his head. Indeed, Thanos had waged war across countless planets, claiming half of all life, leaving the other half to briefly prosper. However, all of this was merely temporary. With the passage of time, everything would revert to its original state. Thanos' mindset was intricately linked to his past experiences on his home planet. If given the chance, I would send you to the ancient East for enlightenment. Perhaps their methods of population control could broaden your horizons. But now, Thanos, you must face the consequences of your actions. Lin Feng lamented, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, a war ignited by Thanos himself. As he spoke, he began to affix the Infinity Stones one by one onto his Superman gauntlet. The 6 stones fused into the gauntlet, transforming it into a kaleidoscope of colors, somewhat garish. A tremendous surge of energy surged into Lin Feng's being. Unlike Thanos, who was burdened by the red kryptonite's enhancement, and under the dual constraints of the Superman gauntlet, Lin Feng felt only a mild discomfort, easily manageable. This was unlike his previous amplification of heat vision, which required him to absorb energy into his body for enhancement. However, in order to snap his fingers, Lin Feng did not need to internalize the energy. Thanos watched Lin Feng in silence. The tide had turned. He understood clearly that had that recent orange-red beam been aimed at his head, he would have ceased to exist. He had never witnessed such power in Lin Feng. His 2 so-called black-hooded companions likely met their demise at his hands. His ambitions were once again thwarted. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented calmness as he watched Lin Feng equip the Infinity Stones into a gauntlet. Who exactly are you? Thanos murmured, his lips moving as he sought to uncover Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng raised his left hand adorned with the Superman gauntlet, the 6 Infinity Stones resonating and radiating light. Me? Lin Feng met Thanos' gaze steadily. I am Lin Feng. Snap! As the words fell, he snapped his fingers. An invisible energy radiated outward. The Thanos army, engaged in battle with the Avengers, suddenly halted, their expressions fading into confusion. A sensation arose within them, as if their bodies no longer belonged to them. In the next instant, They disintegrated into dust and particles, scattering with the wind, vanishing from existence. An indescribable atmosphere enveloped the hearts of all present. The sudden turn of events left the Avengers momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Thanos cast his gaze across the battlefield, helplessly surveying the scene point one by one. His subordinates dissolved into dust, drifting through the air. At this moment, Thanos felt a sense of loss, bewilderment, and an indescribable sorrow and tranquility. As if resigning to fate, his colossal form staggered a few steps before he despondently sank onto a stone. He strained to lift his head, seemingly struggling to breathe. Ultimately, he quietly closed his eyes. Thanos, hailing from Titan, slowly faded away beneath the snap of fingers. He and all of his legion vanished. Just like 5 years prior, when half of all life was left in disarray beneath a single snap. Silence. The battlefield, once resounding with cries of battle, fell into an eerie stillness. Only the sounds of crumbling ruins and burning debris remained. After a prolonged moment, as if awakening from a stupor, the once silent battlefield erupted into thunderous applause. The Avengers, now fully aware of what had transpired, embraced one another with tears of joy streaming down their faces. Uniting across all races and regions, they expressed their elation. This time, they had successfully preserved this universe from Thanos' grasp. An ineffable joy, relief, and sense of accomplishment lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Lin Feng gazed with a tinge of melancholy at Thanos' disappearance, letting out a sigh. He had not lied. Thanos' intentions were indeed commendable, yet his actions and aims were excessively radical, so radical that success was beyond reach. Lin Feng turned to the embracing Avengers, a flicker of solace warming his heart. He spotted Tony and couldn't help but smile. "Tony Stark, I snapped my fingers for you." Tony, cradling Pepper Potts, turned to Steve and inquired, "Why is he looking at me like that?" Steve, appearing disheveled, managed to smile. "Who knows?" Having said that, Steve limped towards Lin Feng. "Where are you going, old man?" Tony called out behind him. Without turning, Steve replied, "To thank him." Tony shrugged, glancing down at Pepper, who returned a cryptic smile. "All right." Tony rolled his eyes, hesitating for a moment before heading towards Lin Feng. The endgame, under Lin Feng's snap, drew to a close. The half of existence that had vanished returned once more. Countless families wept uncontrollably, yet their tears were those of joy. Blue Planet resumed its bustling life, reminiscent of 5 years ago. Next to the monument in the square, several statues of the Avengers had been erected. Even Lin Feng's statue had been placed there. Though none recognized the black-haired, black-eyed superhero clad in dark attire, all understood that their reunion was due to the efforts of these Avengers. Blue Planet found its rhythm again, the once desolate streets bustling once more after a day. Abandoned schools, dormant factories, and stranded ships were once again cleared and put to use. And since it was Lin Feng who snapped his fingers, not Tony Stark, the funeral that was meant for Tony transformed into a celebration of victory. However, before the festivities could commence, there was still one task to address. At the same lake, workers were clearing the remnants of the Avengers base. The Avengers gathered in the now-damaged gazebo. Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Clint Barton, Thor Odinson, and Scott Lang stood solemnly behind Lin Feng, their expressions grave and heavy. Lin Feng turned, his gaze sweeping over them. He inhaled deeply, as if preparing for something, and nodded. The others nodded in response, their eyes filled with seriousness and anticipation. Lin Feng turned again, took another deep breath, and closed his eyes. The 6 infinity stones on the gauntlet began to glow softly. Under the eager gaze of Stark and his companions, Lin Feng raised his left hand, preparing to snap his fingers once more, just as he had on the battlefield 2 days prior. Calming his mind, with the system's assistance, Lin Feng began to speak within his heart. "Soul Stone, I know you possess self-awareness. Bring Natasha's soul back." Indeed, Lin Feng was communicating with the Soul Stone. The Infinity Stones possessed their own consciousness, and through the system's connection, Lin Feng could effortlessly exchange information with them. After a prolonged silence, a wave of refusal emanated from the stone. Lin Feng remained patient, speaking once more. "A single soul means nothing to you. Return Natasha's soul. Do not compel me to take drastic measures." The wave of rejection came back even more swiftly, laced with a hint of disdain. "I shall say it again. Return Natasha's soul, or I will use the other stones to obliterate you. Do not doubt my words. I grant you but 1 minute to deliberate. After that, I shall snap my fingers. The choice lies in your hands. Your destruction or Natasha's return. Seeing that kind words were futile, Lin Feng adopted a cold demeanor and threatened, confident that the Soul Stone would make the right choice. The waiting felt interminable. Tony bit his thumbnail, unable to resist leaning over to Steve and whispering, "Why has he fallen silent?" Though his voice was barely above a murmur, everyone heard, turning their gazes sharply towards Tony. Steve furrowed his brow and shook his head at Tony, signaling him to keep watching. Tony felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny, raising his hands in surrender. The group shifted their attention back to Lin Feng. After a series of negotiations, the Soul Stone begrudgingly conveyed a hint of concession. Lin Feng received the message and let out a sigh of relief, a smile creeping onto his lips. The Soul Stone was no fool. Faced with the choice between a single soul and its own existence, it knew how to decide. Snap! Lin Feng snapped his fingers. The others perked up, their eyes widening. Before Lin Feng, visible ripples began to manifest. With the snap's reverberation, a figure slowly emerged from within. It was none other than the Black Widow, Natasha, her hair braided and her expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 70. The true face of the exile, homeward. When it comes to the infinite stones, the results stemming from their varied utilizations are indeed starkly different. Just like a goddess, you approach her with utmost caution, and with a few casual remarks, she manages to keep you elated for days on end. Yet, upon removing her divine aura, one discovers that she is not so dissimilar from other women. Tio Lin Feng, the infinite stones serve merely as formidable enhancement tools, akin to legendary artifacts in online games. One must become their master, rather than a mere sycophant. With the conclusion of the Endgame, Thanos has been vanquished, countless lives restored, and Natasha has returned thanks to Lin Feng's mere snap of his fingers. The blue planet basks in a splendid resolution, as the Avengers gather in a club to revel in a jubilant celebration. The atmosphere within the club is warm and harmonious. The aging Tony Stark, compared to his younger self, exudes a newfound composure. Otherwise, one would expect a bevy of alluring women to create a lively ambience. Groups of friends converse in clusters, savoring the rare moments that belong solely to them. Beaming smiles adorn every face, and amidst the excitement, laughter rings out intermittently. An evening banquet awaits, and Lin Feng has also received an invitation, and no one could possibly forget his pivotal role in resolving the war with just a few swift strikes. Natasha and Hawkeye sit together, occasionally casting glances in Lin Feng's direction. When their eyes meet, they exchange smiles and nods of gratitude. Lin Feng reclines on the sofa, effortlessly dismissing the one-eyed egg with a few words, and then indulges in his drink, a contented smile gracing his lips as he observes the revelry before him. Ding! A melodious chime resonates in Lin Feng's ears. The system has delivered the settlement for this mission. The rewards for this mission are as follows. Main quest. Reward of 30 million prestige. Defeating one exile. Reward of 10 million prestige. Mission evaluation. A. Considering the difficulty of the task and the progress of the narrative breakdown. Rewards. 3 special red kryptonite stones, 30 packets of enhanced life tree leaves, a weak artificial intelligence program, the temple ship number 2, and a universal key, 3 uses. In addition to prestige, an assortment of peculiar items has been bestowed. Upon seeing the temple ship number 2, Lin Feng paused momentarily. Isn't this Thanos' vehicle? It also vanished with his snap. What purpose does it serve for him? Surely, it cannot surpass his own speed of flight. After much contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to find an opportunity to pass it on to Tony for further study. There might be some technology worth utilizing. As for the universal key, Lin Feng examined its description. Universal key, 3 uses a key that can unlock worlds possessing coordinates. The description is succinct and to the point. It appears to be an item that can transport him to the DC universe. Lin Feng set it aside for the time being, choosing not to dwell on it.as for the 10 million prestige from defeating the exile. It felt like a windfall. The 2 exiles were remarkably weak. The cinematic version of Thanos also proved to be quite lackluster. The substantial prestige likely stemmed from the main storyline and event-related bonuses. After all, had Lin Feng not appeared, Thanos would have undoubtedly executed that fateful snap. With the rewards settled, Lin Feng could not resist probing the system further. It was evident that the system had concealed a plethora of information from him, and unless these inquiries were clarified, he would find it difficult to rest. Under Lin Feng's persistent questioning, the system begrudgingly divulged more information. The reason the Exile has fixated on the system is that only by completely stripping the system of its permissions and functions can it be eradicated. The Exile has long been engaged in such endeavors, gathering all systems that oppose him. The two petty subordinates dispatched this time presumed Lin Feng's Kryptonian bloodline system to be an ordinary one, unaware that it is the most formidable system of them all. Wait. Lin Feng interjected suddenly. You claim to be the strongest system, yet you cannot even defeat a single Exile? The system nodded, somewhat proudly responding, Indeed, my resources surpass even those of the primary system across the way. Lin Feng leaned back incredulously. What are you boasting about? I see no evidence of that. Resources, you say? The system shop offers merely a meager selection. The most memorable item is that, something related to Black Widow's attire. Lin Feng's gaze was filled with disdain and contempt. The system faltered awkwardly. What I state is the truth. You should consider this, host. If I were not the strongest, how could I have granted you the Superman template from the very beginning? Lin Feng paused, taken aback. The system's assertion struck a chord. In the novels he had perused, hosts typically underwent gradual growth, yet he had seemingly begun with extraordinary advantages. As for the meager offerings in the system shop, it is merely that you have not scrutinized them closely, for many items hold little enhancement for your Superman template. The system has strategically placed all items related to Superman at the forefront. Lin Feng scoffed derisively. And Black Widow's attire is somehow related to Superman? Can we please refrain from mentioning that? The system hastily redirected the conversation. Regarding the Exile, the system indeed cannot take direct action. Should it do so, my true data would be detected by the first sequence of the powerful Exile. Currently, host, you are incapable of contending with them. Hence the system cannot intervene. Utilizing automatic defense is a desperate measure to avoid drawing their attention. Should I be discovered by a high-ranking Exile, both you and I would be doomed. In summation, what you require, host, is to swiftly enhance your strength. Because, according to the system's calculations, one of the Exile's ultimate objectives may very well be the blue planet beyond the fourth wall. That is, the world from which you originated before your traversal. Lin Feng paused, his wrist faltering as he held his glass, momentarily lost in thought. Are you certain? Lin Feng questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The system's statement detonated within him like a bomb, leaving him reeling. Why would they target the blue planet beyond the fourth wall? What treasures could possibly entice them? In Lin Feng's recollection, the blue planet beyond the fourth wall bore no extraordinary powers, not even a single superhuman. Why would the Exile fixate on it? The system, aware of Lin Feng's thoughts, continued. Although the blue planet beyond the fourth wall lacks extraordinary artifacts or powers, it serves as the origin of all elements of fantasy. Consider this, host. Whether it be the Marvel Universe, the DC Universe, or the Anime Universe, from whence do they all originate? Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he suddenly grasped the system's implication, murmuring, It is the stories crafted by the inhabitants of the blue planet beyond the fourth wall. His breath quickened as a terrifying notion began to take shape. Indeed. All of it is their creation. With a mere stroke of their pen, they can elevate you from the strength of an ant to a cosmic-level powerhouse. If they truly venture beyond the fourth wall, can you fathom the consequences? Chapter 71. Before he could even catch his breath, Lin Feng fell silent, his expression darkening. If the Exile truly ventured beyond the fourth wall, it could effortlessly reduce all universes to mere dust. He regretted pressing the system for this information. Help me, I'm still just a child. So, you brought me here simply because I am a native from beyond the fourth wall? Lin Feng asked with a sorrowful visage. Indeed. The system replied with certainty. You hail from beyond the fourth wall, possessing a uniqueness unmatched in all universes. Even if they succeeded in erasing every universe, you would not perish. In other words, the host has ample opportunities for retaliation, and the host need not be overly concerned. Throughout countless ages, the Exile has yet to discover a means to breach the fourth wall. Despite capturing numerous Deadpools from various universes, they have achieved nothing. At present, we have sufficient time to endure and develop. All right, Lin Feng sighed, processing this alarming information. The Exile's ultimate goal was to reach the blue planet beyond the fourth wall. Regardless of their intentions, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Fortunately, he still had ample time to evolve. Lin Feng was not a pessimist. He resolved to make the best of his situation. He had initially thought that starting with the Superman template was an unbeatable advantage. Little did he know it was merely an appetizer. Now, Lin Feng was more eager than ever to upgrade his Superman template. The following day, he embarked on his journey back to his Marvel universe, laden with numerous gifts bestowed upon him by Steve and the others. Feeling somewhat bashful, Lin Feng produced enhanced life leaves gifted by the system, offering a packet to each person. These were an upgraded version of the tea leaves he had given to Ancient One, boasting even greater efficacy. They possessed remarkable healing properties, capable of addressing all known ailments. Furthermore, they revitalized human cells, ensuring that as long as one drew breath, survival was virtually guaranteed. The others, astonished, accepted the gifts without hesitation, entirely devoid of any pretense of politeness. The allure of these leaves was simply too potent. According to Lin Feng, they could even make a person appear more youthful. No one could resist such a temptation. It is worth mentioning that before departing, Lin Feng requested a Mark 85 nano suit from Tony. Initially reluctant, Tony relented with a sigh upon seeing the enhanced life leaves in Lin Feng's hands. He did, however, caution Lin Feng not to give it to the Tony Stark of the past, as it could trigger unpredictable butterfly effects. With a beaming smile, Lin Feng agreed, though his mind harbored other thoughts. He had traversed from beyond the fourth wall, and this place was akin to his second homeland. He was determined to prevent any mischief from the exile that could lead to calamity. To mitigate future threats, Lin Feng felt compelled to take proactive measures. He aspired to equip all the superheroes on Earth, ensuring that each could potentially tear Thanos asunder. An imperfect plan began to form in Lin Feng's mind. After bidding farewell to everyone, he departed the parallel universe amidst a flash of light. Under the guidance of the system, Lin Feng returned to the place he knew so well, the universe from which he had journeyed. How delightful it was to behold the familiar expanse of outer space. System, Lin Feng called out. Where did you send the silver Superman template? The system appeared with a bounce. It is on a life-bearing planet. I possess its coordinates. Would the host like to retrieve it now? Lin Feng scratched his head. Can't you bring it back? Alas, I cannot. Very well. I'll return home first. Then I shall seek it out. Having been away for 2 months, Susan and the others must be worried. Lin Feng thought it best to check in. If he were to evolve into Silver Superman now, it would still take another 2 months. Without informing Susan, she would surely fret. Additionally, Lin Feng had not rested during his 2-month absence. He needed to unwind. After all, the system had assured him that even if someone discovered the template, it would be of no use to them. It was bound to Lin Feng alone. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng soared toward Earth. That moment, the Nightwalker was shrouded in darkness. Lin Feng descended silently, landing in his villa. The interior was ablaze with light as he retrieved his keys and approached the front door. Susan sat inside the villa, her brow furrowed as she stared at the computer screen. On the screen was a news report. Tony Stark had been attacked by an unknown force today. His villa on Marbury Street had been ravaged by helicopter fire. To this day, Tony Stark's whereabouts remained unknown, with evidence suggesting that Iron Man Tony Stark may have perished. This news had been released in the afternoon, coinciding with the bombardment of Tony's villa. Susan, aware that Tony was one of Lin Feng's few friends, felt that if Tony truly had died, Lin Feng would be devastated. However, with Lin Feng currently unreachable, she hesitated, touching the wristband he had gifted her. Perhaps she could lend some assistance? Suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted Susan's thoughts. Her heart leaped as she looked up. It was Lin Feng. Lin, you're back, Susan exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward him and enveloping him in a hug, planting a kiss on his lips. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and after 2 months apart, their longing for each other was palpable. Without the luxury of expressing their mutual feelings, Susan hastily pulled Lin Feng to the sofa. Lin, something has happened to Tony, Susan exclaimed, bringing her laptop closer to show him. Lin Feng froze. Something had happened to Tony? He quickly scanned the news, absorbing the details at a rapid pace. The screen displayed a loop of Tony Stark's defiant declarations alongside the destruction of the Marbury Villa. Ultimately, all major reports were left uncertain regarding Tony Stark's fate, his survival unknown. Lin Feng's heart sank. This resembled the plot of Iron Man 3. Good heavens, typical Tony. Not only did he publicly challenge his enemies, but he also revealed his villa's location. Truly audaciously bold? Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle, but then he pondered. Could it be that Tony was experiencing anxiety, just like in the original storyline? Susan looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin? Why are you laughing? Could it be that he had lost his mind after a brief outing? His good friend was in peril, yet he was able to laugh out loud. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Calm down, calm down. Tony is fine. He is still alive. You know? Susan paused, then nodded thoughtfully. Lin Feng possessed supervision and superhearing, so she knew he could see through things. When she first discovered Lin Feng's ability to perceive, her face had flushed with embarrassment. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I know. He recalled the Mark 85 armor in his space, and an idea began to take shape in his mind. That I'm going to see Tony? I'll be back shortly. Upon hearing this, Susan pouted. They had just reunited after 2 months, and he was already leaving. Yet, understanding the urgency of the matter, she did not try to stop him. Thus, Lin Feng, having just returned home without a moment's rest, set off once more on his journey. Chapter 72. Tony Stark's anxiety in the dead of night. A sleek black Audi sped down the desolate road before abruptly halting at the roadside. Gripping the steering wheel, Tony was suddenly seized by an inexplicable palpitation, his breath coming in erratic gasps. Is there an issue with the power source? He exclaimed, his voice tinged with agitation. This is my armor. I cannot, oh heavens, not again. With a swift motion, he flung open the car door and collapsed onto the ground. This was not the first time he had experienced such symptoms. The moment he learned that his suit was inoperative, an uncontrollable panic surged within him. Anxiety neurosis, simply referred to as anxiety. This affliction had manifested ever since the battle against the Chitauri. The looming threat of the unknown deprived Tony of any sense of security. The slightest hint of something amiss, or even a mere mention of the Chitauri or the Mandarin, would trigger an episode. Now, as he prepared to journey to Miami to confront the Mandarin, who had devastated his villa, he was informed that his armor might not activate. Panic washed over him, and he struggled to breathe. Tony? A child's voice, that of young Harry, came through the phone. Are you having another episode? I didn't mention the Mandarin. Tony's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. Yes, you just said it. You said you wouldn't bring it up when you just did. All right, Harry replied, somewhat sheepishly. Oh dear, Tony gasped, feeling lightheaded. What am I supposed to do? Take deep breaths. Tony, deep breaths, Harry urged, attempting to guide Tony through his distress. You are a mechanic, right? Yes, I am a mechanic, Tony heaved in response, recalling how he had introduced himself to the young boy. Harry's voice came through again. Then why don't you build something? The suggestion momentarily stunned Tony, but then a spark ignited within him. Indeed, he had proclaimed himself a mechanic, skilled in the art of fabrication. In what appeared to be an ordinary hardware store, Tony could assemble countless weapons. Even without his armor, he was not devoid of means to defend himself. Why not create something to confront the Mandarin? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his symptoms gradually eased, the inexplicable panic waning, and his breathing returning to normal. Tony nodded, his tone regaining a semblance of calm. Yes, I am a mechanic. Perhaps I should construct something, however. In the next moment, upon catching sight of a dark figure soaring toward him from afar, a new wave of thoughts flooded his mind. All right, thanks, kid. Maybe I have a better plan. We'll talk later. With that, Tony severed the connection, leaving Harry bewildered on the other end. A better plan? What is he talking about? Harry mused, glancing at the charging Mark XLI. JRVIS, do you have any idea what he meant? No, I do not. Lin Feng, clad in his black armor, descended before Tony. From a distance, he had observed Tony's distress and felt a twinge of confusion. With Lin Feng's presence, the Chitauri invasion had been resolved with minimal collateral damage, no nuclear weapons, and Tony had not ventured through the wormhole. How could he still be afflicted by anxiety? Hey, Tony. Lin Feng suppressed his curiosity and prepared to broach the subject indirectly. Christmas is upon us, yet here you are, alone in this desolate wilderness instead of celebrating with pep. What gives? Surveying Tony's disheveled state from head to toe, Lin Feng's tone dripped with sarcasm. Did you anger Pepper again? Did she banish you from the couch? With a few well-placed jabs, Tony quickly brushed aside the earlier embarrassment. Yes, yes. Pepper disapproved of my Christmas gift, so she kicked me out. As you can see, I've retreated to this godforsaken place, overwhelmed by a multitude of concerns. Tony had little desire to engage in banter with Lin Feng. What did you give her? That ridiculously large teddy bear? Lin Feng inquired, recalling how, in the original narrative, Tony had gifted an absurdly oversized plush rabbit, leaving Pepper utterly speechless. Was Tony implying that she was too small? Tony's expression shifted to one of confusion. How do you know? Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Indeed, it was the same oversized rabbit, a gift that no one could possibly enjoy, except Tony. All right, let us not dwell on trivial matters. I saw the news. Lin Feng continued. Your place has been exposed, and some character called the Mandarin has emerged? You certainly have a knack for revealing personal information to the world. Upon hearing this, Tony sighed heavily. He was well aware that he had made headlines, with his information plastered across newspapers. I'm starting to regret it. The news is practically planning my funeral. Not a big deal. Just avoid being so impulsive next time. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, fully aware of the burdens that had been weighing on Tony, most of which stemmed from his anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng produced 2 small square boxes from his system space. He had picked them up casually on his way. Handing one to Tony, he said, Here. Tony instinctively accepted it. What is this? A Christmas gift? He opened the box and, upon seeing its contents, a smile broke across his face. It was a cheeseburger. Well, this might just be the best gift I received this Christmas. With that, Tony sat down once more and began to devour the burger. Lin Feng, not one to be overly sentimental, also took a seat beside Tony with his own burger, casually posing his question, So, care to share how you developed this anxiety? Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, Tony paused mid-bite. How do you know everything? Hey, Lin Feng did not respond, instead fixing his gaze on Tony while munching on his burger. The two sat there in silence, Lin Feng observing Tony, waiting for him to speak. The atmosphere was thick with discomfort, stretching on for what felt like an eternity. Soon enough, Tony began to squirm under Lin Feng's scrutiny, his burger suddenly losing its appeal. All right, Tony took a deep breath, initially reluctant to divulge his feelings, as it was somewhat embarrassing. I'm not quite sure how to articulate this, you might not realize, but the last battle against the Mandarin, the one with that alien scum called the Chitauri, Tony gestured vaguely. Though I am loath to admit it, the impact he had on me was profound. Tony's expression turned complex as he steadied himself to continue. Lin Feng, you know I lack your superhuman strength. I don't even know if my suit can withstand the next invasion. If one day they return, and you are not there, what then? I feel well, all right, I truly do not want to admit it, but it is rather humiliating. I felt fear. With that confession, Tony exhaled, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. These words had only ever passed his lips in brief exchanges with Pepper. Now, articulating them to Lin Feng brought a sense of relief. Sharing one's fears with a superhuman friend was not shameful. Lin Feng nodded solemnly, refraining from mocking Tony. Had he not possessed his own extraordinary abilities, Lin Feng would have felt the same trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng offered a nugget of wisdom. I understand where you're coming from. There's a saying that rings true. All fear stems from inadequate firepower. The way you're acting now resembles a classic case of fear stemming from insufficient firepower. Taken aback by Lin Feng's earnestness, Tony paused to ponder his words. There was indeed wisdom in what he said. Nice watch. It suits you well, Lin Feng quipped, steering the conversation away from the heavy topic. Tony wore a child's watch, a gift from little Harry. Seriously, Tony, do you need my help this time? You know I can easily handle that. What's his name, Mandarin? Lin Feng chose not to directly assist Tony. He understood Tony's pride and fierce sense of self-respect. The Mandarin was Tony's battle to fight. He respected their friendship, knowing that if Tony truly required assistance, he would ask. Chapter 73. This is your daughter. Are you still anxious? No. Tony fell silent for a moment, ultimately refusing. I want to take matters into my own hands and personally twist that man's head off, so he knows I'm not to be trifled with. When Tony first encountered Lin Feng, he had intended to seek his assistance. However, after their conversation, Tony had a change of heart. He resolved to confront everything with unwavering strength. Of course, Lin Feng would merely serve as a backup plan. Not having voiced his thoughts, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him. His friend could effortlessly extricate him from his current predicament. Yet, he was reluctant to over-rely on Lin Feng's help. Let's talk about you. What has kept you nostalgic for the past 2 months? Tony shifted the topic. It had been precisely 2 months since Lin Feng's departure. Before leaving, Lin Feng had entrusted Tony with the care of his young girlfriend. Lin Feng looked up at the sky, recalling his recent experiences, and suddenly burst into laughter. Are you sure you want to know? Tony, perplexed, replied, Is there anything I can't know? All right, you might not believe it. Lin Feng sat down, tapping his fingers on his knees, torn between honesty and hesitation. However, after contemplating, Lin Feng decided to share, as one of the reasons for bringing back the Mark 85 was to allow Tony to quickly grasp its technology and replicate it. To Lin Feng, the Mark 85 was simply a large toy, but no man could resist such a cool, albeit lonely, creation. Once Tony had finished his research, he could craft a set for Susan. After all, platinum kryptonite was somewhat excessive for dealing with everyday threats, and it was certainly not inexpensive. Although he could afford it, Lin Feng was unwilling to squander it. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Feng slowly began. In the past 2 months, I took a trip to the future and even met the future you. This declaration struck Tony like a thunderclap, leading him to believe Lin Feng was speaking nonsense. He leaned back, looking at Lin Feng as if he were a fool, his expression one of sheer incredulity. Is this some kind of fairy tale? Perhaps you could tell it to Susan. Maybe. Lin Feng scratched his nose and pulled out his phone, scrolling through pictures. He knew Tony was a scientific enthusiast, and without evidence, it would be hard to convince him of time travel. Check this out. You absolutely won't guess who she is. Lin Feng found a photo and handed his phone to Tony. What is it? Tony took the phone and looked. The screen radiated light, revealing a clear image at its center. In the picture, Lin Feng was holding a brown-haired little girl. The girl was joyfully posing for the camera with a peace sign. As Tony gazed at the girl's photo, his brow furrowed in confusion. A strange feeling surged within him. He felt an inexplicable closeness to this little girl. Shaking his head, he couldn't comprehend why he felt this way. After all, she was just an ordinary child. Tony was baffled as to why Lin Feng showed him this. Could she be Lin Feng's illegitimate child? Who is she? Your illegitimate daughter. Tony raised an eyebrow, launching a merciless attack. Does Susan know? The moment those words escaped his lips, Lin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. Good heavens, he thought, you'll regret saying that. She is not my daughter. Lin Feng responded with an odd expression. Then, like a thunderbolt, he tossed out 5 words. This is your daughter. Tony staggered back, cupping his ears, his forehead adorned with question marks. My daughter? Christmas isn't April Fool's Day, my friend. Tony was at a loss, convinced Lin Feng was exacting revenge for his earlier remark. Don't believe me? Seeing Tony's skepticism, Lin Feng chuckled. You think so? Tony rolled his eyes, unconvinced by Lin Feng's absurd claim. Fine. Lin Feng extended his finger to flip the photo, revealing irrefutable evidence that left Tony speechless. The next picture featured the same brown-haired little girl, but this time, the person holding her was Tony himself. WTF? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the bearded figure in the photo. That was himself? The Tony Stark in the picture appeared older and more composed, a true version of his future self. Watching Lin Feng nod earnestly, Tony inhaled deeply and solemnly addressed him. Lin, tell me this is a forgery. Seeing that Tony still refused to believe, Lin Feng shook his head. He swiped his finger across the screen, revealing a succession of images from the future. Familiar faces of the Avengers, Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, and others, appeared. However, unlike their current selves, the figures in the photographs exuded a more mature aura, their faces bearing traces of experiences that the present versions lacked. This is indeed you, just from 2023. Lin Feng affirmed. I truly travel to the future, to a parallel universe. Tony stared at the images, his mind screaming that this defied all scientific logic. He was unwilling to accept it, yet the evidence was undeniable. Although time travel sounded utterly ludicrous, even beyond the scope of current scientific understanding, in Tony's mind, Lin Feng had already transcended the realm of scientific explanation. His instincts continually urged him that all of this was real. Gazing at the photos, Tony took a deep breath and remained silent for a moment. All right, this is truly astonishing. Tony shifted his gaze to Lin Feng's face, filled with a thirst for knowledge. Did you break the barrier of time? Not exactly. It involves a myriad of complexities. Lin Feng was reluctant to elaborate further. It would take too long to explain. Tony shook his head, knowing Lin Feng had no reason to jest at this moment. He looked at the image of himself, affectionately cradling the little girl. Is this really my daughter? Tony's eyes flickered as his fingers repeatedly zoomed in and out of the photo. The once ordinary little girl suddenly appeared stunningly beautiful and endearing. This was his daughter, Tony Stark's daughter. So adorable. After gazing for a while, Tony suddenly thought of a question. With whom? With Pepper. Lin Feng's response soothed Tony's anxious heart. The innocent face of the little girl brought an unprecedented calmness to him. Wow. I can hardly believe it. So, how do you feel now? Tony shook his head, then nodded. Pretty much. That I can't believe you went to the future. This is completely unscientific. Lin Feng chuckled, pointing to himself. There are far more unscientific things than this. Do you think I'm scientific? You are the most unscientific person I have ever encountered. Tony shot Lin Feng a glare, as his physical prowess completely contradicted everything Tony had learned in his life. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Wasn't that the point? Tony reached out to touch the screen, as if wanting to stroke the little girl's hair from afar. You shouldn't have told me this, Lin. His expression turned serious. I shouldn't have known this. It could potentially lead to unpredictable butterfly effects. Tony's concerns were not unfounded. Knowing the future could indeed alter it. If anything went wrong and his daughter ceased to exist, Tony couldn't bear to imagine the turmoil that would ensue. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Isn't this to help alleviate your anxiety? For Pepper, for your daughter Morgan, you need to conquer your fears too, don't you? Moreover, the situation is as dire as you perceive. Morgan is your daughter with Pepper. No one can change that fact. Lin Feng spoke unconcernedly, knowing that even if Tony's relationship with Pepper faced challenges, they would eventually reunite through various circumstances. After all, this wasn't the blue star outside the fourth wall. There existed the concept of a script. In simple terms, it was a correction of the world line. Even if problems arose, Lin Feng could easily use the Mind Stone to erase Tony's memories of the future. Her name is Morgan. Little Morgan? Tony set aside his worries momentarily, curious. Yep, Morgan Stark. Tony beamed with a fatherly smile, praising, what a lovely name. Lin Feng's expression darkened. How shameless could one be to praise oneself? Shouldn't it be obvious that he was Tony Stark? Snatching back his phone, Lin Feng stood up and stretched. All right, I need to head back. You go deal with that man. Seeing his phone snatched away, Tony's eyes widened. Wait, I haven't had enough of looking. I'll send everything to your email later. Just remember not to show anyone. As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled out a triangular glowing object from his backpack and placed it in Tony's hand. I originally didn't intend to give you this, but it seems your armor is offline. It can alleviate your fear of insufficient firepower. Take it and deal with that man. Tony instinctively accepted it, puzzled. What is this? It was a thin metallic piece, and the triangular glowing object bore a striking resemblance to his small arc reactor. Chapter 7485 Malawian Quatches, another day of overtime. Oh right. I just remembered that you probably won't know how to use this now. Come, let me teach you. Lin Feng took back the triangular device, pressing it against Tony's chest, and gently tapped the reactor twice. In the next moment, countless nanobots surged forth like a tide of insects, startling Tony. Wow. What is this? Tony gazed in bewilderment at the transformation occurring on his body. The silver tide moved swiftly, crawling up Tony's limbs incessantly. Nanotechnology, Tony, remember to return it to me when you're done? With that parting remark, Lin Feng floated into the air, giving a playful pat to his rear before soaring away. After 2 months apart, Lin Feng was eager to return and engage in deeper conversations with Susan. With this set of nanotechnology armor, Tony's safety and revenge plan were assured in no time. The nanobots enveloped Tony entirely, altering his exterior to a striking gold and red, presenting a futuristic suit brimming with sci-fi allure and muscular aesthetics, making its debut in an era that was not its own. The Iron Man's signature gold and red color scheme, coupled with more streamlined muscle contours, highlighted the fusion of power and technology. Buzz! The external armor indicator lights and the internal faceplate illuminated in sequence. Data began to scroll, and the armor initiated a self-diagnostic. "Sir, I have successfully connected." Before Tony could respond, a voice emerged from within the armor. "Jarvis?" "It is I, sir," Jarvis replied, having connected the moment the nanotech suit formed. "Commencing armor data diagnostics, sir." Without waiting for Tony's command, Jarvis began to load the armor's data. Streams of information flashed across the faceplate as Tony observed his arms, now clad in the suit. The familiar gold and red combination was unmistakably his style. Compared to Tony's current armor, the curves of the arms were more fluid and robust. He lifted his foot, attempting to take a few steps. The first sensation was an unparalleled smoothness, lightness, and agility, qualities that none of his previous suits could match. Could it be that this is armor crafted by my future self? Tony mused, a spark of realization igniting within him as he patiently awaited Jarvis's data analysis. Mere seconds felt like an eternity to him. The self-diagnostic concluded swiftly, and Jarvis's voice resonated once more. "An utterly remarkable masterpiece. How did you manage to create this?" As lines of data were organized, even Jarvis, an artificial intelligence, expressed astonishment. Its signature bore a familiar line of English. Tony Stark. Tony, witnessing his name, felt his heart race uncontrollably with excitement. "Let us release the armor data," he instructed, calming himself slowly. At this moment, Tony was immensely curious about the functionalities of this armor. "Data has been updated. Armor code MK85. A surge of realization coursed through Tony. This designation reaffirmed what he had been contemplating. This armor was indeed crafted by his future self. This suit employs nanotechnology, with reserved nanobots that allow for self-repair in the event of localized damage. It is equipped with conventional weapons such as arm-mounted missiles and shoulder-mounted missiles. It possesses a field-enhanced proton cannon, a handheld impact beam amplification device, impact stakes, and laser-cutting apparatus. Nanoalloy shields, energy shields. The malleable nanomaterial can be configured into melee weapons. It even includes medical spray and emergency repair fillers, sir. Tony's breath quickened and a cascade of data unfolded within the faceplate. Each technology, previously existing only in theory, was integrated into the suit, utterly surpassing all of his existing Iron Man armors. The 42 Malawian Quatches was rendered obsolete. Supersonic flight capabilities, even including space combat capability. Incredible destructive power and defensive capabilities. Additionally, its user-friendliness, versatility, and impeccable endurance. Jarvis continued. "The technology it possesses does not belong to the present, sir. I am more inclined to believe this is a device created by your future self. After all, the displayed code is 85 Malawian Quatches. Indeed, I now completely believe that Lin Feng truly ventured into the future," Tony murmured, gazing at the astounding armor data before him. This suit was astonishingly futuristic, so much so that Tony felt as if he were dreaming. Yet, the realization that this nanotechnology armor was crafted by his future self ignited a fervor within him. Truly, it was a reflection of his own ingenuity. This armor encompassed all of his aspirations. It was nothing short of perfection. Jarvis, incorporate all technologies from the 85 Malawian Quatches into the new armor project. Conduct reverse engineering on all technologies, starting with the nanobots. Now, let us go have a conversation with Baron Mordo. After his exhilaration subsided, Tony donned the new nanotechnology armor and shot into the sky, heading towards Manhattan. At this moment, he felt an unparalleled confidence in his quest for vengeance, armed with the technology developed by his future self from 2023. In this era, one word could encapsulate it. Dominance. With the 85 Malawian Quatches backing him, Baron Mordo, along with his associate Killian, would no longer pose a fatal threat. Lin Feng was well aware of this, so after handing the 85 Malawian Quatches to Tony, he swiftly returned home to enjoy time with Susan. Having been apart for 2 months, Lin Feng was nearly bursting with anticipation. On a moonless, windy night, some tread the path of vengeance, while others explore long-lost mysteries. However, the blissful Lin Feng was unaware that, elsewhere, Another individual wore an expression of suppressed frustration. On board the airborne mothership, Nick Fury, grave-faced, scrutinized a series of reports. Yet another day of incessant overtime. Commander. Hill entered, holding a new file. We have observed that Lin Feng has returned to Blue Star. Should we contact him? Hill inquired, placing the folder down. This was derived from information Lin Feng had disclosed previously regarding Hydra. Nick Fury set aside his current document, refraining from glancing at the new file. His fingers drummed incessantly against the table, revealing his inner agitation. Contacting him would be futile. First, we must eliminate the remaining Hydra bases. Send Steve, Natasha, and Clint. By the way, have Bruce Banner on standby. Let us hope we won't need his fury this time. Upon hearing this, Hill nodded, then recalled something. Should we involve Tony Stark? Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively. Not for the time being. He's currently preoccupied. Let him handle his own issues first. Nick Fury maintained continuous surveillance on the current statuses of all superheroes. Tony's primary objective was to deal with the recently tumultuous Baron Mordo. Chapter 75. The Purge of Hydra's base. The Mind Stone under surveillance. Hill nodded, accepting her orders before retreating. Nick Fury then picked up the documents that Hill had just delivered, scanning through them. The materials detailed several newly discovered Hydra bases. Rubbing his temples, he felt an overwhelming headache coming on. Ever since Lin Feng had informed him of Hydra's existence, Fury had kept it in mind and launched an ongoing investigation. Initially approaching the matter with a degree of skepticism, he was soon overwhelmed by the findings, leading to a surge in his blood pressure and a torrent of curses. He had never anticipated that Hydra had truly survived, quietly amassing its power and even operating right under his nose. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had become a sieve with gaping holes. Just during this brief period, numerous Hydra loyalists had been uncovered within S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving him so exasperated that he contemplated resorting to sleeping pills. Perhaps he was the most foolish director S.H.I.E.L.D. had ever seen. As for what Lin Feng might know, it no longer mattered. That young man would not divulge much information. The pressing priority was to dismantle all discovered Hydra bases. Otherwise, Fury would find no peace in sleep. Hill conveyed Fury's intentions in full. Orders were swiftly disseminated, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood ready. Large bases would be monitored for the time being, requiring meticulous planning. Smaller bases were to be handled by particularly skilled agents, while medium-sized bases would be tackled by the Avengers, led by Steve. AS agents mobilized. A systematic campaign to cleanse Hydra's bases commenced. The operational efficiency of the agents brought a certain satisfaction to Fury. In a single night, 2 Hydra bases fell under his command. In the ensuing days, reports of successful purges arrived daily, gradually easing Fury's long-worn frown. As intelligence continued to flow, more Hydra bases were poised to face devastating blows. News of multiple bases being destroyed soon reached a Hydra stronghold located in Eastern Europe. Overseeing this fortress was one of Hydra's leaders, Baron Strucker. During World War II, Strucker had been a long-standing adversary of Steve. The stronghold he currently commanded was equipped with unparalleled defensive and combat capabilities, far surpassing those of other bases, boasting elite combat personnel, top-tier researchers, and exceptional intelligence operatives. Yet, Strucker found himself troubled by the reports from his subordinates. The cleansing operation initiated by S.H.I.E.L.D. had begun, with some bases issuing distress signals only to be obliterated shortly thereafter. The Avengers' firepower was already spreading, while his own research had hit a deadlock. An intelligence officer hurriedly approached, clutching a document. "Sir, the medium-sized base in Western Berlin has fallen. The Avengers were responsible." Strucker's brow furrowed tightly, a hint of irritation mingling with his expression. He snatched the document, crumpled it without a glance, and tossed it into the wastebasket. The intelligence officer shivered at the sight and retreated. Dejected, it was clear to all that the Baron was in a foul mood, and none dared to provoke him further. Strucker's fingers drummed rhythmically on the table, mirroring Nick Fury's mannerisms. No one could discern his thoughts. After a lengthy silence, Strucker turned to a nearby guard and commanded, "Summon those twins." "No, just bring the female." After a moment's hesitation, Strucker altered his instructions. He had a plan, one with a terrifyingly low chance of success, but he felt compelled to give it a try. His research had been stalled for quite some time, with bad news pouring in, and he desperately needed that particular item to alter the current predicament. The Avengers were far too formidable, and he had nearly no resources capable of contending with them. If the plan succeeded, his forces would undergo a significant enhancement, allowing them to openly confront S.H.I.E.L.D. superheroes. Thus, despite the slim odds, he was determined to take the risk. "Sir," a Hydra scientist cautiously ventured, after a brief pause. "Her abilities do not meet the mission's requirements. The plan is nearly impossible to execute." As one of Strucker's trusted scientists, he was exceptionally astute and well aware of the discussion surrounding that item. The mere display of her mind-controlling abilities had captivated the researchers. "Our tests indicate she can only exert temporary control over others. Which is precisely why we require that yellow gem, is it not?" Strucker countered. The twins were the only surviving subjects from the experiment in Strucker's research. He had utilized scarce rare materials to bestow upon them feeble superpowers. To say he had granted them powers might be an overstatement, as Strucker was uncertain whether the twins possessed any latent abilities. After all other test subjects had perished. Now, acquiring that gem would enable Strucker to proceed with the next phase of experimentation. Perhaps, in due course, he could produce superpowered individuals en masse. As his thoughts coalesced, Strucker became increasingly resolute in his conviction. According to the data, it could amplify her mind-controlling abilities several-fold. It is worth the risk. Seeing Strucker's determination, the scientist sighed, understanding his mindset. After a moment's hesitation, he offered a reminder. "I comprehend your intentions, but the gem is currently in that individual's possession." Before he could finish, Strucker's irritation resurfaced, causing him to pound the table once more. "Do you think I desire to steal it from him?" Strucker's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of whom his subordinate referenced. Although that individual was not an Avenger, his strength was such that even the combined might of the Avengers would pale in comparison. Strucker would rather confront S.H.I.E.L.D. than face him. Yet, the current circumstances afforded him no luxury of choice. It was better to take the initiative than to remain a passive target. Several bases have already been destroyed. Our time is running out. For now, it is the only option that can empower us further. We have no alternatives. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the scientist ceased his objections. The test subjects' powers, though weak, offered a glimmer of hope through their ability to exert fleeting control over others. As their conversation unfolded, the doors swung open. The soldier who had just departed returned, escorting a young woman into the room. Clad in a striking red coat and a black skirt, with dark hair laced with hints of crimson. Most notably, she possessed an astonishingly voluptuous figure. She was none other than Wanda, the sister of the twins. Chapter 76. The cunning Wanda. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with the air fresh and invigorating. Early in the morning, Susan set out to procure daily necessities, promising to return by noon. Lin Feng, however, chose to remain behind, dutifully guarding their home alone. He positioned a lounge chair beside the villa's pool, basking leisurely in the sun. Lin Feng intended to savor the remainder of the weekend before embarking on a journey to reclaim his Silver Superman template and evolve into the Silver Superman. As for this weekend, he simply wished to enjoy a well-deserved respite. Caught in the throes of procrastination, Lin Feng found himself utterly unwilling to move. The ambition of a slothful creature stirred within him, yet some individuals were determined not to allow him a peaceful holiday. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared behind the vast villa, stealthily creeping forth. This figure, with an astonishingly ample frame, slinked cautiously closer to the villa. A cautious expression adorned her small face, her head darting about as she meticulously surveyed the villa's layout. It was none other than Wanda, arriving to execute her mission. Upon discovering that her target was none other than the Superman who occasionally graced the television screen, Wanda felt a wave of despair wash over her. However, after Baron Strucker's persuasive rhetoric and the promise of enhanced super abilities upon acquiring the desired item, coupled with the assurance of assistance in exacting revenge on Iron Man, Tony Stark, Wanda steeled herself and resolved to give it a try. After all, if this Superman were vulnerable to her powers, it would be a cause for mutual celebration. One might say that the audacity of youth knows no fear of danger. Yet, Wanda's naivety proved to be her downfall. Despite her keen awareness of Lin Feng's prowess, her cautious approach failed to elude his watchful gaze. Lin Feng lounged in the sun. A slight furrow formed on his brow, and his tightly shut eyes gradually opened a mere slit. The faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, the barely perceptible noise of shoes brushing against the grass. Were it not for his superhuman abilities, he would not have detected such a sound. To avoid alarming his would-be intruder, Lin Feng refrained from immediately rising to investigate. He squinted, subtly turning his head, casting a sidelong glance in the direction of the noise. The figure appeared to be a woman, stealthily approaching from behind him. Could it be a neighbor? The thought briefly crossed Lin Feng's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The woman's furtive demeanor suggested she was up to no good. As he shifted his gaze to her face, he paused momentarily, and his expression transformed into one of incredulity. Lin Feng's mind raced. Good heavens, could it be? Was that not the Scarlet Witch, Wanda herself? What was she doing in his backyard, lurking like a thief? Was she so financially strapped that she had resorted to petty theft? In a moment of confusion, Lin Feng recalled the narrative surrounding Wanda. Having watched numerous Marvel films, he possessed a modicum of understanding about her character. According to the original storyline, Wanda and her brother Pietro were affiliated with Hydra's Eastern European base, under the influence of Baron Strucker. In the original tale, Strucker had employed the Mind Stone to activate and enhance the twins' abilities. Yet, Lin Feng had never quite grasped whether the Mind Stone merely awakened or actually bestowed powers. Before his crossing into this realm, he had scoured various forums for clarity on the matter, but to no avail. Now, given his presence, Hydra had not acquired the Mind Stone as narrated. A sudden realization struck Lin Feng. Could it be that Wanda had been dispatched to steal his Mind Stone? However, lacking the enhancement of the Mind Stone, Wanda's combat prowess should be minimal. If Hydra desired the Mind Stone, why not send a more formidable and experienced operative? Confounded, Lin Feng resolved to remain still and observe what tricks Wanda had up her sleeve. The massive figure of the Scarlet Witch posed no threat to him, and he felt no need to panic. Meanwhile, Wanda, on tiptoe, had stealthily edged closer to the poolside. Her gaze remained fixed upon Lin Feng, fearful that the Superman might discover her presence and deliver a swift blow. If that were to happen, her fate would be sealed. Watching Lin Feng recline languidly on the sunbed, resembling an elderly gentleman in slumber, Wanda felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared she had successfully infiltrated the premises, and her heart fluttered with excitement at the prospect of boasting to Pietro upon her return. As she drew nearer to Lin Feng, her eyes caught sight of the gleaming yellow gem adorning his left wrist, the very object of her mission. Suppressing her exhilaration, she slowly inched closer to Lin Feng. She intended to use her powers to deepen his slumber, thus safeguarding her impending actions. Wanda's excitement shone in her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. She quietly extended her hands, gesturing behind Lin Feng's head in an effort to cast a spell. The faint, almost translucent red energy began to emanate from her movements. This performance was rather comical. Lin Feng merely tilted his head, observing Wanda's antics with a bemused expression. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Lin Feng to nearly doze off, Wanda concluded her preparatory gestures. She extended her hands forward, and the energy slowly surged toward Lin Feng. He immediately sensed a feeble aura encroaching upon his mind. Internally, he scoffed at the pathetic force. It was scarcely sufficient to tickle him. Yet, Wanda remained oblivious, continuing her awkward display. Due to the weakness of her abilities, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. The red energy was intended to induce hypnosis and exploit the fears lurking within the subject's heart. Lin Feng felt a subtle force attempting to extract memories from his mind. He recalled the scenes from the original narrative, wherein Wanda employed her powers to manipulate Tony's perceptions. Unable to suppress a smile, he decided to tease this naive intruder. The Mind Stone emitted a faint glow, unnoticed by Wanda. Lin Feng deliberately orchestrated a series of images, harmonizing with Wanda's actions. After some deliberation, he selected a few vivid scenes, choosing to begin with a scorching sun to whet her appetite. With a mere thought, the black void before Lin Feng transformed dramatically. Past experiences materialized as if reality itself had ensnared them both. As the scene shifted, Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. Before them loomed an immense star, its surface roiling like molten lava, erupting and expelling streams of plasma. The star loomed ever closer, the searing heat enveloping them both. It was the sun? Wanda gasped, feeling akin to a steak sizzling on a grill, enduring the oppressive heat in an instant. She was drenched in sweat, utterly captivated by the spectacle before her, as if her mind had momentarily short-circuited. The sun's blinding brilliance compelled her to shut her eyes, her thoughts racing as she incredulously mused, Was this truly the experience of a Superman? Chapter 77. Lin Feng, have you finally transformed into an ancestral figure? The scene before Wanda left her utterly astonished. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Feng observed Wanda's reaction and let out a mischievous chuckle. The sun was merely an appetizer. What lay ahead would unveil the wonders of extraterrestrial beings. Lin Feng adjusted his perspective once more, and the vista before him shifted dramatically. The blinding radiance vanished in an instant. Sensing the darkness enveloping her, Wanda finally opened her eyes. The sun had disappeared without a trace. That moment, the two found themselves amidst a battlefield. It was as if a film that had been paused was suddenly set in motion. A cacophony of deafening shouts engulfed them. The clamor of battle cries intertwined with the clash of metal soared into the heavens. Countless Avengers clad in diverse attire collided with bizarre extraterrestrial species on the battlefield. The grotesque forms were unlike anything Wanda had ever encountered. The roar of cannon fire and the rallying cries filled the air, saturating the entire arena with smoke and blood. The acrid stench of charred remains and the metallic tang of blood invaded Wanda's nostrils, piercing her very consciousness. Still reeling from the shock of the sun, she was once again rendered dumbfounded by the spectacle before her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The experience of superhumans exceeded her wildest imaginings. The war, now so close, instilled a primal fear within her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. What had once existed solely in the realms of science fiction and novels was now laid bare before her. She could hardly believe it. Extraterrestrial beings truly existed. A mechanical whirring sound from above caught Wanda's attention. Instinctively, she turned her stiff neck and gazed skyward. An immense alien spacecraft loomed high above. With a series of mechanical sounds, the ship's wing panels unfurled. Then, shells rained down like a torrential downpour, hurtling towards the ground. Boom, bang. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, unleashing a tempest of destruction before Wanda's very eyes, whipping up fierce winds. Debris from the blasts grazed her face as she screamed in panic, desperately trying to evade the chaos, her breath quickening, momentarily forgetting that this was but an illusion. The indiscriminate bombardment shattered the ground forces in an instant, staining the battlefield a deep crimson. Before her, rivers of blood flowed. In her ears, the wails of the fallen echoed. Scenes of devastation assaulted Wanda's mind, and she stumbled backward in horror. The battle was far from over, and suddenly, Lin Feng sprang into action. His eyes began to glow a vivid red, a pulse of foreboding energy coalescing around them. If a charge was complete, Lin Feng's eyes emitted a beam of orange-red light, shooting towards the celestial vessel above. Boom! The moment the laser made contact, it pierced through the spacecraft. Under the sweeping beam, the once impenetrable fortress in Wanda's eyes crumbled like fragile parchment, severed in twain. Explosions erupted from the gaping breach, billowing thick black smoke, as the two halves of the ship plummeted heavily before Wanda. With a thunderous crash, the tempest threatened to lift her entirely off the ground, and this impact struck her heart directly, making her tremble even more violently, eliciting a scream. At that moment, she deeply regretted embarking on this mission. The images Lin Feng had conjured were overwhelmingly shocking. The sun, the cosmos, the spacecraft, the war, the blood, the alien beings. These elements continuously upended Wanda's understanding of reality. Moreover, the specter of her target loomed even more terrifyingly, emanating world-destroying lasers from his eyes. Was he still human? Forget about mere fists. If Lin Feng unleashed such a laser upon her, she could bid farewell to Pietro in an instant. Wanda felt overwhelmed, her hands trembling as she instinctively withdrew, desperate to halt the illusion. She longed to escape before Lin Feng regained consciousness, to distance herself from him as far as possible, wishing never to encounter him again. If Lin Feng awoke, she feared for her very life. Superhumans were utterly fearsome. Yet, before Wanda could retract her abilities, a colossal entity descended from the sky, momentarily stunning her, and her powers failed to disengage in time. A gigantic alien beast, adorned with sharp, angular metallic armor and covered in spikes, roared as it hurtled towards her. Wanda's heart raced with terror, her pupils trembling, and she staggered backward, tripping over her own feet and collapsing onto the ground. The monstrous creature opened its cavernous maw, revealing countless barbs and fangs, the foul stench assaulting her senses, swallowing her whole in an instant. "Ah!" Wanda screamed, witnessing the massive spikes pierce her body. Pain surged through her, the sensation so real it jolted her consciousness. Her mind once again spiraled into chaos. The onslaught of horrifying images caused her to roll her eyes back and lose consciousness. It was too overwhelming. Wanda never wished to witness such sights again. As she fainted, her body became limp, toppling backward. With a splash, she landed in the pool. Fortunately, the pool was filled with water. Otherwise, she would have sustained a grievous injury. As the scene concluded, Lin Feng rose, stretching languidly, feeling unfulfilled. He had to admit, Wanda's abilities were indeed remarkable. His experiences had been vividly rendered, far surpassing any 5D or 8D movie in excitement. Reflecting on it, Lin Feng cast his gaze towards the pool, visibly bemused. Wanda, having fallen into the water, remained unconscious, gradually sinking to the bottom while continuing to bubble. This simply wouldn't do. He had even more thrilling imagery yet to unveil. Rolling his eyes, Lin Feng had no choice but to leap in and retrieve her. He lifted Wanda effortlessly, feeling an inexplicable lightness in his arms. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at the impressive curves of her figure. This girl seemed well-nourished. How could she be so light? He contemplated examining her further. Returning to the villa, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before placing her on the sofa. Initially, he had intended to let her fall to the floor, but being a girl, he typically treated beautiful ladies with more care. Soaked from the water, Wanda's clothes clung tightly to her skin, accentuating her alluring figure. Lin Feng focused his gaze elsewhere, repeatedly muttering to himself, "Do not gaze upon that which is improper." Yet, within mere seconds, his eyes betrayed him. Drifting upward against his will, he chuckled to himself, suddenly pondering whether he should procure some dry clothes for Wanda. Soaked to the bone, she might catch a cold. Wasn't this how they depicted such scenarios in dramas? After much contemplation, however, Lin Feng ultimately decided against it. Don't ask why. Heaven demanded he be a virtuous gentleman. Fortunately, Lin Feng refrained from acting upon his impulse. Just as he wrestled with his internal conflict, Susan returned, carrying a multitude of items. Little did he know how relieved Lin Feng felt at that moment. Yet, when Susan caught sight of the drenched figure on the sofa, her expression transformed dramatically. "Lin?" Susan pointed at the wet figure on the sofa, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief. Her eyes conveyed a complex mix of emotions: confusion, skepticism, incredulity, and sheer astonishment. Her expression seemed to question Lin Feng, as if asking, "Have you finally become an ancestral figure?" Chapter 78. A conversation with Wanda. Lin Feng's thoughts observing Susan's expression. Lin Feng could only roll his eyes in exasperation. He took the items Susan had procured and set them aside, explaining, "It's merely a little thief who wandered into our home. Do not overthink it." Susan tilted her head, her face marked with confusion, clearly skeptical of Lin Feng's words. Could Miss Bear truly be a thief? Lin Feng was well aware of her thoughts. He raised his left hand and shook his wrist. Her objective is likely this. The young lady hails from a rather ancient nefarious organization. You know my character, do you not? Susan nodded, her understanding somewhat vague, as she could hardly believe Lin Feng would engage in the abduction of innocent women. Upon reflection, if Lin Feng truly wished to commit any wrongdoing, he could easily do so without ever letting Susan know. His superhuman prowess was indisputable. Moreover, Susan had a profound understanding of Lin Feng's nature, and her bear was certainly no less formidable than this young girl. After some contemplation, Susan inquired, "Should we contact the authorities?" Lin Feng decisively shook his head. "No need for that. Instead, I shall awaken her and inquire further." The local authorities were unlikely to manage this situation, considering Wanda was no ordinary person. They would struggle against Hydra. Perhaps involving S.H.I.E.L.D would be more appropriate, though it remained uncertain whether that black egg had made any progress in investigating Hydra. Just days prior, regarding Wanda, Lin Feng harbored intentions of employing her abilities. He certainly would not allow her to become an Avenger as she did in the original narrative. For now, it was prudent to question Wanda and ascertain whether events unfolded as he anticipated. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng pointed at Wanda, and the Mind Stone glowed brightly, sending an orange beam into Wanda's mind, rousing her from slumber. Upon awakening, Wanda was momentarily disoriented, staring blankly at her surroundings. Upon spotting Lin Feng, she let out a startled scream and darted to the corner of the sofa, her eyes reflecting sheer terror, evidently recalling the intensely stimulating scene from moments before. Susan's gaze toward Lin Feng shifted once more, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. What had this big boy done to instill such fear in the young lady? Lin Feng exchanged a helpless glance with Susan, his expression one of innocence, as if to convey, "I truly did nothing." He gave Susan a look, urging her to discern for herself, before redirecting his attention to Wanda. "Wanda Maximoff." Lin Feng directly uttered Wanda's name, catching her off guard. As anticipated, upon hearing her name spoken so confidently, Wanda froze in panic. "How do you know?" Lin Feng chuckled. "That's because I've seen your movie." Ignoring Wanda's bewilderment, he continued, "I also know you have a brother named Pietro." "How do you know?" Wanda exclaimed again. "Are you a parrot?" Lin Feng quipped, plopping down on the sofa, which startled Wanda further, causing her to retreat, as if fearing he might harm her. Lin Feng's expression turned somewhat teasing. Why not use your little tricks now?" With that, he mimicked Wanda's wrist movements, dancing awkwardly. Wasn't that movie exhilarating? As her abilities were laid bare, Wanda's cheeks flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze in embarrassment. How could a superhuman possess such a peculiar sense of humor? Lin Feng, indifferent to Wanda's thoughts, leaned back and crossed his legs. "Now, do tell, what brings you here?" Having speculated about Wanda's intentions, Lin Feng was eager to hear her response, as he could think of no other reason for her visit aside from the Mind Stone. As Wanda heard Lin Feng's inquiry, she glanced down, her eyes darting as she attempted to calm her racing heart. She lifted her head, striving to appear as innocent as possible. I am so sorry. That I must have taken a wrong turn. Could you please let me go?" Lin Feng? His gaze towards Wanda was filled with pity, akin to that one might hold for a simpleton. Wanda seemed to realize her excuse was riddled with holes. After all, Lin Feng had called her by name. It was evident he would not be fooled by such a flimsy pretense. Noticing the sympathetic look in Lin Feng's eyes, Wanda awkwardly managed a smile in response. "Do you think I'm a fool, Miss Wanda? I've already called your name. Do you think I would believe you simply stumbled into the wrong place?" Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Do not attempt to be clever in front of a superhuman, Wanda." Wanda shrank back, falling silent. Seeing her reticence, Lin Feng tossed out a bombshell. "If you remain silent, I have a fair idea of your purpose here. It was Baron Strucker who sent you, wasn't he it?" At these words, Wanda's pupils dilated, her heart racing. "How did you know?" "Goodness, back to being a parrot again." Lin Feng clicked his tongue. It was precisely as he had surmised. "A superhuman knows far more than you can imagine," he declared, gesturing toward the yellow gem on his wrist. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, accompanied by a subtle release of his imposing aura directed at Wanda. "This is your target, is it not? Do not attempt to deceive me further. As a superhuman, I possess countless methods to uncover the truth." Lin Feng's presence was beyond what Wanda could withstand, even if only slightly. The information the superhuman possessed far exceeded Wanda's expectations. Once again, it became evident just how formidable and troublesome superhumans truly were. She realized she could never gain the upper hand here. Why then, should she struggle against the infinitesimal chance of success? Wanda felt as if she were a mere morsel, willingly presenting herself. Beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, the weight of the superhuman's aura causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Why yes, under the pressure, Wanda found it difficult to breathe, yet she steeled herself to admit, yes. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Now, do elaborate. If I tell you, will you let me go?" Wanda asked cautiously. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. "You first, and if you speak truthfully, I might consider your release." Let Wanda go? Lin Feng had no such intention. He planned to claim Wanda for himself. After all, enhanced by chaotic magic, even Thanos would struggle against this young girl. Should her abilities reach a certain threshold, she could even alter reality itself, truly a level of existence akin to cheating. "All right, I'll share what I know. I've only gathered some information. Recently, many of our bases have been attacked, seemingly by an organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, and the Avengers too. Strucker appears to need your gem to expedite his experiments. Wanda obediently divulged everything she knew. Her understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. was minimal, having gleaned snippets from casual conversations between Strucker and others. As for the Avengers, who had once dominated news headlines, they were familiar to Wanda. Oh? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's mind raced. Had the Black Egg finally made a move? Though belated, it was certainly better than uncovering nothing at all. It seemed Baron Strucker had sensed a threat and sought the Mind Stone for his experiments. That made perfect sense. Wanda continued, Strucker promised that once he obtains the gem, he would enhance my powers. He also said he would help me seek revenge. After a moment's hesitation, Wanda finally voiced this thought. Revenge? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Is it against Tony Stark? Wanda silently nodded, having grown accustomed to Lin Feng's omniscience. This superhuman seemed to know everything. Chapter 79. Unveiling secrets and drawing allies. Observing Wanda's expression, Lin Feng nodded. This was precisely the effect he desired, instilling in her a sense of omniscience. Wanda and Pietro's childhood could certainly be described as tragic. The missile emblazoned with Stark's name had become an enduring shadow over the twins' formative years. However, the reality was far removed from their beliefs. That missile had originated from a KB attack, specifically targeting the twins' neighbors. Moreover, it was not sold by Tony Stark, but rather the consequence of actions taken by Obadiah, who Lin Feng had decisively vanquished. Wanda and Pietro were not inherently malevolent. Otherwise, they would not have later joined the Avengers Initiative. For these two extraordinarily gifted twins with commendable dispositions, it was only fitting to bring them into his fold. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to evolve into a Silver Superman before seeking them out, yet unexpectedly, Wanda had presented herself at his doorstep. With his thoughts settled, Lin Feng slowly began. The situation is, in fact, vastly different from what you envision. He prepared to lay bare the truth, gradually drawing Wanda into his camp. Forcing Wanda to align with him was not his aim, as genuine allegiance could not be compelled. As their conversation unfolded, Lin Feng's words completely dismantled Wanda's long-held beliefs. He recounted the origins of Hydra, its ambitions for global domination, and the truth behind the Stark missile, revealing it all in a torrent of information. At the crux of his narrative, he intertwined details about the Chitauri and various cosmic threats to create a sense of profound impact. Lin Feng spoke with fervor, leaving the young woman in a state of bewilderment. This world, or rather the universe, was far more intricate than she had ever imagined. Though she was reluctant to accept Lin Feng's assertions, her instincts whispered that they bore a kernel of truth. Lin Feng was a figure of immense public admiration. It was inconceivable that he would deceive a member of an obscure organization. She possessed nothing of value that might entice him. Were Lin Feng to be aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What do you mean, nothing?" At that moment, Susan approached with 2 cups of hot cocoa. She had prepared the drinks while they conversed, and this young girl did not strike Lin Feng as a nefarious individual. It was evident from his words that Wanda had likely been misled by malevolent forces. Her big boy had clearly startled her. The hot cocoa would serve to soothe Wanda's emotions, an approach Lin Feng had previously employed to alleviate her fears. Thank you," Wanda murmured, accepting the hot cocoa and sipping it slowly, her mind racing to process the deluge of information Lin Feng had just shared. After harboring a grudge against Tony Stark for over a decade, she now discovered that he was not her true enemy. This revelation stood in stark contrast to her long-held objectives, and it was not something she could reconcile instantly. Wanda needed time to reflect. Lin Feng patted the sofa beside him, inviting Susan to join them. "I know you and Pietro are not inherently wicked. You have merely been misled. Hydra is ill-suited for you. It is destined for annihilation." As Lin Feng savored his cocoa, he methodically guided Wanda's understanding. "If you are willing, I can arrange a place for you and Pietro, and I will assist you in enhancing your... Moreover, my expertise with the stones ensures a level of safety and efficiency far surpassing Stark's methods. Of course, my intention in enhancing your powers is not to spur you toward vengeance. While Tony is my friend, what I have just shared with you is devoid of deception. You are free to verify my claims. I assure you, with the credibility of a Superman." This declaration stirred something within Wanda. Lin Feng's reputation and influence among the populace vastly eclipsed that of the Avengers, a testament to his ongoing efforts to resolve disasters. During the Chitauri invasion, Lin Feng had boldly descended from space to strike down their mothership. His strength and actions had garnered public support, and to put it bluntly, Lin Feng's credibility was backed by the entire citizenry. Noticing Wanda's intrigue, Lin Feng seized the moment to deliver a significant revelation. "I believe you have just witnessed a glimpse of my experiences, have you not?" This statement rekindled Wanda's fears, causing her eyelids to twitch involuntarily. The images she had seen were beyond comprehension. She swallowed hard. Were those images real? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, those are genuine experiences. Authentic experiences. In the universe, countless species await our discovery, alongside innumerable threats we know not of. Isn't the Chitauri invasion a prime example? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wanda instinctively nodded. The Chitauri invasion was a widely known event. After all, the reality of an extraterrestrial assault was unforgettable. Having established sufficient groundwork, Lin Feng subtly introduced his intentions. The future of Blue Planet will inevitably face similar dangers. I can enhance your abilities, and perhaps you could stand alongside me in repelling these invaders. I trust you would not wish to witness families torn apart and lives shattered by war, would you? Lin Feng did not resort to hyperbole. While he could confront Thanos, he could not guarantee that the narrative would unfold precisely as it had in the original tale, free from threats posed by powerful entities from other universes. His words struck a chord with Wanda. Her benevolent nature and the harrowing despair of her childhood compelled her to empathize with the plight of others. Lin Feng's message was clear. Despite her misfortunes, she had the capacity to assist others, preventing them from enduring similar fates. May I take some time to consider this? The overwhelming influx of information left Wanda's mind in disarray. Though her heart was stirred, she needed time to reflect. Lin Feng nodded. Of course. Understanding the nature of the conversation, Wanda's disposition indicated a high likelihood that she would not reject Lin Feng's proposal. He patted Susan, who had been seated beside him. "Susan, why don't you take her upstairs for a warm bath? We wouldn't want her to catch a chill." Susan snapped back to attention and nodded, taking Wanda, who was still lost in thought, by the hand as they ascended to the second floor. During their conversation, Susan had grasped the gist of what had transpired and understood that Wanda's fright stemmed from witnessing Lin Feng's experiences. Lin Feng had not shared these encounters with her, the extraterrestrials, the battles, Hydra, and the looming disasters. He likely refrained from discussing them out of concern for her worried. As Susan recalled Lin Feng's 2 outings, she surmised that these experiences had occurred during those times. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Feng. While others his age reveled in nightlife, parties, and reckless driving, he faced battles that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. Fortunately, her boyfriend was formidable enough to contend with any challenges in her eyes. Though she was unaware of the exceptional abilities Wanda possessed, Susan resolved to persuade her during their bath. From their conversation, she discerned that Wanda had likely been misled by malevolent individuals. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have expended so much effort to guide her. Remembering past adversaries, Lin Feng had never bothered to engage them verbally, opting instead to send them to the afterlife with a single punch. As the 2 women reached the upper floor, Lin Feng stroked his chin, noting that Susan's demeanor seemed off, likely influenced by the revelations he had shared. Susan undoubtedly had many questions. However, throughout their conversation, his little girlfriend had not interrupted them, which filled Lin Feng with joy and gratitude. His girlfriend was remarkably understanding. Chapter 80. Wanda joins. "I'll go fetch your brother." Seated on the sofa, Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before suddenly retrieving his phone and dialing a number. With Wanda's allegiance almost assured, he now required some evidence to act as a catalyst, hastening her integration into his ranks. After all, he was soon to embark on another cosmic journey, lasting anywhere from 2 months to half a year. Aboard the aerospace carrier, Nick Fury pulled out his communicator and glanced at the incoming call. "Lin Feng?" The single eye of the one-eyed man narrowed in confusion. Since providing Lin Feng with his contact information, this was the first time Lin Feng had reached out to him. "Lin Feng?" Nick Fury answered the call. "Hello, Director Egg." The instant Nick Fury heard this, his expression darkened. "What is it?" He brusquely dismissed Lin Feng's endearing title. "I need some footage of Hydra. Evidence of their misdeeds. I know you have it. Send it to my email. I need it." Nick Fury's eye narrowed further. "What do you need this for?" He did not deny possessing such materials. Both were astute individuals, and Lin Feng's call indicated he was aware of Fury's resources. Rather than engage in a futile back and forth, it was better to speak candidly. Well, I am looking to recruit 2 superheroes. How does that sound? Oh, do elaborate. Nick Fury's interest peaked as he raised an eyebrow. It's a long story, so how about you send me some footage? In return, I'll grant you 1 superhero, Lin Feng proposed, prompting Nick Fury to narrow his eye once more in suspicion. Was Lin Feng genuinely so benevolent? Deal. Nick Fury ended the call, his mind racing with analysis of Lin. The illegal evidence concerning Hydra was not particularly classified, at least not among superheroes. If Lin Feng desired it, then why not provide it? It posed no detriment to S.H.I.E.L.D. in the world of adults. Reciprocity was paramount. Lin Feng had requested something, and it was likely that he would not refuse assistance in the future. I.L.D. needed to maintain a good rapport with Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng's assertion of sharing a superhero, Nick Fury remained cautious, deciding to observe Lin Feng's next move. Pressing the internal communicator, within moments, Hill, clad in a black uniform, entered. Director? Yes. Nick Fury nodded. Please send some Hydra materials to Lin Feng's email. Additionally, investigate what Lin Feng has been up to since his return. Understood. Hill nodded and departed, not questioning Nick Fury's motives, as it was unnecessary. Her duty was to execute orders. S.H.I.E.L.D. efficiency was remarkable. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Feng's inbox was inundated with a plethora of documents. He opened the files, perusing them, as they were intended for Wanda, who had just finished her bath. Although these documents were not imperative for securing Wanda's allegiance, Lin Feng planned to assign Quicksilver to S.H.I.E.L.D. If he were to unceremoniously allocate a superhero to Fury, it might lead to unwarranted speculation regarding his intentions. Requesting these materials from Nick Fury not only provided Wanda with a justification, but also allowed Lin Feng to reciprocate a favor to S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding Wanda. He intended to have her reside in his home alongside Susan, thereby elevating Susan's security. This phone call facilitated the arrangement for Wanda's brother while indirectly offering S.H.I.E.L.D. a superhero. In essence, this maneuver left S.H.I.E.L.D. indebted to Lin Feng. A veritable win-win situation. Lin Feng couldn't help but commend himself. As for Nick Fury's thoughts, Lin Feng was unconcerned. Once Fury witnessed Quicksilver's abilities, he would undoubtedly make the right choice, unless he were to act irrationally. During Lin Feng's contemplation, Susan descended with the freshly bathed Wanda. Dressed in Susan's casual attire, Wanda's physique matched Susan's well enough to avoid appearing cramped. She sat on the sofa with a conflicted expression. Although she had begun to lean towards aligning with Lin Feng, she felt it prudent to discuss matters with her brother first. Noticing Wanda's demeanor, Lin Feng said nothing more and pushed a notebook towards her, revealing the Hydra documents. Here, take a look at the information regarding Hydra's involvement with you and your brother. The missiles and attacks you witnessed in your youth were perpetrated by organizations like them. Human experimentation, organizational bombings, arms trafficking. These were the heinous acts laid bare before her, supported by documents and video evidence. Wanda's expression grew intricate as she gazed at the materials, though her mind seemed elsewhere. As Lin Feng surmised, Wanda had already made a decision. The files appeared to her as inconsequential bargaining chips. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, confident in his ability to sway her. After a prolonged silence, Wanda let out a soft sigh upon concluding her review of the documents. All right, I am willing to believe part of what you say, and I will fight alongside you. However, you must fulfill your promises. Enhance our powers, and I must personally verify whether that missile was indeed sold by Tony Stark. Having consented, Wanda felt a sudden lightness in her heart, as if shedding a heavy burden. Lin Feng was not surprised by her response. Wanda was compassionate, not foolish. Choosing between superheroes and evil organizations was a decision even the simplest of minds could make. With a smile, he stood and extended his right hand. Welcome to the side of justice, Wanda. Wanda stared at the outstretched hand, then broke into a gentle smile and clasped it in return. Since we have made our decision, let us not delay any further. I shall go fetch your brother, and also pay a visit to Baron Strucker. With that, Lin Feng produced a map from seemingly nowhere. Despite his usual laid-back demeanor, Lin Feng was an action-oriented individual. Once he resolved to do something, he must act immediately. Otherwise, it would linger in his mind. "Point me to their address, Wanda." Wanda nodded, examining the map before extending her finger to a specific location. She felt no allegiance to Hydra. Her involvement was merely a means to gain power for revenge. The information Lin Feng provided unveiled a grotesque side of the organization that she had never before witnessed. Her brother remained within their ranks, and Lin Feng's offer to retrieve him was fortuitous. As for Lin Feng's intentions regarding Baron Strucker and the Hydra base, Wanda had a vague understanding but felt no psychological burden. Lin Feng scrutinized the location Wanda indicated, confirming it lay somewhere in Eastern Europe. Noting the coordinates, he folded the map away. After this exchange and deliberation, the day had grown late. Wanda's agreement brought immense joy to Lin Feng. "Susan, could we make dinner a bit more lavish? I believe we have another guest." Susan, having listened intently to their conversation, was well aware of whom Lin Feng referred to and promptly responded with a smile. "Of course. I will begin preparations at once." "Excellent," Lin Feng replied. "Then I shall go fetch our other guest." With that, Lin Feng focused his mind, and a radiant blue portal materialized behind him. Chapter 81. Egg or not? Cleaning up the aftermath. Eastern Europe, Hydra Fortress. Baron Strack sat at the table, his impatience mounting as he awaited news from Wanda. A day and a half had elapsed since Wanda embarked on her mission, and he yearned to hear favorable tidings. However, since noon today, Wanda's communicator had lost signal. According to intelligence reports, the fortress had come under the watchful gaze of S.H.I.E.L.D. This Hydra stronghold boasted advanced technology and formidable defenses, ranking among the best of all bases. Although the Avengers had yet to make an appearance, the situation remained dire. S.H.I.E.L.D. was undoubtedly formulating a detailed offensive strategy. Strack was acutely aware that whether he extended his neck or withdrew it, he would face dire consequences. Even without provoking the superhumans, the Avengers would relentlessly pursue them. His subordinates stood no chance against the diverse powers of the Avengers. Securing the Mind Stone would afford Strack leverage. Without it, his only options were to flee or await his demise. As time ticked by, Strack's agitation intensified. Yet, this restlessness did not persist for long. Just as he was about to attempt to contact Wanda once more, a brilliant blue portal materialized before him. "Alert!" shouted the Hydra soldiers as the portal manifested. A fully armed squad rushed into the room, guns trained on the portal. The researchers within the room, paralyzed by fear, retreated to the corners, trembling. The blue portal shimmered like a curtain of water, and a figure emerged from its depths. As Strack beheld the figure, his expression gradually faded. He had mentally prepared himself for Wanda's potential absence, yet he still harbored a flicker of hope until the dust settled. The appearance of this figure signified that his chances were now exceedingly slim. With the portal dissipating, Lin Feng had arrived at Hydra's Eastern European fortress. Upon lifting his gaze, he found a dozen firearms aimed at him. Ah, what a grand welcome! Rat-a-tat-tat. The response from the soldiers was a barrage of bullets, smoke filling the room. The muzzles of the guns spat flames, and the unarmed researchers cowered in the corners, shaking in terror. Lin Feng found their pathetic attempts at assault laughable. Had they not seen the news? Bullets could hardly harm a hair on his head, yet the sheer volume of fire was undeniably bothersome. He raised his left hand. Snap! With a single snap of his fingers, a wave of pale yellow energy radiated outward from the fortress's epicenter. The gunfire ceased abruptly. All Hydra members caught in the wave lost consciousness in an instant, collapsing to the ground. The entire fortress fell silent, save for the hum of machinery. Lin Feng nodded. This was a novel application of the gem he had been researching. By harnessing the Mind Stone's properties to generate energy, he produced a shockwave capable of incapacitating these mere cannon fodder. This method was far more efficient than Loki's tedious poking with his scepter. This ability compensated for Lin Feng's lack of area of effect skills. Depending on the energy output, the shockwave's potency could escalate from mere fainting to obliterating any object it encountered. It was perfect for clearing out low-level minions. Spotting a bald man sprawled nearby, Lin Feng approached and flipped him over with his toe. A monocle graced his face, and a tattoo peeked from the corner of his eye. His appearance was strikingly reminiscent of Baron Strack from the films. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng picked up his phone and called Black Egg. "Hey, is this Mr. Egg? I've taken down the Hydra base in Eastern Europe." "Yes, it's exactly the base you're thinking of. No need to thank me. Just send someone to clean up the mess." After dropping those two sentences, Lin Feng hung up, uninterested in giving Black Egg a chance to respond. Task accomplished. Receiving the call, Black Egg was in a conference room briefing Natasha and Steve on the operation concerning the Eastern European Hydra stronghold. However, not long into the meeting, Lin Feng's call interrupted, leaving Black Egg's blood pressure soaring as he muttered a curse. She handed over a tablet displaying satellite images of the Hydra fortress. Following the fortress's discovery, Nick Fury had ordered constant surveillance. Hill's interruption during the meeting indicated a severe issue had arisen. Just a minute ago, all Hydra members outside the base suddenly collapsed. All at once, Hill emphasized. Black Egg scrutinized the images before glancing at his still-activated phone, suddenly realizing the implications of Lin Feng's brief message. Though somewhat exasperated, it appeared Lin Feng had resolved a significant dilemma. After a moment's contemplation, Black Egg began tapping the table and commanded, "Steve, take the lead and head directly to the eastern base. Bring back all the key personnel." Steve, puzzled, asked, "Aren't we going to discuss this? Wasn't the intel indicating that this Eastern European Hydra base had formidable defenses?" Black Egg pushed. "Superman has already dealt with this Hydra den." After a moment's thought, Black Egg added, "Natasha, Clint, you go along to ensure no stragglers escape." The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago, they had been deliberating on annihilation strategies for the fortress, and now they were informed they could simply proceed to collect the spoils. If Lin Feng knew Black Egg's thoughts, he would scoff. With a snap of his fingers, these individuals would remain unconscious for hours. Regardless of Black Egg's musings, Lin Feng had already found the unconscious Pietro. The young man still sported black hair. It was unclear whether it was dyed from the original material or an effect of his enhanced abilities. Lin Feng nudged Pietro's side with his toe, transmitting a surge of energy. Pietro stirred awake, his gaze scanning the surroundings in confusion. Upon spotting Lin Feng, his eyes widened in shock. He rolled to the side and assumed a defensive posture. "Who are you?" Lin Feng dismissed the need for idle chatter. Pietro was no damsel in distress and held no privilege. "Pietro, right?" "Want to see Wanda? Follow me." The blue portal opened anew, and Lin Feng stepped through, offering no time for Pietro to react. "Hurry up, the portal will close soon." Pietro gaped, bewildered by the young man's actions. Yet, after a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed Lin Feng into the portal. Wanda had been on her mission for nearly 2 days, and Pietro was acutely aware that she had lost contact around noon, causing him considerable concern. This man had accurately called both their names. Even if it was a trap, Pietro felt compelled to follow, as Wanda was his only family. Chapter 82. Wanda has moved in as Lin Feng stepped through the portal, the scene before Pietro transformed, and he found himself within a villa. His gaze immediately fell upon Wanda, who was seated on the sofa. "Pietro!" Wanda exclaimed, recognizing him and rushing over to envelop him in a comforting embrace. "Thank you." This expression of gratitude was directed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and suggested, "Why don't you discuss the current situation with Pietro? I'll check on the preparations for dinner." He preferred to let Wanda and Pietro communicate, believing it would yield better results. Wanda obediently nodded, leading the inquisitive Pietro to the sofa where she began to recount the events slowly. Granting the siblings their space, Lin Feng made his way directly to the kitchen. At that moment, Susan was busy preparing the meal with her back turned to him. "Wow," Lin Feng remarked as he caught a glimpse of the dinner, his eyes lighting up at the sight of roasted meat, salad, seafood, and his beloved hometown delicacies. "It's to celebrate your new little brothers." Lin Feng chuckled, scratching his head as he quietly observed Susan at work. The rhythmic clanging of utensils filled the air, and Susan fell silent. Outside the kitchen, the siblings conversed in hushed tones. However, within the kitchen, the two who usually had an abundance of topics to discuss were unusually quiet. The atmosphere had inexplicably grown somewhat peculiar. Noticing the vegetables being chopped unevenly under Susan's knife, Lin Feng sensed her distraction. Oh, by the way, in a couple of days, I need to make a trip to the cosmos. This time, it might take 2 to 3 months. Lin Feng initiated the conversation, casually revealing his travel plans. The knife paused mid-air, and Susan's shoulders trembled slightly as she chose not to engage with Lin Feng's comment. After 2 seconds of silence, even the most oblivious of individuals could perceive that something was amiss with Susan's emotions. He stepped closer, gently wrapping his arms around her from behind, his tone softening. "What's wrong, Susan?" Startled by his embrace, Susan shuddered again but sighed softly. She turned to him, burying her head in his chest to shield her expression from view. "I'm a bit worried about you, Lin." After he left, she couldn't help but inquire about what Wanda had witnessed that had frightened her so deeply. Wanda, without hesitation, vividly recounted the immense spaceship, the war fraught with smoke and blood, and the tide of cosmic invaders. As Wanda painted the scene with her words, it felt to Susan as though she were witnessing the colossal spaceship crash before her eyes, causing her heart to race. She recalled Lin Feng's previous departures and understood that those experiences had unfolded during that time. She had thought that the Chitauri invasion was the most brutal scenario imaginable. However, in Lin Feng's experiences, it was merely an appetizer. Sensing Susan's concern, Lin Feng felt a sense of comfort in her care. He gently patted her back, offering reassurance. "There are countless threats in the universe, and our defenses are remarkably weak. Some things must be undertaken by someone, Susan." Still nestled in his embrace, Susan's voice was muffled and heavy. "Then why must it be you? Can't someone else do it?" Lin Feng smiled in response, uttering a phrase familiar to countless Marvel fans. "With great power comes great responsibility. We need to consolidate all the energy we can muster to I can manage everything." Susan nodded silently, yet her arms tightened around his waist. Lin Feng found the situation both amusing and heartwarming, reveling in the affection she bestowed upon him. He continued to gently pat her back. "All right, this cosmic journey won't involve any extraterrestrial beings attacking me. I'm going to seek something. Rest assured, there's no danger this time. Can you promise that?" Susan asked, her voice tinged with concern. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "Of course, I can guarantee it." With Lin Feng's assurance, Susan finally lifted her head, and he noticed her eyes were somewhat red-rimmed. Pinching her cheek playfully, Lin Feng bestowed upon her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'm Superman. The thing I'm searching for will make me even stronger. By the way, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you." Seizing the moment, Lin Feng swiftly shifted. "Of course not. Wanda possesses remarkable abilities, and with my assistance, she will become unexpectedly powerful. The primary reason for her residing here is to protect you. As for her brother Pietro, I have other plans." Lin Feng had already devised a strategy for Pietro. Enhance him and then directly hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D, to Nick Fury, that shady character. Like Tony, his villa could only accommodate him as the sole male. However, upon hearing this, Susan shook her head, raising her matching Superman wristbands. "But I already have these." Lin Feng chuckled. "That's not the only reason. Wanda has a kind heart but lacks much life and social experience. In simpler terms, she is easily deceived. I want you to guide her, to prevent her from straying down the wrong path, my little reporter." Lin Feng's words held truth. Wanda certainly appeared gullible in the films. She was deceived by Hydra and then by Ultron, and her brother was hardly any better. Pietro could be entrusted to S.H.I.E.L.D, but Wanda could not. She needed to stand alongside him. Furthermore, as long as Wanda was with him, no matter what S.H.I.E.L.D did, Pietro's sense of belonging would remain with him. Feigning disappointment, Susan remarked, "So you really do have feelings for her." Instantly, Lin Feng's expression contorted. Observing his comically exaggerated reaction, Susan couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I agree that Wanda can move in." Wanda's staying here was entirely acceptable to her. First, Wanda was female, and from their conversations, it was evident that she had a good nature. Secondly, Lin Feng would be gone for months, and being alone in such a large villa could become rather dull. Her little friend seemed preoccupied lately, often going a week without contact. Having someone to share the space would alleviate the loneliness of the vast villa.